Chapter 1. Awakening into a New World. Wang XinYu woke up in a daze, her mind foggy from a peculiar dream. When she opened her eyes, she realized she was not in her usual rented room. "What's going on?" she murmured, taking in her surroundings. The luxurious bed, the silk duvet, and the decor of the room were unmistakably feminine, with elegant European-style furniture and a stunning chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Goodness! As a mere worker earning $3,000 a month, after accounting for living expenses, even a lifetime savings wouldn't suffice to afford such a vast and opulent space. Staring blankly at the ceiling, her muddled thoughts began to coalesce. Recalling the bizarre dream from the night before, fragments of memory surged in her mind. Given her years of indulging in web novels, she surmised that she must have transcended into the very dystopian tale she had been following before falling asleep. The book was still incomplete. She had only read it halfway. The synopsis hinted at a typical story featuring a dominant male lead, characterized by his cool demeanor and effortless charm, surrounded by various female antagonists who recklessly pursued him like moths to a flame. And his original incarnation was merely one of those unfortunate moths, destined to perish in the initial chaos of the apocalypse from a viral infection. Buzzing sounds jolted her from her reverie. Her phone vibrated urgently on the nightstand. With a sudden smile, she snatched it up. This device was her golden ticket. With determination, she found a craft knife and swiftly cut her own palm, letting the blood drip upon a jade symbol. Golden light flashed, and the jade vanished, leaving her with a newfound space in her consciousness. Classes? They were an impossibility. Now time was running short, and she needed to gather supplies immediately. Her newly acquired space was divided into two regions by a small stream. Immediately, plans formed in her mind. The smaller portion could be used for raising livestock, while the larger area was ripe for cultivation. With this space at her disposal, once she had the seeds and livestock collected and found a safe haven, she could create a decent life for herself. The original owner also bore the name Wang XinYu. Her maternal family ran a medical business, owning the largest and most advanced private hospital in Jie province, as well as a private research institute. Warm sunlight streamed through the curtains, and Wang XinYu retrieved her phone, unlocking it with her fingerprint to check the calendar. Clearly, there would come a time when she would need to conduct her own experiments. Ugh! The very thought made her stomach churn. The space was vast, akin to 10 football fields, its edges shrouded in thick white mist. She cautiously touched the mist with her fingers. It was icy and dissipated into nothingness almost instantaneously. She breathed the command "Enter," and in an instant, her physical form vanished from the room and materialized within the realm of her new space. Wow! She had struck it rich. Truly, this was a treasure prepared for the male lead. October 23rd, 2025, 10 only 2 days remained until the end of the world commenced on the evening of October 25th. Time was of the essence, and preparation was imperative. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, most flora and fauna would mutate and become terrifyingly dangerous, carrying viruses that ordinary humans could not withstand. Originally, she was a sophomore college student, but due to her family's wealth, she barely engaged with her studies, coasting through with terrible grades, merely waiting to graduate. Her daily existence revolved around shopping sprees and flaunting her looks at various high society events. Resolute, she closed her thoughts to the past, rummaging through the corner of the room where she finally unearthed a sleek black down jacket. Clad in understated black and pulling her hair into a high ponytail, she presented a confident, chic front. After hastily grooming herself, she caught a glimpse in the mirror and was momentarily taken aback. Compared to her previously lackluster appearance, the original owner was stunning, her skin smooth and radiant, with captivating phoenix eyes. Sighing in frustration, Wang XinYu buried her face in her comforter. This was the apocalypse. Any misstep could lead to becoming fodder for mutated creatures, and she was supposed to be that bait. Hungry, desperate ordinary people faced grim fates. Either they survived and awakened latent powers or succumbed to a grotesque demise. She dived into her search for identification and bank cards, planning her supply run, when she stumbled upon a dazzling array of jewelry in a box that nearly blinded her. "Hello?" Wang XinYu answered a call, but before she could finish speaking, the chatter on the other end began. Approaching her closet, she was stunned to find it overflowing with luxurious mink coats, transforming her into a preposterously extravagant peacock. Wang XinYu frowned slightly and replied, "I'm not feeling well today. I won't be coming in." It seemed she was destined to shed her life the very next day. While rummaging, She kept her thoughts on her space. Why was such a dazzling figure fated to a hideous death at the jaws of a monstrous centipede? Lily? Wang XinYu recognized the name. She was a classmate. Near the edge of the white mist lay a slope, half concealed within her realm and the other half engulfed in the mist. Beside it, a crystal-clear stream trickled, its source likewise hidden from view. If a lower-tier mutated human were to contract a virus from a higher-tier mutated creature, two outcomes awaited. Either they survived and ascended in rank, or they would face death. Wang XinYu's maternal grandfather was a highly respected physician, a paragon in the medical field, devoted to healing and pharmaceutical research throughout his life, culminating in remarkable achievements. In short, attempts should be made with caution, lest one find themselves in dire straits at any moment. With a sense of urgency, she pressed her wounded finger to her hair, recalling that the jade pendant was the sole heirloom from her late father. Later, as she found herself infatuated with the male lead, she had given it to him as a token, inadvertently granting him a powerful advantage. Surrounded by an array of cosmetics, she hastily applied what she could. With her life hanging by a thread, what did it matter if she indulged a little? XinYu, what's wrong? Why aren't you at school yet? A refreshing scent enveloped her, invigorating her completely. Only those humans who had also mutated and held a higher rank than the lower-tier flora and fauna could resist the viruses they carried. However, in the midst of her search, she unearthed a small, faded red velvet box, inside which lay a delicate black jade pendant etched with intricate patterns. Cursing inwardly, she lamented why she had to find herself in a dystopian world rather than a glamorous one. No value in the future would equate to the simple price of instant noodles. When it came to the unknown, she dared not venture further. Recalling from the novel, the male lead mentioned that spaces could upgrade, yet the specifics were not provided. Before Lily could respond, Wang XinYu had already hung up. New stories awaited. She hoped her companions would lend their support.
Chapter 2. Wang XinYu tossed her phone and the wallet she had found into her pocket, then casually opened a drawer and selected a car key from the multitude available, with a playful flourish. She whistled and, with a dash of flair, opened the door and strode out confidently. In her previous life, she had been adept at driving, often taking up a side job as a chauffeur when finances ran low, and had become familiar with various luxury sports cars. Upon stepping outside, she was greeted by a circular corridor, with the grand hall showcasing an intricately designed crystal chandelier that spiraled upwards, its brilliance almost blinding her. Leaning over the edge of the corridor to gaze down, she estimated the hall's area to be over 200 square meters, adorned with opulent decorations. A row of antique shelves lined the walls, overflowing with exquisite items, complemented by dark, intricately carved wooden furniture that exuded an air of sophistication. Wang XinYu clicked her tongue appreciatively and began her descent down the winding staircase, where a housekeeper was diligently cleaning. Upon hearing movement from above, she looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "Miss Yu, you're home?" Suddenly recalling something, she quickly added, "I'm sorry, how to describe her?" With delicate features and sharp contours, her high nose and thin lips framed by golden-rimmed glasses, and a pair of striking brows and bright eyes that captivated anyone who glanced her way. Filled with excitement, she opened the car door and climbed inside. This was hers now, what a delight! Wang XinYu had always been a foodie. Aside from essential expenses like rent and utilities, the remainder of her monthly budget was devoted to her culinary indulgences. She was famished, after indulging in a hearty meal. Wang XinYu patted her slightly rounded belly, stood up and let out a satisfied burp. She had overeaten. What to do? For the sake of delicious food, she was willing to go all out. Alright, Aunt Lee was taken aback to hear a thank you from her. Momentarily dazed, but quickly regained her composure and headed to the kitchen. Oh dear, this brother of hers was quite the golden goose. Why are you still at home? Zhao Shihuan asked, frowning, before adding coldly, never mind. Just don't go running around at night for the next few days. With that, he turned and walked upstairs, no longer paying her any mind. Wang XinYu certainly wasn't offended. She was not her original self. Where are Uncle Zhao and my mother? She was willing to work in various restaurant kitchens, discreetly learning from the chefs, and then returned to splurge on ingredients to cook herself. The prominent families in Jie province included the Zhao Song, Wang Zhou, and Qin families, with the Zhao family being the most influential. As she pondered how to get closer to her stepbrother, Aunt Lee brought over a bowl of noodles, the sight of the fragrant and visually appealing dish, accompanied by 5 small side dishes served in delicate bowls, made her mouth water, and she could no longer contain herself. Diving into her meal, her features, simply too handsome. Wang XinYu nodded, feeling a sense of relief. The timing of her return was fortuitous. Occupying another's body made her feel somewhat guilty about meeting the original's mother. After all, no one knows their child better than their mother. However, her stepfather, Zhao Yuliang, was an anomaly within the family, having chosen a business path instead of following the political aspirations laid out by his elders. Successfully infiltrating the financial elite of Jie province, Aunt Lee answered hurriedly, somewhat surprised that Miss Yu seemed different today. Lacking her usual arrogance, the Zhao family, known for its political legacy, had Zhao Shihuan becoming the mayor of S City at a young age. Rubbing her belly, she leisurely strolled to the garage, where she was astounded to find over 30 sports cars lined up. Pressing the key she held, she approached a red sports car that was flashing its lights. The family has substantial wealth significantly aided Zhao Shihuan in swiftly establishing control over S City amidst the impending apocalypse. The protagonist Song Tianyao hailed from a military family, which explained his dominance during such chaotic times. After all, power is the most effective means of suppressing turmoil. The cake was absolutely delicious, albeit rather small, just a piece was barely enough to satisfy her. Perhaps she had spoken out of turn, this Miss Yu had quite the temper. And she was bracing herself for reprimand. He was now her stepbrother, Zhao Shihuan. Without pausing, Zhao Shihuan commanded, "Take it to the storage room." The original's mother had remarried, and they had been married for just 2 years, since she was already of age. There was no need for her to change how she addressed him. Now she had to attend to business. It was relatively easy for her to ascertain that she had indeed traversed into the world described in a novel set in the apocalypse. Particularly because she knew the original had a stepbrother named Zhao Shihuan, a connection that aligned perfectly. He was mentioned in the story as a pivotal character, the military advisor to the male lead, Song Tianyao, who appeared infrequently in the narrative, often referenced by the protagonist, adding an aura of mystery. It must be said she had a knack for these matters, and her culinary skills had gradually improved. As a seasoned foodie, she could confidently assert that the bowl of noodles had been crafted by a master chef. Once she had some free time, she would certainly seek him out for a discussion. Adley, noticing she hadn't reacted with anger, breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously replied, "The master and madam have gone on a business trip and will return in 2 days." Fortunately, there was a buffer period. "Is there anything else to eat at home?" "Young master, what about this box?" the head butler Zhao Fu inquired, pointing at a large black box held by a bodyguard following closely behind him. With the roar of the engine and the sound of tires on pavement accompanied by the excited cheers and whistles of the woman, it was, "Yes, there is cake and pastries in the fridge. Or would you prefer something else? I can have the chef prepare something fresh for you." Fortunately, this was a villa district with few residents, and it wasn't rush hour, so the roads were empty. Otherwise, a bright red sports car sped through the most luxurious villa district in Jie Province, winding down the serpentine road, drifting around corners in a thrilling display. Delicious, truly delicious, with so many culinary delights in the world. Her meager salary wouldn't allow for frequent visits to high-end restaurants. After the apocalypse struck, the social hierarchy among families was restructured, with rises and falls. Ultimately, the Zhao and Song families formed an alliance, consolidating military and political power in Jie Province. During the early days of the apocalypse, Wang XinYu remained dazed, staring at Zhao Shihuan's retreating figure. He appeared cultured and refined, yet his demeanor was strikingly cold. As she descended the stairs, she called out, "Please get me a slice of cake and a bowl of noodles. I'm starving, thank you." With a click, the front door swung open and a man strode in. Clad in an elegant silver suit that must have cost a fortune, the subtle silver patterns on the cuffs and collar evident even from a distance, Wang XinYu froze mid-bite, her gaze fixed on him as he approached her step by step. The sports car made its way to the largest wholesale market in Jie Province, where Wang XinYu located the management office and rented a secluded warehouse to begin her frenzied shopping spree. Chapter 3: Collecting supplies. Given that the space could accommodate living creatures and support agriculture, her primary task was to purchase livestock and gather seeds. With ample space available, a variety of supplies were indispensable. Seeds were easy to acquire. She collected all manner of seeds she came across. In the future, much of the land would become contaminated, making it impossible to cultivate in the short term. She bought 50 each of chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits, as well as 50 fish of various types and 10 boxes each of shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. For larger animals like pigs, cows, and sheep, she procured 10 of each. Ensuring a mix of males and females, she also made sure to stockpile feed for these animals. Realistically, she knew she couldn't rely on feed indefinitely, so she purchased several types of grass seeds suitable for feeding them. As these were herbivores, she planned to plant grass in the breeding grounds. Once the feed ran out, they would have to grow freely. The number of animals she bought was limited. Considering the constraints of her space, she would wait for them to reproduce on their own. Entering the space was as simple as using her thoughts to choose where to land, but once inside, she could not act arbitrarily. Everything depended on her own efforts, not one to give up easily. She tentatively asked, "Brother, could you lend me a hand?" The hillside was suitable for planting fruit trees, yet there were no tables or chairs for resting, indicating that there was much to acquire just at that moment. When he seemed momentarily distracted, time appeared to stand still for Wang XinYu, each second stretching into an eternity, the embarrassment washing over her like a tidal wave. Upon entering, Wang XinYu found Zhao Shihuan lounging on the sofa, leisurely reading a newspaper, his head not lifting at the sound of her arrival. Were their relations so strained that he wouldn't even glance her way when she stumbled? As for whether she could sustain the animals or if they would become extinct, she could only leave it to fate. She was not experienced in husbandry and could not manage too much. The stream within the space was a flowing body of clear water, a foot deep and 2 meters wide. By placing wooden planks across the banks, she constructed a simple bridge. Additionally, she needed to stockpile gasoline, as agricultural machinery also required fuel. Having just purchased enough fencing at the market, she envisioned enclosing an area roughly the size of a football field by the stream, which she would henceforth refer to as the breeding ground, dividing it into sections for different animals. Finally, Wang XinYu visited the largest shopping mall in S City, ordering a complete set of furniture and kitchenware, along with all the necessary agricultural tools. However, being in the southern region limited the variety of fruit trees available, and due to time constraints, she could only find apple, orange, persimmon, apricot, pear, loquat, grape, and peach trees. After negotiating delivery times with the suppliers, she drove to the nearest orchard, spending a considerable sum on mature fruit trees. Near the mountain's edge was the source of the water. Wang XinYu planned to split the stream into 2 sections using the wooden bridge as a boundary, the upstream for drinking, as many water sources would be contaminated after the apocalypse. making clean water extremely scarce, and the downstream for breeding purposes. Although they were step-siblings, they had only spent 2 years together, each maintaining their own social circles and busy lives, leaving little room for interaction. Moreover, it seemed the original had harbored some fear of him. In response to this, Wang XinYu felt a twinge of resentment. Since she had been granted a magical space, why couldn't it be just a little more extraordinary? The livestock and aquaculture farms had already been established, and at the foot of the mountain, an area roughly the size of a football field was piled high with various supplies: rice, flour, oil, seasonings, vegetables, fruits, cured meats, dried goods, clothing, shoes, socks, and everyday necessities, everything one could desire. After all, she had been purchasing as she walked along, her ample funds allowing her to indulge. However, she feared that fish and shrimp might be swept away into the white mist with the stream, rendering her efforts futile. Thus she fashioned a simple barrier using a fishing net, strategically placing it at the stream's end and by the wooden bridge, thereby creating a rudimentary aquaculture farm where she indiscriminately tossed in the fish and shrimp. Not overly concerned with their survival, for in this harsh reality, the principle of survival of the fittest reigned supreme. Initially, she had envisioned cultivating and harvesting with ease through mere thought, yet now those dreams had evaporated. It seemed that she would need to procure small farming machinery to assist her. Relying solely on her delicate hands to utilize the land in her space would surely lead to exhaustion. However, this stepbrother of hers rarely stayed at home, and today, for reasons unknown, he lingered, leading her to encounter him not once but twice. The likelihood of such an occurrence was greater than she had experienced in the past month. As she surveyed the abundance of supplies, her previously buoyant spirits began to settle slightly. Perhaps this was what one referred to as a sense of security, although the sister had been in the household for 2 years. Their social circles had remained distinct, each existing in their own worlds without interference. Having set everything in order, Wang XinYu once again surveyed the nascent space and couldn't help but praise herself, ingenious and hardworking. Wang XinYu, you truly are a paragon of virtue. Though she was merely a common citizen, she had not shied away from shamelessness in her previous endeavors for survival. Wang XinYu exited the space once more. Retrieving her phone to search for suppliers of small agricultural machinery, she ordered 2 of every type: harvesters, threshers, seeders, and tillers, every conceivable piece of farming equipment. Although her livestock was free range, she had no intention of allowing her space to devolve into chaos. For she possessed a touch of obsessive compulsiveness. As Zhao Xishuan, caught off guard by Wang XinYu suddenly addressing him as brother, felt a peculiar strangeness wash over him. Momentarily unable to comprehend, after visiting several places, she had essentially reserved everything she needed. Noticing the time was growing late and the sun was nearing its descent, Wang XinYu decided against further errands and drove home. Her knee collided painfully with the nearby coffee table, a jarring impact. In the warehouse, Wang XinYu began to organize the items that had been delivered, categorizing them one by one. However, upon glancing at the man sitting 2 steps away, utterly motionless, she felt an immediate sense of defeat. After a moment of contemplation, a plan began to take shape in her mind. This task was also physically demanding. As she toiled, she lamented her misfortune, pondering whom she had offended in her past life to be sent to endure such hardship in this apocalyptic world. Their interactions had been limited to a few occasions during the holidays when they coexisted amicably under their parents' watchful eyes, with little engagement beyond that. All of these supplies were to be delivered to the warehouse by tomorrow morning. Wang XinYu scratched her head, gradually approaching him, contemplating how to strike up a conversation. However, as she reached the coffee table, her foot caught on the carpet, causing her to stumble and fall. Ouch, that hurts. This space, with its mountains, waters, and soil, possessed no hint of greenery, yet gazing at the muddy ground beneath her feet, she felt a sense of arduous defeat. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must continue to strive. Without the ability to use electricity in this space. She had also ordered a substantial number of gas canisters, yet, in the presence of the refined aura of the man before her, she felt a tinge of shame, especially recalling the persona of her original self. A woman of considerable pride. As she pondered how to gracefully navigate her current predicament without losing face, she suddenly heard the melodious voice of Aunt Lee. "Miss you, how did you fall? Here, let me help you up." Aunt Lee. I bumped my foot. Wang XinYu quickly complied with Aunt Lee's assistance to rise, settling onto the nearby sofa. "Thank you. Be careful," Aunt Lee responded, having heard her express gratitude once more. Aunt Lee was no longer as astonished as she had been at noon. And a flicker of joy blossomed in her heart, secretly wishing Miss Yu would always remain so understanding and polite. As a nanny, her job was to be paid for her services, yet she, like all humans, possessed emotions. Caring for this family was her duty, and she hoped her labor would be met with the respect it deserved. Previously, Wang XinYu had been finicky and difficult to please, on occasions when her work did not meet Aunt Lee's expectations. Though she did not resort to outright rebuke, discontent and reprimands were inevitable. Aunt Lee cautiously helped Wang XinYu settle down and, upon hearing her mention her injury, quickly said, "Then you sit tight, I'll call Dr. Liang to come over. Brother, come to dinner." Zhao Xishuan wore a faint smile as he watched his younger sister across the table use serving chopsticks to offer him a piece of steak. Her bright eyes and radiant smile beaming with delight, Wang XinYu swallowed hard. After an entire afternoon of labor, she was utterly famished, especially with the delectable feast before her. How could she not be tempted? Regardless of why fate had brought her here, now that she was present, she would do everything in her power to survive. Although she had gleaned culinary skills from restaurants, her previous experiences paled in comparison to this lavish spread. Fortunately, in just a few days, the world would unravel, and those who underwent drastic transformations for survival would be countless. At that time, her own changes might find justifiable excuses, preventing her from appearing too conspicuous. Very well. Shall I summon someone to serve the dishes? Aunt Lee observed that there was no discomfort etched on Wang XinYu's face, and having fulfilled her obligations, she returned to her primary duties. The man's profound gaze hidden behind golden spectacles, was obscured by angle and reflection, leaving her only to see the slight curve of his lips beneath his prominent nose. Until she reached a breaking point, she would certainly not surrender easily. She gazed steadily into his eyes, her expression devoid of any hint of guilt. Here, she was simply herself. As long as she maintained her composure, any suspicions the other party harbored would remain mere conjecture. Now the moment was within reach, yet such a life could be savored for only 2 days. Food was paramount above all else. Hurry over, how intriguing. As a foodie, she sincerely believed that sharing a meal was the most effective way to strengthen their bond. And it was precisely the time to deepen their sibling relationship, having inadvertently entered a wealthy family while facing the apocalypse. Oh, how fate loved to toy with her. Wang XinYu's heart skipped a beat. Yet her smile remained unwavering. Indeed, your father married my mother, making us family. You are my brother, am I mistaken? Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. In a few days, when the apocalypse arrived and sustenance became scarce, she would see how he maintained his nonchalance. Such exquisite delicacies, so tantalizingly close, posed an immense temptation. She had no time for hesitation. What could be consumed was her own. There were dishes she had never even heard of, let alone tasted, and some she had only glimpsed during festive occasions. She never anticipated she would have the opportunity to indulge. This was the opulent lifestyle of the affluent, a height unattainable for her as a lowly citizen throughout her lifetime. Suddenly she felt that this foray into the apocalypse was not in vain. At least she had experienced a taste of the high life. She did not wish to dwell further on this matter. Rubbing her stomach as she shifted the conversation, is dinner ready? I'm rather hungry. She looked at the man still seated on the sofa, her impatience evident, with his exquisite features, complemented by a gentle smile. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Wang XinYu felt a surge of delight, believing she had garnered his approval. Her heart soared, and she sweetly urged, "Brother, let us eat. Here, allow me to serve you. This steak is absolutely delicious, prepared by a top chef." The meal was a feast for the senses, a table brimming with culinary delights, yet no one here seemed to notice her transformation or harbor any doubts. They were disinclined to probe further. She mustered the courage to lift her gaze, forcing a radiant and harmless smile towards Zhao Shixuan. "Brother, why have you stopped eating? Hurry, these dishes are exquisite. In life, one seeks endlessly, though often merely to satisfy one's hunger. Yet, when survival is at stake, what can one truly hope for?" Zhao Shixuan murmured. "Brother." Accustomed to encountering various insincere and duplicitous faces, he found the smile, though tinged with flattery, somehow not offensive. Wang XinYu recognized that long-term imitation of others was untenable, now that she had arrived here for unknown reasons. She must strive to live authentically. This was her final stand as a seasoned commoner. Yes, go ahead." Wang XinYu endeavored to emulate the original's tone, though it seemed to have little effect. Zhao Shixuan regarded her with a bemused expression. And just as she felt herself faltering, he suddenly chuckled. "Right." Wang XinYu quickly sensed the scrutinizing gaze from across the table, a wave of anxiety washing over her, causing her scalp to tingle. Dr. Liang was the family doctor for the Zhao household, and Wang XinYu was well aware of her own condition, hastily waving her hand. "No need, I'm fine. I merely bumped it. No need to trouble Dr. Liang." In the realm of fine dining, silence during meals was a crucial etiquette among the elite. Zhao Shixuan finally set down his newspaper and took a seat at the table's left side, prompting Wang XinYu to swiftly occupy the opposite side where a place had already been set. She felt close to tears, yet Wang XinYu paid little mind to that. In contrast to Zhao Shixuan's poised and measured demeanor, she ate with a certain urgency. While not crude, her manner lacked any semblance of elegance. Adli called upon 2 other maids to join her in the kitchen to serve the dishes. Zhao Shixuan gazed at the girl across from him, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, which dimmed momentarily, concealing an unknown glimmer within. Was this still the same stepsister who had not been close to him before, the one with a simple mind? A light chuckle escaped his thin lips. "Well then. Thank you, sister. Never mind, there was no need for comparison. Truly, without comparison, there is no harm." Zhao Shixuan elegantly picked up a piece of steak, taking a bite, savoring it as he gently nodded. Indeed delightful, exquisite. Of course, it was delicious. The chef employed at home holds a national-level master chef certificate. Chapter 5. Seeking favor is not easy. No need to thank me. You are my brother. After all, when there is something delicious, I will certainly think of you. Wang XinYu responded enthusiastically, her spirits particularly high today. She had not anticipated that this brother would be so easy to talk to. She had previously thought him aloof and distant. Wow, this meatball is also delicious. I wonder what it's made of. Brother, let me serve you one. While still chewing, Wang XinYu stood up again, brandishing her chopsticks to serve him. Unfortunately, this meatball seemed to be working against her. After several attempts, it slipped from her grasp. Frustrated, her eyes widened in exasperation, muttering to herself, "Stupid meatball, why are you so unruly, always failing me?" Angered, her movements grew more forceful as she pierced the meatball with a single chopstick, but at last, she managed to secure it. Letting out a breath of relief, she beamed, "A bit slippery, but I finally caught it." As she spoke, she lifted the meatball towards Zhao Shixuan's bowl, using another chopstick to dislodge it just as the meatball left the chopstick and plopped into the bowl. An unknown white sauce burst forth from within. Looking at the apple in her hand, she noticed it bore the imprints of her small tiger teeth from where she had bitten it. He found it both distasteful and amusing. "No need to trouble yourself, I can manage." Alas, after tomorrow, such pure days would no longer exist. Wang XinYu sat down somewhat dejectedly, glancing at the half-eaten dishes on the table. She lifted her chopsticks, transforming her sorrow into appetite, and continued to eat. "Uncle Fu, is there anything to eat in the kitchen today?" Wang XinYu rubbed her face vigorously, wiping away her sentimental thoughts, replacing them with a sunny smile. After a moment's contemplation, she turned and fetched another item, heading upstairs. Indeed, golden nests and silver nests cannot compare to one's own grass nest. She never imagined she would one day yearn for and miss her modest rental apartment of less than 60 square meters. Approaching the railing, she casually tossed the small apple, and with a clatter, it accurately landed in its final resting place, the trash bin in the living room, as Zhao Shihuan blocked her outstretched hand, which held a napkin. And his temples throbbed slightly. If he was not mistaken, that napkin was the one she had just used to wipe her mouth, clearly stained with brown juice. Life is inherently challenging. One can frown for a day or choose to be happy for a day. How one decides is a matter of personal temperament. Wang XinYu leaned helplessly against the door for a long moment. After regaining her composure, Wang XinYu resignedly got up. As she opened the door, there stood Zhao Shihuan, who had already bathed and changed into loungewear. His gaze icy as he regarded his somewhat awkward sister. Is something the matter? This was the first time in 2 years that she had knocked on his door. How has her courage grown? I apologize, I wanted to offer you an apple. Wang XinYu awkwardly thrust the apple into his hand before turning and fleeing. Wang XinYu looked back at his departing figure, feeling a tinge of regret. She should not have succumbed to schadenfreude earlier. Squeezing the napkin in her hand, it felt a bit slicker. Upon closer inspection, she belatedly realized it was the napkin she had just used to wipe her mouth. And her expression grew increasingly chagrined. The next morning, as dawn broke, her phone alarm, set the previous day, rang punctually at 6. Having eaten her fill, Wang XinYu patted her somewhat distended stomach and decided to head upstairs to rest. After a tiring day, she had many tasks ahead. She needed to replenish her energy. The chef has yet to arrive. Mississippi, please wait a moment. I will call him now. Wang XinYu blinked awake. Realizing she was still in that opulent bedroom, feeling a hint of disappointment, she felt a bit defeated. There was no turning back time. Upon reaching the second-floor hallway, she hesitated for a moment. Then, summoning her courage, turned to the other room instead of heading directly to her own. Oh dear, I am sorry, brother. Let me help you wipe that off. Wang XinYu looked at the white sauce splattered on Zhao Shihuan's glasses. Feeling flustered yet somewhat amused, the apology on her face appeared far from sincere. Just as she was about to bite into the apple in her hand to calm her nerves, she suddenly felt something was amiss. They had exchanged glances, and his eyes seemed to hold a depth that could see right through her. After speaking, he ignored her and left his seat. Zhao Fu was a side branch of the Zhao family. Always assisting her stepfather Zhao Yuliang in managing household affairs, the family members held him in high regard, and she naturally understood this, never attempting to boss him around. Wang XinYu smacked her forehead in frustration. She had intended to express her gratitude and perhaps improve his impression of her. But now it had backfired. Surely he wouldn't think she had done it on purpose. In that moment, she felt utterly drained. Wang XinYu descended to the kitchen, encountering the head steward Zhao Fu in the corridor. He looked at her in surprise. Miss Yu, why are you up so early? No need, he replied, removing his glasses and lowering his gaze as he stood up. I've eaten. Please take your time. Zhao Shihuan, carrying his glasses, ascended the stairs with poise, casually tossing the pair of gold-rimmed glasses worth a fortune into the trash bin as he passed it. Wang XinYu rushed back to her room. Leaning against the door, unable to suppress a pat on her chest to calm herself, this was likely her most glorious moment in a 100-meter dash. Wang XinYu swiftly prepared the ingredients, simply cooking 2 bowls of plain noodles. Pushing one towards Zhao Fu, Uncle Fu, give my cooking a try. Today had not started well, and she felt a bit embarrassed. Reflecting on it, however, nothing could not be cured by a delicious meal. Before long, Wang XinYu had forgotten the earlier embarrassment, fully engrossed in the food. Speaking as they moved to the kitchen, they reached the large window, pulling back the curtains. The rosy clouds rising on the horizon promised another sunny day. Ah, never mind, that can wait for another time. After all, in that moment, she had acted cowardly. Passing through the living room, she noticed a fruit bowl on the coffee table filled with vibrant fruits. She randomly picked an apple and took a bite. The crispness and sweetness were delightful. Knock, knock. Zhao Shihuan watched her hurriedly retreating figure, envisioning a startled rabbit darting away, and couldn't help but murmur, coward. After finishing a steaming bowl of noodles, Wang XinYu felt satisfied. Rising to wave goodbye to Zhao Fu, Uncle Fu, enjoy your meal, I'm off. Zhao Fu watched her departing silhouette, then glanced at the half-eaten noodles in his hand, pondering thoughtfully. Chapter 6. A mix-up. Wang XinYu headed straight to the large warehouse at the market, where the goods she had ordered yesterday began to arrive in succession, keeping her busy throughout the morning. In between, she received several calls from friends inviting her to go shopping and dine together, all of which she politely declined. She was far too occupied to indulge in leisure. At noon, Wang XinYu prepared her first meal in her space, a kind of warming up of the house. Indeed, for Wang XinYu, this space had become her refuge, a home in its own right. She simply laid down tiles on the open ground by the small bridge, enclosing the area with a fence, creating a room and a kitchen. After a hearty meal, she reclined on the sofa, observing the lively animals on the opposite bank of the stream, all well-fed and bouncing about, likely able to thrive in this space. The land at the farm had already been sown with grass seeds, but figuring out how to irrigate it posed a challenge. To that end, she had purchased a water pump and stocked up on batteries. However, the space was quite expansive. Should she choose to upgrade in the future, it would only grow larger. Would a mere water pump suffice? Did she have enough long hoses? Fortunately, among the agricultural machinery she had purchased was a small excavator, which could help dig some ditches for water diversion. The several aunts in the Wang family were quite fruitful, giving birth to a nest of sons, yet they had failed to provide a little daughter for the Wang family. Goodness, with such a scene one might think something monumental had occurred, and please, no one get shaky hands. It scared her to death. She firmly believed that the white clouds were her destined fate, embodying the most romantic love in the world. Quickly, let's surround this place. Of course it's true, I've been unable to reach you, so I had to find a way, Wang XinYu's grandpa said, a hint of irritation in his tone. This project seemed quite large and Wang XinYu planned to take her time to settle down before tackling it slowly. Stop with the nonsense. What do you mean by death? Quickly spit that out. The elderly could hardly tolerate that word. Being superstitious, unfortunately life is all too brief. That year, when Wang XinYu was nearly 10 years old, the young couple went on a trip and none could have anticipated the calamity that would befall them. The warehouse doors were wide open, revealing the situation within at a glance. Upon hearing this, Wang XinYu was so frightened that she disregarded everything else and immediately returned the call. This is Wang XinYu, I'm fine. Wang XinYu's heart raced with anxiety. What should she do? How could they have found her so quickly? She hurriedly walked over to open the garage door. Just as Wang XinYu was about to plead for mercy, she heard a commotion outside. After taking a brief rest, Wang XinYu stretched lazily and stepped out of her space, intending to visit the market once more, when her phone in her pocket began to chime incessantly. Upon checking, she discovered over a dozen missed calls and numerous messages flooding in. Captain Lee. This vehicle indeed belongs to Miss Wang. In Wang XinYu's limited hazy memories, Bai Yun was a gentleman of refined grace, who had never shown anger, even when faced with veiled mockery about living off others. He had never turned crimson with embarrassment. Grandfather. You scared me to death just now. As long as you're fine, that's good. Wang Lao was quite worried. You should hurry back and reassure him, Captain Lee said, waving her off as he departed. Although Captain Lee felt a twinge of displeasure, the fact that the report came from the esteemed Wang Lao soothed his irritation somewhat, especially considering Miss Wang's demeanor was quite amiable, which erased the last remnants of his unease. Wait a moment. Grandfather, it seems there are police sirens outside. Where are you? Why have you been unreachable? The voice on the other end sounded urgent, trembling slightly. All right, Wang XinYu replied cheerfully. She too wished to check on her grandfather. The thought of her grandfather succumbing to the virus at the onset of the apocalypse filled her with dread. Upon opening the roll-up door, she was greeted by a dozen fully armed police officers surrounding the warehouse. Their guns aimed directly at her. In her space, there was no signal for her phone, but stepping outside, messages rushed in. Wang XinYu's father, Bai Yun, hailed from a remote mountainous region. Back in the day, Wang Baozhu defied her family's opposition, insisting on following this impoverished young man. Willing to endure hardship, however, he had forcefully demanded to marry into the family, which is why Wang XinYu bears the Wang surname instead of Bai. Wang XinYu's surname is Wang. As she followed her mother, which also has its reasons, the phone rang once before it was answered, indicating that the caller had been waiting on the line. The recent conversation with her grandfather allowed Wang XinYu to quickly assimilate the nature of their past interactions. Her tone unconsciously infused with a hint of playfulness. It was only after Wang XinYu's birth that the Wang family welcomed another adorable princess, and naturally, everyone doted on her. Xiaoyu, where have you been? Why aren't you at home or school? Wang XinYu's mother, Wang Baozhu, was the long-awaited daughter in the Wang family, arriving years after 3 sons, and thus was cherished. Captain Lee, with an impassive expression, gestured for everyone to disperse. Xiaoyu. Why can't I reach your phone? Where are you? Hey, grandfather, I'm right here. Xiaoyu, are you in danger? He had fallen from a cliff while trying to save Wang Baozhu, swept away by the rushing waters, with no remains recovered. A surge of warmth filled Wang XinYu's heart as she softly reassured him. I'm just out having fun, there's no signal here, that's why I couldn't answer your call. The grandfather, you wouldn't have really called the police. Would you? Wang's grandfather cherished Wang Baozhu, so how could he watch her suffer without intervening? Ultimately, he had to relent. Listening to the messages, Wang XinYu recognized the anxious voice of an elderly man, her original grandfather, Xiaoyu. Pa. Wang XinYu obediently made a sound of discontent, and upon hearing her grandfather's satisfied voice on the other end, he said, That's more like it, come over for dinner tonight, your 5th brother is bringing his girlfriend. And you should come help keep an eye on things. Wang XinYu, feeling a bit guilty, stepped forward with a smile and explained, Captain Lee, I'm truly sorry for the trouble, this is all a misunderstanding, my phone had some issues. And I lost signal, which is why my grandfather was worried and called the police. I apologize for the commotion. Wang XinYu finally exhaled in relief and continued chatting with her grandfather from the memories of this body. She understood that her grandfather and several uncles had always treated her exceptionally well, indeed doting on her. They were especially protective of both Wang Baozhu and Wang XinYu, being a good husband and a caring father. Xiaoyu. Don't be frightened, your grandfather has already called the police, and they will come to rescue you soon. As the two enjoyed a sweet moment together, one returned in utter despair. Wang Baozhu was deeply affected and fell into a prolonged state of melancholy until she met Zhao Yuliang, who gradually helped her emerge from her sorrow, allowing her to bloom once more. Chapter 7. The Wang family grandfather Wang XinYu ran to several large markets in the afternoon, purchasing a batch of supplies. Once she judged that the time was right, she headed straight for the Wang family ancestral home. The ancestral home was situated on a relatively prosperous ancient street in S City, being an ancient street. The old residence was naturally an ancient building, and according to her grandfather, it had been renovated by his grandfather a century ago. The ancient street is now protected by the state and has become a famous tourist attraction. With property prices soaring, vehicles cannot enter, so she parked nearby, disregarding any potential violations, and began her walk towards Wang Family Alley. The ancestral home was ideally located on the main street, surrounded by bustling shops. Wang's grandfather's traditional Chinese medicine clinic was among them. Miss Yu, you've arrived. Wang Lao is still consulting. Would you like to wait in the side room for a bit? The female pharmacist at the front desk greeted Wang XinYu with a smile. Though her eyes lacked warmth, Wang XinYu was aware that many people here did not harbor fond feelings for her original self, but she remained unperturbed, as whether she would survive to meet them again was uncertain. In reality, Wang XinYu was an orphan abandoned by her parents, growing up in an orphanage. Wang's grandfather reluctantly conceded, I can lend it to you, but you mustn't damage it, now that she had secured the seeds. What was she waiting for? It is said that money can make the world go round. Look, this is just the beginning. Wang's grandfather, worn down by her persistence, had no choice but to agree. As even the most treasured book must take a back seat. All right, you're making my old bones ache. What did you buy? Wang's grandfather inquired curiously. Wang XinYu chose not to disturb him and instead settled down in the pavilion of the courtyard, where she could see her grandfather inside. Bird's nest. Oh my, Wang XinYu had nothing to say, only exclaiming, then let us hurry home. The vast orphanage, despite the efforts of the director and caregivers to provide love, could never replace parental affection. Seeds? Yes, miss you, why do you ask about that? Despite the perpetual smile on the female pharmacist's face, there was a hint of concealed impatience in her eyes. I bought some ginseng seeds. By the way, grandfather, do you have any books on planting medicinal herbs at home? Could I borrow one to take a look? Awake now, wrap yourself up. Wang's grandfather's seemingly admonishing tone was, in fact, filled with concern as he said, at your age, you should be able to take care of yourself. It's almost winter, and there's a significant temperature difference between day and night. How could you sleep outdoors? Even the strongest constitution can't withstand such neglect. You must know that many ailments stem from bad habits formed by neglecting oneself. Hearing about the delicious food, Wang XinYu eagerly assisted her grandfather in returning to the Wang family villa. With a benevolent demeanor and warm gaze, a wave of warmth washed over Wang XinYu's heart. As she felt a deep connection to this body, Wang XinYu said nothing, taking out a card and handing it over. The password is XXXX, none here. Wang XinYu touched her face and smiled. Maybe I'm just tired from playing. She playfully winked. Traditional Chinese medicine is indeed a treasure. After the apocalypse, people will surely prioritize basic sustenance, likely overlooking it. Now that she had the means, she could gather some seeds to plant in her space without much effort. Xiaoyu, are you feeling unwell? Your complexion doesn't look too good. So, has grandfather agreed? Wang XinYu asked teasingly, gazing at him with a playful smile. If not, that is fine. Wang's grandfather thought little of it, only feeling a pang of concern. It's just right that you're coming home today. I've had the kitchen prepare bird's nest soup for you. Be sure to drink a bowl to replenish your strength. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Wang's grandfather's wise eyes. Usually this granddaughter of his disliked his lectures, and he knew that if he prattled on, she would grow impatient and want to escape. Today, however, she had transformed into a well-behaved child. Wang's grandfather, although in his 70s with hair and beard turned gray, still exuded vitality. She nodded and asked, do they sell medicinal herb seeds here? Since arriving in this world, she had been on edge, and today had been busy. The current atmosphere felt comforting, and gradually, she found herself dozing off. Wang's grandfather made her feel a warmth she had never experienced before. The kind of affection she had always longed for from family. The female pharmacist was clearly taken aback upon hearing this, but her smile quickly turned genuine. Selling these medicinal seeds would earn her a commission. And a gleam of ambition flashed in her eyes as she alluded, do you want them all? That wouldn't be a small sum, you know. Alright then, grandfather. Wang XinYu continued to act adorably. In her drowsiness, she felt a weight pressing down on her, and she instantly awakened, opening her eyes to see Wang's grandfather draping a blanket over her. Grandfather, she murmured instinctively. Wang XinYu playfully shook Wang's grandfather's arm. Yet he did not immediately release her. Throughout his life, aside from cherishing his beloved daughter and granddaughter, his books were his other treasure. Wang XinYu, however, was too thrilled to care and exclaimed, I want them all. Please calculate the total cost. The female pharmacist's smile widened further as she eagerly said, very well. Miss you, please sit for a moment while I prepare you a cup of tea. In a world filled with suffering, one can only rely on oneself. She had known from a young age that depending on others was far less reliable than being self-sufficient. You usually don't like reading. What suddenly piqued your interest in medicinal seeds? There's no need for that. I'll go inside to wait for Grandpa. Once you're finished, please bring it to the car. It's parked at the corner. Wang XinYu casually tossed the car keys to her before striding inside. Since I have some free time, perhaps I could try my hand at growing some ginseng or reishi mushrooms to earn a little pocket money. Wang XinYu mused aloud. Thank you, Grandpa. I will cherish it greatly. Treating it as a treasure, just like you do, hee. She had come here not only to pick up the elderly Wang but also to obtain the seeds. As she passed through the main hall, the female doctor respectfully returned her bank card and car keys, warmly bidding farewell to the two as they departed wrapped in a blanket. Wang XinYu happily ignored her appearance, beaming at Grandpa Wang amidst his gentle admonitions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a final warm ray illuminated her figure. Wang XinYu closed her eyes, leaning against a pillar, savoring this moment of tranquility. The Wang residence was a two-courtyard structure, with the front house serving as a pharmacy. Inside the main house, a row of consultation rooms awaited. Naturally, Grandpa Wang was not the only practitioner here. Several esteemed traditional Chinese medicine experts were also employed. Upon spotting Wang XinYu, he greeted her with a compassionate smile. This feeling was somewhat enjoyable. Out of money, come home, and Grandpa will give you some. The two chatted and laughed, quickly arriving at the corner, where the red sports car had indeed been ticketed. Wang XinYu nonchalantly tore off the ticket. Grandpa, get in the car, we're going home. Chapter 8. The Wang cousins. The Wang family's villa was conveniently located near the old Wang residence, making it easy for Grandpa Wang to visit the clinic. The three uncles had long since separated their households, and the three married cousins had also moved out to establish their own homes, yet all chose to reside nearby. Naturally, Grandpa Wang lived with his eldest son, and the family often gathered to visit him, making the main house lively. Dad, upon their arrival, Uncle Wang XinYu promptly rose from the sofa to welcome them, visibly delighted to see Wang XinYu. Xiaoyu is here. Please sit. Wang Zhong curry and bring the prepared bird's nest soup to quench Xiaoyu's thirst. Thank you, Uncle, Wang XinYu replied, her heart swelling with sweetness at Wang XinYu's words. The original owner truly enjoyed the affection of many. A fact that made her envious. The bowl of bird's nest slid down smoothly, rich and fragrant, leaving a lingering taste. At that moment, the rest of the Wang family began to return home one after another. Boys. You're all grown up now, there's no need to be scared. Xiaoyu, don't coddle them, discipline is essential. These two little rascals need a good scolding. Wang Guixing was indeed a strict father. It seemed that excessive pampering did not always yield favorable results, as the saying goes. Too much of anything is detrimental. Qin Shui followed Wang Guixing, introducing family members and calling out names. A bit shy upon hearing the introduction of Wang XinYu and seeing her, her expression seemed to tighten further. Unfortunately, the twins evidently did not favor her. They exchanged a glance, made a silent decision, and dashed away as if they hadn't seen her. Wang XinYu continued to reassure, but the little nephews are still young. Third brother. Don't be too harsh on them, haste makes waste, they're naturally clever. With gradual teaching, they will surely succeed. There's no need for beatings and scoldings. Even I feel scared just listening. As she spoke of her fear, she genuinely shivered. Well, they're just average, not as pretty as you. The blunt response from the straightforward boy nearly left her speechless. Qin Shui blushed slightly upon hearing Wang XinYu refer to her as fifth sister-in-law. Her eyes flashing with confusion. However, realizing Wang XinYu bore no ill intent, she quietly relaxed. Uncle Wang had 3 sons, the eldest, Wang Guixin, the third, Wang Guixing, and the fifth, Wang Guo. In truth, hearing his sister's words brought him joy. What parent does not wish for their child to achieve greatness? Compliments bring natural delight. Alas, it's a case of losing more than gaining. She teased Wang Guo, saying, "Fifth brother, your fifth sister-in-law is truly beautiful, no wonder you keep her hidden away." Indeed. Xiaoyu makes a valid point. You shouldn't always wear a stern face. Children shouldn't feel like they're being reprimanded or punished all the time, making them act like mice seeing a cat. Isn't that amusing? Wang Guo's wife had long wished to voice this opinion. Unexpectedly, today, her sister-in-law did not retort, initially intending to ease the atmosphere. Who knew? Nevertheless, the matter needed resolution. Wang XinYu smiled and said, "Yes. Third brother Rui is right. It's not a significant issue, so why get angry? Don't frighten my little nephews." "Hey, you little rascals, your aunt is calling you, didn't you hear?" Third cousin Wang Guixing scolded them. But they ran away too swiftly, disappearing from sight. Having accepted the love and care of the Wang family, Wang XinYu felt compelled to address the mess left by the original owner and find a way to resolve it. "All right. I'll heed your advice. Little sister has truly grown up." Wang Guixing remarked with a hint of nostalgia. His younger sister had never been this way before, truly becoming sensible. Wang XinYu composed herself, mentally encouraging herself to take things slowly. Her initial intention was merely to invite the two to chat and strengthen their bonds, but unexpectedly they ran off, provoking third cousin's ire, although it was not a significant issue. The onlookers managed to turn it into a dramatic scene, leaving Wang XinYu feeling somewhat weighed down. Wang Rui felt a knot in his heart. It always seemed this way, whatever the matter. Encountering the little ant guaranteed trouble. "You little brat, just wait until I get home. I'll teach you a lesson." The Wang family maintained strict discipline, although Wang Rui harbored many grievances. He silently swallowed them. However, while he could overlook his own issues, he could not bear to see his younger brothers suffer. "Hello, little sister Xiaoyu." At that moment, the day's main character returned. Dad, eldest brother, and sister-in-law. Third brother and sister-in-law. "Oh, my little sister is back. Xiaoxue, this is my little cousin Wang XinYu. You're around the same age and will surely get along." Wang Qi and Wang Lin, a pair of twins, were merely 9 years old and the sons of Wang Guixing, ranking third and fourth among the grandchildren. Wang Rui frowned, feeling a heavy heart, and silently vowed to keep a close watch on her to see what tricks she might play. Wang XinYu did not understand why the other party felt nervous upon seeing her, so she attempted to exude goodwill. She was not a monster. How strange that Qin Shui seemed more anxious around her than around Grandpa Wang. Wang XinYu, however, wore a bright smile and greeted, "Hello, fifth sister-in-law." As for the comments from third cousin, Wang Guixing merely chuckled, offering no opinion. Afterward, he quietly glanced at his sister-in-law across from him. The two ladies exchanged knowing glances. "Chi. Lin, come over here." Wang XinYu smiled and waved to the twins. Wang Rui, listening nearby, felt somewhat surprised. In the past, his little aunt would have surely complained or taken advantage of such a situation. Today, however, she seemed to defend the two. Could it be she had some ulterior motive? Wang XinYu was undeniably the darling of the Wang family. Her several nephews stood behind her, having been excessively pampered by their elders. The original owner was somewhat spoiled and had no caring heart for her nephews, even bullying them behind their backs. Wang Guixin's son, Wang Rui, was already 16, merely 4 years younger than Wang XinYu. Yet his status in the family was worlds apart. Clearly, he was the eldest son and grandson, deserving of utmost attention, yet everyone only had eyes for this little ant. Wang XinYu recalled these memories, her face inevitably flushing. This body now belonged to her. Regardless of its merits or faults, she had to accept it. Wang XinYu felt a tightness in her chest. Whom had she offended? Alas, Wang Guixin and Wang Guixing had been married for many years, leaving only Wang Guo, a playboy who had been wandering among the flowers, at over 30 years old, bringing home a girlfriend for the first time. What a rarity! She enjoyed the boundless affection of her uncles and brothers in the Wang family, yet she was not well regarded by her nephews and sisters-in-law. "Third uncle, the younger brothers may have been preoccupied and didn't hear you," he said. Casting an annoyed look at Wang XinYu could only offer an apologetic smile to Qin Shui, who seemed accustomed to this behavior, merely giving a slight smile in response, even adding, "Right." Chapter 9, Reminders and Precautions. With some doubts lingering in her mind, but knowing it was their first meeting, she felt it inappropriate to delve deeply into matters and could only observe. Furthermore, Wang XinYu was not inclined to overthink. The apocalypse was imminent tomorrow. And she felt anxious. Although she had read about it, the books did not provide detailed descriptions of the Wang family's circumstances. She only knew that Grandpa Wang succumbed to the virus at the onset of the apocalypse. What about the other members of the Wang family? What would be their fate, life or death? What should she do next? Her uncles and cousins treated her so well, and with her nephews still so young, any previous unpleasantness stemmed more from the original owner's faults. Regardless of any tensions, they were all family, and how could she stand idly by? But how could she discreetly prevent them from facing disaster? Moreover, she wondered if any of them had developed special abilities, if her excessive interference caused them to miss opportunities for growth. What then? The fates of so many weighed heavily on her shoulders. She was not a savior. Wang XinYu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window gazing at the pitch-black night outside, lost in deep contemplation. She did not know the fates of others and could not make hasty decisions. But Grandpa Wang was aware of his outcome. She must intervene. Grandpa Wang found himself in a quandary, attempting to console her. Xiaoyu, you merely had a nightmare. Dreams are often the opposite of reality and will not come true. So there is no need to fear. Grandfather still has quite a few patients, all of whom had made their appointments beforehand. It would be impolite not to attend. As human beings, we must embody self-confidence. Integrity and trustworthiness, these are the very foundations of our character. In the early morning, the sun, which should have risen from the east, remained conspicuously absent, leaving the sky shrouded in a dismal gray, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made one feel quite irritable. Those with a less than favorable disposition were already struggling to breathe. Xiaoyu, what's the matter? Old Wang, trailing behind, inquired anxiously. With the delay, the clock had already struck 7:30. Wang Guo stood up and declared, "All right then. You all stay at home, I must head to work." "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Old Wang comforted, while simultaneously probing for details. "Can you talk to grandfather? What has transpired?" Perhaps it was a woman's innate sensitivity. But Gu Zuiping felt particularly unwell upon rising this morning. After hearing Wang XinYu's words, her unease intensified. Wang XinYu recalled the terrifying scenes of apocalyptic chaos described in books, sending shivers down her spine. Wang Xinrong also rose. "I must leave as well." Immediately, Aunt Gu Zuiping stood up, saying, "I'll make a call to have them reschedule the appointments." "This is a bit troublesome." Old Wang hesitated. As there were still patients waiting at the clinic, it would be inappropriate to abandon them. "Xiaoyu, what are you thinking? Have you been watching too many horror movies? People dying. Haha." Wang Guo found it amusing, dismissing her concerns as mere fanciful thoughts of a young girl, having always been cautious and prudent. She passed the bowl to Wang XinYu and asked, "Xiaoyu, when do you think it will rain today?" "Don't be afraid, grandfather is here." Old Wang reassured her, wrapping an arm around Wang XinYu, and turned to Aunt Gu Zuiping. "Zuiping, hurry and have someone brew a calming soup for Xiaoyu." Wang XinYu accepted the bowl and took a sip of the calming concoction. Such remedies posed no harm to the body. In the evening, "Aunt, do you believe me? Let our cousins come back. They must not get caught in the rain. I dreamt of many people who were drenched in rain and died." All right, today grandfather will stay home with you. You're such a child who never grows up." Old Wang ultimately acquiesced. "Grandfather, I am scared. Please promise me." "Grandfather." Wang XinYu gripped his hand nervously, insisting, "I don't care. I will not let you leave today." "What is going on? What is the matter?" Wang XinYu sighed heavily. "I know what I'm saying is hard to believe. And I don't understand why I had such a strange dream, yet it felt so real. What should I do?" Wang XinYu trembled slightly, as if genuinely frightened. She gathered her thoughts and recounted, "I just had a terrifying nightmare, where the evening was filled with tumultuous winds and rain, thunder and lightning, and the world changed. Many people died." As Gu Zuiping brought over a bowl of medicinal soup, she noticed Wang XinYu's expression of sheer terror and felt her heart soften. Saying, "Dad, since Xiaoyu is frightened, why don't you stay home with her? As for the clinic, I'll have someone call to push the appointments back a day or transfer them to another doctor. There is surely a solution. You haven't rested in ages. Take this opportunity to relax. What is wrong with that? Moreover, looking at the weather, it truly doesn't bode well. Who knows when a storm might strike? What will happen if they're on the road?" Suddenly, a scream echoed through the room, prompting everyone in the living room to rush upstairs to investigate. "Where are you all going? Stay home." Gu Zuiping's heart raced, leading her to make a swift decision. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" Wang Guo was the first to arrive at Wang XinYu's door, knocking urgently. "What is wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid. Fifth brother is here," he comforted. Patting her back, despite the skepticism, Wang XinYu was unperturbed. She pointed at the ominous sky outside through the floor-to-ceiling window. Yes, it's this kind of weather, the dark clouds pressing down exactly like in my dream." Once seated in the living room, Wang XinYu clung tightly to old Wang's hand, a picture of anxiety. She spoke to herself in a flurry, then leaned in to embrace his arm, saying, "I don't care, grandfather cannot go out today." The moment those words left her lips, Gu Zuiping was genuinely taken aback, her heart racing with apprehension. Surely not? Her stubbornness and childlike demeanor left everyone both amused and exasperated. Creak, the door swung open, and Wang XinYu threw herself into Wang Guo's arms, exclaiming, "Fifth brother, you scared me to death." As she tightened her grip on old Wang's hand, trembling, she pleaded, "Grandfather, please don't go out today, stay home with me, all right?" Wang XinYu gently pushed Wang Guo aside and nestled into old Wang's embrace. "Grandfather, I am so scared." "No way." Wang Guo looked at his mother in disbelief. Wang Xinrong also disagreed. "Indeed, Xiaoyu, one must have integrity to stand firm." "All right." Gu Zuiping cast a gentle glance at Wang XinYu, her eyes filled with the affection of an elder for her younger kin. Given her age, she could very well be Wang XinYu's grandmother, and she genuinely cherished her. What is the harm in taking a day off? The hospital won't collapse if you miss a day, you can rest today. Gu Waping asserted to Wang XinYu. Leaving no room for argument, she then turned to her younger son, firmly stating, "You too, your own company won't go under if you take a day off." Chapter 10, the biological mother and the stepfather Wang XinYu and Wang XinYu exchanged resigned glances. Well, since the lady of the house had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. Fine, we won't go. Today we'll all stay home with Xiaoyu. Wang XinYu, the director of their private hospital, had the authority to decide whether to work or not. As he settled down, he gazed lovingly at Wang XinYu. Wang XinYu, who owned a medical equipment company, found no issue with taking a day off either. He stretched lazily and said, "Alright then, since we're not going to work, idleness can be quite dull. I'll head upstairs to watch a movie. Xiaoyu, do you want to join?" Wang XinYu shook her head, obediently leaning against old Wang. "Nope, I want to stay with grandfather." Her words brought a smile to old Wang's face. Indeed, a granddaughter is far more delightful than a grandson. The contrast between the mischievous boys and the sweet, docile girl was undeniable. Wang XinYu was pleasantly surprised that her aunt would be so supportive. Not only did she keep the family members at home, but she also sent a message in the family group chat under old Wang's name, urging everyone to avoid venturing out in the rain. "Did you hear that? Our daughter is urging us to rush home. Tell Xiaosong to drive faster." Wang XinYu felt overwhelmed, thinking this was not suitable for children. Moreover, the vomit and remains of the deceased carried viruses, and ordinary people who accidentally came into contact with them would also face the risk of infection. Wang XinYu held her phone, listening to the rustling sounds on the other end, her expression darkening. Had her mother forgotten she was still on the line? The torrential rain carried an unknown virus, and being caught in it would erode one's internal organs through the pores, leading to infection and death or mutation for both humans and plants, leaving no one unscathed. This was the first generation of the infection source. From their conversation, it was evident that her mother was living quite happily now. How wonderful! Wang XinYu quietly ended the call, her understanding of her biological mother and stepfather becoming clearer. She knew her mother and stepfather would return today, but she was uncertain of the timing. Leaving her uneasy, ultimately she decided to call Wang Baozhu. "Alright, I'll hang up now, bye-bye." "Oh, perhaps the signal is weak," Wang Baozhu replied, feeling a sense of relief from her daughter's words, still wanting to save face. "Let me check the messages." Wang Baozhu scrolled through the messages. "I saw it. What is going on?" Infected individuals would exhibit symptoms such as fever and vomiting, leading to rapid bodily decay from the inside out, culminating in death within a day. This calamity began with the downpour that lasted an entire night, sweeping across the globe without exception. Oh dear. She feared causing trouble. Alright, don't worry, we'll definitely be home by afternoon. As everyone began to grasp the patterns and learn preventive measures, the news spread to official channels, but several days had already passed. Oh dear. "Darling, be gentle, Zhao Yuliang pleaded, caught off guard by the sudden pain, looking quite pitiable. "I don't know what is wrong, just follow the instructions, and hurry home. Whatever you do, don't get caught in the rain. Understand? Not a drop of rain should touch you." Wang XinYu repeatedly emphasized the importance of staying dry, hoping she would heed her warning. Mutated plants and animals also carried the virus and had become exceedingly vicious. Ordinary people injured by them would face infection, leading to either death or mutation, with no other options. "Mom, when are you and Uncle getting home today?" Trapped in this confined space with oppressive weather outside, their slow journey was infuriating, naturally affecting their mood and temper. "Oh no. I forgot, my daughter is still waiting. It's all your fault," Wang Baozhu playfully scolded Zhao Yuliang, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Hello Xiaoyu, are you there? I've been saying all along that you should come home early. But you didn't listen, insisting on staying another day, and look at the mess you've created." After such an intense battle, Wang Baozhu was suffering from lingering effects and just wanted to return home to lie comfortably in bed for a good sleep. "I just asked you if you saw Aunt's message in the group chat?" After inquiring several times, Wang XinYu feigned ignorance of the phone malfunction, claiming she heard nothing, thus sparing everyone from discomfort. At that moment, humanity's existence had become exceedingly arduous. Alright, it's my fault, baby, it's all my fault. I should have checked the weather forecast yesterday." Zhao Yuliang, fully aware that reasoning with a woman during her unreasonable tirades is futile, readily accepted blame, hoping to soothe her with gentle words. "Come now, as you rest your head on my lap. Allow me to massage your waist. Yes, that's the spot. So comfortable." If they could navigate this initial calamity, they would subsequently be on guard, each relying on their own capabilities to survive. They had not only to ward off infection but also to contend with mutated flora and fauna. He. "Darling, my love, I'm merely seizing the opportunity to spend a few more days with you while working. Besides, the inclement weather cannot solely be blamed on me." Despite being in middle age, Zhao Yuliang was remarkably well preserved. Resembling a handsome gentleman, generally modest in demeanor, he displayed fierce decisiveness in negotiations. Now, however, he wore a woeful expression, as though seeking pity. If his rivals were to witness this, they would surely be taken aback. "Alas. We are already en route, yet today's weather is dreadful, and the roads are congested. We may not arrive home until the afternoon," Wang Baozhu lamented, glaring at the sluggish progress of their vehicle as she pinched the flesh of the man beside her in frustration. "Alright. Goodbye." "Poof. You are quite perceptive." In the end, ordinary people had become like startled birds, cowering in their homes and perishing from starvation. They lacked the courage to venture outside and take risks. Mom, are you still there?" She hastily broke the silence of the live broadcast on the other end. If not you, then who else should I blame? Am I to blame myself? Alright, I understand. Wang Baozhu recognized her daughter's earnest concern and truly absorbed her words. Wang XinYu silently sighed in relief. There was little more she could do. Each person has their own fate, and in this apocalyptic era danger and opportunity coexisted. She could not intervene excessively, nor could she shoulder the destinies of so many. Darling, feeling good. I'm alright. Wang XinYu approached the window. Gazing outside, it was nearing noon, yet the sky remained shrouded in fog, perpetually obscured from the sun, as though the clouds loomed even lower. Initially people were unprepared, the infection rate soared, and the mortality count was alarmingly high. With barely 3 survivors out of 10. Wang XinYu crafted a brief post on preventing apocalyptic viruses on her computer but hesitated to publish it. Rumble, rumble, as thunder roared and lightning flashed outside. Accompanied by a fierce wind and torrential rain, she realized the apocalypse had indeed arrived. With a gentle press of her finger, the post was sent out, though she was left wondering how many would actually see it. Chapter 11, Chaos unleashed. The clouds, which had gathered throughout the day, finally unleashed a torrential downpour by evening, cascading down like a mountain pressing down upon the earth. The rain swept across the land like a deluge. And as the water levels rose, low-lying areas gradually succumbed to flooding. The rain showed no signs of relenting. At around 4 in the morning, Wang Qingrong's phone abruptly rang. Hello, it's bad, Director Wang. An epidemic has erupted in S City. Suwaping, something's wrong. I must go to the hospital to check it out. The serious topic became lighter with his playful tone, instantly improving the atmosphere. What happened? How could there be an epidemic? Are you sure? Wang Qingrong struggled to dress himself. His hands trembling, failing to slip into his sleeves, his face betrayed his concerns. He feared alarming the elder Wang. What else do you know? Is this truly an epidemic? What should we do now? Wang Guohua leaned closer to Wang XinYu. Whispering his inquiry, Wang Qingrong found himself at a loss, glancing towards the elder Wang for guidance. Their argument escalated, prompting several doors to swing open, illuminating the house. Life is so fragile, without proper care. It seems to rush headlong towards destruction, a notion she could not comprehend. Although not explicitly stated in the book, it subtly conveyed everything. As everyone suspected, at the onset of the apocalypse, the Wang family, involved in the medical profession, found themselves in a high-risk infection zone. I know, but this time is different. It's a plague, and people will die. Yes, people have already died. Gu Suwaping clung tightly to his arm, her grip seemingly heavy with an invisible weight. Meanwhile, in the living room, the family continued to quarrel over whether to go to the hospital. Wang XinYu feigned recollection, uncertain. They acted this way, seemingly due to getting caught in the rain. It indeed appears contagious. As long as we avoid direct contact with patients or corpses, we should be safe, right? Gu Suwaping maintained a firm stance against this notion. The living room fell into a moment of silence. Even Wang Guo's typically carefree expression turned serious, glancing at Wang XinYu with suspicion. XinYu, you were indeed correct. Wang Qingrong promptly straightened his demeanor, recounting the events leading up to this moment, finishing with, I wish to go to the hospital. Suwaping is against it. I think so, the other party stammered, seemingly unable to provide a definitive answer. And what else? Speak up. Wang Qingrong's brows knitted tightly, suddenly recalling Wang XinYu's words from the morning, his heart sinking in disbelief. People had truly died. Director, someone come quickly. Wang Qingrong, feeling helpless, spoke earnestly. As a doctor, how can I stand idly by in such a crisis? He discarded his phone, hastily dressing and moving towards the door. Wang XinYu's thoughts stirred, and she feigned ignorance. How would I know so much? It was just a dream, a chaotic one at that. I've almost forgotten. Wait, where are you going? You can't go. Gu Suwaping, terrified, grasped him tightly, preventing his departure. The elder Wang, seated at the head of the table, wore a grave expression. Explain, what is happening? Director Shu, what's wrong with you? Wang Qingrong felt a chill in his heart as he listened to the commotion on the other end of the line. Realizing the severity of the situation, Wang XinYu noticed the elder Wang wavering and immediately clung to his arm. Grandfather, you must not go. Uncle, if you must go, please ensure you take all necessary precautions. Wear protective gear, avoid the rain, and do not have direct contact with patients. Wang XinYu babbled a slew of advice, attempting to impart all useful information to him, while she admired the Wang family. She could not condone their actions. Wang Guohua, unwilling to let Wang Qingrong go alone, insisted on accompanying him, leaving the elder Wang sitting silently in the living room. The hospital, too, had become a disaster zone. The entire Wang family was engaged in the medical field. No, didn't you hear? It's a plague, it's contagious, Gu Suwaping cried, tears welling in her eyes as she clung to Wang Qingrong's arm. After the outbreak of the virus, they rushed to the front lines for treatment, but due to insufficient protective measures, many became infected, with only Wang Guodong and Wang Guofeng ultimately overcoming the virus and gaining abilities. The other party began to recount. Since the early hours, patients with fever and vomiting have been arriving, and the hospital is now overwhelmed with people. At 4 o'clock, the first batch of patients arrived. And the first deaths occurred just now. 2 more have died. And, Suwaping, why are you being unreasonable? Let go. Suwaping, let him go, the elder Wang commanded, and Gu Suwaping could no longer resist. Besides the elder Wang, there were also second uncle Wang Qinghao, cousin Wang Guozhen, second cousin Wang Guodong, fourth cousin Wang Guoqing, and seventh cousin Wang Guofeng, all of whom were doctors. The elder Wang felt truly helpless. XinYu, as medical professionals, how can we turn a blind eye to the suffering of patients? Saving lives is our duty. Moreover, among the accompanying family members, symptoms identical to those of the patient's fever and vomiting have also appeared. Director, I fear I may have contracted it as well. I feel nauseous. The two remained locked in a standoff. Wang XinYu using sheer force to pull her towards the door as they bickered all the way downstairs. In the living room, everyone was gathered, seated together. Wang XinYu was unaware that her interference had already brought about a monumental shift in the fates of the Wang family. With a slight furrow of her brow, Wang XinYu murmured, "Think carefully, perhaps you can recall something else." Wang Guowa, a mix of reluctance and anticipation, pressed on. "What do you mean by probably? What exactly is the situation?" "Speak quickly." Wang XinYu was on the verge of panic. "Huh?" Wang XinYu suddenly jolted upright from the bed, startling Gu Tsuaping beside him, who also got up to turn on the light. "I won't let go." "You cannot go." Indeed, the current virus had caught everyone off guard. Countless individuals had returned home after being caught in the rain, inadvertently transmitting the infection to their families. Many households had been completely wiped out. "Hurry and speak. What are you waiting for?" "Time is of the essence." The elder Wang tapped his cane against the floor, his grip firm, as if to say that if he did not speak soon, he would strike him across the face. What does this indicate? It signifies that the number of individuals who overcame the virus and gained abilities was tragically low, less than 1/5. It is worth noting that the Wang family boasted a thriving lineage and was a renowned family in Jie province. Yet the book scarcely mentioned the descendants of the Wang family. This alone spoke volumes. While the Wang family held a small meeting to discuss matters, countless individuals were dying, including accompanying personnel and medical staff who were gradually becoming infected. Amidst the crowd, someone remarked, "Could it be a plague? Good heavens, this was no trivial matter." It was as if cold water had been poured into hot oil, causing an explosive reaction. Chapter 12. Confrontation. Wang XinYu and Wang Guowa donned their protective gear and set out. The rain continuing to fall in a steady patter, Wang XinYu gazed at the unwavering figures of the two departing individuals, a profound sigh escaping her lips as she silently prayed for their safety. Turning around, she beheld the worried countenance of old Master Wang, his loving face etched with concern, as he rhythmically tapped his cane against the floor. Each sound resonated within her heart, amplifying her agitation. "Aunt, could you please call a few of my cousins to inquire about their well-being? I shall also reach out to my mother." The uncertainty outside left her restless. "Oh, yes, we must check on Guozhen and the others." Gu Chuiping, equally distracted, sprang into action upon hearing Wang XinYu's suggestion. Wang XinYu grasped her phone and dialed Wang Baozhu's number. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Ding dong, a message notification chimed on her phone. Prompting her to rub her temples in an attempt to clear her chaotic thoughts. Suddenly reminded of something, she dialed again. "Hello, third brother, father and Xiaoyu have gone to the research institute. Please continue." The emergence of an infectious disease, with reported fatalities, weighed heavily on Wang XinYu's conscience. As she listened, shame washed over her, the sky outside gradually brightened, and the rain began to subside. "Xiaoyu, how terrifying. Mother, what is happening? Please tell me." Wang XinYu shifted her focus, eager to ascertain the situation, recalling Zhao Xishuan, the current mayor of S City, who would undoubtedly possess a clearer understanding of the circumstances. Old Master Wang, noticing the resolute gaze of Wang XinYu, suddenly smiled, the sense of pride and joy evident in his eyes. "Well done, truly you are the offspring of the Wang family. Come, let us proceed to the research institute." Indeed, regardless of the time, place, or circumstances, there will always be a cadre of fearless pioneers, bravely forging ahead in the quest for survival. It is through their leadership that humanity can repeatedly emerge from adversity and embrace the future. Wang XinYu, no longer lost, resolutely declared, "Why shouldn't I go? If you can go, then so can I share the Wang surname." After a brief conversation, they ended the call. Wang XinYu thought for a moment before posting the information in the family group chat and sending a separate message to Zhao Xishuan. The post meticulously detailed preventive measures against the infectious disease and potential sources of contamination. "All right, I understand," Wang Chengjun replied succinctly, ending the call, busy with his own tasks. "Father Xiaoyu, you all say." Gu Chuiping observed their retreating figures, a sense of helplessness washing over her. Just the previous night, she had received a call from the Meteorological Bureau, warning of unusual weather patterns, prompting her to take some precautionary measures. However, she never anticipated the situation would escalate to such severity. Yet she could not remain sheltered forever. One must learn to confront reality. Fearing and hesitating held no meaning. Old Master Wang regarded her earnestly, stating, "Xiaoyu, do not stop me. Your grandfather knows what he is doing. Little grandson, spread this post as quickly as possible." Alas, fortunately, due to the reminders from the group chat yesterday, the family members took stringent protective measures before venturing outside. Nevertheless, anxiety lingered, especially upon learning of the fatalities. "Grandfather is fine, do not worry." "I am here, grandfather, where are you going?" Wang XinYu exclaimed, startled by old Master Wang's words. Hearing Wang Baozhu's tone, she sensed the underlying panic. Upon opening the message, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. Old Master Wang, leaning on his cane, strode resolutely toward the front door, with Wang XinYu following closely behind, undeterred. "Very well, mother, I will heed your advice. By the way, how are your grandfather and the others?" Just moments ago, she had received a call from the old residents seeking Zhao Yuliang, only to learn of the infectious disease outbreak outside, which had already claimed lives. "What are you doing? This is reckless," Old Master Wang admonished sternly. He sighed. "A storm is brewing. Not at this moment, anyone can hide. But we of the Wang family cannot. For generations, our family has dedicated itself to healing and saving lives. We cannot tarnish our legacy under my watch. Moreover, if we, the healers, flee in the face of adversity, what hope remains for the afflicted?" Wang XinYu was acutely aware of her choice, especially as the outside world had already transformed dramatically, stepping out signifying danger, with the prospect of returning to a peaceful existence seeming utterly remote. "Why would they come here, sister-in-law? Why didn't you stop them?" Third brother Wang XinYu, the head of their research institute and a formidable biomedical researcher, expressed his concerns. Wang Baozhu rambled on yet failed to articulate a coherent account. From Wang Baozhu, Wang XinYu learned that Zhao Shishuan had left in the dead of night. As S City was grappling with an unprecedented flood, where he had personally gone to the command center, particularly regarding the actions of several uncles and cousins, along with old grandfather Wang's words. She felt a surge of admiration and fervor. It seemed that taking this step was not as daunting as she had imagined. Hello, Xiaoyu, your mother was just about to call you. You must not go outside. Do you understand? There has been an incident, a serious one. Zhao Shishuan cast a final glance at the sender of the message on his phone, his gaze deep and contemplative. Understood. At this moment, Zhao Shishuan was overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Aunt Gu Chuiping continued to call family members, only to discover that nearly all the men had left home, heading to hospitals or research institutes. Mother, do not fear, as long as you stay home. You will be safe during this special period. Refrain from going out. If it becomes absolutely necessary, ensure you take all protective measures. I have come across a post online. Please take a look and follow its guidance. You should be fine. Wang XinYu sent the post she had shared the previous day to Wang Baozhu. Grandfather. I will accompany you, Wang XinYu blurted out the moment she spoke. It felt as though a weight had been lifted from her heart, and she felt a newfound clarity and lightness. How could I possibly hinder Father S' decision? Gu Chuiping sighed helplessly. Few could persuade old Master Wang given his stubbornness. The sky after the rain appeared somewhat clearer, yet the sun remained elusive, and a chill permeated the atmosphere. The rain has ceased. Wang Zhong, please call Xiao Lu for me. I need to step out. Old Master Wang stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing resolutely at the sky outside, making his decision with unwavering determination, time trickled by, creating a palpable tension in the living room. Wang XinYu drove her red sports car slowly down the road. Noting that the waterlogged streets had receded significantly, the torrential rain seemed to have arrived and departed with equal swiftness, leaving chaos in its wake. Chapter 13. A change in the weather. A gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Having taken this step, one must forge ahead with courage. This has always been Wang XinYu's ethos. After a day and a night without stepping outside, the world beyond had undergone a staggering transformation. Upon exiting, she observed that a substantial portion of the greenery in the courtyard had begun to wither, a stark change after merely one night. Wang XinYu understood that following withering, the plants would inevitably decay. Moreover, in unseen corners, there must be animal carcasses already beginning to rot. S City, a sub-provincial city, had previously excelled in its environmental greening efforts. Now, at this moment, Zhao Shishuan spoke coolly, there is no need for excessive panic, as long as we avoid direct contact. We shall not be infected. The vitality of humanity lies in the fact that those who endure a viral infection will awaken latent energies within their bodies, developing extraordinary abilities to combat mutated flora and fauna. In the realm of scientific research, bold skepticism is essential, followed by careful verification. Those plants that have withstood the rain and the small creatures hiding in the shadows are beginning to mutate. Presenting humanity with a second major crisis, after a lengthy silence, having reviewed the information, Zhao Shishuan set down his phone and lightly tapped his fingers on the table, drawing the collective gaze of those in the conference room. Sixth brother. It is nothing serious. I merely saw numerous small animal carcasses on the road and took care to avoid them, which took some time. Wang XinYu offered a brief explanation, signaling her awareness of the situation. Excellent, the sense of crisis is strong. The laws of nature dictate that cause and effect, interdependence, and the cyclical nature of fortune and misfortune have existed since time immemorial. Certainly, where there is crisis, there must also be opportunity. While changing her clothes, Wang XinYu lamented her oversight in forgetting to gather protective gear among the numerous supplies she had collected. She resolved to acquire some when the opportunity arose. How can you leave people unattended like that? Cold Kun scolded. Let us head inside for now. We will collect some samples for research shortly. As old Master Wang spoke, he proceeded further inside. Having observed the situation that Wang XinYu described during their journey, sitting upright, he shed his previous languor, activated the microphone in front of him, and declared with an air of authority, "All right. Let us commence the meeting." Soon Zhao Lang returned, having discarded his gloves and mask. The previously diverse group of individuals in the conference room grew tense, as the matters at hand pertained to their very lives and fortunes. Demanding utmost seriousness, aware that Zhao Shishuan was the leading figure among the new generation of prominent families and the mayor of S City, they felt compelled to heed his opinions. Many, I counted at least 10 corpses along the way. And who knows how many more are hidden in the shadows. Also look at the plants, so many have withered. Wang XinYu expressed her suspicions. Could these plants and animals have contracted the virus? I wonder if mutations will occur. On the roads left in the wake of the flood, small animal carcasses were intermittently visible. Zhao Shishuan, upon hearing the inquiry, did not immediately respond. He leaned back lazily against his chair. As his phone on the table vibrated incessantly, sending a series of notifications, indifferently, he picked it up, scrolling through the messages one by one. Oh my, the atmosphere in the conference room became chaotic, as those surrounding the leader instinctively took a step back. Even so, a wave of apprehension swept through the crowd. Just as Zhao Shishuan was making a critical point, a leader suddenly collapsed, his face flushed red as he began to vomit. This was an infection, he had fallen ill. Mayor Zhao. Do you have any insights? Lang Kun, a high-ranking official from Sidious who had recently been transferred from Kyoto, found himself overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, feeling a surge of misfortune. The small conference room next door, Zhao Lang replied decisively. Taking a seat behind Zhao Shishuan upon entering the research institute, Wang XinYu and the elderly Wang donned formal protective gear, following Wang Guobin into the laboratory. What do we do? I heard the hospitals are overflowing. And it's impossible to get in. A heavy silence enveloped the air, tension mounting as some exchanged glances, others appeared contemplative, some indifferent, while a few sat rigidly. Those with timid dispositions had already begun to panic. What should we do? Call an ambulance? Each person expressed their opinions, yet the lack of data rendered their discussions somewhat hollow. Where have you taken the person? Lang Kun glared sternly at Zhao Shihuan and Zhao Lang. Zhao Shihuan, not one to keep secrets, promptly disclosed the information he had gathered from the Wang family. Wang Guobin, following Wang XinYu's gaze, noticed the wilting plants. His thoughts had previously been occupied with human concerns. Causing him to overlook these details, Zhao Lang, the daughter of Zhao Fu, had followed Zhao Shihuan since childhood and had been assigned as his visible assistant and bodyguard by the Zhao family. She understood that immense danger lurked nearby. Numerous unknown viruses had been detected in the patient's blood samples, capable of transmission through human contact. As their vehicle traversed the route, the greenery battered by wind and rain appeared utterly desolate. Wang XinYu drove cautiously, maneuvering around bodies, suppressing her nausea, and advancing slowly. Zhao Lang, adeptly donned gloves and a mask, calmly approaching a man, gripping the nape of his neck, and dragging him outside. As they passed by, the crowd displayed expressions of horror, retreating to make way. Animal corpses? Are there many? Wang Guobin immediately grasped the crux of the matter. What do you suggest we do? The journey had been relatively safe until they arrived at the research institute, where a handsome man clad in a white lab coat approached them, visibly anxious. Grandfather Xiaoyu, you finally made it. If I had to wait any longer, I would have gone to look for you. Everything all right on the way? At that moment, Zhao Shihuan was engaged in a meeting with the leaders of City S, deliberating on forthcoming tasks. They all waited, but for what? Zhao Shihuan regarded him coldly, tauntingly asking, how do you intend to manage this? He paid no heed to the disputes of certain individuals. Merely gesturing to his secretary behind him, the conference room fell into a sudden silence. Lang Kun frowned in displeasure, born into the Lang family of Kyoto, which had risen to prominence through strategic marriages with established families over a decade ago. He had navigated the political landscape smoothly in recent years, and it had been a long time since anyone dared to disrespect him like this. The individual in question was Wang Guobin, the youngest son of his second uncle Wang XinYu, ranked sixth in the family, and a biomedical researcher. This ostentatious display of dominance ignited a spark of anger in Lang Kun. Stifled, he reluctantly stated, at the very least, we should, yet, he could not articulate his thoughts clearly. Chapter 14, Extraordinary Abilities. The accusatory tone Lang Kun directed at Zhao Lang irked Zhao Shihuan. He didn't need others to lecture him about his people. Noticing Lang Kun's sullen silence, he chose not to press further, simply assuring, rest assured, Lang knows how to conduct herself. Yes, I've already contacted his family and arranged for transportation, Zhao Lang explained expressionlessly. However, this belated clarification was less than satisfactory. Only deepening Lang Kun's scowl. Zhao Shihuan, unconcerned with Lang Kun's thoughts, no longer had the luxury of time to play games with him, but he swiftly organized the tasks at hand, issuing commands methodically, ensuring each individual understood their responsibilities. All right. We shall conclude today's meeting here. Please ensure that you complete your respective tasks diligently. Dismissed. Zhao Shihuan's lips pressed together, his words only audible to himself as he fell into deep contemplation. Zhao Lang's previously resolute expression quivered slightly. Thank you, young master. To an unfamiliar observer, it would be unimaginable that this was his smile. Blood seeped from the man's neck, swiftly absorbed by the branches, and soon he was drained of life, while the once withered flowers miraculously revived, blossoming vibrantly, leaving those who witnessed the transformation in awe and trepidation. As he turned to seek tools, he noticed Zhao Lang's hand still dripping with blood, immediately instructing, you should tend to your wound first. Zhao Lang instinctively took a step back. His hand entangled in the floral branches, inevitably pricked by the thorns, crimson droplets falling to the ground like scattered red plums. Zhao Shihuan spoke with his usual succinctness, rising to leave as Zhao Lang followed closely behind. Continuing his efforts, he struck the densely packed flowers, which soon revealed their tragic state. The branches recoiled as if suffering a grievous blow. Zhao Lang felt deeply moved. The young master was truly kind to him, and he vowed to protect him at all costs. Ah! From a nearby rose bush, elongated branches suddenly lashed out at passers-by. Zhao Shihuan sighed in exasperation. His attendant was admirable in every way, yet his excessive kindness was a source of concern. From his pocket, he retrieved a handkerchief and tossed it to him, saying, wrap your wound. Zhao Shihuan's piercing gaze remained fixed on the flowers, observing them tremble as if stirred by a gentle breeze. Furrowing his brow, he listened intently. Had he just heard a scream from the flowers? Young master. Zhao Lang discarded the broken branch, shaking off the blood, unconcerned as he approached Zhao Shihuan. Young master, where are we headed now? Seeing him head towards the underground garage, she quickly inquired. However, there had been no wind moments ago. Be cautious, young master. Just as Zhao Lang noticed a branch poised to strike his young master, an inexplicable force surged from his injured hand, igniting a flame that collided with the branch. In the midst of their conversation, he swung the rod forcefully at the flowers, producing a sharp squeak. No need, you're injured, step aside. Young master, let me handle it. Fresh blood splattered onto the flowers. An unseen new shoot stealthily absorbed it before retreating. Fortunately, it was late autumn, and they were dressed warmly, otherwise, the situation would have been graver. Meanwhile, Zhao Shihuan halted his actions, his brow deeply furrowed, having confirmed he had not misheard. Indeed, there were squeaking sounds emanating from the flowers, coinciding with his strikes. No need, it's just a minor injury to its nothing. This place is dangerous. I must remain by your side to ensure your safety. Zhao Lang. Undeterred by the wound on his hand, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, refusing to relax for even a moment. The Wang Family Research Institute. He needed to personally verify certain matters. The two were soon fatigued. Discarding their steel pipes in an attempt to leave when suddenly a branch shot out, ensnaring a man's neck. With a scream, he was dragged into the decaying flower bed. It swiftly lunged toward Zhao Shihuan, recalling how this man had previously tormented it. They remained oblivious to a brand new branch that had begun to emerge from the ground, waiting for its moment to strike. Run! The same voice echoed from the flower bed. The two men wielding steel pipes approached the flowers. Flailing wildly while cursing, "You dare strike me, you think you're so tough?" Zhao Shihuan, initially in a meditative state, opened his eyes at their words, his gaze darkening behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Something is indeed amiss, in just half a day. The wilting greenery has completely rotted while the resilient ones have thrived abnormally. Where there is abnormality, there is danger. Ah Lang, be careful. Zhao Lang, puzzled, queried, "Huh, are there rats here? I haven't heard anything." Those who had been injured or frightened began to evacuate the area, while others, driven by curiosity and a penchant for spectacle, lingered in the shadows, observing from a distance. As Zhao Lang drove, he frowned at the greenery lining the road. "Young master, these plants seem very off." The branches lashed out indiscriminately at the crowd, causing many to be caught off guard, sustaining cuts on their hands and faces from the sharp thorns. Zhao Lang remained alert, not daring to be negligent. The situation unfolded too abruptly, and Zhao Lang stared at his own hand, aghast. He halted the vehicle, charging forward, seizing a branch with his bare hands, wrapping it around his arm twice, and pulling with all his might. Snapping the branch with a piercing crack, the branch, having drained the life essence from its victims, had grown thicker, seemingly revitalized and brimming with vengeful energy. Zhao Shihuan furrowed his brows as he gazed out at the chaotic scene unfolding before him. His mind a tempest of thoughts. At that moment, he witnessed, amidst the terrified cries of passers-by, the street corner had descended into utter disarray, with the frightened crowd flitting about like headless flies. Those watching from a distance chattered incessantly about Zhao Shihuan, with some bold souls stepping forward to retrieve tools, eager to unleash their pent-up anger on whatever had just startled them. Not far away, Zhao Shihuan found a steel pipe in a nearby shop. Weighing it in his hand before making his way to a cluster of flowers, ready to strike without a second thought, what a farce it would be to send an injured person into battle. He had not sunk so low as to behave in such a manner. Lang? Did you hear that squeaking sound? Squeak squeak, stop the vehicle. A glimmer of realization flickered in Zhao Shihuan's eyes, and with a hint of excitement, he urged, Lang, continue, set that patch of flowers ablaze for me. Ha! Oh right, Chapter 15. The charge forward. Zhao Lang seemed momentarily dazed, struggling to grasp the situation, yet he obeyed without question. He extended his hand, recalling the sensation from moments ago, as a wave of heat surged from his chest, coursing down his arm and bursting forth from his palm. Boom, another fireball formed in his grasp, and with a casual toss it soared into the flower patch, as the flower branches writhed and twisted in a frenzy. Zhao Shihuan heard that same sharp, piercing cry, now even more high-pitched and grating, as if in the throes of immense agony. Zhao Lang stared in astonishment at his palm and the flowers, a mix of disbelief and exhilaration flooding through him. Superpowers, who could resist such a gift? He pondered, trying again, only to find the heat within him had dissipated, and he could barely muster a flicker of flame extinguished before it could ignite even a single strand of smoke. Yet he had forgotten, in the narrative, the original host had perished. Zhao Lang sought out kindling, and a nearby small eatery willingly offered up its tables and chairs. How can this be happening? Panic gripped the crowd. Fire elemental abilities. Wang XinYu exclaimed. Her gaze fixed on Zhao Lang, brimming with envy. Zhao Shihuan toyed with the pipe in his hands, raising an eyebrow slightly, his eyes deep and shadowed. Let us depart. Images from the original story raced through her mind, reminding her that injuries from mutated beasts could very well lead to viral infections and potential death, which explained her urgency. Yet, Zhao Shihuan perceived her concern in a different light. This sister actually cared so deeply for him? Suddenly, the notion of having a sweet and adorable sister seemed rather appealing. Wang XinYu, accompanied by Wang Guobin and several researchers clad in white lab coats, hurriedly entered and exited, their busyness affording them a clearer understanding of the crisis at hand. And the atmosphere grew somber. Zhao Lang bit his lip, eager to pursue the threat, but alas, his powers proved insufficient. As they resumed their journey, Zhao Lang appeared invigorated, yearning to voice something, but when he glanced at the rearview mirror, he saw Zhao Shihuan lost in thought, and promptly quelled his own musings, focusing on driving. Zhao Shihuan deftly sidestepped a ferocious leap from the mutated cat, which, after missing its target, became increasingly agitated and aggressive. Leaping again with a piercing yowl, determined to pounce on Zhao Shihuan, the proprietor, crafty and brazen, pressed Zhao Lang for details about his earlier fire throw, but unfortunately Zhao Lang himself remained bewildered, unbeknownst to them. Wang XinYu was about to face her own trials. The mutated cat, recognizing its failed attack, turned tail and fled as Zhao Lang's small flame pursued it, deftly escaping the courtyard with a few agile bounds. Its glassy eyes reflected a fierce glint, sharp fangs bared as it lunged mercilessly at Zhao Shihuan. Are you all right? Zhao Shihuan inquired, concern evident in his voice as he approached, the glint behind his golden-rimmed glasses illuminating his gaze upon Wang XinYu. Simultaneously, the injured mutated cat, now wary and alert, sensed that Zhao Lang was not to be trifled with, and Zhao Shihuan positioned himself protectively behind Zhao Lang, rushing toward Wang XinYu. She understood that old Wang could not be harmed. In the story, he met his end. Zhao Lang stepped forward, procuring a bottle of mineral water to wash the wounds before handing it to Zhao Shihuan. The recent events had shifted his perception of this sister. At that moment, she felt a searing pain in her palm, as if a flame. Just then Zhao Lang, who had gone to halt the vehicle, arrived, launching a fireball at the mutated cat. They all sought to protect one another. With no clear right or wrong, merely individual choices. At that precise moment, Wang XinYu dashed out to the entrance, witnessing the perilous scene unfold before her, and she instinctively shouted, "Get away, run!" Before long, amidst the ashes, Zhao Xishuan spotted a pure white, oval-shaped orb, translucent and pristine. The fire raged for a full half hour before finally extinguishing, during which Zhao Xishuan remained fixated on the flower patch, his concentration unwavering. Of course, the clamor around him never ceased. The proprietor, undeterred, persisted with his inquiries, until Zhao Lang, exuding an imposing aura, fixed him with a stern gaze, rendering the man silent with fear. Meow, the mutated cat let out a sorrowful cry as it plummeted from the air. Its tail ablaze, and it rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames. Zhao Xishuan retrieved some gasoline from the car, dousing the flower patch, while Zhao Lang tossed the makeshift tables and chairs into the fray. Hurling another fireball on top of it, with the gasoline and wood combined, flames erupted fiercely, causing the flower branches to thrash about like a trapped beast, yet ultimately, it was a futile struggle, once the fire had fully extinguished and the cacophony subsided. He slowly approached, using the steel pipe to probe the remnants. The mutated cat narrowly evaded his reach, and naturally, the world of the academically inclined was one where the less studious could hardly empathize. Nearly left in awe, observing the situation, Zhao Xishuan mused, "It appears the energy has waned. Let us wait a moment before trying again. We need to gather more wood. This patch is prone to fire." Wang XinYu, terrified, instinctively recoiled, only to find old Wang had unknowingly shielded her from harm. As the mutated cat's claws drew near to old Wang, Wang XinYu, fueled by an unknown courage, leaped, her arm reaching over old Wang's head to swat at the cat's talons. Grandfather. In the research institute, Wang XinYu had witnessed the formidable sight of several Wang family men. "Very well, young master, please stand back. I shall be but a moment." Zhao Lang had always treated Zhao Xishuan with utmost consideration. And even now, despite the revelation of his newfound abilities, he felt no pride in front of Zhao Xishuan. The small flicker of fire Zhao Lang had conjured was insufficient to incinerate the vast expanse of flowers. They required external assistance. Upon Zhao Xishuan's arrival, he found Wang XinYu and old Wang engaged in conversation in the lounge. Hearing commotion from the courtyard, they peered out the window, their expressions instantly shifting to alarm as Zhao Lang hurled another fireball. Yet its potency was evidently diminished compared to the first. Xiaoyu, old Wang, regaining his composure, anxiously regarded Wang XinYu, his eyes a tumult of emotions, heartache, relief, and trepidation, culminating in a profound sigh. "Let us press the advantage." Wang XinYu fidgeted anxiously, wishing fervently to take action herself. Suddenly, a cat, larger than a wolfhound and unmistakably mutated, emerged from the shadows, its presence inciting gasps of astonishment and envy among the remaining onlookers, who had witnessed the recent brutality. "I have urgent matters to attend to." Wang XinYu managed a wry smile, lifting her hand to reveal a 2-centimeter-long gash, blood oozing forth, tainted with blackness. Old Wang's agitation escalated, his heart nearly succumbing to distress, drowning in self-reproach. "Xiaoyu, my dear, why did you have to intervene? Grandfather, please do not worry, I may yet be unscathed." Wang XinYu attempted to reassure him, though even she doubted her own words. Finally remembering that the original host in this tale had met a tragic end, Chapter 16, there is always a way out when gods clash, the innocent suffer, and now she regretted her impulsive curiosity. But it was too late. Wang XinYu examined the blackened blood on her palm, surprisingly devoid of the dread she had anticipated, even finding humor in the situation. "Black blood, how fortuitous. I could offer some to my third uncle for research. I suppose I'm contributing to the noble cause of scientific inquiry." "Xiaoyu, you are endangering your grandfather's life." Old Wang exclaimed, his blood pressure surging, tears welling in his eyes, urgency palpable. "Quickly, go inside and seek your third uncle. We must do something." "Grandfather, please remain calm. Life and death are fated, and fortune lies in the hands of heaven. The cycle of life continues. I am merely taking a step ahead, and in 20 years, I shall emerge anew." Unafraid, Wang XinYu struggled to comfort the elderly man who cherished her so deeply, resorting to jest in hopes of alleviating his anxiety. Alas, her efforts proved futile, and she began to feel increasingly weak. "Grandfather, I am feeling rather fatigued." As she spoke, she collapsed, expecting to crash to the ground and feel the sting of impact, only to find herself lifted into a princess carry. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward her, rendering her momentarily uncomfortable. Just as the bandages were removed, her wounds were laid bare, and fresh crimson blood welled from the reopened gash. Wang Chengjian excitedly whisked away a large vial of blood, the sight of which made Wang XinYu's lips twitch involuntarily. Researchers were indeed peculiar beings, and with the blood in hand, he eagerly retreated to the laboratory, likely to be engrossed for some time. "Dad. Third brother, what is Xiaoyu's condition?" Wang Baozhu, tears streaming down her face, stammered an inquiry. Having just arrived upon hearing the news, she was frantic to find her daughter lying motionless on the hospital bed, her heart racing with anxiety. "I am fine. Why are you all crowding around me?" Wang XinYu smiled and asked, "Is it beautiful? I know I am quite lovely and endearing." Feeling comfortable and invigorated, she swiftly rose to her feet. Her recent conjecture was evidently accurate. "Strange sensations? Yes, I feel a wave of warmth in my chest." Wang XinYu dared not look directly at him, lowering her gaze and placing her hand on her chest. Sensing the peculiar difference within a Princess Carrie, it was a privilege she had never experienced throughout her life, yet here she was, unexpectedly granted her wish just before her demise. "Mom, I am not that fragile." Her heart brimmed with emotion as she noticed the tear stains on Wang Baozhu's face. She playfully patted her chest, saying, "I feel fantastic now, as if I have boundless energy." "Ah, Xiaoyu, you're awake." Wang Baozhu cried as she wiped her tears, her heart feeling heavy, yet she was taken aback by the sudden brightness in her daughter's eyes, filled with joy. "Special abilities?" Upon hearing this, Wang XinYu lifted her head to look at him. Although she had triumphed over the virus, the wounds on her hands were still present, and her enthusiastic clap inadvertently caused them to split open. Yes, just like a Lang able to emit flames, Zhao Shixuan was perceptive. He would meticulously ponder every situation. Possessing his own insights, this sudden warmth began to spread to her limbs, enveloping her in a comforting sensation. Alas, it seems the mutated cat also carries the virus, resembling that found in previously identified patients. Albeit with differences, it is likely a mutation, and there is currently no effective treatment, Wang XinYu lamented as he struck the armrest of the chair beside him. Regrettably, there was no way to produce an antidote in the short term. And the books did not mention any achievements in this regard. Wang Baozhu, disregarding her tear-streaked face, hurried to assist. Really? Wang XinYu, feeling somewhat agitated, paused before shyly asking, "Xiaoyu, may I take another vial of blood for testing?" The voices around her gradually became clearer as she slowly opened her eyes. Immediately encountering the tearful beauty of Wang Baozhu's face, truly a sight to behold. "Alright, Xiaoyu, how do you feel now? Let's have your third uncle check you." After sharing a smile, Wang XinYu quickly shifted his focus to serious matters. Zhao Yuliang, feeling sympathetic, wrapped an arm around her shoulder, gently patting her back in a rhythmic manner to soothe her, realizing that any words of comfort would be utterly inadequate. "What shall we do?" "My little you," tears streamed down Wang Baozhu's face, her heart nearly shattered. Wang XinYu was not mistaken. It was indeed Wang Baozhu. "Xiaoyu, do you feel anything unusual in your body?" Zhao Shixuan's previously somber expression had dissipated with Wang XinYu's awakening. His eyes now twinkling with joy as he gazed at her. "Sure," Wang XinYu readily agreed. After her fainting spell, Zhao Shixuan had caught her and carried her into the research room. The elder Wang and others could not help but smile at the sight of the mother and daughter. Dispelling the previous gloom, Zhao Shixuan's eyes brightened. "Feel it out, see if you can unleash your abilities." Their gazes locked, and Wang XinYu's heart fluttered. His eyes were simply mesmerizing, a clear, brilliant blue that seemed capable of reflecting her very essence. "It hurts." Wang XinYu pouted, feigning a whine. "Mom, just blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore." "Alright, calm down a bit." Wang Baozhu, helpless, took her hand and gently unwrapped the bandages, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's torn. Doesn't it hurt?" In the hospital room, a group of people sat around the bed, their faces etched with worry and silence. You little rascal." Wang Baozhu finally chuckled at her antics. "Fine, I'll blow on it and sprinkle some fairy dust. So our little you can heal instantly and bounce back." Though the medical equipment here was not entirely comprehensive, the testing apparatus was undoubtedly cutting-edge technology. Wang XinYu had fainted, her insides ablaze with pain. In her dazed state, it seemed she heard someone calling her name, a sorrowful emotion causing her heart to race. It must have been her mother, Wang Baozhu, although she longed to open her eyes and offer comfort. She found herself utterly powerless. She had not been mistaken. The dark blood had indeed been drawn for testing. The atmosphere in the room was tense, yet Wang XinYu felt considerably better after enduring a bout of excruciating pain. As a warm sensation began to emerge in her chest, her feelings were a complex mixture of emotions. "I am perfectly fine. Look, my blood isn't even dark." Zhao Shixuan lowered his gaze. Concealing the shadows beneath his eyes, a subtle sense of helplessness crashing against his mind, leaving him in a state of melancholy. Wang XinYu heeded his words, carefully sensing, and then felt a wave of warmth surging from her palm. Its water-based abilities. Chapter 17, Water-based abilities. As Wang XinYu's excited voice rang out, a stream of water gathered in her palm before softly dripping onto the floor, utterly harmless. Despite this, Wang XinYu was already jumping with exhilaration. Water-based abilities, especially in this time of widespread pollution, were invaluable, essential for life itself. She never expected that she would turn misfortune into fortune, striking gold. After all, the original character in the book had perished at the jaws of a mutated centipede. Not from a viral infection. It was not surprising that she could awaken her abilities, water-based abilities. She spoke the truth. After all, she possessed a mystical space, with crystal-clear streams and fertile land, with a bit of hard work. The families would have no trouble securing their livelihoods. "Dad, I am not." Wang Baozhu, having absorbed their persuasion, acknowledged the truth but felt her pride wounded, responding somewhat petulantly, "I am not stopping him from going out. I'm just worried about his safety." What is there to fear? We're all family." Zhao Yuliang, a true businessman, was eloquent. "Yes, due to the widespread decay of outdoor plants, I had Guobin collect some plant roots and soil for research, discovering that both the roots and the soil contain the virus." Elder Wang sighed. "Surface water is polluted. I fear the underground water is no better off." Though she spoke these words, they only absorbed half the information, while water was not a concern. Food was a pressing matter. Zhao Yuliang, with a sudden idea, suggested to Wang Baozhu, "Baby, why don't you and Xiaoyu spend some time together? I have some matters to attend to." However, she could not shadow him 24 hours a day. Zhao Shixuan also wore a slight smile, seemingly in good spirits. "Abilities? You be good. I'll be careful, bringing enough people with me." Zhao Yuliang wished to stay with her but knew the current circumstances required him to plan for the future. Of course, Wang XinYu was equally delighted, proudly declaring, "Everyone need not worry. With me around, food will be plentiful, and water will be in abundance." In truth, Wang XinYu also wished to go out and secretly gather more supplies, and Wang. "Rest assured, my dad and I will go with the team. Nothing will happen." Zhao Shixuan shared his father's thoughts. The chaos outside would only escalate, and they were running out of time. With countless preparations to make, yet, they were also concerned about Elder Wang and Wang Baozhu being out there, forcing them to suppress their thoughts for the moment. Shortly thereafter, he emerged beaming, "Wonderful. That water is comparable to pure drinking water. Absolutely safe for consumption." Wang Baozhu, feeling somewhat helpless, queried, "Then, what shall we do? The soil and water sources are contaminated. What is going on?" A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhao Yuliang's astute eyes. Food and water resources were vital for human survival. And he could not afford to be indifferent. Where are you going? It's chaotic outside." Wang Baozhu, fearful for his safety, seemed reluctant for him to leave. Yes, baby is always so understanding. She is just worried about me." Don't worry, I'll return safely. I want to spend my life with you, growing old together. Zhao Yuliang, unable to bear seeing his beloved woman distressed, immediately reassured her. Daughter, you're truly remarkable. Wang Baozhu embraced Wang XinYu. Her joy evident, relying on strong support to make life comfortable in the days ahead was essential, and having a capable brother to lean on was equally important. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Zhao Xishuan glanced at the water stains on the floor and then back at Wang XinYu. Xiaoyu, create some more water to test. Ah, that sounds frightening. Wang Baozhu, surprised and frightened, instinctively shrank back, and Zhao Yuliang seized the moment to hold her closer. Though they were in a second marriage, their affection was profound, filled with sweetness. How annoying, what are you saying? Everyone is here. Wang Baozhu, caught off guard by his public display of affection, felt her cheeks flush. Wang XinYu too shivered at the thought of the ferocious mutated cat, exclaiming, a storm is brewing. Mom, please let Uncle Zhao go. They are men destined for great deeds, you mustn't hold them back. Wang XinYu also spoke in their defense. Unwilling to let Wang Baozhu impede their path to strength, after another round of farewells, Zhao and his son departed the research institute with their entourage, presumably to be occupied for several days. Wang XinYu watched with keen interest, secretly amused, her gaze flickered. The original text had mentioned that the Zhao family, having secured a significant portion of the resources in City S, held considerable influence during the early apocalypse. The family's assets require consolidation. Particularly the supplies, as they are crucial for the sustenance of the household. Additionally, he is engaged in the food industry. If planting cannot resume in the short term, the existing grain will become exceedingly precious due to supply shortages. Once Song Tianyao arrives with his troops and the supplies are secured, he will charge into battle while Zhao Xishuan operates from behind the scenes. Together, they swiftly gain control over the situation in City S. Preventing significant unrest, Zhao Xishuan raises an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, to be precise, a transformation has already occurred. Both flora and fauna have mutated, the outdoor soil and water sources have been contaminated, rendering them unfit for cultivation and consumption. Surprisingly, humanity has also developed abilities. Zhao Xishuan gazes deeply at Wang XinYu. We just encountered a mutated flower on the road. Its thorny branches can attack humans, sustaining itself by feeding on human blood. Just now, someone tragically fell victim. With every revelation from Zhao Xishuan, the atmosphere in the room grows increasingly tense. Wang XinYu comprehends the gravity of the situation and promptly fetches a glass of water, which the elder Wang takes to the laboratory for testing. The elder Wang and his companions remain oblivious to the external circumstances, having previously been astonished by Zhao Lang's ability to conjure fireballs. They are equally amazed to witness Wang XinYu's ability to summon water from thin air. Indeed, Baizhu, you must not act recklessly, the elder Wang advises. Yes, quickly fetch a cup, he urges impatiently. The elder Wang has been attentively observing everyone, and Wang XinYu notices his gaze upon the envious expressions of those departing, stirring complex emotions within her. He feels conflicted. On one hand, he wishes to protect her from danger, yet on the other, he believes that the children must venture out to cultivate their resilience and grow. The world has irrevocably changed, and if one remains stagnant in a corner, they will only be eliminated by the rules of this new reality. Chapter 18, Enhancing Strength. Wang XinYu has unleashed her abilities twice, managing to create 2 water orbs, yet she now feels drained, recalling the explanations within apocalyptic literature regarding the enhancement of abilities. She understands that aside from diligent practice leading to qualitative change, one could also acquire mutated pearls by defeating mutated plants and beasts, absorbing their energy to expedite the enhancement of one's powers. Currently, Wang XinYu cannot venture out to confront mutated beasts herself, thus she must rely on relentless practice to bolster her capabilities. Observing his granddaughter's singular focus on her abilities, the elder Wang takes Wang Baizhu out, granting her the space to experiment. Wang XinYu, blushing with effort, summons a bit of energy, gradually forming a water orb in her palm. Elated, she strives to maintain and enlarge the orb, but suddenly, her energy seems to dissipate abruptly, and with a splash, the water orb falls to the ground, soaking a significant area before her. Wang XinYu silently gazes at her damp palm, noting that this orb was indeed larger than her previous attempts. A smile creeping upon her lips, proof that dedication yields rewards. Time flies during her practice, and her progress is unmistakable. It would be inaccurate to claim that this does not relate to her physical fitness. Upon hearing his words, Wang XinYu's mind immediately recalls her cousin Wang Hao, the son of her third uncle Wang Wuqing. How did he end up here? She exits the vehicle and opens the trunk, retrieving an axe from her space, something she had collected previously, which now proves useful. Entering the hall, Wang Chengjun gazes at her intently. Xiaoyu, come, create another water orb for your uncle to see. Noting Wang Chengjun's deep contemplation, Wang XinYu helplessly shrugs and playfully winks at the elder Wang, who looks at her with affection. Alright everyone, let us head back. This matter cannot be resolved hastily, the elder Wang declares, prompting everyone to rise and make their way to the parking lot. Wang XinYu, driven by impulse, feels a twinge of fear due to her lack of combat experience, yet the thought of her newfound abilities instills some confidence, as she reassures herself that minor injuries will not pose a threat. Regrettably, the water orb's lethality is rather weak. When it strikes a rat, it merely gives it a bath, hindering its speed momentarily. Xiaoyu, we are heading home. Wang Baizhu knocks on the door, observing her daughter still practicing inside. Her heart filled with mixed emotions. The streets have grown increasingly desolate, with scant vehicles and pedestrians hurrying past. Occasionally, she spots shops that have been clearly ravaged, along with unidentifiable bloodstains. Why do some succumb to the virus while others awaken their abilities? Initially, when caught in the rain, some perished while others resisted, unwittingly activating their abilities, much like Zhao Lang. Seizing the moment, Wang XinYu rushes forward, swinging the axe at the large rat while shouting, "Third uncle, sixth brother. You must take Hao Hao and fourth sister-in-law to safety, retreat to the vehicle." Wang XinYu understands that this is merely the beginning. Most households possess a certain amount of stored grain, and with the outside situation unclear, many are lurking in the shadows, observing. No, I cannot leave you behind. You all go first, and I will hold them off. Wang Guobin insists, brandishing a half-brick as he cautiously approaches Wang XinYu. The extraordinary nature of the situation renders him hesitant to believe. Today, he has spent the afternoon researching alongside others, discovering numerous unresolved questions. As for why they do not seek mutated beasts, it is simply because mutated plants are easier to handle, unlike beasts. They cannot run or jump and escape, yet, after an afternoon, the external world has undergone further changes. Grandfather, please remain calm, stay in the vehicle and do not exit. Mother, keep an eye on grandfather, I will go assist, Wang XinYu instructs. Naturally. I am well, she responds, her gaze flickering. It must be due to my robust constitution and strong immunity. Wang XinYu suddenly slams on the brakes, relieved that she is driving cautiously. Third uncle, I am not here to perform. Wang XinYu feigns displeasure. A mischievous glimmer in her eyes. Scientific research is not achieved overnight. She perceives Wang Baiju's doubts but chooses to remain silent. As she hurries over, she sees Wang Chengjun standing protectively in front of Wang Hao. While Wang Guobin shields an injured woman lying on the ground, confronted by a rat the size of a cat, which lunges at them. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Wang Chengjun and Wang Guobin hear cries for help and rush over urgently. She stands here, nothing is more persuasive than this body. Stop the vehicle, quickly. The elder Wang, upon hearing the child's voice, grows anxious and calls for the vehicle to halt. The mutated rat, drenched, seems momentarily dazed and ceases its attack. Wang XinYu, without hesitation, hurls a large water orb at the mutated rat. Just as she gazes at the desolate street with furrowed brows, a heart-wrenching cry for help echoes from the alley. Help! In a few days. As mutated plants and beasts become increasingly rampant, and the household's food reserves dwindle, humanity will face the harsher realities of survival of the fittest. Consequently, within the same tier, mutated plants possess far less lethality compared to mutated beasts. Mother. Wang XinYu feels elated. After an afternoon of effort, she believes she has mastered the formation and projection of water-based abilities. Hearing Wang Baiju's voice, she replies, all right. She longs to venture out and practice against a mutated plant. No. I merely wish to study how these abilities manifest. Wang Chengjun hastily clarifies, the results from the blood sample I provided earlier have come back, and there are no issues whatsoever, yet, the black blood undeniably contained the virus. In just over 2 hours, without administering any medication, you have recovered on your own? His daughter, who has been pampered all her life, is now displaying such diligence, it's quite astonishing. Quickly, that's Hao Hao's voice. Before the elder Wang's vehicle has even come to a halt. He pushes the door open, eager to exit. This third uncle, now a grandfather, fidgets anxiously, his anxious smile prompting her to tease him. You all go ahead, I possess abilities and have developed antibodies within me, even if I am injured by this creature. I will be fine, you must leave, trust me. The axe swing lacks finesse, relying solely on brute strength, and the mutated rat easily dodges it. Chapter 19, Confronting Life and Death. However, this mutated rat clearly possesses low intelligence or perhaps even cowardice. As it appears startled by Wang XinYu's attempt and refrains from attacking her further, instead, its beady eyes darting as it engages her in a standoff. Wang Chengjun and Wang Guobin hesitate, prompting Wang XinYu to exclaim in frustration, stop dawdling, I see fourth sister-in-law is in distress, hurry and take her to safety. Just moments ago, she noticed fourth sister-in-law lying motionless on the ground, evidently bitten by the mutated rat. Mama, Wang Hao's cries compel Wang Chengjun to grit his teeth and make a decision. Alright, we will leave, Xiaoyu. Be careful. Good, you all hurry, do not worry, I will be fine. Relieved to have finally persuaded them, Wang XinYu watches as Wang Chengjun and Wang Guobin swiftly escort Wang Hao and his mother out of the alley. Once they depart, Wang XinYu prepares to take action. She does not wish to linger with this foolish rat. As they exit the alley, they hear the elder's excited voice, Xiaoyu Guobin, it's good to see you safe. It's good to see you safe. Mom, Wang Hao cradled in Wang Baoju's arms in the passenger seat, lay against the backrest, repeatedly calling out for his mother, evoking a profound sense of sorrow in those who heard him. The mutated rat lay crushed, its body a grotesque mess, utterly lifeless, yet, as one wave receded another arose, he had evaded one danger, only to be ensnared by a second. The pair hastily exited the alley. And moments later, several mutated rats emerged from the shadows, cautiously peering around before rushing toward the carcass of their fallen kin, engaging in a frenzied scramble. Wang XinYu's heart sank at the sound. Realizing the gravity of the situation, grandfather. She spotted the elderly Wang standing at the empty street corner, eagerly watching the alley's entrance, a warmth spreading through her chest as a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Meanwhile, Wang Chengjun had taken a few individuals directly to their family hospital. What is it? Wang Guobin, intending to assist her, instinctively glanced at the mangled remains of the mutated rat. As a researcher in the medical field, he was unperturbed by the prospect of dissecting a corpse. He donned gloves and, with a firm grip, began to investigate, exclaiming, there's something inside, oh, there truly is something. A spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes as he pondered the resources at his disposal. Formulating a strategy. Let's go. This marked her first foray into real combat, and her heart raced, a tumultuous blend of excitement, fear, and exhilaration. Wang Guobin sped home, the alley ascent already in sight, earlier, while searching for reliable weaponry. He had scanned the area and found no cages. Wait a moment, sixth brother, could you extract whatever is inside the rat's head for me? Here, gloves. Wang XinYu produced a pair of disposable gloves from her pocket. actually retrieved from her spatial storage and handed them to him. Wang Guobin, lacking supernatural abilities, deemed it necessary to take precautions. Xiaoyu, are you alright? He rushed back, witnessing the scene before him, and quickly offered Wang XinYu a clean handkerchief. His heart heavy with concern and regret. It's all my fault for leaving you here alone. How are you feeling? Are you hurt? We were worried about you. Grandfather is waiting for you over there. While Wang Guobin spoke, his gaze fixated on the cage on the ground, puzzled. Where did this cage come from? A determined smirk graced Wang XinYu's lips, and with unwavering resolve, she conjured a large water sphere that swiftly hurtled toward the mutated rat. Aiming to disorient it for at least 3 crucial seconds, she focused intently on the rat, hurling her axe with precision, but the creature, fixated on her, darted aside in an attempt to evade. In that brief moment, he sensed that the situations of Guiqing's wife and Xiaoyu were markedly different. Since he had arrived, she felt no need to hold back. How fortuitous, as she could hardly bear the tension, just as she contemplated how to explain. Wang Guobin casually remarked, forget it doesn't matter. Is this mutated rat dead? We should leave quickly. After the group had exited, Wang Chengjun and Wang Baozhu had taken Wang Hao and his mother away. Initially, they intended for the elderly Wang to depart first, but he adamantly refused, insisting on waiting for Wang XinYu. Wang XinYu sprinted over, grasping the slightly trembling hand of the elderly Wang. I'm back. Wang Guobin extracted a pure white energy pearl from the rat's head. Astonished, Wang XinYu was somewhat bewildered by Wang Guobin's thought process, struggling to keep pace with his train of thought. However, since he chose not to delve deeper, she too remained silent, though one task remained. She summoned a water sphere to cleanse the pearl in Wang Guobin's hand before carefully placing it in a plastic bag. A wave of goosebumps enveloped her, realizing the urgency of the situation. She disregarded her fears and the repulsive nature of the task, seizing the axe from the ground and striking down with determination. Earlier, when Xiaoyu had collapsed from injury, they had conducted a series of examinations, revealing that although she was unconscious, her vital signs remained stable. Soon, the only remnants on the ground, aside from the flattened and damaged chicken cage, were a pool of dark red blood. Nothing else remained. Not even bones. Upon opening her eyes, the sheer force of the scene overwhelmed her, causing her to bend over and retch. Squeak, 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 the mutated rat emitted a haunting scream, a rush of heat splattering onto her hand. All right. Let's hurry home. We don't know how your fourth sister is faring. I sense something is amiss, the elderly Wang rambled on, having personally felt the external dangers, yearning to return to the familiar and secure confines of home. The mutated rat, now aware, frantically attempted to escape, its sharp teeth gnashing against the cage. However, Guiqing's wife displayed evident signs of distress, her wound oozing black blood, her body convulsing, foam gathering at her mouth. Her condition was dire. Wang XinYu, unreserved, took the handkerchief from Wang Guobin to wipe her mouth, inquiring, I'm fine, but why did you come back? It was during those 3 seconds that Wang XinYu seized the opportunity, successfully ensnaring the rat within a chicken cage. How? Be good, your mother will be alright, just be patient. Wang Baozhu patted Wang Hao's back, mechanically reassuring him, though her heart was anything but steady, her mind clouded with uncertainty. Wang Chengjun glanced at the rearview mirror. His brow furrowed, the car's speed accelerating. Chapter 20, Where is safety? Wang Chengrong received a call from Wang Chengjun, learning that his fourth brother Guiqing's wife had been bitten by a mutated rat. Weighing heavily on his heart. He immediately contacted Wang Guiqing, who was working at the hospital, and they awaited each other at the entrance. Wang Guiqing's face bore a dark expression, his thick brows furrowed in worry. A shadow of distress lurking in his eyes, Wang Chengjun drove recklessly, reaching the hospital swiftly. Upon halting the vehicle, Wang Guiqing opened the back door to assess the situation of his wife, Li Hongmei. His heart aching with compassion and sorrow, having seen numerous patients in similar conditions at the hospital today, all of whom had succumbed, he felt a deep sense of dread. Wang Baozhu, cradling Wang Hao, intended to exit the vehicle and accompany them into the hospital, but before she could act, Wang Guiqing halted her, saying, Aunt, please take care of Hao for me. He quickly pushed the gurney into the emergency room, determined to make one last effort despite already anticipating the outcome. Where's Hongmei? Why is she wandering around at a time like this? Gu Chuiping, unaware of the circumstances, interjected. Wang Guiqing glanced at his wife on the gurney. She was clearly struggling to breathe. 2 caretakers and a gardener had perished, and others had vanished without a trace. Shortly after their departure, a caretaker and a gardener at home fell ill. Gu Chuiping had sent them to the hospital. But the news that returned was grim. They had both passed. The little child, having witnessed the harrowing scene in the alley, felt fragile and frightened, but his father urged him to be strong, for he was a little man. Thus, he could not cry. Daddy, I want mommy. Hao won't leave. I don't know, Wang XinYu replied helplessly, shaking her head, unable to provide an answer. Wang Zhong and driver Xiao Zhang took Zhang Sa and Lao Lu to the hospital. But they haven't returned. The others have all fled. Gu Chuiping was terrified. Initially, with so many people at home, she felt relatively secure, but once everyone had left, her fear intensified in the emptiness of the vast house. The area they resided in was lushly landscaped, but the potential dangers were numerous. The plants were a minor concern, easily cleared away, but the thought of snakes, insects, and rodents was daunting, small creatures that were hard to guard against. Together, they lifted Li Hongmei from the car, only to be met with disappointment, yet Li Hongmei disregarded their advice, worried that her parents would run out of supplies at home. As soon as Wang Guiqing stepped out, she packed up her belongings and, along with Wang Hao, set off to deliver provisions to her family. Hao, be good, mommy will be back soon. Wang Baozhu could only offer such feeble reassurances. Let us go, Wang Chengrong sighed. What do we do? Is it safe for us to stay here? Gu Chuiping voiced the concern on everyone's mind. What about the others at home? The elderly Wang, having faced the threats of mutated cats and rats, was no longer surprised by mutated plants. He merely frowned as he surveyed the surroundings. This marked the first loss of a family member amidst the onset of the apocalypse. Yu Chui Ping, trembling with agitation, grasped her hand, clearly shaken by the ordeal. Something has happened, alright, I promise you, Daddy, Wang Guqing replied, his heart heavy with anguish. Wang XinYu, observing Gu Chui Ping's dazed state, quickly embraced her, seeking to soothe her distress. It's okay, we're all back. That tree in the backyard, no matter how sentient it becomes, cannot move, as long as we don't approach it. We'll be fine. Yes, third brother, let us hurry back. We shouldn't linger outside. Wang Qingrong agreed, nodding earnestly. He was utterly drained, filled with worry throughout the day. Asa result, Auntie, when will mommy come back? The little one, likely affected by the heavy atmosphere in the house, felt insecure and simply yearned for his mother. The adults, listening to the child's innocent words, felt a pang of sadness. Wang Guqing looked at his barely 3-year-old son, his heart filled with bitterness. How be good. Mommy is ill and needs to rest. You will disturb her if you stay here. You must be obedient and follow Auntie, so mommy won't worry about you. Alright? The words of Wang XinYu deepened the already somber expressions of those present, for they understood that her statements were far from exaggerated. The Wang family had employed 2 nannies, 2 drivers, 2 cooks, a gardener, and a housekeeper named Wang Zhong. As the elder Wang sat down in contemplation, Wang Chengjuan's countenance darkened. On their way back, they had already inquired of Wang Hao, from his innocent remarks and various conjectures. They had essentially pieced together the nature of the events. Listening to his father's words, Wang Hao struggled to suppress his tears, endeavoring not to weep aloud. Before Wang Chengjun could respond, Wang Hao spoke up first. Alas, in this world, where is there absolute safety anymore? Grandfather, uncle, I believe our home is no longer safe either. Look at the plants. We cannot know which have mutated and might attack us. It would be best to incinerate all the flowers, grasses, and trees in our yard. Additionally, with mutated animals potentially emerging from unknown places, we must devise some means of protection. He then addressed Wang Chengjun, who had already exited the vehicle, saying, Dad, you should quickly take Aunt and Hao back home. The hospital is chaotic, and you ought not to enter. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Wang Qingrong's household, where Gu Tsuaping sat alone in the living room, her expression dazed. Upon seeing someone return, her suppressed sorrow erupted into tears. Dad, Xiaoyu, you have finally come back. Wang Guobin hurried back with the elder Wang and Wang XinYu, while Wang Chengjun brought Wang Baozhu and Wang Hao arriving home in swift succession. Wang Guoqing gazed at the departing vehicle, his eyes glimmering with reluctance. Aunt, what is the matter? Well, Hao is being good. If Dad brings mommy back early, Hao will miss her. It is perhaps for the best that they have left. The world has changed, and we cannot foresee how the situation will evolve. Wang XinYu's mind was a tumult of thoughts, some fleeting notions passing through her consciousness, yet eluding her grasp. Previously, Gu Tsuaping and Wang XinYu had sequentially issued warnings in the family group, advising the Wang clan to remain indoors for the next few days and reassess the situation later. They had set out in good spirits, yet misfortune had befallen them on the return journey. Not long ago, a camphor tree in the backyard had inexplicably come to life, draining the blood of another nanny. Through Gu Tsuaping's fragmented recounting, they learned that this Li Hongmei had never been well regarded by the Wang family. For reasons unknown, she had approached Wang Guoqing while heavily pregnant, claiming to bear his child. At that moment, Wang Guoqing's expression had soured, yet he begrudgingly acknowledged the claim. The Li family was not one to be trifled with either. Alas, in these times, further discourse would be of little benefit, save for the suffering of young Wang Hao. Chapter 21, United in purpose, the gathered crowd could only sigh at the unfolding events when the telephone rang. Gu Tsuaping answered, conversing briefly before quickly hanging up, her demeanor turning grave. Was that Qingrong on the line? The elder Wang, who had appeared so vibrant earlier in the day, now exhibited signs of fatigue and worry. Indeed. That was. Gu Tsuaping hesitated, casting a glance at Wang Hao. That glance spoke volumes. Everyone understood. Qingrong indicated that the situation at the hospital is quite dire, and they may be delayed in returning. As Gu Tsuaping relayed this troubling news, her tone was heavy with concern. As an elder, she refrained from lecturing the younger generation but felt compelled to address her less amiable sister-in-law. Observing that the two had calmed down, Gu Tsuaping massaged her temples and assigned rooms. Hongfang, you shall occupy the middle room on the second floor, which was originally designated for the third family. Fengming, you will take the single room on the left, belonging to the fifth family. While the Wang family appeared harmonious overall, some petty rivalries and minor frictions inevitably arose among the in-laws. With external dangers looming, safety within the home was far from guaranteed. Unity in numbers provided some semblance of security. Wang Hao wept inconsolably, which deeply pained Zhou Fengming. Upon entering the house, Zhou Fengming took Wang Hao from Wang Baozhu and began to sob. Oh my dear, my precious heart, you have frightened me to death. Your mother is such a simpleton, always so oblivious, and now, in these times, she takes you out wandering. She deserves what she gets. Lu Hongfang sensed trouble brewing from her grandson's words, realizing Zhou Fengming would not let this go easily. Indeed, Lu Hongfang felt her grandson's fear, and her previously calm demeanor began to falter, prompting her to furrow her brow and retort. What wrong has he done? Pray tell, what has my Shangxiang said that was amiss? Was it the mention of going to heaven? How should he phrase it to suit your fancy? To visit grandmother's house? Ha, a lie remains a lie. Can one deceive forever? Zhou Fengming, hearing her grandson's innocent inquiry, felt a pang of regret for her impulsive words. Now what could she do? She must coax him gently, accepting the consequences of her own folly. The elder Wang's expression hardened with worry, his brows knitted tightly, and he appeared aged far beyond yesterday. I do not want it. I do not want mommy to go to heaven. I want mommy to come back. Brother is mean. Hao does not like brother anymore. Wang Hao, not fully comprehending the meaning of going to heaven, could only grasp that his mother would never return, a notion he found intolerable. Wang Xiang trembled at Zhou Fengming's distress, for he was but 7 years old. At that tender age of half-understanding and eager exploration, she was the eldest sister-in-law, the current matriarch of the Wang family, surrounded by sisters-in-law, daughters-in-law, and nieces, 8 women in total, an ensemble ripe for drama. Grandma! What has happened to my mother? Please tell me, tell me. Wang Hao's heart raced with anxiety, yearning for his mother's swift return. When his grandmother mentioned her, his ears perked up, terrified of missing any news about her. The house had ample rooms, but with so few master bedrooms, ensuring everyone's comfort proved challenging. Moreover, the arrangement of rooms placed Gu Zuiping in a difficult position. Chengjun, take the children and find a way to incinerate all the plants in the yard. Can we acquire some cement? It would be best to cover everything, leaving no cracks. Let us call the children back. Zhou Fengming, irate, replied. You need not have him speak out. His lack of restraint is a testament to your teaching. The apple does not fall far from the tree. Although Zhou Fengming felt displeasure at this remark, she swallowed her indignation for the sake of her grandson. Third sister-in-law, please temper your words, the children are still present. Lu Hongfang reproached her disapprovingly, drawing the attention of those who had been preoccupied in the living room. Yet, one must protect one's own. As Zhou Fengming's sharp rebuke startled Wang Xiang, she immediately embraced him, gently patting him in comfort. Resolutely asserting, my Shangxiang has said nothing wrong, why do you raise your voice, as if that grants you reason? How dear, your mother has gone to grandmother's house, and she will return soon. Zhou Fengming sought to deflect the situation. Lu Hongfang had always regarded Zhou Fengming with disdain. Though Zhou Fengming hailed from the esteemed Zhou family, she should have been well educated and cultured, yet, in reality, her social conduct was inferior even to Lu Hongfang's, being gossipy and far from endearing. No, your mother has gone to heaven, and she shall never return. At 7, Wang Xiang, the eldest grandson of the second family, played with his toys while frowning, saying, children must not lie, how can adults lie? Third aunt, your words will mislead the little ones. In the family group of the elder Wang commanded, and the younger generation promptly gathered their belongings. However, once Song Tianyao and Zhao Shishuan established their base, it would be prudent to relocate to a safer zone. Enough. Silence. Gu Zuiping had not anticipated that in her brief absence, the two sisters-in-law would engage in conflict. What time is it, and you still have the energy to argue? Oh dear, Lu Hongfang, look at the unruly child you have raised, he speaks without thought, showing no semblance of a proper elder brother. With a larger gathering, noise was inevitable, and given that most present were women and children, the atmosphere was charged. The cohesion and execution of the Wang family were commendable. Lu Hongfang, do you not feel embarrassed? Your grandson has erred, yet you maintain this attitude? Zhou Fengming, now seething with fury, raised her voice further. The elder Wang's idea was indeed sound. In times of crisis, uniting as a family provided strength and reassurance. Gu Zuiping's authority still held sway in the household, and after exchanging fierce glares, the two ultimately fell silent. Though the underlying tension would not dissipate easily, after all, this was not their own home, it could never feel as comfortable as their own. The elder Wang spoke slowly about the family's regulations, to which Wang XinYu nodded repeatedly. By what right? Why should she reside in a suite while I am relegated to a single room? Sister-in-law, your favoritism is glaring. Do you look down upon our third family? Zhou Fengming, already agitated, sprang to her feet upon hearing the unfair room allocation. Gu Zuiping appeared mortified. Her decisions were not arbitrary. As this was her home, and the suites were limited, the elder Wang's quarters were off limits, and her own room was not open for negotiation, especially for her eldest son, the long-awaited heir of the family, whose room must remain his. The room occupied by her former sister-in-law and her current niece was also untouchable. If she dared to disturb them, the men of the family would surely object. Chapter 22, Unforeseen Outcomes. Lu Hongfang, once a person of understanding, found her patience waning after the recent quarrel with her sister-in-law, choosing to ignore the conflict and instead speak softly to her grandson. Dear sister-in-law, just look at her, she treats you with such indifference, clearly not holding you in high regard. Zhou Fengming could not stand her pretentiousness and seized the opportunity to belittle Lu Hongfang. Third sister-in-law, how can you speak like that? Please refrain from spreading rumors and maintain some decorum, will you? Lu Hongfang felt the veins on her forehead throb. She was truly disgusted by Zhou Fengming's shamelessness. Humph. Am I not speaking the truth? Then why don't you give me the suite? On what grounds? That was allocated to me by elder sister-in-law. That if you have grievances against her, I do not. And do not think you can sow discord. Dear aunt, it's perfectly acceptable. It's rare for me to be back and stay. Leaving a room empty is such a waste. Then, recalling something, she glanced at Wang Baozhu and lowered her voice, cautiously asking, have you been wronged at the Zhao household? Grandfather, you did quite well. Your several uncles and cousins have lived up to your expectations. Wang XinYu sensed a hint of loneliness in the elder's eyes and quickly offered her comfort. Those few were daughters-in-law. Had they been sons, they would have been dealt with long ago. For a moment, Wang XinYu's smile faltered, her gaze flickering, but then she beamed even brighter. Grandfather, I am already 20. It's time I understood things. Besides, the world outside has turned upside down. If I don't mature, am I to wait to be bullied? However, it is inevitable that there might be minor frictions among the women, but with the men around, it shouldn't escalate into anything major. Who is ostracizing you, Zhou Fengming? What do you mean by that? Gu Zuiping was so furious she could barely articulate her words. Enough, don't blame her, she has not spoken incorrectly. The old master Wang said with a heavy gaze, alas. As the saying goes, a large tree casts a wide shadow, and people often grow apart. Wang XinYu noticed the old man's disapproval in his eyes, seemingly about to speak, and quickly interjected, "Grandfather, why don't you take me to the study? I would like to look for some books on medicinal herb cultivation. Could you recommend a few?" "Alright, you've all made such a ruckus, look at how you're behaving, do you wish for the younger generation to mock you?" Gu Zuiping felt her head buzzing and could not help but become increasingly irritable. He. "Indeed, I have lived a worthwhile life," old Master Wang chuckled. Clearly he too was affected by the earlier scene. He was not an old fool, he had set rules early on, allowing them to establish their own households. Whether he had achieved the so-called fairness he desired or was genuinely afraid of Wang XinYu's arrival, Zhou Fomying had indeed ceased her wailing, falling silent. "Sister-in-law, this one tea do, it's fine, just the three of us. Isn't it appropriate to speak our minds?" Old Master Wang smiled, glancing fondly at his daughter. "Dad, please don't be angry, it's not worth it over this matter." Third sister-in-law, "Perhaps you should say less." Wang Baozhu, seeing her father so upset, hurriedly went to soothe him. Asa Jr., it was always inappropriate to speak against elders. "Nonsense, who dares to bully you? Let your 3 uncles and 7 cousins each give him a punch, he wouldn't survive." Old Master Wang's face turned stern, fuming as he imagined his granddaughter truly being bullied. Wang XinYu flashed a charming smile at Wang Baozhu, realizing she hadn't thought much of it earlier. "Xiao Yu, how can you speak like that?" Wang Baozhu immediately chided her, shooting her a glare, while also glancing at her father. Wang XinYu felt her head throbbing from the commotion. Had it not been for her concern for old Master Wang, she would have left long ago. "So, you are merely pretending to be lofty, conspiring with elder sister-in-law to ostracize me." After watching the 3 depart, Gu Zuiping and her sisters-in-law exchanged knowing glances, laden with meaning. Wang Baozhu quickly followed. "Dad, let me support you." Given the current special circumstances, staying for a few days was merely a transitional arrangement. One could endure a little discomfort, and once the outside stabilizes, he could return home to live as he pleases. Gu Zuiping did not wish to indulge her. They did not know how long they would be together in the future, and it was unreasonable to cater to her whims. Previously, Wang XinYu had received much affection, but it was merely simple protection and care. Now, Wang XinYu gave him a sense of reliability. Then they all averted their gazes, their thoughts known only to themselves. In the study of old Master Wang sighed, "Alas, Xiaoyu, I do not know whether it was right or wrong to have them all return." Grandfather, you shouldn't overthink it. There are elder uncles and aunts at home." "Right. You child, why do I feel that this meeting, you've matured, grown up?" Old Master Wang looked at Wang XinYu with eyes full of pride and joy. "Fomying, there are only 5 suites in the house. If you keep causing a ruckus, I cannot possibly vacate another room for you." Old Master Wang had been listening to the entire exchange, and his brow, which was already furrowed, grew even more clouded with anger, seeing Wang XinYu smiling brightly. Her eyes clear and resolve firm, a hint of helplessness flashed in his somewhat murky gaze. "Alright, let us go." Wang Baozhu found her father amusing and said, "Dad, I heard everything, rest assured, I am here, I won't let her suffer." "Enough. At this point, how much longer will this go on?" Originally unwilling to intervene, but hearing the endless complaints from the third sister-in-law, his anger surged. In the Zhao household life was indeed quite comfortable, although she was a burden. She was a high-end glass vase, a treasured object in need of protection. Wang XinYu smiled helplessly. "Grandfather, what are you thinking? There is nothing amiss. Uncle Zhao and brother Shishuan are both very good people. A man must bear some burdens to become substantial." This was indeed the case. The young men of the Wang family were all of high character and had successful careers. Wang XinYu raised an eyebrow dismissively. "Grandfather, don't worry, with several uncles around, they won't be able to stir up much trouble." She did not wish to remain there. The competition among the sisters-in-law made it awkward to take sides, so she decided to slip away. "Aunt, what do you mean by that? Why is it suddenly my fault?" Zhou Fomying felt somewhat guilty, but recalling how everyone was ostracizing her, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved. "Dad, why is my fate so harsh? I just lost a daughter-in-law and came to avoid trouble, yet I have to face exclusion everywhere." "Third aunt, don't cry, my room can be yours. There is no need to summon third uncle over such a trivial matter." Gu Zuiping, initially annoyed, straightened up, exuding an air of grace. "Xiaoyu, that one do. In the Wang family she received nothing but love. There was no reason to endure grievances at the Zhao household." Was there, in truth, only the original character had been domineering towards the Zhao family's servants, who treated her with great respect. Chapter 23, the precious blade. Hearing the assurances from his granddaughter and daughter, and reflecting on the character of the Zhao father and son, old Master Wang felt somewhat relieved. "Well, as long as you haven't been wrong to listen well, you are the jewels of the Wang family, wherever you go. You must carry yourselves with pride. Even if you face the slightest grievance, you can return, and I will stand up for you." After a pause, old Master Wang added, "When I am no longer here, seek Qingrong or Guizhenda. I still trust their character. Grandfather, don't worry, we will not be wronged." "Right, Dad, you're overthinking. Although we are women, we are not easy to bully." Wang XinYu and Wang Baozhu exchanged glances. Feeling a mix of helplessness and sorrow, soon after, I began to have a series of nightmares, dreaming of bizarre and strange events. Upon hearing that it was the jade token left by Baiyun, Wang Baozhu felt a twinge of sadness, repeatedly saying it was good to mask her emotions. Wang XinYu and Wang Baozhu shared a curious glance and followed along. A chilling aura swept over them, causing involuntary shivers. She had thought it over. This matter regarding the space could not remain hidden forever. She could not act selfishly, neglecting her family while indulging herself. Wang XinYu stepped forward to open the box. Revealing a groove perfectly shaped for a fine blade, old Master Wang approached the grand blade, entered a few passwords on the display case, and it slowly opened. He reproached, "Don't you share the Wang surname as well? You are also a descendant of the Wang family." His gaze flickered slightly. The world outside has changed. Girls must prepare more resources to protect themselves. Is that so? Wang XinYu raised her hand in striking a pose. Immediately felt a surge of confidence and grandeur upon seeing the grand blade. Wang XinYu was captivated, and when asked if she liked it, she certainly did. After sharing a laugh, a flash of inspiration crossed her mind. And she excitedly said, "Come follow me, grandfather has something good to show you." Inside were 10 display cases showcasing magnificent jade artifacts, exquisite and luxurious jewelry, rich jade books and bamboo slips, as well as ancient and rustic porcelain and bronze vessels. Any one of them was worth a fortune. Old Master Wang was equally excited, but his wise rationality quickly returned, and he earnestly said, "Xiaoyu, this matter, once you leave this door, do not tell anyone." Old Master Wang seemed to sense her thoughts and retrieved a long box from beneath the display case. "Go take it." He stepped aside, encouragingly watching Wang XinYu. With this, he explained the significance of her earlier prophetic dreams. Old Master Wang opened a hidden door in the study and stepped inside. Wang XinYu felt as if her eyes had been illuminated, instantly drawn to an item in one of the display cases. This blade is our Wang family's heirloom, one of the 8 colors of the Song dynasty. But in this world now, Old Master Wang sighed, recalling the state of the outside world. "Then I will give it to you." The blade weighed approximately 2 pounds, perfectly suited for a woman to wield. Wang XinYu, with a single hand, lifted the large blade and attempted to swing it, only to find the space too confined to fully unleash its potential. In an instant, she comprehended his concerns. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a water balloon into the trash bin and playfully remarked, "Grandpa, how could you forget that I possess this skill?" "Hot splendid." A twinkle of satisfaction flashed in the elder Wang's eyes as he turned to Wang Baozhu. Immediately, Wang Baozhu embraced Wang XinYu, declaring proudly, "I have an extraordinarily talented daughter, hee. In a world where trust was a scarce commodity. If neither the elder Wang nor Wang Baozhu could be relied upon, who else could one trust? Do you like it?" The outside world remained oblivious to the unfolding events. It would be prudent for us to act with discretion. "Indeed. My mother is with me." Wang XinYu raised her chin defiantly, exuding an air of superiority, as if proclaiming her uniqueness. The atmosphere in the secret chamber was warm and harmonious, yet in Wang XinYu's eyes there was only the imposing blade, approximately 1 meter long, glistening with a chilling light. "MHM." Wang Baozhu nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly supporting her. The elder Wang, now aging, seemed to carry a hint of melancholy in his thoughts, tinged with sadness and reluctance. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing treasures incurs suspicion. Space. As she spoke, she waved her hand again, causing the wooden box to reappear, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. "Ha! Excellent, excellent, truly worthy of the Wang family lineage." The elder Wang laughed heartily, his expression filled with pride and joy. Faced with the inquisitive gazes of the two, Wang XinYu resolved to speak candidly. "This jade pendant was left by my father. Just the day before yesterday, I accidentally injured my hand and blood dripped onto it, which then manifested this space." "Impressive, ha! You truly are a child of the Wang family." The elder Wang guffawed after the laughter subsided. Wang XinYu felt troubled about how to store the lengthy blade, as it was simply too long. "Xiaoyu, it's magnificent." Wang Baozhu gazed at her daughter with starry eyes, radiating brilliance. "Put it away." The elder Wang casually patted the box, not considering its worth at all. "Ah, really?" Wang XinYu's hands trembled with excitement. The blade resembled an eyebrow, narrow in body, a single-edged sword with a sharp tip, broadening towards the hilt, crafted with a wooden handle and an iron pommel at the back. Wang XinYu's heart raced. She genuinely desired it, yet thought, isn't it inappropriate? After all, it's an heirloom meant for uncle and the others. Indeed, one's emotions were often reflective of their state of being. A positive mood could imbue a person with energy and vitality. Wang XinYu turned to face the astonished pair, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "What is this?" Wang Baozhu regarded her daughter, almost failing to recognize her. "Is this truly my child?" "Grandpa?" Wang XinYu glanced at the elder Wang. Her cheeks slightly flushed. "MHM." Ultimately, Wang XinYu could not resist the allure and stepped forward, grasping the hilt of the blade. As she did, the blade quivered slightly, the tremor resonating from the hilt through her palm straight to her heart. He had brought her here for this very moment. At that instant, the elder Wang appeared sprightly, showing no sign of the earlier lethargy. Wang XinYu's eyes sparkled. Was that red sandalwood? How extraordinary! The intricate carvings on it were also exquisite. "Of course it's genuine. When has Grandpa ever deceived you?" Wang XinYu carefully placed the blade back inside, contemplated for a moment, then waved her hand, causing the wooden box to vanish. A pang of sadness swelled within her as she observed the elder Wang's moist eyes. The love and affection he had for her palpable. As an impostor, she found it somewhat overwhelming. "Grandpa, go on now." The elder Wang sensed her emotions, his smile gentle and kind of following Wang XinYu's gaze. He too beheld the magnificent blade, a look of contentment gracing his features. "MHM." This aligned perfectly with her thoughts. Chapter 24. Wang XinYu's thoughts mirrored this sentiment. Although she had disclosed to the elder Wang and Wang Baozhu that she possessed a space, she refrained from elaborating on its peculiarities. Yet, the elder Wang and Wang Baozhu shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from probing further. In response to the elder Wang's patient instructions, she nodded earnestly. She then shared her reflections. In truth, there exist many types of supernatural abilities. Beyond the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there are also derivatives such as wind, ice, mist, thunder, and lightning, along with unique mental, healing, and spatial abilities, among others. I believe it prudent to wait until the number of supernatural beings increases and other spatial ability users or dual-type ability users emerge before revealing this. That way, it won't seem overly extraordinary. That is a splendid idea. Let us proceed accordingly. The elder Wang nodded in agreement. His gaze towards Wang XinYu increasingly filled with affectionate approval. Put the blade away, let us venture outside. The elder Wang gestured towards the box. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall, you all must remain vigilant when venturing outdoors. Zhou Fengying's expression was particularly colorful. Dad. I wish to, Wang Baozhu suddenly interjected, her laughter tinged with flattery. Zhou Fengying, incensed, was on the verge of protesting against such treatment. Rue is splendid, the Wang family has a promising future ahead. The elder Wang patted Wang Rue's shoulder. His contentment evident, though still slight, he was beginning to bear some weight of responsibility. As they arrived in the dining hall, everyone took their seats according to their status. Wang Rue gazed pleadingly at the elder Wang. His words flowing smoothly, I understand that Grandma is concerned for my safety, which is why she doesn't want me to go out, yet, as the eldest grandson of the family, I must shoulder the responsibilities. It is time for me to step out from beneath the elder's wings. A fledgling that does not weather storms cannot conquer the skies and soar. Upon hearing Wang Rue's declaration, various expressions flickered across the faces of those present. Thank you, Grandpa. Wang XinYu observed Wang Baozhu unreservedly donning the dragon seed necklace. Her spirits lifted, and she too accepted it without pretense. Very well. Wang XinYu deftly waved her hand, stowing the box away once more. Have your father and the others returned? Wang XinYu casually inquired. Great-grandpa. Wang Rue hesitated. Yet could not suppress his curiosity. May I accompany third uncle and the others to deal with the mutated plants? Third brother, fifth brother, do you still have workers coming to the factory? One should never overstep nor take undue risks. Prudence is key. At the dining table, those initially eager to witness Zhou Fengying's embarrassment found their interest waning. Wang XinYu nodded in agreement, smiling. Congratulations, Grandpa. You, the third Wang Wishing, the owner of a pharmaceutical factory producing various medications for several hospitals and pharmacies in City S. Chuckled. Go ahead, I will speak with your grandmother. Wang Rue, suddenly lost in thought, paused briefly before replying. No, only third uncle and fifth uncle have returned. Oh, little sister accompanied them to the study. It seems she had quite a fruitful visit. The Zhao family truly struck gold in marrying my little sister. Zhou Fengying's eyes glinted with envy as she fixated on Wang Baozhu's jade necklace, lifting her gaze to the elder Wang. She felt a twinge of guilt under his discerning gaze, lowering her head in humility. It was his possession to bestow upon whomever he chose, it was not for a junior to question. Only a handful have arrived, alas. Even today, few are in the mood to work diligently. I instructed them to organize the goods, we'll halt operations tomorrow and reassess the situation outside. Thus Gu Tsuaping planned to arrange a gathering. Oh. Wang XinYu understood immediately, third brother and fifth brother were not doctors and thus were not preoccupied with hospital duties. Great-grandpa, please speak to my grandmother and allow me to join, I am grown now. Ready to battle alongside grandpa and the uncles. Wang Baozhu pointed to a set of exquisite dragon seed jade jewelry displayed in one of the cabinets, transparent and flawless, radiating a vibrant sheen that captured the eye. What is it that you desire? The elder Wang discerned her intentions at a glance. Zhou Fengying's attempts to speak were stifled by a single glance from Wang Changjun, and her unspoken resentment was swallowed down. Wang XinYu, noticing her third uncle's suppression of his wife, shifted her attention to Wang Guobin beside her, sixth brother. Have the plants in the courtyard been cleared? Thank you, great-grandpa. Wang Rue beamed with excitement, bouncing on his feet. Yes, all cleared. Wang Guobin recalled something and added with a hint of apprehension, except for the camphor tree in the backyard, there is also a climbing vine in the front yard that has mutated. Fortunately, we kept our distance, or we might have suffered injuries. Ears perked, they quietly listened to the exchange. As soon as this was mentioned, the previously disinterested crowd turned their attention towards Wang Baozhu, when she emerged from the secret chamber. Having donned her jewelry, she was met at the study door by Wang Rue, who had come to summon them for dinner. Indeed, it is beautiful, Wang Baozhu replied, feigning indifference to the envy in the air. Deliberately flaunting her bracelet, the quality is simply superb, Dad, I adore it. As long as you like it, jade is selective, not just anyone can wear it. However, this set indeed complements you well, it has met its match in you. Ah. Well, is everyone alright? Gu Tsuaping inquired, her tone lacking conviction. What did the elder Wang mean? Was she deemed unworthy of wearing that jade? What made Wang Baozhu more deserving? It felt as though she was being compared to the dust. Not much different for me, few people showed up, and to top it off, a dog in the factory mutated and injured 3 people before running away. Not good, 2 were lost on the spot. And 1 was taken to the hospital, where it's rumored they've gained Earth-type abilities, a case of misfortune turning into fortune. By the end of the day, the topic of supernatural abilities had rendered everyone somewhat enlightened. Truthfully, he wished to take a gamble. If he could acquire supernatural powers, what are you pondering? The elder Wang's deep voice interrupted his musings. You child, your vision remains as sharp as ever. Very well. Take it, this set was your mother's most cherished jewelry back in the day. Old Master Wang approached the display cabinet, opened it, and handed a set of exquisite jade to Wang Baozhu. While selecting an equally striking set of emerald jade jewelry to pass to Wang XinYu, "This set is for you, put it away," said Wang Guo, his gaze flickering several times as he spoke. Several men from the Wang family had yet to return home, but it was unreasonable for the entire family to wait indefinitely. After all, while the adults could endure, the children could not go hungry. Old Master Wang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Smack. Just as he was about to slam his chopsticks on the table in frustration, he heard Wang XinYu's cold voice beside him. "If you don't want to eat, go back to your room. Life is but once. One should cherish thoughts of family." Old Master Wang patiently instructed a few younger relatives. "Understood, Grandpa," they replied in unison. Chapter 25, Slimmer. Before half the meal was finished, Zhao Yuliang rushed in with great urgency. "Dad, I've come to take Baozhu and Xiaoyu home." Zhao Yuliang, who usually paid great attention to his appearance, looked somewhat disheveled today, his clothes marked with dirt and wrinkles, and nonetheless his spirits appeared high, and he walked with a lively demeanor. Wang XinYu's eyes sparkled as she quickly dug into her food. It was getting late, and returning home safely was a concern, so they truly needed to hurry. "Have you eaten? Sit down and have something before you go." Old Master Wang felt delighted that Zhao Yuliang had come to fetch the mother and daughter. "I am not thin. Rest assured, nothing serious has happened. I've even gained a special ability. Look, baby, isn't your Liang brother impressive?" As he spoke, a short green vine suddenly appeared in Zhao Yuliang's hand. His nonchalant demeanor was as if the action of picking up food had nothing to do with him. Adli was also a woman of misfortune, a widow without children. With the world outside changing, she had nowhere else to go and shamelessly stayed on. The three soon arrived home, where they found Zhao Shishuan leisurely seated on the sofa, engrossed in his computer. Wang XinYu smiled even more brightly. Adli brought the dishes to the table. Feeling a bit anxious, she cautiously said, "Old Master, Madam, Young Master, Miss Yu, Chef Jean, and the others have all left. These are the dishes I prepared. I am not sure if they suit your tastes." Zhao Yuliang felt guilty towards his son, having not provided the necessary care and companionship during his childhood. When he turned his attention to his son after his wife's passing, he found that Zhao Shishuan's personality had already solidified, cold and independent, no longer requiring his care. All right, enough of that. You've all worked hard today, go eat, no need to wait on me, Shishuan. We're back. You must be starving. Shall we hurry and serve the food?" Zhao Yuliang was lively, perhaps even a bit rebellious, for if not, he wouldn't have gone into business against the family's wishes. Good. Zhao Shishuan nodded at her, though it was only a small gesture. It filled Wang Baozhu with immense joy. "Liang brother, this is wood-type ability, how wonderful." She looked down at her chest. Is this really called thin?" Wang XinYu frowned, distracted, only to find her bowl overflowing with food. She hurriedly interjected, "That's enough. Her son was far too mature for his age, with this stepdaughter in the Zhao family. She was now his daughter too. All his paternal love, which had found no outlet in his son, now had a place to go." "Brother." Wang XinYu quickly flashed him a charming smile, trying to appear endearing, hoping to win some favor. 2 pairs of chopsticks landed gracefully in her bowl, and as they slightly loosened, 2 pieces of meat gently fell in. "Shall eat, this is a special time. There's no need for such formalities." Zhao Shishuan could tell from Zhao Fu's demeanor that if he didn't intervene, the man would ramble on indefinitely. "Little girl, what are you smiling at? Come, eat your vegetables, you need to eat more. Look how thin you are." Zhao Yuliang, seeing her bright-eyed and adorable, couldn't help but feel elated. Now that her husband had gained a special ability, she could rightfully lean on him, continuing her role as a sheltered woman behind her husband. "Haha." Wang XinYu looked at the towering mound of food and sincerely said, "Truly, that's enough. I've already eaten a bit at the Wang family." "You've lost weight, Shishuan. Do you think Xiaoyu has slimmed down?" Wang XinYu glanced at the dishes, which were quite ordinary home-cooked meals, not comparable to those of a chef, yet not too shabby. Wang XinYu began to doubt herself. Was she really thinner? She paused, realizing her brother's attitude towards her today was markedly better than on their first meeting. Moreover, compared to her daughter, she preferred to rely on her husband. It wasn't that she didn't trust her daughter, but she wished to spare her daughter from undue burdens. Wang XinYu silently followed behind the two. She hadn't eaten much before, so why did she suddenly feel so full? Baby, rest assured, I will protect you in the future." Zhao Yuliang tightened his grip on Wang Baozhu's hand, assuring her, "You need not worry, since you've chosen to stay in the Zhao family. We will take good care of you. There will always be enough food for you." "All right, Liang brother, it's truly wonderful to have you." Wang Baozhu gazed at Zhao Yuliang with admiration. She was genuinely happy, just moments ago her daughter spoke of protecting her, and now her husband pledged to do the same. How could she not be delighted? That one do. Although Zhao Fu was touched by Zhao Yuliang's actions, he replied, "Old master, thank you for valuing us so highly." Zhao Shishuan's biological mother passed away from illness when he was only 13, however, he has always been intelligent and perceptive, understanding his parents' relationship in his own way. "No, Dad, it's too late to go home. It's not safe, and besides, Shishuan is waiting at home." Zhao Yuliang declined politely. "Very well, old master." A glimmer of amusement flashed in Zhao Fu's eyes as he exchanged a knowing glance with Adli, and the two stepped out. Wang XinYu couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't expected Zhao Yuliang to be this kind of person. Once Zhao Fu and Adli left, Zhao Yuliang couldn't help but grumble. This Fu, even at a time like this, he still holds onto those formalities and his incessant nagging. It's truly tedious." Zhao Yuliang's marriage to Zhao Shishuan's mother was a family arrangement with an average relationship. During those years, he was preoccupied with his entrepreneurial endeavors, naturally neglecting the family. Wang XinYu, with a mouthful of food still unchewed, was hurriedly urged by her grandfather to leave. "Oh no." She needed to chew quickly, feeling quite overwhelmed. Old Master Wang, without causing any difficulty, directly stated, "All right then, you two should stop eating. Go home and have a bit more with those two," regardless of Zhao Shishuan's feelings towards Zhao Yuliang. Over the years, their relationship had developed a tacit understanding, appearing harmonious on the surface. Fu, you and Lang are the same. Go fetch 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and call Lang. Let us all sit down together for a meal. As Zhao Yuliang began to speak, he was met with strong opposition from Zhao Fu Zhao Shishu and regarded her with a serious expression, nodding. Indeed, you treat us well, and we should be mindful and grateful. The propriety between master and servant must not be disturbed. The Zhao family, regardless of the time or place, must maintain the decorum that is due. Dad, and Wang Zhao Shishu stood up, polite and well-mannered. Liang brother, what did you do today? Was it successful? Wang Baozhu linked her arm with Zhao Yuliang's. Her face full of concern, having noticed his disheveled appearance. Eat up. Zhao Shishuan maintained a calm demeanor, modestly retracting his chopsticks to begin his meal. However, the expressions of the others at the table were filled with astonishment. Zhao Yuliang's bright eyes momentarily flickered with contemplation before quickly vanishing. Chapter 26, Discovery. Yes, eat up. While speaking, Zhao Yuliang served a bowl of soup for Wang Baozhu, attentively saying, I know you don't want to eat much in the evening, but you must still keep up your nutrition, otherwise how can your body withstand it? Here, have a bowl of soup. A small bowl of black chicken soup was placed in front of Wang Baozhu, effectively pulling her thoughts back to the present. So much, I can't possibly finish it. Wang Baozhu looked up at Zhao Yuliang with a pleading expression. Zhao Yuliang effortlessly lifted the bowl. Be good. I'll feed you, come. Wang XinYu lowered her head, silently battling the meat in her bowl. Although she was already 7/10 full, she understood that such quality meat would be hard to come by in the future. Thus, it was imperative not to waste it. For the couple across from her, she had no interest in their affectionate display. Her focus was solely on the meat. Zhao Yuliang was quite busy attending to his wife while also sneaking glances at the 2 children across the table. After one successful attempt, there was bound to be a second, and with each experiment, the success rate climbed while the detachment technique became increasingly proficient. Of course she wouldn't actually calculate, she would simply take it step by step. When faced with resources, she certainly wouldn't miss out. If she couldn't acquire resources, she would work hard in farming and create her own. Zhao Yuliang frowned slightly, his eyes filled with confusion. Had he misunderstood? Dad, and Wang, I'm done eating. Zhao Shishu greeted them and stood up to leave the table, tilling, sowing, watering. By the time all was settled, it was already deep into the night. I can't wait, I need to eat now. He went to the small hill to check on the planted fruit trees, finding them all thriving, and he contentedly watered them. What? Wait, you haven't eaten yet? Wang Baozhu, looking bewildered, was being pulled away. Considering it, she truly didn't know which would be more advantageous for her. Oh my, the 2 across from her were far too lovey-dovey. She needed to make a quick escape, for she certainly didn't want to regurgitate the precious meat she had just managed to consume. Regrettably, after gazing for quite some time, the foolish girl remained oblivious, solely engrossed in her meal. Indeed, she was truly indulging, as evidenced by the furrowing of her brow. The dull sun, steadfast and immovable, seemed destined for a life of monastic devotion. Zhao Yuliang felt a sharp pang in his arm and looked up to find Wang Baozhu regarding him with a serious expression. What are you laughing at? You sly one, what mischief are you plotting? At least you possess some discernment. My daughter is undoubtedly the most exceptional, and of course Shishuan is quite remarkable as well, Wang Baozhu replied with an air of pride. Lifting her chin slightly, she took a moment to calm herself, slowly attuning to the various elements within the water. It seemed that beyond mere water, numerous other substances existed. After completely separating a basin of water, she finally ceased her efforts, yet, upon touching the water, she sensed something amiss with the energy in her chest. What do you mean? Leaving that space, she dragged her weary body into the bathroom, intending to take a shower. Wang XinYu casually brought down a small cup of water, attempting to use her abilities to separate the water from other substances. Bang! With the sound of a door slamming, it was apparent that Wang Baozhu had grasped her husband's intention. What do you mean? I'm being wronged, Zhao Yuliang exclaimed, looking thoroughly disheartened as he quickly denied. I laughed because I was pleased to see those 2 children so outstanding. Turning around, he beheld neatly arranged supplies that brought him immense joy. Wang XinYu contemplated for a moment, deciding to save the cup for her third uncle, hoping he would take it to the laboratory for further research. Of course, if she truly wished to take it easy, she could gather more supplies. The spatial area was limited, and the more resources collected, the less land would need to be cultivated for planting. However, this endeavor proved somewhat challenging, as she had failed several times. Her abilities evidently insufficient, even a slight exertion left her exhausted. She first fed the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep, which had been clamoring for food after a day without access to their usual space. Is that so? Wang Baozhu cast a doubtful glance at him. Receiving his earnest and affirmative nod in response, gritting his teeth, he set down his bowl, declaring, I'm done eating, let us go engage in some mischief. Wang XinYu had finally managed to consume a bowl of vegetables and immediately stood to bid farewell. No one noticed the fleeting shadow of melancholy that crossed her eyes as she turned away, although news had spread that surface water was contaminated with viruses, rendering it unsafe for consumption or contact with the skin, each posing a risk of infection. Wang XinYu remained unafraid. She understood that having abilities meant her body had undergone a transformation, granting her immunity to viruses of the same level. Meanwhile, Wang XinYu returned to her room, supporting her belly, and promptly slipped into her space. Turning on the faucet, she reached out to test the water temperature. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she cautiously sensed a wave of heat emanating from her chest, controlling a surge of energy that flowed from her heart to her palm before halting. After a moment of elation, she observed the small plot of vegetables she had planted, realizing there was still a vast expanse of unworked land, which left her feeling utterly fatigued. Zhao Yuliang watched as the 2 individuals left the table and ascended the stairs. A contemplative smile gracing his lips, Wang XinYu let out a heavy sigh, mustering motivation. Wang XinYu, you can do this. She resolved to cultivate an acre each day, believing that after a couple of months, she could achieve her goal. Attuning herself to the vitality of the water, perhaps due to her innate affinity as a water ability user, she felt an extraordinary control over it. Suddenly, the water at the bottom of the cup began to levitate. Drawn forth by her will, floating in the air, Wang XinYu operated the tiller tirelessly, going back and forth, unyielding in her efforts. She felt fortunate that modern technology was quite advanced, otherwise relying solely on her meager strength would have been futile. After some contemplation, she discarded most of the water in the cup, leaving merely a shallow layer at the bottom. Persevering in her experiments, a surge of joy filled her heart as the water splashed onto the ground. Soaking the tops of her feet, quickly bending down to inspect the cup, she discovered it contained only a faint layer of gray substance. Could this be the virus? Uncle Zhao, Mom, I've finished eating. I am heading back to my room, Wang XinYu lamented, tapping her forehead in frustration for her oversight. She had eaten too much and needed to engage in some light activity to aid digestion. The expression on her face was one that Zhao Yuliang cherished. Approaching 50, he had never believed in love during his youth and had never anticipated that he would fall for such a small woman in his later years. After completing her tasks, Wang XinYu gazed at the results of her labor on the acre of land, feeling a swell of pride. With a buoyant spirit, Wang XinYu quickly took a combat shower while striving to recall the contents of the book she had read. It seemed that no one had ever mentioned the ability of water manipulators to separate water from viruses. She pondered whether other water ability users possessed similar capabilities. Chapter 27, The Secret Manual. Wang XinYu decided to observe the unfolding events, diligently working to enhance her own abilities. The separation technique was certainly worth further exploration. And she felt a sense of anticipation. By the end of the day, Wang XinYu was exhausted, half reclining on her bed, lost in thought until slumber overtook her, accompanied by soft snores. A dreamless night passed until dawn broke. The sky retained its overcast hue, devoid of sunlight. Wang XinYu stretched lazily, rising to brush her teeth and wash her face, as memories of her separation technique from the previous day flooded back. With her toothbrush in her mouth, she turned on the faucet once more to experiment. Thus, she became engrossed in her endeavors for over half an hour, though the results were promising. Oh, is that a flower? It resembles a night blooming cereus? Wang XinYu mused, though she was not entirely certain. Their daily water allowance was limited, and the demands of so many people were evident. Out again? Wang Baozhu questioned hesitantly. Uncle Zhao told us to stay home and not wander about. This implied that once she mastered the separation technique, she could potentially utilize her limited abilities to extract a substantial amount of clean virus-free water. What a remarkable prospect. It was well known that future water sources would be exceedingly precious. This was precisely why Wang XinYu had felt such exhilaration upon realizing her water manipulation abilities. They left early this morning. Take your time eating, no need to rush. Be careful not to choke, Wang Baozhu cautioned. Her brow slightly furrowed in disapproval. Before she had crossed into this era, it was a time when short videos were rapidly gaining popularity. She recalled watching a video that vividly showcased the ephemeral beauty of the night blooming cereus. As she opened the box, a hidden compartment was revealed within the lid. I have something to attend to. I'll find grandfather shortly, Wang XinYu concluded, reasoning that with the abundance of ancient medical texts in her grandfather's study, he would surely be able to solve her dilemma. Adley quickly brought a set of chopsticks and a bowl, and Wang XinYu expressed her gratitude, eating without concern for table manners. The other plate was simple. Each figure depicted in lifelike detail, wielding a fine blade with precision. Wang XinYu gently caressed the night-blooming cereus, admiring the craftsmanship, every petal intricately detailed. Suddenly, she felt the flower's stamen shift slightly. She hurriedly finished washing up and slipped into the resting area of her space. Opening the box, her eyes widened in astonishment. What a delightful surprise! Water manipulators were truly invaluable in the apocalypse, each one a rare treasure coveted by capable organizations. XinYu, you're awake. Come join me for breakfast, Wang Baozhu called from the dining room. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Wang XinYu looked up to see her mother's radiant smile beckoning her over. Wang Baozhu observed her daughter, who should have exhibited delicate femininity, now standing with an unexpectedly resilient posture. Causing her heart to swell with emotion, Wang Baozhu hurriedly called after her, be careful. Wang XinYu could hardly contain her joy. This truly felt like a serendipitous turn of fate. I understand, don't worry. The stamen within the flower began to shift as she experimented with the motion, twisting it back and forth. To her surprise, she managed to dislodge the stamen, yet the box appeared unchanged. Had she miscalculated? Wang XinYu sighed in disappointment, realizing that fortune had not smiled upon her overnight. Inside the small box lay leather, or perhaps some kind of hide. Wang XinYu was uncertain. She could not perpetually feign compliance with their expectations. She had to allow them to gradually adapt to the new version of herself. Drawing from her extensive reading experience, she surmised that such antiquated items might conceal secrets or hidden compartments. Wang XinYu approached, asking, "Where are Uncle Zhao and my brother?" She felt a twinge of excitement. She was undeniably different from her predecessor, seizing the chaos of the apocalypse as an opportunity to alter her character subtly. The text remained in traditional characters. Regardless, Wang XinYu could only decipher a few characters through their pictorial forms. She chuckled softly, acknowledging that some habits were immutable, while others she had no desire to change. In the future, it would become increasingly difficult for ordinary people to secure even a drink of water. Let alone water for washing. Alas, one must not be overly greedy. She needed to adjust her mindset. The ancient sandalwood box lay on the table, and Wang XinYu eagerly traced the patterns on its surface. Appreciating its beauty, today, as she utilized her abilities to separate water, she felt a marked improvement in her proficiency. After separating a basin of clean water, she still had residual energy, a stark contrast to the complete exhaustion she had experienced the day prior. Sighing, she decided to examine her fine blade instead. Rubbing her hands together with excitement, she reached for it. After reveling in her joy, Wang XinYu found herself troubled by the inscriptions on the leather and pondered for a moment before organizing her belongings and stepping out of her space. Changing into fresh clothing as she hurried downstairs. "Mom, don't underestimate me, just wait and see," Wang XinYu declared defiantly, lifting her chin. "I'm full now, you take your time eating, I'm off to find grandfather." "Indeed. I'm about to embark on a grand endeavor." Wang XinYu spoke with grand ambition, yet her demeanor was somewhat juvenile, though she was quite intentional about it. "But..." Wang Baozhu couldn't help but laugh aloud. "You still want to accomplish great things? Just look at your little arms and legs, perhaps you should conserve your energy and take a break." Wang XinYu smiled and replied, "You should listen to Uncle Zhao and stay obediently at home. I possess extraordinary abilities and fear no danger. I am determined to venture out into the world." Last night had been exhausting, and she had completely forgotten about the matter of the treasured sword. There were two mysterious pieces of leather, one inscribed with, was that seal script? Was it large seal or small seal? Remembering her combat potential, Wang XinYu finally recalled the sword she had obtained yesterday. However, after the initial excitement, she felt a tinge of disappointment. The water-based abilities were the weakest among all powers in terms of combat prowess. What? Venture out, Hugh? Wang Baozhu seemed momentarily lost in thought. Having said that, she set down her utensils, waved goodbye to Wang Baozhu, and gracefully turned to leave in one fluid motion. Wang XinYu paused slightly, then furrowed her brow, a mix of seriousness and slight apprehension as she began to ponder. Now that she understood that water-based abilities might have other uses, could it be possible to develop additional combat functions? Wang XinYu's imagination sparked, eager to explore. Just then, she recalled her ex-husband, that ill-fated man. It seemed that long ago. He too had harbored the same lofty ambitions as she, yet, for her sake, he ultimately chose to halt his pursuits. Wang XinYu sped along in her sports car, swiftly arriving at the Wang Family Research Institute. The old master Wang had come early that morning with Wang Chengjian and the others, ever restless. "Grandfather, uncle, sixth brother, I'm here." Her voice preceded her arrival, truly a spirited young woman. Upon hearing her voice, the old master instinctively turned his gaze towards the entrance. Then nudged his grandson with his cane, "Go greet your sister." Fifth brother Wang Guowo was engrossed in a game, but upon receiving the command, he reluctantly logged off. After all, nothing was more important than his sister. "I'll go." Wang Rui stood up. Having successfully accompanied their great-grandfather, despite the pressure he faced, it had not been easy. His grandmother and mother had expressed various concerns and disapproval, yet they could not sway his determination. "Grandfather. Who needs your money?" "I need my provisions. You lot will meet a dire fate. I already said I won't sell, this is robbery, and I will report you." A woman crumpled the bills thrown at her and hurled them at the man's retreating figure. But alas, he was long gone, rendering her actions powerless. By the time they arrived, Wang Guowo exclaimed excitedly, "Fantastic, Xiaoyu brother is also going to look for a sword. Teach me a few moves, will you, once I learn? I can have a means of defense when I venture out." Resources were scarce now, thus Wang XinYu parked at the research institute and joined Wang Guowo in his vehicle. Wang Rui couldn't help but interject, "Yes. And we discovered 3 mutated plants, one of which resembles the camphor tree at home. It's quite ferocious and can devour people." "Fifth brother Rui, why are you here too?" Wang XinYu entered the research institute with ease. It was a small supermarket, where a woman sat on the floor, weeping and cursing as she held her child. In a moment of reflection, he began to ponder which antique shop in his city might have swords for sale, and whether he should inquire with that lad from the Song family about procuring a batch of military knives. His anticipation was palpable. "That's good," Wang XinYu couldn't help but remind them. "Currently, the mutated plants are still in their preliminary stages and relatively manageable. Once they evolve further, they will become significantly more troublesome. Regardless, you all must remain vigilant at all times." "No." Wang XinYu retrieved a small vial from her backpack. In reality, from her spatial pocket. "Grandfather, this is a material I extracted from the water. For third uncle, let him study it and see if it contains any viruses." "Indeed, how could they assist? What authority did they possess? And what capabilities did they have to interfere in such matters?" Observing that middle-aged man, it seemed he too was driven by desperation. When faced with starvation, even the slightest glimmer of hope could compel one to strive for survival. "Stop crying, we've already given you money. So take it." A middle-aged man, his face contorted with conflict, tossed the money at the woman before turning and fleeing with his belongings. Wang Guowo's eyes sparkled with a desire to gamble on fate. "Yet, you all stop, cease at once, you robbers will meet a grim end." Wang XinYu's gaze flickered. "This was given to me by grandfather. He provided me with a dagger, and the sword manual was found within the box." The old master glanced at it and commanded, "Guowo, take it inside." "Dad, wait for me, why are we going home?" Wang Guowo, having just stepped out, was perplexed upon hearing the old master's intention to return home. This morning, everyone had insisted he stay at home and not come. Now, he couldn't fathom why they were reversing their stance. "No, we are prepared. We used tools and kept our distance while igniting the fire." Wang Rui recalled the earlier scene, still quite exhilarated. His curiosity was genuine, without ulterior motives. "Let us go together." Wang Guowo casually draped an arm over his nephew's shoulder, and the two of them made their way out in a jostling manner. "Xiaoyu, come sit, nothing untoward happened on your journey, did it?" The small supermarket's door had likely been pried open, and several individuals were inside, busily pilfering items. "Oh, no, they were robbing." "Were you hurt?" Wang XinYu inquired with concern. In truth, not all greenery had mutated into man-eating monstrosities, however, adhering to the principle of better to wrongly eliminate 100 than to let one escape, they had eradicated all flora within the human activity zones. Wang XinYu laughed heartily. "How that's splendid. After we escort great-grandfather and little aunt back home, we shall seek out swords." She had chosen not to conceal anything, speaking the truth. After all, it was the old master who had given it to her. "Hurry! Let us run. What should we do? Should we go help?" Wang XinYu's vehicle halted by the roadside as they surveyed the scene, momentarily at a loss. "Any mutations?" Wang XinYu casually asked. Wang XinYu glanced outside. "Come help, didn't you see? The greenery in the courtyard has already been cleared away. What's happening up ahead?" Wang XinYu frowned deeply as she peered through the window at the unfolding scene. "Fifth uncle, little aunt, I want one too." Wang Rui's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Anxious lest they refuse him that he did not wish to remain hidden at home, after all, he would soon turn 16 during the new year, no longer a child, and he yearned to fulfill the responsibilities of a grown man. To shield his family from harm, Wang XinYu took out the 2 pieces of leather, eagerly looking at him. "Grandfather, I found these in the box containing the dagger. They should be the sword manual. Can you please take a look? I'm not very familiar with the characters." Wang XinYu accepted the vial, responding affirmatively as he obediently went to deliver the items. Hearing her words, both Wang XinYu and Wang Rui fell silent. "Oh?" The old master's interest was piqued as he opened the contents. Exclaiming, "This is large seal script. I must research this further at home. Now, let us go." Wang Rui was quite thrilled. Today marked his first participation in a battle, though it had been chaotic. He neither feared nor faltered. "Excellent, once grandfather translates the sword manual, we shall all review it together." Wang XinYu felt genuinely pleased by Wang XinYu's words, gaining a deeper understanding of the Wang family's character. Those who treated her well would undoubtedly receive her equal, if not greater, kindness in return. The old master sighed, observing, "How can we assist? Alas, let us go. Yet, must one disregard the law for the sake of survival?" And what of the shopkeeper, who had stock yet refused to sell? Was that reasonable? In the face of life and death, everyone has their own stance, striving solely for the survival of themselves and their dearest kin. What fault lies therein? En route, Wang XinYu learned the specifics of the situation from Wang Rui and, filled with excitement and curiosity, asked, "Xiaoyu, where did you acquire the sword manual?" The old master shot him a glance, uninterested in elaborating. And continued forward. When the survival of humanity collides with moral law and becomes irreconcilable, everything collapses into chaos. This world requires rebirth through fire. Chapter 29, Battle with the Large Cat. Meow. At the sound of the cat's cry, those engaged in the fray and the spectators attempting to take advantage of the situation immediately scattered in terror. "Run, the monster is coming." Wang XinYu's expression turned grave as she focused on the outside, where a cat the size of a full-grown tiger advanced into the crowd, striking one individual on the head, instantly splattering brain matter. "Ugh," Wang XinYu felt her stomach churn. "Quickly, let us go." The old master's face turned pale as he urged Wang XinYu to drive away. It wasn't that he lacked the will to save others, but rather that he was powerless to do so. Now, her strength was limited. Merely managing to stay upright was a feat in itself. Wang XinYu clutched the handrail tightly, struggling to maintain her balance as her heart raced. Though Wang XinYu had initially inflicted a minor wound on the creature, it had skillfully evaded her attacks thereafter. A man smiled slightly, his charming demeanor evident in his alluring voice. The vehicle jolted as it was struck, losing its direction. However, the speed of the large cat seemed even quicker. With a swift paw, it struck the car's roof, caving in a significant portion, nearly crushing her head. Everyone has a desire for beauty, and Wang XinYu, being no exception, was inevitably drawn in by his allure. "Quick, surround the mutated cat, don't let it escape. Hurry!" As the voice echoed, Wang XinYu caught sight of 7 or 8 individuals in her peripheral vision, each wielding extraordinary abilities: fireballs, clumps of earth, wooden spikes, and blades of various sorts, all aimed at the large feline. Wang XinYu slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The vehicle spiraled out of control, skidding sideways until it collided with a nearby lamppost, finally coming to a halt. A surge of joy filled Wang XinYu's heart, despite the sharp pain in her arm from waving it about. She dared not cease her efforts, fearing that doing so would rob her of strength, or worse, give the cat an opportunity to strike. "Are you all right?" The man had striking peach blossom eyes, and when he fixed his gaze upon her, it felt as though he could seize her very soul. The car lurched forward, and the large cat pursued closely behind. The fire-wielding ability user panicked as the cat lunged towards him. Wasting a fireball that sailed harmlessly into the air, she thought she was surely doomed to meet her end, but unexpectedly, a pair of strong arms caught her securely. Ignoring everything else, the cat charged at the man who had thrown the fireball. As it seemed that among all the abilities, the fire posed the greatest threat, considering its beautiful coat had already been singed in several places. Had the cat leveled up, it appeared agitated, as if wishing to flee. But after spinning in circles, it instead lunged toward Wang XinYu. At that moment, the cacophony around Wang XinYu faded away. Her entire focus was on the large feline. With a fierce cry, she rushed towards it, swinging her weapon wildly, lacking any semblance of strategy, merely a flurry of desperate strikes. Meow. The cat was furious. In truth, such tactics were far too juvenile, inflicting minimal harm upon it. She watched helplessly as Wang XinYu climbed through the car window and leapt out, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration at her own impotence. "No, Xiaoyu, don't do anything foolish." The elder Wang, disoriented and injured in both shoulder and head, struggled to regain his composure, yet he still sought to dissuade Wang XinYu. All that remained was precision, but how could one achieve that? She understood that she needed to strike its vital points. "Xiaoyu, what are you planning?" The cat dashed toward Wang XinYu, who held her breath. Tightly gripping the tip of her dagger, bracing herself for the encounter, Wang XinYu heard the elder's voice approaching, finally snapping back to reality. She looked up dazedly, her eyes meeting a sharply defined, strikingly handsome face. The fire wielder was frantically dodging the cat's assault while the others continued their futile barrage of minor attacks. Enraged, Wang XinYu felt the urge to stomp her foot in frustration. What a waste, a first-level mutated beast? Xiao Yu, are you alright? The situation was dire. Was there any hope for humanity's survival? Wang XinYu pressed her lips together, her gaze resolute as she rolled down the car window. A wave of irritation washed over her. How could they underestimate her? Treating her gleaming blade as mere decoration, it infuriated her. The large cat, too, possessed its own dignity. It could not tolerate such insolence without retaliating. Xiao Yu, run! How could this be, just 2 short days? And they had already encountered a first-level mutated beast. Wang Guohuai's face darkened as he observed the cat, his lips pressed tightly together as he focused on starting the vehicle to escape. Taking a moment to gather herself, Wang XinYu gripped the hilt of her knife, watching the unfolding battle while waiting for the opportune moment. Fifth uncle, the cat is chasing us! Wang Rui exclaimed in terror. Glancing back in fright, meanwhile, the elder Wang and the others had exited the vehicle. Wang Guohua, injured, struggled to free himself, and upon witnessing the scene, could only scream in horror at Wang XinYu. As the car began to move. Whether it was the noise of the engine or something else, the large cat's glowing green eyes suddenly locked onto their vehicle. Her hands felt numb, and her arm throbbed with pain. Had she struck a blow? Wang Guohua saw the unfolding situation in the rearview mirror and hastily pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward at breakneck speed. Perhaps it sensed the absence of other ability users hurling projectiles at it? Thus, it could only seek to sever its opponent's head. Suddenly, Wang XinYu heard someone approaching from behind. Ignoring everything else, she leapt from the car, retrieving her dagger from her spatial pocket. The dagger was long, its length equated to its strength, and even without technique, her wild swings managed to draw blood from the large cat. Fifth brother, you take grandfather and Rui and leave first. I will hold it off. Bang, bang, bang. Wang XinYu felt a surge of joy as the cat shifted its attention. But truthfully, she was beginning to falter. With a desperate swing of her arm, she aimed at the charging beast, shouting. A hope ignited within her, and her mind raced. Although she had never studied swordplay, she understood that all martial arts emphasized speed, accuracy, and ferocity. Auntie Wang Guohua was frantic, his leg caught and immobilized, leaving him in a dilemma. Why did her face feel so warm? Wang XinYu's ears buzzed, her head spun, and then her body felt as if it had been drained of energy. Uncontrollably leaning backward, where lay the cat's vital points, aside from its head, perhaps its heart. Where was its heart? How could she possibly know? It was coming, yet the harm was minimal. But the humiliation was profound. Her cheeks flushed as she pressed her hand against the man's chest, applying gentle pressure to steady herself. Thank you. Oh dear, the sensation of his touch was undeniably substantial. Chapter 30. The original male lead arrives after standing upright. Wang XinYu realized she barely reached his chest. He must have been nearly 6 feet tall, his physique appearing slender yet surprisingly robust. She shook her head, turning to look behind her. Wang Rui was supporting the elder Wang, who approached her with an anxious expression, his steps unsteady. Grandfather, Wang XinYu felt a pang in her heart and rushed toward him, only to stumble slightly due to her fatigue. Thankfully, a pair of hands caught her just in time. Take it slow, the elder Wang's urgent voice stirred emotions within her. Indeed. Be careful, no need to rush. The man raised an eyebrow, steadying her once more. Wang XinYu's cheeks reddened further, her heart racing uncontrollably. Oh dear, it felt as though she had been playfully teased. Song Tianyao? Wang XinYu felt as if her head were about to explode. He was the male lead from the original story, the figure the original character had been infatuated with, oh my goodness, alongside the earlier ability user. There was now a fully equipped team clad in camouflage, likely military personnel, subordinates of Song Tianyao, so her recent actions had been witnessed? I just returned today, Grandfather Wang. Song Tianyao smiled warmly. Zhang Hua's expression turned serious as he inquired, is he Song Tianyao from the Song family? At that moment, the elder Wang finally reached her side. Xiao Yu, how are you? Are you hurt? Grandfather, I'm fine, I'm merely a bit fatigued, please don't worry. Wang XinYu quickly reassured him, shifting the topic to boast. Grandfather, did you see? I was impressive, I managed to injure the large cat. She was the granddaughter of the Wang family, one of the 5 great clans, and recalling the reason for her hasty return, she smirked. How could her family possibly join some nameless team? With a swift motion of her blade, blood splattered anew. It dawned on her that blood had likely splashed onto her face moments ago. Meaning she had been swooning with a face splattered in blood? Hello, I'm Zhang Hua. I previously ran a small company. He rambled excitedly about himself, his incessant chatter irking Song Tianyao. Water-type abilities were indeed scarce among their ranks. Grandfather is too polite. Song Tianyao glanced at Wang XinYu, noticing her distracted gaze, and chuckled. Besides, I cannot take credit. It was primarily due to Sister Xiao Yu's excellent knife skills. Looking down, he again searched for any wounds, feeling utterly embarrassed. Had he saved her? An ability team. He hadn't anticipated such a team would materialize so swiftly. Observing their group's strength, he found it quite commendable. Wang XinYu, however, was mortified, blushing furiously, wishing for a hole in the ground to hide within. Song Tianyao raised an eyebrow. Indeed. So she hadn't struck the cat's head after all. Had she just boasted and been immediately contradicted? Wang XinYu's body tensed, instinctively stepping back to distance herself from him. The prior flutter of her heart now a nightmare in retrospect. She hadn't expected to encounter the new leader of the Song family under such circumstances. Yes, Song Tianyao, he introduced himself grandly. Thank you. The elder Wang and Song Tianyao continued their pleasantries. Wang XinYu's ears perked up, sensing something amiss, and she hurried to check on the mutated cat nearby, only to see her dagger firmly lodged in its foreleg, a large gaping wound on its head. Still oozing blood, this fellow was aware of the Song family, indicating he was not some insignificant figure. Alas, there was no hole to hide in. She had to face reality, hiding her face. All right, she has already stated her unwillingness. Song Tianyao interjected assertively. Coming to her rescue, he had clearly noticed Wang XinYu's demeanor. The elder Wang, however, genuinely expressed gratitude, seemingly oblivious to the teasing tone in Song Tianyao's words. Without your few shots, it would have taken her much more effort to take down the cat. Wang XinYu's gaze wandered. Seeking to alleviate her inner frustration, then, she noticed something. They were surrounded by people. Bang! The sudden laughter from the man beside her made Wang XinYu feel an ominous chill. He, the elder Wang spoke proudly, unabashedly expressing his satisfaction with Wang XinYu's earlier performance, filled with pride. Very well, let us first deal with this formidable beast. Leaving it here may attract a multitude of mutated creatures, interrupted Song Tianyao. I must express my gratitude for your timely rescue of Xiaoyu. Do come by my grandfather's home later, as he would like to treat you to a drink. The Zhang family was merely a minor clan on the periphery, and they had long aspired to connect with the prominent families, working diligently towards that goal. But alas, it's nothing. Your prowess is remarkable, the man complimented with a smile. However, Wang XinYu sensed a lack of sincerity in his words, just as she was about to inquire further. He greeted, "Hello, Grandpa Wang." The 5 prominent families of S City were essentially a single entity, engaging in mutual marriages and constraints. Greetings, I am Jiang Hua, the captain of the Shiguang Special Abilities team. I witnessed your exceptional bravery earlier. Would you be interested in joining our team to fight alongside us in the future? The one speaking was a fire ability user who had just fought alongside her, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he earnestly extended the invitation. Wang XinYu paused for a moment, then shook her head. No, thank you for your kind invitation, and I also appreciate your assistance earlier. Gritting her teeth, she feigned calmness, stepped forward, grasped the handle of the blade, and forcefully extracted it. Jiang Hua looked on with disappointment, urging her, please reconsider. Our team's overall strength is quite formidable. Internally, Wang XinYu felt overwhelmed, yet her exterior remained unperturbed. Such was the resilience she had cultivated. Approaching, she drew out a military dagger and thrust it into the beast's skull, twisting it a few times before lifting out a mutated pearl. Jiang Hua's face paled slightly, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose, maintaining a smile as he engaged in small talk. Hello, are you with the military? No need for thanks. The man's slightly magnetic voice resonated in her ears, sending a shiver down her spine. She casually tossed a water sphere to cleanse the blood from the blade. What are you laughing about? Is this a familiar acquaintance? After ensuring his granddaughter was unharmed, old man Wang lifted his gaze to the man and immediately recognized him. Ah, Tianyao, when did you return? At that moment, she felt several pairs of eyes fixated upon her. Wang XinYu frowned slightly. Certainly, she must confront reality, which she did not fear, yet she had no desire to face certain individuals. Xiaoyu, come, help your brother wash this off. Song Tianyao winked at Wang XinYu. She was rendered speechless. Chapter 31. I have several good brothers. Wang XinYu found herself rolling her eyes at being referred to as Xiaoyu and him as brother, unable to suppress her annoyance. Who does he think he is? Being so familiar, to be honest, she felt as if she had momentarily lost her mind, having fallen under the spell of his charming eyes. Alas, could it be that the plot of the original story had significantly impacted her normal worldview? That would indeed be quite alarming. Wang XinYu forced a strained smile. All right then. Controlling the flow of water, they worked in harmony, swiftly cleansing the mutated pearl. This was also the reason their group remained, as they had all contributed and deserved a share, lest their efforts be in vain. By the end, her gratitude was genuine, reflected in her deep-set eyes. Jiang Hua was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was truly unaware, and explained, this morning, the government announced a new policy encouraging the public to capture and eliminate mutated beasts and plants. Individuals can exchange the mutated pearls and corpses for corresponding supplies. Wang XinYu's gaze flickered, choosing not to delve deeper. If others were reluctant to speak, it likely signified painful memories best left untouched. Wang Guofeng approached, taking Wang Guo's arm to guide him to the vehicle. As Song Tianyao departed, Wang XinYu assisted old man Wang, stating, let us take our leave as well. Yes, go ahead, old man Wang nodded. But having a hospital at home was indeed convenient. They directly used the back entrance to find director Wang Qingrong. Fortunately, Wang Guo's leg was unharmed, requiring only 10 stitches for external wounds and some bandaging. What knife? Old 7th Wang Guofeng inquired, perplexed. Wang XinYu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Wang Guo had no objections and readily agreed. All right. I'll go. Xiaoyu, you should stay home. That seems fair. We journeyed together from the same province and city. Although we encountered some mutated beasts along the way, we managed to overcome them all. Oh, understood. We shall not take it. Ultimately, Wang XinYu declined, as she did not lack for supplies. Grandfather, 5th brother Xiaoyu, Rui, are you all unharmed? Old 7th, you've returned. Wang Guohua had not anticipated his arrival to fetch them. Wait, Jiang Hua called out to them. Old 7th Wang Guofeng was still a student, majoring in forensic science. The color is a bit darker and the pearl seems larger, Song Tianyao noted. Having observed the pearl, his expression turned serious as he looked at old man Wang, Grandpa Wang. Is Wang Sanshu at the research institute? As for Song Tianyao retrieving the mutated pearl earlier, they remained silent, recognizing that he had been the one to slay the beast, so his taking of the pearl was entirely justifiable. Fifth brother. What are you smiling about? Wang XinYu glared at Wang Guohua in anger, gritting her teeth. Am I incorrect? Wang XinYu turned her gaze toward the vehicle where Wang Guohua leaned against the door. Observing them. Let us hurry over, she suggested. He departed with his group, glancing back to throw her a wink. Xiaoyu, see you later. Fifth brother, focus on recuperating. I will handle the matter of the knife. I will assist you in finding it. So do not be disheartened. Wang XinYu noticed his deflated demeanor and kindly comforted him. As she too intended to scout for opportunities, Wang Guofeng casually described his experience, evidently unwilling to elaborate further. Suggesting that his return had not been as smooth as he portrayed, Wang Guohua exchanged glances with Wang Guofeng and suddenly had an idea. Xiaoyu has acquired a knife and a knife manual. I intend to retrieve some larger blades. Those interested may train with Xiaoyu, ensuring they have a reliable weapon for future outings and enhancing their self-defense capabilities. Old Seventh, since you're back and have nothing to do, why not assist in the search? This sister was indeed a gem, so brave and fearless earlier. Now she was utterly adorable. Wang XinYu's lips twitched, a flicker of annoyance flashing in her eyes, wishing to ignore the conversation entirely. All right. Song Tianyao squeezed the pearl in his hand, gazing at the beast's remains. As a thought crossed his mind, his expression becoming grave. Old Seventh, do not underestimate the capabilities of women. Wang XinYu bristled at Wang Guofeng's tone, shaking her head disapprovingly. I possess abilities. I just participated in a battle and achieved remarkable results. Initially he had planned to seek a knife shortly, but now that plan was dashed, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. Oh, the color of this mutated pearl. Wang XinYu initiated the topic. Indeed, not long after a silver-white sports car approached them. Though Wang Guohua's injuries were minor, the vehicle was totaled and could not be driven. He had already called home, and it was likely that someone was on their way to pick them up. Do you not want the corpse of this beast? Zhang Hua inquired, pointing at the remains of the mutated creature. The car door opened, revealing a man dressed in a black turtleneck and a silver-white trench coat. Sporting a crew cut, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a prominent nose, clearly a handsome figure. Old man Wang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Guohua's foot is injured. We must first take him to the hospital for treatment. On the way home, Wang Guohua appeared utterly exhausted. Xiaoyu is truly remarkable. You boys should take a page out of her book. Old man Wang's admiration for Wang XinYu was evident. Great-grandfather, I apologize. Wang Rui had been quietly listening. Feeling like the boy who was protected by girls, this was Wang XinYu's first encounter with seventh cousin, and quickly aligning her memories, she smiled and asked, Seventh brother, have you returned from the city? How was your journey? Yes, I just arrived and heard from Aunt that something happened to you, so I came over to fetch you. Come, get in the car. He had truly been taken aback by the situation earlier. Realizing he had not stepped in to help promptly, marking a moment of cowardice. It is not your fault, Rui, you need not apologize. In today's circumstances, without abilities, even if you had gone to assist, you would have merely been a burden. Thus, staying in the car to look after our grandfather and fifth brother was indeed the wisest decision. You need not blame yourself, understood? Chapter 32. Wang XinYu noticed Wang Rui's emotional state and quickly reassured him. Yes. What your little aunt says is correct, old man Wang added, recognizing that his previous remarks may have wounded his great-grandson's pride. He did not wish for his granddaughter to face such arduous risks. Yet he also did not want his great-grandson to become disheartened and self-deprecating. It was vital to alleviate this, lest it distort the child's values. Rui, great-grandfather always says, when making any decision, one must think wisely and act according to one's capabilities. The elder Wang sighed, your little aunt's reckless dash just now is certainly something great-grandfather disapproves of. Grandpa, Wang XinYu pouted, feigning innocence. Enough with the charm, I must say. Though you were brave, it was still rather impulsive. The elder Wang replied, slightly irked, you need to consider the consequences. What would you have me do? Upon arriving home, Wang Guohua was inevitably met with the incessant concern of his aunt. Gu Tsu Weiping. Seventh uncle, please take me along to find the knife. Wang Rui eagerly looked at Wang Guofeng. She hesitated. Me, is that appropriate? Grandpa, I understand. Wang Guohua obediently replied, though it was unclear whether he truly grasped the full meaning of the statement. Perhaps a touch dismissively. Poof. The elder Wang non-committally grunted. Wonderful, after we send fifth uncle great-grandfather and little aunt home, we can go, Wang Rui said, somewhat impatiently. If this continued, they would surely not endure. They were human, not gods. And no one could work beyond their limits for such prolonged periods without faltering. Cousin Shin Jiaowei also embraced Wang Rui, showering her with concern. The few women left in the living room exchanged glances. Speechless. Xiaoyu, come early tomorrow and accompany me. Wang XinYu was lost in thought when suddenly the elder called her name. It has been 3 days, it is indeed time for a gathering. Wang Chengrong rubbed his temples. Feeling the fatigue that had accumulated over these past days, not just for himself, but for several family members studying medicine as well, upon returning to the Wang family, the expressions of the crowd varied. Learning of Wang Rui's difficult return and yet another impending outing, Shin Jiaowei cast a resentful glance at Wang Guofeng and Wang XinYu. A trio of discontent. Ultimately, Wang Guofeng took both Wang Rui and Wang XinYu with him. Wang Rui pondered their conversation, touched by the affection shown by her elders. She deeply yearned to grow stronger so she could protect those she cared for. The elder Wang nodded. Just right, I just received a call. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, there will be a family gathering at the usual place. We can discuss matters then. Humph. The elder Wang wished to scold further but, mindful of his daughter-in-law and the many younger generations present, he quelled his anger for the sake of the grandchildren's dignity. He abruptly stood, fixing his gaze on her. Get up and apologize to your father. Cold weapons may be useful, yet without the skill to wield them, they are of little benefit. Zhou Fomiying recognized her blunder and timidly stood, resembling a quail. Dad, I was wrong, I apologize. Wang Guofeng shook his head. No need to rest, I am not tired. We must finish today's matters today. I detest postponing tasks until tomorrow. With that, yet another day passed. Wang Guohua had already gathered addresses of antique shops in cities that might sell large knives, providing them to Wang Guofeng. A family gathering, what could that entail? Wang XinYu flipped through the memories of her past self, finding nothing of relevance. Guofeng, why must you go out again? You haven't even had a proper rest since your return. Let's discuss matters tomorrow. He believed that it wasn't just the Wang family seeking firearms. Wang Guohua jolted in shock, startled by the mention of his nephew and sister-in-law, now suddenly drawing attention to him. Wang XinYu was somewhat taken aback. Was such a strong reaction truly necessary? It was merely attending a gathering. Wang XinYu exerted considerable effort, exchanging ample clean water and food to successfully procure 3 machetes, an axe, and a spear. Well then, since we are all back, let us dine early. After dinner, everyone should return to their rooms to rest. Tomorrow holds many tasks, the elder Wang proclaimed, and the others complied. Alright, Wang Guofeng felt deeply moved by their exchanges, recalling the myriad of human experiences encountered during the journey home. His previously chilled heart began to warm. I want to go too. Wang XinYu immediately raised her hand to volunteer. Unwilling to spend another day cooped up at home, she stubbornly blinked at them. In these troubled times, great-grandfather only hopes that all family members can emerge unscathed from this calamity. Little Wu, you two, don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. Those in the medical field are generally meticulous. The Wang family has a lineage in medicine, and under the guidance of the previous generation, many commendable habits have been inherited seamlessly. The 3 families searched individually, yet regrettably, most shops had already closed, and only a few remained open, dealing in knives and firearms, particularly those with lethal capabilities, which had become scarce. We still need to procure a batch of firearms. Wang Chengjun recalled seeing Song Tianyao today and suggested to the elder Wang, with the Song family's eldest son back, we should be able to resolve this matter. He hadn't expressed such anger in a long time, clearly indicating his deep frustration. Zhou Fomiying, like a firecracker, ignited the situation further. Old master, since when can girls attend family gatherings? Why are you shouting? Whom I choose to take requires your approval? The elder Wang snapped, displeased. Chengjun, look at your wife. What kind of manners is this? What is inappropriate? You share the Wang surname, you are part of the Wang family. The elder Wang declared firmly. Stao Yu. No one was foolish. In a world rife with crises, possessing a weapon for self-defense is a matter of life and death. Xiao Yu, Wang Guofeng considered that returning home would yield little, thus nodded in agreement. Alright. Gu Cuiping and Lu Hongfang exchanged glances, seeing unexpected concern reflected in each other's eyes. Sorry, Dad. Wang Chengjun hadn't anticipated his wife's boldness. In public, she dared to challenge the elder Wang. Perhaps she had lost her senses. Zhou Fomiying noticed her youngest son returning only to dash out again, clearly displeased. Xiao Yu, alright, sit down for now. Finally, Wang Qingrong broke the stalemate, with the elder Wang silent. Only he, as the eldest son of the main family, could speak at this moment. Wang XinYu felt quite guilty, realizing that several conflicts had arisen because of her. Grandpa, it's getting late, I'll head home now. Wang XinYu stood. Chapter 33, family gathering. Remaining here felt rather awkward. She preferred to leave early. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, all eyes turned toward her. Wang XinYu forced a smile. The elder Wang sighed softly. Go ahead, be careful on the road. Guofeng, please see her home. Uncle, aunt, brothers, and sisters. I am leaving now, goodbye. Wang XinYu waved a vague farewell, quickly departing with an air of embarrassment. In the hall, the atmosphere remained heavy with silence. Alright, sit down. The elder Wang surveyed the room full of people, then thought of Wang XinYu. From his observations over the past 2 days, he realized that this granddaughter was quite remarkable, likely surpassing all the men in the room with her potential. Indeed. Your current stepfather Zhao is from the main branch of the family. At that moment, hearing the elder speak, he obediently took a seat. Attending a gathering was not merely about feasting and revelry, but rather a formal meeting. Who? To be honest, after a day, she was indeed quite hungry and began to eat heartily without hesitation. Wang Guofeng glanced at her, noticing her bright smile and rosy complexion, and felt a sense of relief, explaining the situation of the family gathering. No need. Wang XinYu set down her bowl, standing up. I need to freshen up upstairs, I've been out all day. We've arrived. Before she knew it, they were home. Upon entering, Zhao Yuliang's booming voice greeted them. Xiao Yu, you're back, are you tired? Come sit, shall we bring another bowl of sweet soup? Wang Guofeng immediately apologized to Wang XinYu. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry, my mother has her temperament. Don't take it to heart, just let it go. Hee, I have important matters, I'm not just going out to play. Wang XinYu settled onto the sofa as Aunt Li arrived with a bowl of sweet soup. Miss Yu, please enjoy. Who is it? Wang XinYu was still confused. Thank you, Aunt Li. Wang XinYu accepted the bowl, finding it to be a sweet soup made of osmanthus, silver fungus, and lotus seeds. I'm the youngest, I only experienced it last year. And reflecting on it now, it's quite thrilling. Wang Guofeng recalled the scene from last year with excitement. Then why did third aunt say girls cannot go? Wang XinYu disapproved of such gender-biased notions. In their family, it was customary for the elder Wang to lead Wang Qingrong and Wang Qingjun, with Wang Guozhen also attending, and then select one to broaden their horizons. The elder Wang gazed at his room full of grandsons and great-grandsons. Speaking earnestly, Xiaoyu was born and raised in the Wang family. Carrying my surname means she is one of us. I am still alive, and you will not. Indeed, I will protect Xiaoyu. No one can bully her. Several cousins chimed in. And the atmosphere grew lively. Meanwhile, on the way back, Wang XinYu reflected on how many times she had saved him in just a few days. Those at home were unaware. Qingjun, Guobin, Guowa, did they not know either? Upon hearing this, Wang XinYu grew even more curious. As for the Zhao family, since they did not live with the main family, her past self's memories held little information about them, and she was still unfamiliar with the relationships within the main household. Yes. She not only saved Grandpa but also us. Xiaoyu, you are becoming increasingly capable. Impressive. Wang Guowa grasped the underlying meaning in the elder Wang's words and could not help but express admiration. The family in question refers to the 5 prominent clans of S City, the Song Zhao, Wang Zhou, and Qin families, along with several smaller families such as Gushan, Lu Jiang, and Sun. At this moment, the elder Wang felt somewhat diminished in spirit. And upon reflecting on his recent actions, he acknowledged that his words may have been a bit harsh. With a sigh, he remarked, "Do not always assume I am biased. My favoritism stems from the fact that she is deserving." Upon hearing this, Wang Baozhu expressed a hint of concern, saying, "Shall I fetch another bowl? Your brother hasn't returned yet, and we can start the meal once he is back." "All right, go ahead," he replied. "Or perhaps we should begin the meal without waiting for him." Zhao Yuliang observed her voracious appetite and couldn't help but speculate whether she was famished. Wang XinYu ascended the stairs, while downstairs, Wang Baozhu gazed at her retreating figure and let out a soft sigh. At that moment, an image of a stern-faced woman surfaced in Wang XinYu's mind. Startling her, the fleeting visions conveyed a singular message, that the elder aunt appeared to harbor an aversion towards her mother and her. She could only hope that they would come to understand. What could possibly be the situation that had someone so preoccupied throughout the day? "Dad, please calm down," Wang Qingjun quickly assured. "Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to bully Xiaoyu." Put. Such a remark, are you referring to flatulence? Goodness, was that even 3 minutes? Zhao Shu, mother. Upon entering, Wang XinYu found Zhao Yuliang giving Wang Baozhu a shoulder rub. No need for that, one bowl is sufficient. Too much sweetness can be overwhelming. Wang XinYu shook her head while finishing the soup. Indeed. Rest assured, grandfather. I naturally will not take it to heart. 7th brother, do share with me about the family gathering. This family gathering was certainly not merely a casual meal among the major families. They don't particularly care for her affections, yet when one is perpetually greeted by a lifeless visage, it becomes impossible to maintain a cheerful demeanor. Alas, it's not that one cannot, it's simply that a girl must eventually marry. And once wed, she belongs to another family. How can she represent ours? Wang Guofeng interjected, adding, "My mother is narrow-minded, she is not favored in the Zhou family and knows little. In truth, there are indeed women attending this gathering. The elder aunt from the Zhao family. Zhao Yueying. Dad, we do not intend to. Please take a breath and do not be angry." Wang Qingrong interrupted the elder Wang's ire. Some words, once spoken, become thorns lodged in the heart, causing discomfort for all. Just as Wang Qingrong spoke, Wang Chengjun remained silent. His inaction rendered Zhou Foming hesitant to act. Having heard Wang Guofeng's words, Wang XinYu felt no anger, only a sense of awkwardness, and now, having left the Wang family, she felt an even greater absence of pressure. Zhao Shishuan's aunt is quite formidable. She has never married, dedicating her life to the Zhao family's descendants, and is highly regarded by the old Zhao patriarch, wielding considerable influence therein. Moreover, the number of attendees from each family was limited, 5 from the prominent families and 2 from the smaller clans, resulting in a rather small gathering, with only the core members allowed to attend. Wang Baozhu, her eyes bright with concern, scrutinized her daughter to ensure she was unharmed and in good spirits before reproaching her. "You truly are something, you step out for an entire day. Busier than even your Zhao uncle. Well, I shall head in now. 7th brother, farewell, and take care on your way back." Wang XinYu exited the vehicle and bid Wang Guofeng goodbye. "What's the matter?" Zhao Yuliang inquired, noticing her demeanor. "It feels as though Xiaoyu has matured overnight, becoming independent. How can I put it?" Wang Baozhu struggled to articulate her thoughts. Chapter 34. A mother knows her daughter best. Wang XinYu, however, did not feign her demeanor. And as her mother, Wang Baozhu would surely detect some discrepancies. Regrettably, the essence of the soul is intangible. Even if there are doubts, they remain just that, doubts. Furthermore, given the apocalyptic backdrop, a sudden shift in character and ideology could easily be justified. In truth, without evidence, one could stubbornly deny or provide ample excuses, and unless the individual confesses, others would find it nearly impossible to discern the truth. Thus, at this moment, while Wang Baozhu sensed a dissonance in Wang XinYu, she could not precisely articulate her concerns. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Wang XinYu compared the diagrams and found the movements quite easy to learn. Her limbs felt restless, and she hurriedly explained, "No. Today was an exceptional circumstance. I was not alone, others came to assist later." "Oh, you child. Wang Baozhu caught up. Do you truly believe yourself to be omnipotent? Xishuan Yuliang, you have no idea what she proclaimed this morning. She actually said she wanted to venture out and make a significant achievement. Ultimately. However, it was the woman who wielded the knife that ended the man's life. Indeed, Xiaoyu, your brother said the same. Just listen and stay home starting tomorrow. Do not venture out. Upon hearing Zhao Xishuan's words, Wang Baozhu immediately became animated. Mother, I do not wish to stay at home. Wang XinYu pouted, stomping her foot towards the dining table, evidently unwilling to discuss further. Xiaoyu, come down for dinner. Wang XinYu, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly coaxed, Mother, what are you worried about? I possess special abilities. Besides, didn't grandfather give me a dagger yesterday? Oh, I'll show it to Uncle Zhao and my brother. It's quite formidable. In a brief yet profound manner, Wang XinYu skimmed through the text, primarily focusing on the techniques, noting that the last 3 moves were created specifically for women as their physiques differed from those of men, thus these 3 moves were more suitable for female practitioners. Indeed, many policies have yet to be refined. Zhao Xishuan remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Why did you venture out again today? The current external conditions remain unclear. It is unwise to roam alone. The last 3 techniques were particularly noteworthy, each comprising several preceding moves, necessitating mastery of the foundational techniques to execute them fluidly, presenting an extraordinary level of difficulty. Were you truly unafraid when facing the mutated beasts alone today? What a fine dining table this was. Alas, the destroyer of worlds. Brother, you're back. Wang XinYu sought to mend their relationship, cheerfully engaging him. Today, while I was out, I encountered a team of ability users. They mentioned that one can now exchange the corpses of mutated beasts and mutation orbs for food. Zhao Xishuan's sudden declaration caught Wang XinYu off guard. Good. You have ambition. Truly you are the daughter of Zhao Yuliang, huh? Oh dear. Zhao Yuliang laughed heartily, only to be silenced by a playful slap from Wang Baozhu. While speaking, he dashed upstairs. Bang! The marble coffee table shattered in 2. The man had no intention of tormenting the woman, rather, he wished to do something for her. By chance, he acquired a unique piece of iron stone, the composition unknown, which could slice through iron as if it were clay. He poured his heart and soul into crafting this dagger, gifting it to her. How could he possibly know? What, you faced mutated beasts alone? Wang Baozhu gasped, her heart racing. Wang XinYu, you have grown quite bold. Wang XinYu couldn't help but twitch her lips. Thinking her brother was being a tad too casual, she regretted engaging him in conversation. Oh, that's splendid. Wang XinYu beamed with delight, pondering how to transport it without exposing her spatial abilities, realizing she couldn't keep carrying a box back and forth. He. Wang XinYu chuckled to herself, surprised that he would try to prevent her from going out. The boy and girl had been childhood sweethearts, but in these tumultuous times, danger lurked at every corner. They were forced apart, wandering for over a decade, only to reunite as adversaries. The narrative behind the dagger hinted at an underlying love story. Wang XinYu glanced through it briefly, deciding to set it aside for now. With a roll of her eyes, she remarked, laughing, what's so amusing? She picked up another sheet filled with text, instantly captivated by its contents. During the spring and autumn period, amidst the chaos of war, the creator of this dagger was a master craftsman, responsible for various skills, and this dagger was forged for the woman he cherished. Wang Baozhu huffed, you all only know how to flaunt your heroics. Do you have any idea what it's like for me? A woman at home living in constant fear from dawn till dusk? Thud thud, Wang XinYu hurried upstairs for a quick shower, then warmed herself a cup of milk, settling down to leisurely read the translated manual for the dagger. The manual outlined 13 fundamental techniques: chop, cut, dice, intercept, thrust, lift, slash, stab, support, slice, swipe, block, and sweeper. Upon seeing Wang Baozhu, whose eyes brimmed with tears from worry, Wang XinYu felt a pang of anxiety as well. Wang XinYu furrowed her brow in distress, sighing, this situation is truly exceptional. If I hadn't intervened at that moment and had been trapped in the car by the mutated beast, my fate would have been akin to that of livestock awaiting slaughter. What exceptional situation! There are no such things as special circumstances, it's just too dangerous outside. You are forbidden to go out in the future, Wang Baozhu said, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhao Yuliang hurriedly dabbed at her tears, offering comfort while casting discreet glances at Wang XinYu. Alright, XinYu didn't wish to encounter such peril. After all, she is fine now, isn't she? Chapter 35, have you fallen into a pit? What sort of nonsense is that? You can't harbor such a sense of false security. Wang Baozhu exclaimed angrily, venting her frustration upon him. Yes, we mustn't entertain any notions of luck. Zhao Yuliang winked at Wang XinYu. XinYu understands her mistake. Doesn't she? Yes, mother, I acknowledge my error and promise I won't dare to do it again. Wang XinYu glanced at Zhao Yuliang, who was being scolded, feeling a pang of guilt, and quickly acquiesced. Then promise me you won't go out tomorrow. The beauty shed tears, evoking sympathy. Wang Baozhu, just over 40, maintained her appearance splendidly. One would assert she was in her 30s without dispute. When she and Wang XinYu ventured out together, they were often mistaken for sisters. If she lacked some charm, Zhao Yuliang would not be so infatuated, still treating her with the tenderness of a first love, pampering her as if she were free from worry. Zhao Yuliang threw another series of glances, leaving Wang XinYu with no choice but to yield. Alright, I promise I won't go out alone tomorrow. Her elder brother was quite intimidating. She suddenly found herself reluctant to acknowledge him. Did you hear that? What else could she do? She had to respond, ignoring it was not an option. She believed that given her mother's current state, if she dared to claim she hadn't heard, she would indeed be confined. Wang XinYu followed behind glumly, casting a fierce glare at Zhao Shixuan as she passed him. Brother, how did you know I faced off against the mutated cat alone? Unfortunately, at this moment, the situation was no longer within her control. XinYu, are you trying to give your mother a heart attack? Did you truly encounter such danger? Wang Baozhu felt as if she might suffer a heart attack herself, therefore, there was no need to be overly harsh with her. Did Wang Lao instruct you to accompany her? Zhao Shixuan, caught off guard, was met with Zhao Yuliang's loud inquiry. She still had to attend the family gathering tomorrow, how could she not go out? At worst, she could ask Shigo to pick her up. She attempted to soothe Wang Baozhu while casting desperate glances at Zhao Shixuan, silently pleading, please stop talking. Wang XinYu felt her heart race at his expression. It was a deliberate reminder to them that her surname was Wang. Noting Wang Baozhu's heightened emotions, Zhao Shixuan realized he could say no more. He had already expressed his thoughts, and now, though she resided here, she had not registered her household, let alone changed her surname. She was not a member of the Zhao family. Why don't you mention how you nearly got ambushed by the mutated beast? If no one had arrived in time to assist you, you could have been consumed alive by the creature due to exhaustion. Zhao Shixuan chuckled lightly, observing her distressed expression, and his mood inexplicably lifted. Your exploits have spread throughout the Abilities Association, a rare water-type ability user wielding a sword over a meter long. Single-handedly battling mutated beasts without faltering, such valiant prowess, truly impressive and commendable. She regarded him as a good older brother, yet he betrayed her, an unforgivable act, yet she could do nothing but gaze at him with grievance. Wondering if he would feel any remorse, Wang XinYu lowered her head, feeling guilty. It wasn't that exaggerated. I'm fine, aren't I? Never underestimate any woman, they often possess extraordinary resilience when confronted with matters concerning their children. As Zhao Shixuan contemplated her perilous situation, his mood plummeted, and his gaze turned sharp, filled with an air of authority. Wang XinYu felt as if struck by lightning, her mind buzzing as she heard Wang Baozhu instructing, from now on, you must listen to your brother or understand, if you misbehave, I will confine you at home, do you hear me? Unable to suppress her delight, she remarked, they are all praising me so much, how flattering, how flattering. Wang XinYu felt as if her smile could stretch from ear to ear. Hearing such commendations from him was particularly pleasing to her ears. Zhao Shixuan's eyes darkened, his gaze thoughtful. It was all his doing, it was because of him. Why did he meddle in her affairs? Alright, let's eat, the food is almost cold. Zhao Yuliang declared, dissatisfied that the matter had been resolved, and took Wang Baozhu's hand to sit down. The depth of his gaze instilled in Wang XinYu an inexplicable sense of danger, causing her to become alert, like a startled animal. Zhao Yuliang, still holding Wang Baozhu, observed his son's serious demeanor, feeling quite pleased. Had his wooden-headed son finally gained some insight? Oh, how delightful. Indeed, my grandfather mentioned that I bear the surname Wang. As a descendant of the Wang family, look, I've even received the family heirloom sword. Wang XinYu spoke with an inexplicable sense of pride. After sitting down, she suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of provocation, flashed a bright smile at Zhao Shixuan, declaring theatrically, oh dear, I almost forgot a significant matter. I must inform you that I will be accompanying my grandfather to the family gathering tomorrow. After saying this, she turned to Wang Baozhu, and Wang, it isn't realistic to keep her indoors indefinitely, rest assured, I will keep an eye on her. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, you were fortunate, but you cannot rely on luck every time. In the future, inform me if you intend to go out, I will arrange for someone to protect you. After a prolonged gaze, he noted that not only did he not feel guilty, but he also appeared quite amused. Was he enjoying her predicament? Wang XinYu felt defeated. He was the authority, and she could not contend with him, so be it. Wang Baozhu nodded repeatedly, her anxiety subsiding. Alright. From now on, I entrust XinYu to you, Shixuan, thank you. Their lively eyes met, and in that moment, they shared a silent understanding. His lips curved slightly, a sense of joy washing over him. The recent trivial matters had left him feeling fatigued, but gazing at her brought him unexpected relief. Wang XinYu immediately grew wary, recalling his earlier remarks that had forced her to concede to her mother's demands, feeling that he was truly wicked and utterly detestable. As Zhao Shixuan inquired, Wang XinYu instantly suppressed her smile, sensing impending misfortune. Sure enough, Zhao Shixuan sat nearby, leisurely observing the unfolding drama, witnessing her bright eyes flickering with cleverness throughout the entire process. Did you hear that? Wang Baozhu, seeing her unresponsive, raised her voice again, unwilling to relent until she received an answer. Zhao Shixuan raised an eyebrow, coldly remarking, do you consider this a compliment? Are you pleased with yourself? I suppose. Zhao Shixuan calmly nodded. Coincidentally, I am going as well, we can go together. Wang XinYu pouted in displeasure. I don't want to, I'm representing the Wang family, what does following you have to do with it? Chapter 36, Zhao Shixuan remained unfazed, unhurriedly replying, you can represent two families, I can grant you a spot in the Zhao family. How impressive that would be, since she enjoyed being praised and aspired to achieve great things. Taking on two responsibilities would be significant. Zhao Yuliang quickly interjected, yes, I won't attend tomorrow, let XinYu go instead. After saying this, he secretly sighed in relief, feeling quite pleased only to hear his son's indifferent voice, you need not offer, as the eldest son of the Zhao family. How can you shirk responsibility at such a time? What are you trying to achieve? Zhao Yuliang chuckled softly, undeterred, complimenting his son. I have such a good son, your presence is sufficient for that small gathering, I would merely occupy a seat. Zhao Shixuan coldly regarded him, and after a long silence, averted his gaze. Suit yourself. Zhao Yuliang felt somewhat guilty under his stare, yet he truly despised engaging in formalities with those people, preferring to avoid them whenever possible. Ultimately, he chose not to speak further. If this was genuine, such casual treatment could lead to damage. If it was false, then what value did this establishment hold? Relying solely on deceit could not sustain it for long, yet this establishment appeared quite venerable. Come here. That night, he received a call from the old residence, where his elder sister explicitly demanded his punctual arrival, warning him not to test her patience. After breakfast, Wang XinYu obediently followed behind him, unable to suppress her curiosity. Brother. Where are we going? The early bird catches the worm. Did you not say you wish to accomplish something grand? You cannot achieve anything by being lazy and hiding at home. I will wait for you downstairs. Hurry up. Zhao Xishuan said. Turning to leave, her thick, curly hair was tied up high in a bun, with a red cherry ornament nestled in the center, exuding a playful charm. Ah, so early. Wang XinYu was startled awake, instinctively glancing at the time. It was only 6 o'clock. Was it necessary to rise so early? She had assumed he would be irritated after waiting so long, yet he remained unfazed, patiently waiting for her to join him for breakfast. As she opened the door, she squinted and called out, "Who is it?" She thought she had evaded him, only to find Zhao Xishuan blocking the doorway. Observing her disheveled hair and petite frame swaying like a weeble wobble. As she stumbled, her footing unsteady, her body swayed dangerously close to colliding with a nearby door, when a large hand encircled her waist, catching her just in time and averting a potential mishap. Zhao Lang, good morning, Wang XinYu greeted. Holding a favorable impression of this Zhao Lang, who had always remained by Zhao Xishuan's side, proving to be a reliable aide. The items are on the table, see if they suit you. A man in his 30s. Appearing somewhat disheveled, casually gestured towards a leather case carelessly tossed aside on the table. Moreover, with legs belonging to her, did she not have the ability to slip away if she truly desired? There was nothing more to say, she simply followed along. Wang XinYu found herself momentarily bewildered by his philosophical discourse, scratching her already tousled hair before shutting the door. Ah, she exclaimed in a fit of frustration, followed by a yawn, before reluctantly making her way to the restroom to freshen up. A knife case? Has it been completed so swiftly? Wang XinYu's eyes brightened instantly, her excitement prompting her to inquire further. Given that they would be spending ample time together in the future, it was essential to establish a good rapport. And now fully awake, with others waiting downstairs, she had no choice but to rise. Alas, she had not anticipated that her own boasting would lead to such a predicament. His gaze flickered mischievously as he extended a finger, playfully nudging her shoulder, still clutching the box in her hands. She intended to take it along shortly. This was also an antique shop, filled with an assortment of items, leaving her uncertain of their authenticity. She had dawdled upstairs for quite some time, and having already devoured some bread and milk in her space. Zhao Lang's expression remained stoic, though his features twitched slightly, puzzled by why Miss Yu, who had previously disregarded him, was acting so differently today. Miss Yu, good morning. Wang XinYu donned a white turtleneck sweater paired with a long black coat. A timeless black and white ensemble that was always fashionable. She felt her previously manageable balance abruptly disrupted, startling her into alertness, instinctively reaching out to grasp something, fortuitously catching the fabric of the man before her. Zhao Xishuan discreetly released her, teasingly inquiring, "Are you awake now? If so, tidy up a bit, we shall be departing shortly." In another study, after hanging up the phone, Zhao Xishuan leaned back in his chair. Closing his eyes to rest, Zhao Yuliang felt helpless, obliged to comply. His elder sister was stern and domineering, her word was law, and he had been intimidated by her since childhood. Detecting the joy in her tone, Zhao Xishuan felt a sense of contentment, his late-night call not in vain. Yes, understood. That's wonderful, thank you, brother. Wang XinYu, buoyed by the affirmative response, regarded him as a commendable sibling, the man leisurely strolling with his hands behind his back. Upon hearing the sound of a door slamming shut followed by her shout, couldn't he help but smile, a hint of tenderness gracing his features. This powerful elder brother was indeed impressive. She could not afford to relinquish her hold on him. A little discipline was acceptable, the benefits of following him were bountiful. Young master, Miss Yu, please get in the car. Zhao Lang had been waiting at the entrance, sitting on the sofa. Zhao Xishuan watched her approach step by step. Feeling a stir within, the little girl seemed to be quite irritable upon rising. Let us head for breakfast first, he suggested, rising and making his way towards the dining area, evidently having refrained from eating in order to wait for her. Wang XinYu set the box down, feeling a tad bashful as she rubbed her nose. Ah Lang, let us go to Luoping's. Wang XinYu scratched her head, bracing herself to indulge a bit more. Fortunately, her appetite was considerable, she could still manage to fit in a bit more. Zhao Xishuan raised an eyebrow slightly but chose to remain silent, casually entering the vehicle. Yes, young master. The car halted. And Zhao Lang knocked on the door, which quickly opened a crack. Zhao Xishuan gesturing for Wang XinYu to follow, the two swiftly slipped inside. The following morning, Wang XinYu was roused by a knock at the door. Bleary-eyed as she made her way to open it, Zhao Lang drove them swiftly to their destination, a shop situated in the city. The surroundings were quite desolate, with all the storefronts closed, her hands clasped behind her back. She absent-mindedly rubbed her fingers together, feeling quite pleased. Thank you, she expressed, still shaken. I'll fetch your knife case first, Zhao Xishuan stated, his hands tucked in his pockets as he strolled leisurely. Wang XinYu hurried forward, pulling out the knife to test its fit. It's perfect. The case had a strap, allowing her to carry the knife comfortably. What a relief. Chapter 37, Observations at the club. As long as it fits. Take it and go, I need to sleep, Luo Ping yawned, and undeniable weariness etched across his face. Only the previous evening Zhao Shixuan had called him around 8, tossing a set of numbers his way and demanding he craft a knife case overnight without even having seen the knife himself. It was quite presumptuous of him. The blade was sharp, and a simple leather case would certainly not suffice, lest it leak after a mere 2 days. He had spent the night selecting materials, sketching designs, creating models, and after several attempts, had finally produced the item now resting on the table. Whether it was good or not, he had done his best, and now all he desired was sleep. As Zhao Shixuan offered no pleasantries. Go ahead and rest, report back to Zhao Lang in the afternoon. Wait. That's not fair. Luo Ping rubbed his face, lamenting, I haven't slept all night, can't you let me rest for a whole day? Zhao Shixuan, however, remained unfazed, walking towards the door as he replied coldly, Are you a pig? The leisurely stride began to calm her previously anxious heart, which had felt somewhat unsettled. The Royal Leisure Club was the most prestigious establishment in S City, without competition. Wang XinYu, as a young lady from one of the 5 prominent families, had visited here on numerous occasions with her friends. Soon Gu. You here, come over and sit. A youthful man with a cherubic face brightened upon seeing Zhao Shixuan, waving and calling out to them. He was diligent, rising early and returning late, having established an ability user association. It seemed he was on the verge of establishing a base. Today's family gathering would likely be the highlight. Noticing her disdainful expression, Zhao Shixuan chose not to engage, shifting the topic. Do you know what I was doing at the places I just visited? Ha! Why are you scolding me? Luo Ping exclaimed in frustration, feeling insulted without respite. Young Master Sun, this way please, a servant beckoned them. My brother will be arriving shortly with my grandfather, Qin Mingxing recalled, his mood momentarily dampened. Though it passed quickly, however, this club had 7 floors, and previously she could only access up to the 5th floor, accompanied by her elders. No, I promised Aunt Wang I would take good care of you. Zhao Shixuan glanced at his watch and instructed Zhao Lang, let us head to the club. Zhao Shixuan raised an eyebrow at her before leaning back in his seat. Closing his eyes to rest, since she had not inquired, he felt no urgency to explain. Soon enough she would understand everything, unstoppable, yet impossible to halt. I know, the electric company, the gas company, the purified water company, the internet company, the grain processing factory. Wang XinYu's voice grew softer as she recalled that it was the normal operations of these companies that prevented S City from descending into total paralysis. TSK. Not a pig, but do you plan to sleep for 24 hours? The average human needs about 8 hours of sleep to suffice. The daily death toll and the awakening of ability users were both on the rise. While the space for ordinary people to survive was steadily diminishing, Zhao Shixuan spotted someone approaching and walked in that direction. The intricately designed garden, with its artificial mountains and flowing water, adorned by peculiar stones and carved railings, was quite the sight. The VIP passage led directly to the elevator, providing a smooth ascent to the 7th floor, and now she understood. This was indeed the venue for the family gathering. Today marked the 4th day since the onset of the apocalypse, and the outside world had likely witnessed countless small riots. It's not without significance, however, to accomplish any significant endeavor, one must accumulate countless small achievements. If the foundation isn't laid properly, how can you expect to build a house? Zhao Shixuan shook his head, his words laden with meaning. Little girl, exercise some patience. The servant paused momentarily, then bowed again. Miss you, please. Wang XinYu fell silent, her thoughts swirling. Zhao Shixuan, Luo Ping ground his teeth in frustration. Upon entering, they immediately attracted the attention of many. Numerous gazes scrutinized Wang XinYu. Recalling her memories, she recognized this individual as Qin Mingxing, the 3rd son of the Qin family. In the center of the room stood a circular conference table, 10 meters in diameter, comfortably seating 30 people, and many were already present. Behind them, another circle of chairs awaited. Wang XinYu rolled her eyes, reflecting on how it was he who had eagerly come forward, not her promise to Aunt Wang. Crossing a small bridge, they entered a long corridor. The heavy door creaked open, and a smile graced Wang XinYu's lips as she followed Zhao Shixuan's lead with a sense of ease. He had endured quite the ordeal merely to craft a case for her. She felt a pang of sympathy for his experience. Standing at a height of 1 meter 80, he was just right. With long legs, yet his pace remained unhurried. The 6th floor was rumored to be accessible only to the capable core descendants of the major families. As Wang XinYu followed closely behind her powerful elder brother, she turned back to offer Luo Ping an apologetic smile. Who said I couldn't handle it? I simply find following you to be meaningless. Besides, how does being with you relate to achieving great things? Wang XinYu lifted her chin slightly, adopting a more imposing demeanor. Unwilling to lose face after parting with Luo Ping, she trailed Zhao Shixuan to several more locations. Oh, isn't this the younger sister from the Wang family? What brings you here? He seemed quite intrigued by Wang XinYu's presence. She regarded him with disdain. She had no interest in lofty principles. What she desired was freedom in life. The original self was naturally acquainted with these scions of noble families, yet her interactions with boys were scant. Leaving her only with a familiar face, she felt akin to a mere shadow trailing behind without purpose, a complete waste of her time and life. She would rather retreat to indulge in a deep slumber. Zhao Shixuan caught a glimpse of her expression, a flicker of amusement glinting in his eyes. What's the matter? Can't endure this brief hustle and bustle? Were you not the one who aspired to achieve great things? Miss you, Zhao Shixuan suddenly interjected. As for the 7th tier, the original self had not even heard a whisper of rumors previously. Wang XinYu bit her lip, closely following Zhao Shixuan's footsteps, her eyes darting around, feeling an insatiable curiosity. A stir of emotion gripped Wang XinYu as she cast a glance at Zhao Shihuan's back, the meticulously tailored silver suit accentuating his impressive physique. Xiaohang, where is your brother? The leader of the younger generation of the Qin family was his elder cousin. Qin Shihai, once they were back in the vehicle, she feigned a stretch of her calves, casting a forlorn look at Zhao Shihuan. Brother, can't you find a place to drop me off? Trailing behind you like this is truly tedious. Perhaps many in attendance were intrigued. For at his query, several ears perked up. Wang XinYu smiled. What a thing to say, Qin San Gu, why on earth couldn't I come along? Chapter 38, the favored one. Wang XinYu sensed that this person's character was likely vivacious and extroverted. Thus she felt at ease conversing with him. Of course I can come, but that's exactly why I'm here to sit. His temperament indeed was commendable. Shihuan, oh, little Yume has arrived as well. Before the conversation could conclude, another individual entered. Song Tianyao, out of the same age as Zhao Shihuan, they had been classmates from elementary through high school, only parting ways when it came time for college entrance exams, maintaining a cordial relationship. Little Yume. Do you remember me? Song Tianyao expressed curiosity towards the girl before him. Having witnessed her composure in battling mutated beasts yesterday, he was struck by her ability to wield cold weapons with such poise. Defying expectations of a typically delicate girl, upon hearing his voice, Wang XinYu tensed slightly, her expression faltering momentarily before regaining composure. Secretly rolling her eyes, she quipped, I've heard that fish have a memory span of only 7 seconds. With that remark, Wang XinYu suddenly realized that her second and seventh brothers had awakened their powers, hence their substitution for the eldest brother and third uncle. As someone mentioned something, all eyes turned towards the entrance. A wave of individuals entering as if choreographed. It was only 4 days into the apocalypse, and while they had not yet faced severe water shortages, they were all astute individuals preparing for the inevitable. However, his words held merit. In their Wang family, if nothing else, they had plenty of grandsons. Understood, a grandfather, they chorused in unison. Their smiles remained intact, yet a hint of insincerity lingered. Brother Son, you jest, we only saw each other yesterday. I am not a fish, how could I forget so quickly? Wang XinYu had no desire to engage further with Song Tianyao. Upon hearing him mention Zhao Shihuan, she instinctively inched closer to Zhao Shihuan and fell silent. Wang Laozu's countenance darkened as he surveyed the surroundings, noting the glinting eyes of several curious onlookers. He conveniently overlooked the thought of why his eldest grandson hadn't relayed any messages back. In his mind, his eldest son was rather unreliable, always shifting any misfortune onto him without regard for right or wrong. Wang XinYu smiled gently, openly accepting the probing and envious gazes of the crowd. Slightly bowing to Zhao Laozu and Qin Laozu. Greetings, Grandfather Zhao, Grandfather Qin. Instantly, all eyes converged upon her. After all, her words referenced both gentlemen, and it was not necessarily an inquiry directed at her, just as she was about to retort. Zhao Shihuan interjected, Grandfather, Grandpa, you needn't worry, I have already assured Aunt Wang that I will take good care of little Yu. Wherever I go, she shall follow. Oh, Song Tianyao chuckled non-committally, so little Yume is here with Shihuan? I see little Yume truly bears the mantle. Song Tianyao regarded Wang XinYu, recalling her combat prowess and water-based abilities, thus offering such an evaluation that made the onlookers ponder. Neither Zhao Shihuan nor Song Tianyao anticipated her reaction, leading to an awkward silence, while Zhao Shihuan appeared relaxed. Seemingly indifferent, he was quite attentive to Wang XinYu, noting her momentary tension upon Song Tianyao's arrival. Listening to their seemingly trivial dialogue, his gaze darkened. Wang Laozu, hearing mention of his daughter, inferred that she had already been entrusted to Zhao Shihuan for safekeeping. With the emergence of mutated flora and fauna alongside ability users, the world was destined for a reshuffle. Strength would reign supreme, and the strong would dictate the conversation. In an era where water sources were contaminated and inedible, her water-based abilities became exceedingly precious. She found it perplexing that such incredulity existed. In-laws, a family with a daughter is sought by many, you simply cannot hide such a splendid child away. Qin Laozu jovially proposed, our two families should deepen their ties. Wouldn't that be a delightful turn of events? My Mingxing grew up under your watchful eye, and he is of a similar age to little Yu, they are bound to get along famously. Yes? Grandpa, uncle, second brother, seventh brother. Wang XinYu rushed to greet her family, yet found it odd that her second and seventh brothers were present. Little Yu, come over and greet your grandfather Qin and grandfather Zhao. Wang Laozu chuckled, proudly declaring to the other two elders, my little Yu is fortunate, she has awakened her water-based powers. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Shihuan finally spoke, she came with me, yet she represents both the Zhao and Wang families. From their remarks, it seemed they held a favorable view of her abilities. Wang XinYu was unaware that, thus far, no one with water-based abilities had registered at the Ability Users Association. Stealing a glance at Zhao Laozu, she silently cursed, this old fox is as shrewd as ever. How did my granddaughter become a Zhao? Well, you must take Aunt Wang's words to heart. Zhao Laozu chuckled triumphantly. Fish? Song Tianyao asked, puzzled. Wang Laozu pondered for a moment before retorting, Guodong. Gufeng, you two must not slack off, hone your abilities and watch over your sister. It could only be said that everyone was quite punctual. Wang XinYu noticed gasps around her, observing many gazes filled with astonishment directed towards her. Unless a method for filtering viruses from water was discovered, once the world as pure water was exhausted, water-based ability users would become humanity's hope. After all, without water, survival was impossible. Little Yu, don't be so formal, just call me Grandpa. Your mother is my old man's daughter-in-law, you are a granddaughter of the Zhao family. Wang Laozu, internally chastising Zhao Yuliang for failing to relay such vital news back, kept a composed facade while amicably fostering a bond with Wang XinYu. Sigh, Wang Laozu felt an overwhelming frustration. Here they come. Moreover, the core disciples within each family would inevitably undergo adjustments. Having surveyed the room, he noticed several unfamiliar faces, thus Wang XinYu's presence was hardly surprising. Was it merely because she was a woman? Strength knows no gender. In-laws, our little Yu is truly blossoming into a remarkable beauty. We must keep a close watch over her, Zhao Laozu remarked with significant emphasis. Shi Huan. This task falls upon you. Ensure you safeguard your sister and don't let any wild cat or dog whisk her away, do you understand? Wang family's third sister-in-law, Qin Ru, was the daughter of the second branch of the Qin family. Hence the familial ties between the two clans. Wang XinYu listened in silence, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. Chapter 39. The situation. Wang Laozu chuckled coldly, incensed by Qin Laozu's blatant attempt to undermine him. Zhao Shihuan maintained a stoic expression as he listened to the elders converse, only intervening when Qin Laozu shamelessly promoted his own grandson. Grandfather, let us take a seat, everyone is waiting. Indeed, let us not linger here, let us go, Zhao Laozu readily complied. Leading the way as his grandson suggested, Wang Laozu, wishing to steer clear of the topic regarding his granddaughter's loyalties, replied, Old Qin, the fortunes of our descendants are their own, we are getting old, let us take a break. Wang XinYu remained silent throughout. Indifferent to their teasing remarks, they were merely jokes, surely no one would take them seriously. The Song family held military power, while the Zhao family wielded political influence, the two were inextricably linked. Their presence here would only hinder the smooth execution of this meeting. Song Weijian took the initiative, asserting control. Who shall speak first? Especially given that the Song and Zhou families, among the 5 major clans, had both lost their patriarchs at the onset of the apocalypse, their current leaders were at a disadvantage. Recalling her second cousin's usual demeanor, reserved and bookish, only speaking passionately about medical topics, she noted the silence that enveloped the room. As no one was willing to break the ice, the atmosphere was thick with astonishment, and the Song family members straightened their backs. Could it be that she had usurped his golden opportunity? A narrative twist bestowed upon him? Would he still possess his earth-based abilities? If so, that would render him a tri-element ability user, a truly remarkable feat. As everyone settled back into their seats, the family meeting commenced in earnest. Really? Alright, us old folks are past our prime. It's time to return home and enjoy some peace. This battlefront business should be left to the younger generation. Wouldn't you agree, in-law, Old Qin? Elder Zhao, having spent many years in politics, was particularly astute in assessing the situation. It was evident that Song Weijian had intentionally self-disclosed, causing the prestige of the Song family to soar. With no elder to stabilize them, what was there to fear? They had rising stars among them. After all, the fortunes of the next generation will take care of themselves. The glory of the Qin family seemed destined to fade away, yet they still had the flickering flame of Qin Mingxing. Possibilities remained. Wang XinYu was equally astonished. In the original narrative, the male protagonist possessed dual abilities, not of the lightning and spatial variety, but rather lightning and earth. How had it suddenly transformed into spatial powers? Ha. Congratulations, the Song family truly harbors hidden talents. Thankfully, even though my Yuliang is often unfocused, he has managed to awaken his wood abilities this time. Elder Zhao quickly discerned the latent intentions of Song Weilong and no longer regarded his eldest son as ineffectual. It was just right for him to take the stage. Heavens! Is a dual ability even possible? Clearly, with this revelation, the Song family was now far ahead, unassailable. The Zhao family was not lacking either. They could certainly claim a share of the pie. He thought to summon his second brother, Wang Guodong, but was met with a firm shake of the head in refusal. In the original text, old man Wang had also passed away, leaving the Wang family in a similar predicament. Yes, indeed, my health has been deteriorating lately. Chengrong, please escort me back to rest. Old man Wang chimed in, standing up and beckoning Wang Chengrong to take him away. Originally, the main table had only 2 seats occupied by one family, but now Wang's youngest son, Wang Guofeng, had taken the liberty to sit beside Wang XinYu as Zhao Yuliang occupied his father's position. Fortunately for the Wang family, there were 3 ability holders among the younger generation. As Song Weijian's words echoed in the room, a lively discussion erupted. In stark contrast to the truly desolate Zhou family, the current head of the Song family, Song Weijian, appeared unperturbed. Zhao Yuliang, trailing behind the crowd, obediently took a seat to the side. Prompted by his father, he promptly stood and presented himself. I am quite ashamed. My wood abilities lack offensive power and require further cultivation. He felt quite secure, although the passing of his father was a loss. It did not hinder the growth of the Song family. Old man Qin furrowed his brow slightly but felt powerless, silently contemplating the importance of advising his descendants on finding a good partner. Especially in these times, the Qin family, compared to the Wang and Zhao families, had already fallen behind. Wang XinYu remained oblivious, unaware that she had become the object of desire for several families. Uncles, no need to worry, our Song family is doing just fine. Song Weijian faced the gazes of the crowd with composure. Embodying the strength of his lineage, I believe with Tianyao around, our family's challenges will be surmountable. He possesses greater abilities than I merely awakened my wood powers, while he has awakened dual abilities. Lightning and spatial. What exactly is spatial ability? The Qin family had only Qin Mingxing. It was no wonder that the 7th brother was in charge. Well, there was no need to press him further. This gathering marked the first meeting in quite some time. Indeed, each family was undergoing a transformation. Song Weijian surveyed the room, his gaze drifting towards the Zhao family father and Son. As he pondered these matters, His eyes were involuntarily drawn to Wang XinYu. She had not anticipated that the seventh brother would invite her to join. She had merely come to observe and now found herself in the limelight. Leaving her feeling somewhat bewildered in the impending world, it was a realm where the strong had a voice, holding seniority yet contributing nothing was indeed a farce. Of course, the Zhao family certainly did not have only Zhao Yuliang awakening abilities, however. At this moment, the older generation was ineffectual, and with Zhao Yuliang present, the Zhao family's position was secure. Clearly neither the Wang nor the Qin families had anyone to step forward in the struggle for discourse. The foundation had weakened significantly with this departure. Several seats around the round table suddenly became vacant. Nephew, my condolences. Old man Qin wished to remain for the sake of his descendants, but observing the demeanor of elder Zhao and old man Wang, realized that the tide had turned. It was time for him to leave. The Wang family had always been focused on the medical field, and in the current pandemic, they were an indispensable force. Reality has always been brutally harsh. The principle of survival of the fittest is timeless. Due to the rampant virus, the deceased were directly taken for cremation, and no funerals were held. Zhou family had a Zhou Su, who was not even a direct descendant. The Zhou and Qin families found themselves in an awkward position. As the table of people sat down, they surveyed one another, realizing that several elders were absent. While numerous new faces had appeared, their elders' affairs were no longer relevant. With their presence, the younger generation, constrained by pride, dared not act too recklessly, but they certainly would not submit. However, the Song family's military strength was not in S-City to quickly establish a foothold there. They would undoubtedly require the assistance of the Zhao family. Xishuan, why don't you share your insights? After all, you are the mayor and most familiar with the current situation in S-City. Chapter 40 Secrets. Since Song Weijian had called him out by name, Zhao Xishuan did not hold back and began his discourse. Indeed, it was a battle. As the apocalypse loomed, chaos reigned, and the strong vied for dominance. The Song family possessed military authority, a key to triumph in any tumultuous era. It could be said that they were already perched atop the pyramid, not to mention the emergence of Song Tianyao, who wielded formidable lightning powers and the coveted spatial abilities, an undeniable advantage. Zhao Xishuan's mind was ever clear, adept at precisely calibrating his actions, never engaging in foolish endeavors he knew were futile. He focused solely on what he could grasp and held onto it with unwavering resolve. Wang XinYu reclined slightly against the back of her chair, resting her chin on one hand, her eyes sparkling, a smile playing on her lips as she discreetly admired the profile of the formidable elder brother beside her. Beneath the golden-rimmed glasses perched on his sharp nose, his brows were like swords, elegantly sweeping into the few strands of dark hair at his temples. Her younger sister prepared soothing herbal tea for her faux elder brother. Yet her true brother had offered her nothing but a glass of plain water. Wang XinYu felt puzzled, then as if struck by a revelation, she lifted her thermos and said, "This thermos is new, you can rest assured to drink from it." His handsome profile was impeccably defined. After a moment, Zhao Xishuan's lips curved into a slight smile. "I'll bring you some tea leaves later." Her heart skipped a beat, responding instinctively like a wary creature. She immediately donned a charming and pleasing smile. "What Sun Gu said is simply wonderful." "Sun Gu, I shall follow your lead." Qin Mingxing echoed loudly, his eyes gleaming with fervor, clearly a devoted admirer of Zhao Xishuan. Wang XinYu's round eyes were caught in the act. Zhao Xishuan cast a glance at the thermos. Then at her, she sensed that Zhao Xishuan's voice seemed to hold an enchanting power, capable of captivating hearts beneath her fluttering lashes. Her gaze was slightly raised. This sight was extraordinary. It appeared that everyone present was inexplicably influenced. Their emotions stirred with recognition, admiration, and even reverence. According to his plans, as long as he proceeded step by step, he believed that soon a survival base centered around S-City would take shape, gradually expanding outward, with the ultimate goal of dominating the central and southern regions of the thermos. What could possibly be inside? Wang Guofeng casually inquired, sending a chill down Wang XinYu's spine. "Hey, seventh brother, do you have any good suggestions?" Wang XinYu's eyes darted about. She decided not to trouble herself with excuses and instead sought a different topic to divert the conversation. "And where did this thermos come from?" "Behind his lenses." Zhao Xishuan's gaze flickered, and he offered her a knowing smile. Wang XinYu secretly sighed in relief. "Oh my, the aura of the elder brother was overwhelmingly strong. It was the herbal tea I brewed this morning. Soothing for the throat and lungs, I've had it in my pocket all along." Wang XinYu's heart tightened instantly. What did that mean? That smile, it felt as though she was being scrutinized. Wang XinYu glanced at him thoughtfully, wondering if he had awakened a psychic ability. Zhao Xishuan, however, appeared slightly helpless, emphasizing, "It's not about following me, I merely outlined some preliminary plans for them to materialize. It requires everyone's collective effort." Wang Guofeng was disheartened to see that she did not deny it. His heart sank, feeling quite crestfallen. "He, I brewed honeysuckle and mint tea this morning, perfect for soothing the throat. Brother, do have some." Wang XinYu smiled ingratiatingly. She stammered, her gaze once again involuntarily drifting towards Zhao Xishuan, her heart racing anxiously. "That is all I have to say. If anyone has any objections or suggestions, please feel free to voice them so we can discuss together." As Zhao Xishuan articulated his plans for S-City and the entire Jie province, he attentively observed the audience's reactions, feeling quite pleased with the atmosphere. Zhao Xishuan cast an intrigued glance at Wang XinYu. Her gaze gradually became distant, and in a daze, she sensed something was amiss. As his lips parted, his rich voice, articulate and melodious, resonated in a way that naturally fostered trust, calming the previously restless hearts as if they had found their anchor. Moreover, what had he meant earlier? Was he suggesting she prepare tea for him in the future? Wang XinYu's once restless heart settled slightly. Splendid. Splendid. He asking her to prepare tea indicated that her earlier flattery had borne fruit, and he likely wouldn't pursue her knowledge of his secret. Wang XinYu stole another glance at him. Noticing that his attention seemed focused on the discussions across the table, secretly feeling relieved, suddenly someone tapped her shoulder. She was startled and turned her head, only to find it was Qi. She patted her chest and gasped, "You scared me to death." Qi. Zhao Shihuan was in high spirits, redirecting his focus back to the meeting. Wang Guofeng furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion evident on his face. "What are you thinking?" Seeing his sister fawning over a false brother from the external 3 routes made him feel quite suffocated. He had never intended to step forward and charge into battle, he simply wished to remain in the shadows. With her doubts lingering, she closed her ears to his words and began to observe the people around her discreetly. After a lengthy discussion, feeling a bit parched, she reached for the teacup on the table, only to find a petite pig-shaped thermos in front of her. Zhao Shihuan raised an eyebrow in puzzlement at the young girl handing him the cup. She had noticed him lightly coughing earlier and guessed he had spoken too much, likely feeling discomfort in his throat, so she thought to be considerate and brought out the tea she had prepared that morning from her space. In her moment of distraction, she hadn't considered whether it was appropriate or not. Eagerly, she poured him a small cup and handed it over, her gaze clear as water, tinged with a hint of anticipation. She hadn't brought a bag when she left in the morning, and while her clothing had ample pockets, a thermos would undoubtedly cause them to bulge. Wang XinYu was filled with regret, hoping her explanation would suffice. How was she to respond when the person was right beside her? He could surely hear their conversation. With her mind clouded with uncertainty, she unhesitatingly withdrew her consciousness into her space upon entering. Her mind felt instantly clear. "Oh?" Wang Guofeng remarked with a tinge of jealousy. Was this prepared specifically for him? Yet, he couldn't help but ponder, this little one is becoming increasingly intriguing. Oh, is there a fish that slipped through the net? How interesting. His long slender fingers delicately grasped the small cup, his body lazily reclined against the chair's back, leisurely sipping tea while listening to the discussions below. Wang Guofeng no longer troubled himself. Why seek discomfort when it was unnecessary? Zhao Shihuan's plan stirred a sense of ambition within him. What man wouldn't possess a bit of valor? As for suggestions, he shook his head, acknowledging that this was not his forte, and it was better for him to refrain from unwarranted chatter. What he said was quite good. I have nothing to add. Let's follow the arrangements. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of the majority. Zhao Shihuan was a meticulous individual, and since it was his proposed plan, it had undoubtedly been well thought out, with the overarching direction being sound. Any details could be gradually refined later. Of course, there would always be a few individuals who could not bear to see others excel or were unwilling to concede easily, seeking to assert their presence by nitpicking for faults. If they wished to find issues, so be it. Zhao Shihuan calmly responded with a smile to the unconstructive questions posed by certain individuals, exuding warmth. The bemused expression on Zhao Shihuan's face was broken by her actions. Revealing a genuine smile of delight, Zhao Yuliang wore a proud expression, nodding graciously as he accepted the compliments. Song Weijian's eyes flickered as he exchanged a glance with Song Tianyao. Zhao Yuliang cast a brief look and disregarded those hesitant to raise their hands. His gaze sparkled as he cheerfully declared, unanimously approved. Congratulations to Tianyao on being elected as the base leader. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuliang cast a joyful glance at his son Zhao Shihuan. The crowd turned their attention to Song Tianyao, who quickly concealed his joy. Revealing his commanding presence, coming from a military background, he naturally exuded a formidable aura. Considering the Song family's military prowess and Song Tianyao's own exceptional dual abilities, the outcome was already evident. He paused. His expression conflicted, glancing at Zhao Shihuan several times, and seeing him remain unfazed, he could only reluctantly admit, "Alright, I propose Tianyao as the new base leader." The crowd was taken aback. No one expected Zhao Yuliang to be so brazen and shameless. Song Weijian's heart sank, however. With the previous generation stepping back one by one, it was inevitable that he held certain ambitions. Of course, perhaps he was merely being polite, but to him, it felt like flattery. What nonsense! Zhao Yuliang exclaimed in exasperation. If you don't gain anything today, I'll be scolded to death by your grandfather. Besides, I painstakingly built this foundation. With so many resources, why should I allow an outsider to manage it? I'm not out of my mind. Song Weijian observed all of this with a smile. Saying, I wholeheartedly support Shihuan as the deputy base leader. Just based on his detailed planning and ambitious proposals, he is an invaluable talent. As for the situation in S-City, I doubt anyone knows it better than him. He is undoubtedly deserving. Song Tianyao had been tense. Not expecting to find himself in such a high position, especially with many elders still present. Zhao Shihuan's plan included consolidating all resources in S-City and even J province for unified management. Redistributing them according to individual contributions. The applause was thunderous, truly honoring the Song family. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward for a moment. Positioned between the two, Zhao Shihuan looked toward Zhao Yuliang, who averted his gaze. Not meeting his eyes, betraying a hint of guilt. He glanced at Wang XinYu, whose increasingly sweet smile reassured him. Song Weijian frowned slightly, feeling uncertain. The Zhao family's enterprises primarily revolved around food, which was a precious resource for humanity at present. In truth, he did not desire such a high-profile stance. Given the current circumstances, even those who felt unwilling had to go with the flow and raise their hands in this environment. Uncle Song, you flatter me. I can only handle some logistical work. I really don't need to be the deputy base leader, Zhao Shihuan said humbly, turning to Zhao Yuliang with a helpless expression. Dad, stop this. Zhao Yuliang could hardly tolerate the self-satisfied demeanor of the father and son. Rolling his eyes and saying, does anyone have other opinions? After all, electing someone is not solely my decision. Let us vote by raising hands. He wanted his son to take the position but couldn't state it outright. As it would appear too greedy here, the only one whose opinion mattered was Zhao Yuliang, but Song Weijian felt a surge of anger at Zhao Yuliang's audacity, but he had to maintain composure and remind himself to stay calm. Of course. My son is the best. Your son is not bad either. In the conference room, applause erupted like thunder, and Song Tianyao stood, saluting everyone. In the midst of speaking, he cast a glance at Song Tianyao, expressing a somewhat reluctant demeanor as he delivered his final statement. The younger generation is formidable, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Old Zhao, we are getting old. What about the position of base leader? After the formalities, he lowered his hands, and the applause gradually subsided. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, Zhao Yuliang spoke again. Zhao Yuliang, somewhat disappointed, followed his son's gaze toward Song Tianyao, rolling his eyes in reluctance. Among the younger generation, aside from Mai Shisun, your Tianyao is the most outstanding. Mai Shisun is gentle by nature and does not favor violence. Upon hearing this, the individual under Zhao Yuliang's gaze felt exposed and silently lowered his once proud head in shame. I agree. Wang XinYu immediately raised her hand high, not forgetting to pull Wang Guofeng's hand along, shouting back, second brother, raise your hand quickly. Zhao Yuliang cast an appreciative glance at Wang XinYu, who responded with a sweet smile. Wang Guodong wore a doting smile. Readily raising his hand, Zhao Shihuan observed his father's slight head shake before turning to Song Tianyao. Throughout the meeting, Song Weijian remained silent, quietly observing with increasingly murky eyes, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. The previously fervent discussions gradually quieted as Zhao Shihuan answered question after question. Song Weijian finally relaxed, a satisfied smile appearing on his face as he looked at Song Tianyao. The applause continued. After speaking, he raised his hand. Alright, since Tianyao has become the base leader, and Mai Shisun is so exceptional, let us make him the deputy base leader. Does anyone have any objections? If so, please speak up. If not, let us vote. The two exchanged glances, both filled with joy. After a long moment, a smile crept onto his calm-aged face as he said to Zhao Yuliang, this child Shisun is truly becoming increasingly remarkable. His planning is thorough. Old Zhao, you are fortunate. If Zhao Yuliang did not relent, Song Tianyao understood, smiling as he said, Uncle Zhao, don't rush. Shisun, you need not decline. We all have great confidence in you. This position of deputy base leader is rightfully yours, don't you agree? Song Tianyao's sharp gaze swept across the crowd, his aura fully unleashed, bringing an air of pressure, prompting everyone to nod in unison. Yes, I agree. Song Tianyao responded with a smile, thoroughly satisfied. Just moments ago, he had harbored a fleeting thought of jealousy towards Zhao Shihuan's exceptional performance. But upon hearing his speech, those feelings dissipated entirely. As the deputy base commander, the title felt somewhat diminished in comparison to his own stature. No matter how capable Zhao Shihuan might be, he would always remain in a supporting role. That moment, Song Tianyao received a phone call from Zhao Shihuan. After a profound discussion, he quickly arrived at a decision, uniting the few remaining senior colleagues he could trust, and convening an urgent meeting for the 100,000 people. Unfortunately, no one could have anticipated that this storm would bring such a significant threat. Laden with countless viruses, the investigation revealed shocking truths. Within mere days, many homes had transformed into desolate, haunted abodes. Entire families had perished within, their corpses already decaying. Subsequently, the agenda progressed smoothly. With a leader came a sense of direction, and with a plan emerged a course of action. In conjunction with the self-defense forces' efforts, Zhao Shihuan's strategy began to unfold step by step. This newly reformed self-defense unit of the Tianfu base was directly managed and unified under Song Tianyao's command. The base could accommodate over 100,000 individuals within its sports complex, and additional surrounding facilities were allocated to this military force. Furthermore, the Song and Zhao families shared a close kinship. Those who had narrowly escaped death inevitably prioritized the safety of their loved ones. Only 100,000 had survived to reach the military district, of which over 20,000 were injured. Missing limbs, this battle had already descended into chaos before anyone could fully comprehend its magnitude, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. City S, with its population exceeding 10 million, housed an estimated 5 million within its inner 3 rings. It was imperative to ascertain the current population figures, particularly the number of individuals possessing special abilities. All mutated flora and fauna within the base had to be eradicated, and a formidable defensive wall needed to be constructed around the outer 3 rings, a monumental task indeed. In the southern province of Jie, a military force of over 300,000 was stationed there. On the first day of the apocalypse, amidst torrential rains, the troops swiftly mobilized to fortify the dams and provide disaster relief. As the abandoned structures and unsold properties, hotels, schools, commercial buildings, were gradually repurposed into rental accommodations for incoming survivors, he returned with over 40,000 individuals and a substantial supply of military resources. It became evident that the propaganda had fallen short, and many remained hesitant, unwilling to venture out until their food and ammunition were depleted. Alright Shihuan, I'm with you all the way. Qin Mingxing, an enthusiastic supporter, clapped fervently, seemingly more excited than Zhao Shihuan himself. Everyone was taken aback, as these 100,000 people began to exhibit their abilities. It was clear that a significant shift was imminent. Of course, ordinary individuals could also undertake missions, as long as they were willing to work for their daily sustenance. Song Weijian's 3 sisters-in-law and Zhao Yuliang's second brother's wife were cousins from the small Jiang family. His cousin was Zhao Shihuan's younger cousin, Zhao Xiang. They had suffered the loss of over half their number. His admiration for Zhao Shihuan was not without reason. His aunt was Zhao Shihuan's second aunt. The troops stationed in the remote mountainous regions faced dense forests and ferocious beasts. Wounded soldiers encountered relentless attacks from mutated flora and fauna on their return to the military district. As the self-defense forces commenced their cleanup operations, these individuals with special abilities began to emerge, with some voluntarily joining the ranks of the self-defense team, which steadily grew stronger. At that time, he and Zhao Xiang enjoyed trailing behind Zhao Shihuan. Captivated by his remarkable talents and harboring immense admiration for him since childhood, with decisions made and tasks delegated, those below began to act in accordance with the established protocols. In truth, their relationship had always been amicable, despite some competitive dynamics within their families. They walked different paths, both equally exceptional without hindrance. Others, less constrained, opted to form teams with familiar faces, allowing them to register at the Ability Users Guild to undertake missions in exchange for points, which could be traded for supplies. Qin Mingxing and Zhao Xiyang were of the same age. Due to Qin Mingxing's mother's poor health, he often found himself at the Zhao household, living alongside Zhao Xiyang. However, when faced with shared interests, a sense of rivalry inevitably arose, revealing the complexities of human nature. The soldiers hailed from diverse backgrounds, uncertain of their future. The military district was surrounded by perilous threats, rendering it unsuitable for human habitation. Right, Wang XinYu chimed in, only to be greeted by Zhao Shihuan's sidelong glance, which prompted her to sheepishly chuckle. In the present base, currency had lost its value, replaced by mutated pearls as the medium of trade. Thus, to thrive beyond others, venturing out to gather resources or eliminate mutated plants and beasts for their pearls became the quickest method. Out of 300,000 brave souls, fewer than 130,000 managed to return. Later, after his mother passed away and his father remarried, life took a turn for the worse, leading him back to the familiar Zhao household, where he found solace in the chaos of the world. Human hearts scattered like leaves in the wind. It must be said that the secret of competitive spirit among men is incredibly intense, focusing on the inner three rings of cities. Plans were laid to establish a new base. Tentatively named the Southern Tianfu Base, the 100,000 would be divided into 10 large teams, 100 middle teams, and 1,000 small teams, gradually initiating their tasks, with a population of over 5 million. Only 200,000 remained, of which over 50,000 possessed abilities, yet only a mere 1,000 had registered at the Ability Users Guild. The coexistence of opportunity and danger shaped each individual's interpretation of survival, leading to varied choices. After 3 months of reconstruction, the newly fortified base, surrounded by a high wall, provided its residents with a sense of security, a testament to the collective efforts and unity of all survivors. Chapter 43, defeated and firmly gripped. As winter faded into spring, the weather showed no signs of warming. The sky remained perpetually gray, obscuring the sun and hope alike. This peculiar atmospheric condition only served to heighten the survivors' anxiety. Many, lacking mental fortitude, lived in constant fear, with a notable number descending into madness, exacerbating the already dwindling population. Over these 3 months, Wang XinYu had endured considerable hardship. After the meeting concluded, she followed Zhao Shihuan to the car like a little tail, regretting that she hadn't had the chance to converse with her two cousins properly. Merely managing a brief farewell, curiosity nodded her regarding when they had awakened their abilities. We've arrived. Get up, stop daydreaming, it's foolish, Zhao Shihuan remarked. Wang XinYu, stiff as a board, felt her mind short-circuit. Under Zhao Shihuan's scrutinizing gaze, she forced a smile, her heart racing. The warmth of his presence sent a shiver down her spine. Zhao Shihuan's keen perception was unmatched. He sensed a flicker of her unease beneath her cheerful facade, yet, no matter her inner turmoil, she dared not betray a hint of dissatisfaction, nearly squinting her eyes in a smile. Unable to meet his gaze for fear of revealing her true feelings, the eyes, after all, are the windows to the soul, and she was not a trained actress. He gently grasped her small hand, the softness of her skin momentarily taking him aback, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery. Don't fidget. A young lady ought to sit properly, he chided playfully. What was this revelation? Did she still have a way out? Wang XinYu's mind raced with thoughts as Zhao Shihuan observed her subtle expressions with amusement, asking, what are you so anxious about? Unfortunately, the presence of the imposing figure beside her left her restless. Her heart racing like a trapped animal. Zhao Shihuan, with a resigned sigh, pressed his finger against her forehead, stilling her restless head. Their eyes locked, and he narrowed his gaze, concealing the tumult beneath, stating lightly, why are you so fidgety? After a brief pause, he added with a hint of meaning, with your impetuous nature, how can I trust you to go out alone? The vehicle gradually came to a halt, and Zhao Lang stepped out first to open the door for Zhao Shihuan. The subtle undertones in his voice and the inscrutable expression on his face made Wang XinYu instinctively wary, her earlier bravado deflating as she forced a silly smile and obediently replied, all right. Anxiety? Why should she feel anxious? This man had taken hold of her hand, and to her dismay, he began to squeeze it. Was her hand merely a toy? Without a second thought, she attempted to escape his grasp, only to feel his fingers tighten around her wrist, rendering her immobile. Wang XinYu, felt on the verge of tears, struggling to maintain a facade of cheerfulness as Zhao Shihuan lowered his gaze, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. In that moment, he exuded a warm aura, smiling, the tea is quite good. Let's keep up the good work. Wang XinYu, her eyes bewildered and fox-like, stared at him in confusion, unaware that she was already completely visible to him. She resembled a pudgy, clumsy pig more than anything else. Zhao Shihuan caught sight of her worm-like squirming and couldn't help but chuckle, feeling in high spirits. What did this mean? She felt as though he had her firmly in his grasp. Leaving her at a loss for how to respond, Zhao Shihuan smiled silently, his fingers gently stroking her small hand, his mood elevated. In her heart, Wang XinYu was inwardly lamenting, he was petting her like a child. An action no self-respecting adult would appreciate, especially from a man of considerable danger. Regardless of his intentions, she found herself unable to resonate with the situation. Zhao Shihuan felt his breath catch, and his heartbeat slowed momentarily before returning to normal. She revealed a self-consciously harmless and ingratiating silly smile. Reflecting on the original text, it seemed to follow suit, as it never explicitly stated what abilities he had awakened, yet, he consistently played the role of a strategist. Subtly mentioned alongside the male protagonist Song Tianyao, as if the protagonist always followed his arrangements. This individual had undoubtedly awakened a mental type ability, and not a low-ranking one at that, but he chose to keep it concealed. Oh dear, the strength of that grip. Wang XinYu gazed at him in astonishment. A wave of warmth enveloped her, inexplicably soothing her restless heart. Deep down, Wang XinYu understood that this comforting aura was Zhao Shishuan's mental energy. She dared not resist. Willingly accepting his solace, obediently stating, "All right, I'll prepare it for you every day from now on." Zhao Shishuan cast a gentle glance her way. "Don't fidget, be good." Satisfied, Zhao Shishuan remarked, "We will arrive shortly, just be patient." How intriguing. Truly fascinating. No, no. I'm not nervous. Wang XinYu could not possibly admit it, hastily shaking her head. In her eagerness to express herself, her little head shook so vigorously that, she felt stars dancing before her eyes. Slightly dizzy, Zhao Shishuan chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the topic any further. Wang XinYu sighed inwardly in relief, believing she had passed the test. Having been too stiff earlier, she suddenly felt her sideways seated position uncomfortable and awkward. Stealing a glance at the person beside her as she gradually began to shift, her wandering thoughts were swiftly pulled back by his words. "Are you there? Do you want a drink?" Her attention fixed on his hands. Long and slender, with distinct joints, every segment perfectly proportioned. Although Wang XinYu wasn't particularly hand-conscious, she found herself unavoidably drawn to those hands. "By the way, where's the little pig cup?" As she spoke, she retrieved her thermos from her coat pocket. Secretly relieved that her pocket was spacious enough, hoping she hadn't attracted any suspicion, Zhao Shishuan looked at the little pig design on the cup lid, chuckling. Quite adorable, resembling you, clumsy." Wang XinYu frowned. If a comic were to depict her current expression, there would surely be 3 vertical lines on her forehead, and her cheeks would be puffed up like a bun. She had found it somewhat strange and suspect while reading, but never expected. Attempting to ingratiate herself, her hand was caught by the dog paw, leaving her no choice but to pass the thermos over, allowing him to handle it as he wished. A flicker of interest crossed Zhao Shishuan's eyes as he affectionately ruffled her hair, so obedient. After a brief moment of daze, Wang XinYu quickly regained her composure, her misty gaze gradually clearing, pure black and white, crystal clear. Hiss, Wang XinYu inhaled sharply. In a moment of bewilderment, she found herself being led off the vehicle by Zhao Shishuan. She couldn't help but mentally berate herself. How foolish, now that we've arrived, you could at least let go. If you had loosened your grip, I would have disembarked on my own from the right side ages ago. Chapter 44, All are cunning foxes with 1,000 years of experience. Big brother, over here. While Wang XinYu was grumbling in dissatisfaction, a clear voice rang out from not far away. Raising her eyes, she spotted several individuals standing nearby, including Zhao Yuliang and, fragmented memories of some unpleasant encounters surged forth, causing Wang XinYu's heart to sink. "Big brother, why did you bring her along as well?" And Zhao Xiang stared at his older brother, astonished that he was still holding hands with that arrogant girl, his eyes brimming with surprise and displeasure. "Hi," Wang XinYu greeted awkwardly. In her memories, this Zhao Xiang had some minor friction with her original self. Zhao Xiang huffed in irritation, ignoring her. Zhao Yuliang shot him a disapproving glance, feeling a chill in his heart upon seeing his brother's indifferent demeanor. Who was he exerting so much effort for? Get to work, remember. You have only today to gather as much as you can, be cautious. Understood, big brother. Yes, brother Shishuan. Wang XinYu forced a smile, feeling quite embarrassed. Yes, of course. Zhao Xiang evidently had more items than the other two. Judging by the size of the boxes, it was estimated to be around 50 cubic units. Feeling uncomfortable, he often sought someone to confide in, preferably someone who could empathize, and here was just the person. Zhao Shishuan observed his proud and boastful expression with a hint of helplessness. He couldn't fathom whose temperament this was, a 20-something still behaving like a child. Son, did I perform well today? That old dog Song Wei Jian, calculating to a fault, trying to pull a fast one, it was truly an eyesore. Zhao Yuliang was quite pleased with his performance, saying this with a hint of seeking praise. As he had secured a second seat for his son, Wang XinYu contemplated all of this. A dry apology and casual greetings were hardly better than ignoring her altogether, between the insufferable brat and the charming girl. It was a no-brainer. Hey, why not? I put all my possessions into this just for a deputy base chief, and I still feel like I lost out. Zhao Xiang quietly lowered his head, resembling a quail. Wang XinYu gazed at the mountain of supplies, utterly astonished. Besides, having space abilities that couldn't be utilized was truly too stifling. Wang XinYu was dumbfounded. Wait, 3 space abilities? It turned out space abilities were as common as cabbage now? Wang XinYu haughtily snorted, then offered an apple.in summary. She chose to be candid, albeit with some reservations. This was an opportune moment for honesty. Xiang, where's your politeness? Zhao Shishuan cast a cold glance at Zhao Xiang. Wang XinYu witnessed Zhao Xiang and the other 2 young men stepping forward, touching a box of supplies, and then, poof, the supplies vanished as Zhao Shishuan casually remarked, Dad, I never intended to step into the limelight. Previously, she had thought about it, since 3 space abilities had appeared here, and Song Tianyao dual abilities were already public knowledge. Revealing her space ability now should not seem too abrupt, right, as expected. Had she ever concealed it from him? When had she let the cat out of the bag? The thermos? Wang XinYu forced a smile. After saying this, she secretly glanced at Zhao Shishuan. Moreover, Zhao Shishuan possessed mental abilities, which were a subtle yet undeniably formidable presence. She truly had no confidence in consistently evading his notice. Xiang, as the elder brother, you must yield to your younger sister, understood? Zhao Yuliang looked at his nephew's attitude towards his daughter with displeasure. All right. Let's go. Zhao Xiang was utterly taken aback. You. Wang XinYu met his gaze, those all-seeing eyes tightening her heart, and she could only force a silly smile. As long as brother likes it, I still have more here. Just let me know if you want some. The spaces of the three seemed to vary in size. While speaking, the group had already entered a large warehouse. She felt that today's Uncle Zhao was rather different from usual, too ostentatious. It turned out he was merely putting on an act. The seven of them headed towards a large warehouse in a grand procession. Not pretending anymore? Zhao Shishuan took the apple from her palm with a smirk, took a bite, and remarked, not bad, quite tasty. This delighted Zhao Yuliang. Affirming that daughters were indeed the best, Wang XinYu couldn't help but smile at his pitiful expression. What's so good about oranges? They're sour and disappointing. Just moments ago, Wang XinYu had made a decision. Doesn't brother like apples? Didn't you know? Hey, little you, what about me? Zhao Yuliang's slightly forlorn tone echoed, sounding quite pitiful. Wang XinYu couldn't help but roll her eyes. She figured she would be accompanying Zhao Shishuan frequently in the future. Indeed. Not being honest would leave her perpetually anxious, fearing that one day she might inadvertently reveal her secret, which would be quite unfavorable. Zhao Xian was displeased, grinding his teeth, then beamed brightly, extending his hand like performing a magic trick. Producing an orange, big brother have an orange. Zhao Shishuan caught sight of her stifled laughter, and his mood brightened considerably. The two had smaller spaces, likely only around 30 square meters, and once they finished packing, they left first. The orange was offered to Zhao Shishuan, but his gaze was fixed on Wang XinYu. Soon, they had gathered a substantial amount of supplies, each one visibly exhausted, as if drained and depleted. Nevertheless, the smiles on their faces were exceptionally radiant, indicating their enjoyment of the efforts. Little you, tell me, did I do anything wrong? I was busy running around, banging tables and stomping my feet, putting on such a performance. All for him, and in the end, he still didn't appreciate it. As he spoke, with a light wave of his hand, an apple appeared, and she provocatively lifted her chin towards Zhao Xiang, a stream of water materializing in her hand. Continuously washing the apple, Wang XinYu sheepishly touched her nose. Listening to Zhao Yuliang's grievances, she nodded in agreement. Uncle Zhao, don't be sad. You did wonderfully today. Very impressive. Our efforts should naturally be rewarded. You were right. Yet. Wang XinYu silently mused. Truly, they were all cunning foxes with 1,000 years of experience. Their schemes too profound. Zhao Xian was startled by his gaze, feeling a mix of emotions, awkwardly addressing Wang XinYu. I'm sorry. Hello. Big brother, I'm fine now. Zhao Xiang tidied up the supplies and excitedly ran to Zhao Shishuan, casting a smug glance at Wang XinYu. Brother, have an apple. I've washed it clean. Wang XinYu smiled brightly at him. Feeling truly unburdened now and no longer afraid to meet his gaze, Wang XinYu's small hand remained held in his larger one, and she helplessly pouted, having entirely given up on struggling. Afterward, another apple appeared in her hand. Quickly washed before being handed over, Zhao Yuliang finally smiled in satisfaction. Oh, truly sweet. Sweet to the core. Chapter 45. Busy little bees. Wang XinYu handed another washed apple to Zhao Lang. Brother Zhao Lang. You have one too. No, miss you should keep it for yourself. Zhao Lang truly embodies the essence of a steadfast man, his heart seemingly preoccupied only with, or perhaps, reserved for the young master? Upon observing him take a step back, Wang XinYu realized he had firmly resolved not to accept. She too harbored an aversion to the back and forth of offering and refusal, and thus conceded defeat. Turning around, she noticed the vibrant expression on Zhao Xiang's face. Reminiscent of a colorful palette, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Hey, would you like to have some? Zhao Xiang felt a pang of frustration, his features contorted in indecision, awkwardly replying, I do. Ultimately, he found himself thoroughly defeated in this round. Having lost, he could not let slip the opportunity of indulging in the food before him, for such fruits would only become scarcer in the future. Wang XinYu was taken aback for a moment, then relaxed, saying, feeling a bit overwhelmed, are we? Haven't you felt the same? The world outside has turned upside down. If we don't learn to grow, we risk being discarded by it. Thus, it was quite satisfactory. Wang XinYu made a total of 6 trips back and forth, and on the final journey, after gathering everything, Zhao Shishuan no longer insisted she store it away, merely stating, this is your reward for your hard work today. Feel free to allocate it as you wish. Wang XinYu was overjoyed. Not expecting Zhao Shishuan to be so generous. In truth, he had been subtly expressing his displeasure towards her these days, which she largely ignored, and when his frustration became unbearable, she would deliberately call out to him, prompting him to become immediately docile. Was there such a selfless person, who would rather starve than deny a stranger their last morsel of food? Yes, there are. Are there many? From that point on, Wang XinYu began her industrious life as a little bee. Zhao Xiang took a bite of the apple, and immediately the warehouse resonated with the sound of crunching. Shortly after, the original self regained consciousness, rushing over to reprimand him, delivering a loud scolding that thoroughly embarrassed the original self. What to do? After much contemplation, Wang XinYu devised a clever solution, saying, then I shall not be polite. Thank you. I'll deliver it to my grandfather's house later. In that instant, she made a decision, realizing that her own supplies were piling up in her space, and she could take some to prepare for the Wang family. Wang XinYu returned, and thus she sent out what needed to be sent, and unapologetically collected the benefits due to her. There are many altruistic individuals, embodying the spirit of selflessness, who deserve our admiration and emulation. That day was spent transporting supplies back and forth, stealthily moving them from the large warehouse to Zhao's private stockpile. Suddenly, Zhao Shishuan instructed, Xian, do not speak of Xiaoyu's space. Yet, the extent of selflessness is a matter of personal interpretation. Speaking of space, the entirety of it had been planted with vegetables and crops, and the earliest batch of vegetables had matured. Ready for consumption, the original self was rather headstrong, and Zhao Xiang, not one to back down, was quite the arrogant young master. After several encounters however, Wang XinYu's relationship with Zhao Xiang grew increasingly amicable. She felt like a little mouse. Having stolen oil, reveling in her newfound fortune, since she had already promised to donate the items, people would come to inventory them the following day, so they could no longer transport them openly by truck. Thus Zhao's family allowed a few spatial ability users to discreetly handle this matter, ensuring that their family's food supply was secured first. After some thought, she made a few guesses but chose not to inquire further. It was better to remain blissfully ignorant. Since he had not asked, why should she force the issue? That would be foolish. Thus a rift formed between the two, leading to confrontational encounters filled with cold exchanges. Wang XinYu appreciated Zhao's current approach, believing that one must first arrange their own affairs before extending help to others. Oh, Zhao Xiang readily nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Wang XinYu, Zhao Xiang had come to a realization and unilaterally ceased their antagonistic behavior. It was indeed laborious yet fulfilling. Nevertheless, she had become much more agreeable in his eyes, and he decided to overlook her antics, considering he was a man and thus would not hold a grudge against her. Is this satisfactory? Zhao Xishuan remarked pointedly at her. Then smiled as if recalling something, adding, then let us depart. During a gathering, the original self had imbibed too much and inadvertently collided with him, spilling its contents all over him. Wang XinYu's response prompted Zhao Xiang to ponder deeply. Indeed, the world had changed. What else could possibly remain unchanged? Wang XinYu's eyes flickered with insight as she subtly nodded, contemplating how to present her space in a manner that seemed fitting. After several interactions, Zhao Xiang began to notice her differences. One day, he found himself beside her, unable to contain his curiosity, and asked, hey, I can't help but notice that you've changed quite a bit. Have you been through something? It's always wise to be prepared. After finishing the apple, Zhao Xishuan released her hand, gesturing for her to gather supplies. Since it's like this, today you shall also assist Xiang in transporting supplies. We entrust the management of our private stockpile to you. Once seated in the vehicle, she observed him resting with his eyes closed, gradually finding her calm and settling into silence. 50 square meters seemed rather cramped, surely it should be doubled. Wang XinYu waved her hand, effortlessly clearing a corner. Then bit her lip, realizing she might have taken more than intended. Zhao Yuliang's enterprise included food processing, and Wang XinYu had him procure a set of dehydrators to convert the vegetables into dried form, making them less conspicuous when taken outside. Indeed, what did it matter what he meant, as long as he posed no threat to her, that was sufficient. Over the course of 3 months, Wang XinYu accompanied Zhao Xishuan in various outings during the day. Returning to her space at night to tend to crops and practice her knife skills, she feigned calmness as she stole a glance at Zhao Xishuan, seeing him engaged in conversation with Zhao Lang. And she sighed in relief. Wang XinYu felt a bit dazed as she was led away, momentarily unable to comprehend the implications of his words. The original self was displeased, believing that an apology was out of the question, and proceeded to mock him. In the days that followed, Wang XinYu tirelessly accompanied Zhao Xishuan into various processing plants, warehouses, and logistics stations, often helping to transport items while also discreetly stashing some for herself. There was no significant enmity between the original self and Zhao Xiang. They were of similar age and had interacted on several occasions at gatherings. However, Wang XinYu was no longer the original self. Her approach to life had evolved considerably. Regrettably, she could not openly utilize her supplies, as fresh vegetables and fruits had long since disappeared after 3 months of the apocalypse. By now Zhao Xiang and Zhao Yuliang had also departed. In addition to creating dried vegetables, she had also pickled a variety of items like kimchi and side dishes, yet she still needed a plausible reason to bring out the dried vegetables. To do so recklessly would be akin to courting disaster. Chapter 46, preparing to set out. After 3 months, the base had been initially established, its internal mechanisms gradually refined, operating smoothly. In the early morning, Wang XinYu lingered in bed as usual, procrastinating. The phone rang for the 3rd time. And after waiting a bit longer, she realized there was no escaping it. She must rise immediately. Springing from her cocoon like a nimble rabbit, she quickly washed up and dashed downstairs. You girl, can't you wake up just 5 minutes earlier? You always make such a fuss. Wang Baozhu couldn't help but chide. No, she couldn't allow the joy of sleeping in to be taken away. Wang XinYu hurriedly took her seat, grinning. Mom, good morning. Uncle Zhao, good morning. Brother, good morning. The little girl sat there, sweetly smiling, making it hard to scold her. Wang XinYu's heart softened. Indeed, Zhao Xishuan had treated her very well during these days. As her voice trailed off, she noticed the man's expression growing increasingly stern. This was the first time Wang Baozhu had raised her voice at Wang XinYu, though it was more out of helplessness and frustration. Well then, brother, I wish to go to the guild to pick up some tasks for gathering supplies outside the base. Wang XinYu thought that if she ventured out, she could justify bringing some supplies from her space without revealing its capabilities to grow. Seeing her shaking her head, Zhao Xishuan assumed she still disagreed, his gaze lowering slightly, masking the turmoil beneath. Each time he undertook something, he never failed to secure benefits for her, ensuring she never bore any loss. He was like a mountain, providing her with a sense of security. Leaning against a sturdy tree offers shade, he was her tree of strength. Wang XinYu stole a glance at Zhao Xishuan, only to find him unfazed, seemingly unwilling to relent. Xiaoyu, could you wait for me a day? I'll assemble a team. I assure you their character is reliable, and we can look out for one another. Upon hearing this, Wang XinYu looked up at Wang Baozhu, who gazed at her with a forlorn expression, clearly disapproving of her going out alone. Wang XinYu fell silent for a moment. Realizing she had underestimated the complexity of the situation, she reconsidered and suggested, what if I join a team of ability users instead? Xiaoyu, what is wrong with you? How have you become so ungrateful? Your brother is so busy and has promised to accompany you. What more do you want? Can't you consider your family's safety? Wang Baozhu was anxious, genuinely unable to comprehend her daughter's behavior. The outside world was fraught with danger. So why persist in such stubbornness? Wang XinYu felt her cheeks flush slightly as she shook her head, trying to dismiss the inexplicable emotions surfacing in her mind. No need, I'll go by myself. You're busy enough, and the base can't do without you, Wang XinYu quickly interjected, not wanting him to accompany her. He was far too perceptive, and she had no confidence in her ability to conceal any indiscretions from him. At that moment, her mother, who had always been so supportive, suddenly collapsed. She felt a wave of panic wash over her, utterly at a loss, resembling a child in distress. When they interacted, it seemed as though she was the one seeking his favor. Yet she genuinely felt the all-encompassing care and indulgence he offered. Ugh, brother, hasn't the situation at the base settled down enough? Wang XinYu, while devouring meat buns and sipping millet porridge, continued to eat ravenously. Her face radiating satisfaction. This won't do. It's reckless to gather a random group of people who can discern whether they are good or bad. Human nature is inscrutable. When one is outside, the character of those nearby is of utmost importance. Just one bad apple can bring a whole group down. How can one be careless? Wang Baozhu vehemently shook her head in disagreement, growing increasingly displeased with each word, before Wang XinYu could recover from Wang Baozhu's reproach. She was startled by the scene before her. Alas, she wished to rise later, but the schedule set by her elder brother remained unchanged, showing no inclination to accommodate her. Without the necessary resources, even a skilled cook could not create a meal without rice. Zhao Xishuan, sensitive to her dejection, felt an immediate unease. He disliked her current state and quickly discerned the root of the problem. However, Wang Baozhu had lost her appetite. After 3 months, the variety of dishes at home had dwindled to just the same 3 staples. He softened his tone, his voice imbued with a soothing quality. It is too chaotic outside. You can't go out alone. Even if I agree, you should also consider Aunt Wang's feelings. Baby, what's wrong? Zhao Yuliang. As her stepfather, disapproved of Wang XinYu's obstinacy, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The previous dining etiquette of the Zhao family, which dictated silence while eating, had long since disappeared due to Wang XinYu's repeated breaches. Zhao Xishuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, noting her resolute expression, which indicated she had made up her mind. Receiving a scornful glance from his wife, Wang Baozhu, he turned to her with a conciliatory smile. At that moment, seeing Wang Baozhu like this, he panicked and rushed forward to embrace her, gently patting her back to comfort her. Wang Baozhu recognized that having meat buns to eat at home was already a considerable privilege. Especially when many outside struggled merely to satisfy their hunger. Therefore, she had to rise on time. There was no escaping it. Zhao Xishuan's voice flowed into her heart like a warm current, soothing her emotions. Zhao Xishuan had long since adapted to her unconventionality. Taking it in stride, he hurriedly approached, anxiously exclaiming, Mom, what is wrong? Please don't scare me. Wang Baozhu dry-heaved, unable to expel anything due to her lack of food. Tears brimming in her eyes, Wang XinYu sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat discontent. She felt like the Monkey King in the palm of the Buddha's hand, unable to escape no matter how she struggled. She knew she shouldn't be picky, yet she simply couldn't eat. Alas, this sentiment resonated with Wang XinYu. Indeed, the character of her teammates was still uncertain. How could she easily entrust her back to others? Good morning. Xiaoyu, did you sleep well last night? If you find it hard to rise in the morning, you can wake up a bit later. There's no need to rush. Zhao Yuliang was the first to speak without principles in her defense. After a moment's thought he added, alright, let me arrange a few things, and we can set off tomorrow. Yet, he was far too perceptive. In his presence, she always felt exposed. At times, when their eyes met, she had been unable to eat properly these past few days. Feeling restless, fearing her family would worry, and had been holding on. As her emotions flared, she suddenly felt a heaviness in her chest, a wave of nausea rising, although Wang XinYu found herself in a perilous world. The love of her family made her feel an unprecedented warmth and happiness. The past shrewdness and decisiveness seemed to have faded. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. I'm fine. Wang Baozhu gradually regained her composure. Looking at Wang XinYu with a heart softened to mush, Mom was just too loud earlier. Did I scare you? I'm sorry. Chapter 47, The Obedient Child. Mom, please don't say that. It's my fault. I'll be good from now on. Please don't be angry with me. Wang XinYu was genuinely taken aback by how quickly Wang Baozhu apologized after a single harsh word. The somewhat humble display of maternal love melted her heart. In her previous life, she had felt utterly alone. She never expected that after traversing to this world, she would encounter such profound affection. Words were unnecessary. Previously, she had endeavored to embody Wang XinYu. But from now on she would truly be Wang XinYu. Wang Baozhu smiled, her pale face lighting up with a sense of relief that tugged at one's heartstrings. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuliang was deeply concerned. Alright, enough of this. Let us head to the hospital. The family made their way to the hospital. And in the car, Wang Baozhu clutched Wang XinYu's hand tightly, saying with a hint of significance, Xiaoyu, you must listen from now on. Don't lose your temper so easily. Xishuan is a good boy. He has been taking great care of you during this time. And I see it all with him by your side. I feel at ease. Although she addressed Wang XinYu, her gaze remained fixed on Zhao Xishuan in the front seat. Wang Baozhu sighed with relief. Her smile blooming, unbeknownst to them, Zhao Xishuan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light that lingered for a while. After 3 months of effort, he had proven himself beyond reproach in both character and ability. With him looking after her, she felt secure. Upon hearing Wang Chengrong's words in Zhao Yuliang's helplessness, without a moment's hesitation she declared, there are no ifs, I will definitely give birth to this child. Yuliang, this is our baby. Zhao Yuliang pressed his thumb gently against her lips, caressing them softly. Enough, don't say anything more, you will be fine. Once Wang Baozhu completed her examination, the situation seemed manageable. However, her pregnancy was quite serious, and she needed to replenish her nutrition urgently. Yet at this moment, she did not want to ponder deeply. As long as it could ease Mom's worries, being an obedient child was not too much to ask. Alright. I will definitely listen to my brother from now on, you can rest assured. Wang XinYu listened to their conversation, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. Being at their own hospital, they would certainly take the green channel. Heading straight for the director's office, here, Wang XinYu found herself somewhat conflicted. Just as she was uncertain whether to immediately establish her stance and take out the items, she heard Zhao Shixuan say, Xiaoyu. We will set off early tomorrow morning to bring back some good things for Aunt Wang. On the day the base was established, Zhao Shixuan issued a strict order in his plan to isolate all infected individuals within the base. Deciding their fate of life or death, he aimed to block all sources of contagion, ensuring a safe environment for the Foundation. Although Wang XinYu and Zhao Yuliang were a couple by circumstance, they were genuinely in love, united by their affection. This was the fruit of their love. If there was none, it would be fine, but now that there was, she was unwilling to give it up under any circumstances. Yet the current reality was that fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats were nearly impossible to find. Shixuan, Xiaoyu, she murmured, looking at them with hopeful eyes. His skills in traditional Chinese medicine were average, but he could still ascertain certain possibilities through a simple pulse check. Oddly enough, the only hospital left operating within the base was this one. She was uncertain about her ailment, fearing that she might suddenly leave this world, leaving her only daughter uncared for and struggling. And she just wanted to ensure everything was in order behind her, to avoid leaving any regrets. It is highly likely you're pregnant. Let us get an ultrasound. Wang Qingrong released her hand. Looking somewhat concerned, Baozhu is already 41, which classifies her as a high-risk mother. If she doesn't take care of herself, she sincerely hoped that this woman, who treated her with genuine kindness, would lead a happy life. Wang XinYu looked at Zhao Shixuan, somewhat confused. What did he mean by her giving birth? It wasn't her giving birth. Why was he looking at her? She genuinely hoped that this child would be born. She was Wang XinYu and wished to always be Wang XinYu, but she was uncertain how long her emotions could sustain this sudden outpouring. After some inquiries, Wang Qingrong cast a somewhat peculiar glance at the two. Extend your hand, let me take your pulse. Once they returned home, they could discuss what good things might still be sent to her sister. Now, with the merging of medical resources, the largest and most advanced Wang family private hospital was the only one still operating. Having a small life to share the burden was truly wonderful. Well, Zhao Yuliang was momentarily at a loss for words. This happiness, stemming from the love of her children, left her unsure of how much she could truly offer. As Zhao Yuliang's expression tightened, I don't know, she suddenly vomited. Brother, please take a look. Wang Qingjun could only prescribe some vitamins and calcium tablets for the time being. Beyond that, he was at a loss. As a couple brought together by circumstance, each with a child. This new child would either be a bond for their family or a variable disrupting the balance, depending on how everyone coexisted. Previously, the hospital had been a hotspot for infected individuals, with countless lives lost. However, the Wang family's situation was even worse than the Zhao family's. Their daughter, carefree and oblivious, likely had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. As a mother, she could observe clearly from the sidelines. Mom, why are you looking at me? If you want to give birth, then go ahead. My siblings will be delighted. Wang XinYu understood, feeling a fleeting sense of disappointment, yet after that, she was quite happy. Zhao Shixuan did not disappoint her expectations, sincerely assuring, Aunt Wang, rest assured, Xiaoyu has me, and I will take good care of her. Upon hearing Zhao Shixuan's promise, her worried heart finally found peace. Zhao Shixuan's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at Wang Baozhu and Zhao Yuliang before turning to Wang XinYu with a slight smile. Go ahead and give birth. The Wang family private hospital soon came into view. Wang XinYu's joy was palpable, and everyone could feel it. Zhao Yuliang wore a stern expression, holding her tightly, unwilling to say a word. Baozhu, what happened? Wang Qingrong noticed his brother-in-law rushing in with his sister and immediately became alert. His expression serious as he began to assess the situation. Wang Baozhu, however, was filled with surprise, unconsciously placing her hand on her belly. Was she pregnant? Good, Wang XinYu sighed in relief, deciding not to rush things. The crowd turned their gaze to Zhao Shixuan. Though he said nothing, everyone present understood. Upon hearing the news of her pregnancy, Zhao Yuliang barely had time to bask in the joy before his brother-in-law doused him with a bucket of cold water. Leaving him feeling utterly despondent, Wang Baozhu had finally thought of him after arranging everything for her daughter and was contemplating how to comfort him, only to be halted by a sudden gesture from him. Once the initial surprise wore off, she cast a glance at Zhao Shixuan and Wang XinYu, her heart fluttering with unease. Some situations are ill-suited for emotional decisions. She had no desire to experience the consequences of missteps. Despite her thoughts, upon returning home, she rummaged through her storage space, uncovering numerous supplies: bird's nest, donkey hide gelatin, protein powder, milk powder, and an assortment of vacuum-sealed dried fruits, vegetables, and mushrooms. In the Zhao family's private stock, Wang XinYu neatly arranged the items into piles. The front items were relatively unobtrusive, and if the Zhao family wished to search, they would need to expend some effort to uncover them. However, the last few items brought a flicker of joy, revealing dozens of boxes filled with eggs, chicken, duck, and goose eggs. Eggs are an essential source of nutrition for pregnant women. Take a look and see if any are spoiled. I had stored them in my space and completely forgot about them, Wang XinYu remarked. Yet, she knew deep down that they were undoubtedly fresh, as these were produced by the small animals in her storage space. In March of the post-apocalyptic world, Zhao Shixuan and the others had been tirelessly working on the basic construction of their base. And aside from consolidating resources from all factories and supermarkets within S-City, they had not embarked on large-scale collection efforts. Xiaoyu, elder brother, Zhao Shixuan always brought Zhao Lang along wherever he went. The three of them boarded a modified RV, making their way to the entrance of the base, while the others drove heavy trucks, clearly well prepared for the journey. And me, Sun Ge, I want to go too. Qin Minhan's interjection only served to deepen Qin Shan's frown. Who was already feeling disgruntled, she glared at him, exasperated. Third brother, why are you causing trouble? Mom, Uncle Zhao, we're leaving, goodbye. With that, she grabbed Zhao Shihuan's hand and dashed away. It was best to flee quickly, or else another melodramatic scene would unfold, which she found intolerable. Upon hearing that they would split into two groups, Qin Minhang and Zhao Xiyang immediately raised their hands. Elder brother, I want to go with you. Zhao Shihuan, Zhao Lang, and Wang XinYu would travel in one vehicle, while Wang Guofeng, Wang Guohua, and Wang Rui would be in another. Zhao Shihuan observed the hand she had taken, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Stao Yu. 3 kilometers ahead, there is a construction site where we should find bulldozers and excavators. We will split into two groups now. Wang Xichao, Lu Meng, you two will come with me in the vehicle. The rest will continue clearing the path ahead. Mom, I'm off. Uncle Zhao, please take good care of Mom and my brother. We'll be back soon. With a chuckle, Wang XinYu could only watch them retreat, speechless. Once this stretch of road was cleared again and they prepared to leave, the reason for taking so many vehicles was to ensure they could transport as many supplies back as possible. At that moment, Wang XinYu noticed numerous vehicles heading out on the same road. She stood in astonishment, realizing she hardly recognized the city. Oh, over there, is there anything special about it? Countless times they were helplessly halted along the way. Today, Song Tianyao had led a group of self-defense troops early in the morning, gearing up for a significant operation. Zhao Xiyang and Zhao Qing shared a vehicle. Zhao Qing had been Zhao Xiyang's attendant since childhood. As the resources at the base grew scarce, the quality of their meals would inevitably decline. Surviving on basic sustenance was becoming increasingly challenging. To enjoy a comfortable life, they had to rely on themselves. He had estimated that the supplies could last for more than 5 months. Xiaoyu, Sun Gu, why had he not proposed or organized a large-scale collection of resources until now? Am I not being serious? Zhao Shihuan replied with a smile in his eyes. Qin Minhang had been dissatisfied with the family's insistence on including this cousin in their convoy, and her finger wagging at him only heightened his irritation. Zhao Shihuan gathered everyone together. Jing City. Indeed, the leader was a leader. After the base was gradually completed, it had welcomed an influx of population, and now the daily food consumption was considerable, yet the jobs available for ordinary people to earn points were limited. Little sister. My fire-based ability increases combat strength. How could I possibly be a burden? If one wished to live well, what could they do but form teams and venture forth into danger? Zhao Shihuan had already anticipated these challenges. Wang XinYu's cheeks flushed slightly, her tone playful yet earnest. I'm speaking seriously. There were 4 more, Wang Xichou and Lu Zhang in one vehicle, and Lu Meng and Lu Tong in another. Wang XinYu felt her heart race under his gaze, disliking this uncontrollable sensation, and mustered the courage to say, I mean, what's special about flowers? They can't be eaten. The competition was fierce, and the lives of ordinary people were increasingly arduous. For those trapped within the base, fresh eggs were an irreplaceable resource. Brother, where are we collecting supplies this time? Bored, Wang XinYu inquired about their destination. The thought of leaving stirred a sense of melancholy within her. After all, venturing out now was far from the leisurely excursions of the pre-apocalyptic days. It was a matter of life and death. Jing City was not far from the base, if they could drive smoothly. They should arrive in about 4 hours. She resolved that on this trip, she must find a way to release some of the small and large animals from her space, allowing her team to capture them and keep them. I should have known to bring a bulldozer, Wang XinYu grumbled as she assisted in pushing the vehicle. Wang Baju, filled with reluctance and regret, suggested, perhaps we should just stay back. Special, the place is known as a flower city, with many flower gardens. Zhao Shihuan replied with a smile, at that time I'll pick fresh flowers for you. This expedition comprised 15 individuals, and thus it gave rise to those self-organized scattered teams accompanying the main group. Upon Wang XinYu's arrival, she found 5 vehicles already waiting, belonging to their companions who were setting off with them. In truth, this was a calculated decision. In his view, the base needed to be built first, and only once the rear was secured could they confidently expand their reach. Of the convoy could only clear the road slightly, moving the vehicles to the roadside to avoid obstructing traffic, which proved to be quite time-consuming and labor-intensive. Yes, they were following the main group. Did that make them seem overly sensitive? Yet, observing Zhao Shihuan's calm demeanor reassured them. The road was in disarray, with damaged vehicles strewn about, their occupants long decayed. Auntie, Zhao Shihuan smiled noncommittally. When we arrive, you'll understand. His main intention was to pressure certain individuals, those complacent ones waiting for others to take risks while they remained safely in the rear. Reaping the benefits, upon uttering this, Zhao Shihuan seemed to have an epiphany. He retrieved his tablet and swiftly typed, pausing momentarily before a smile spread across his lips, revealing a plan. So many familiar faces. Unfortunately, the journey was fraught with difficulties. Qin Minhang, Qin Shan, and Qinan shared a vehicle. Qin Shan was the daughter of the Qin family's main branch, while Qinan was a relative serving as Qin Minhang's attendant. You're the one causing trouble. Why are you insisting on following us? While everyone else is working, you just stand there doing nothing. Along the way, as everyone worked to clear obstacles, she merely stood aside, watching without helping, and even complained that he had been holding back his frustration for quite some time. How am I causing trouble? I'm an ability user too. If it weren't for Grandpa insisting I come along, I wouldn't want to be out here, Qin Shan retorted, casting a glance at Zhao Shihuan, her face a mixture of conflict and dissatisfaction. Ha! With your ability, you're barely able to create a little fog. How is that useful? Qin Minhang's remark was somewhat harsh, yet it was the truth. Qin Shan's ability was fog-based, which could only produce a cloud of mist. Collecting it into water required effort. Third brother. You, Qin Shan was incensed, nearly beside herself. Enough, both of you, be quiet. Zhao Shihuan furrowed his brow, casting a sharp gaze at the arguing pair before surveying the group. Once you join my team, you must follow my orders. If you have any grievances, keep them to yourselves. Of course, if anyone wishes to leave now, the opportunity still exists. As Zhao Shihuan's authoritative aura enveloped them, an invisible pressure descended, causing everyone to instinctively hold their breath and focus. Wang XinYu stood beside him, unsure if it was intentional, but she felt no weight from his imposing presence. Observing the obedient stance of those around him, she once again regarded her older brother with newfound admiration. With his nod of approval, she turned to express her delight. We haven't even left yet. Wang Xichao appeared somewhat awkward, glancing around as if uncertain of where to sit. He had not publicly disclosed his abilities. This outing was an opportunity to gain absolute authority, necessitating some means to do so. In another spot, shielded by a partition in the driver's seat, he could see the road ahead and converse with the driver. Meanwhile, here, after speaking, he swiftly turned and headed towards Zhao Shiyang's vehicle without a backward glance. Wang Guofeng could only shake his head in silence. Recently, Xiaoyu had been closely following him, and since he had brought her along this time, it was naturally a decision made with the family's approval. He must ensure her safety. Or else, the entire Wang clan would not spare him. Not that it was easy to be at ease. The man's aura was overwhelmingly potent. Yes, Auntie. Wang XinYu wore a warm smile, and her words were melodious to the ears. Qin Shan cast a disdainful glance at Qin Minhang before turning to enter the car. All right, Yugu, miss you. Wang Xichao initially intended to call her Aunt Yu, as he was a distant descendant of the Wang family and, by relation, should address Wang XinYu as Aunt. Oh, there's no need to call me Miss Yu, just call me by my name Xiaoyu, since I am the youngest here, Wang XinYu suggested with a smile, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to being addressed as Miss by others. Qin Minhang wore a sullen expression, clearly unwilling to see her, feeling perturbed. Xiang, I will ride with you, rest assured, he will take good care of Xiaoyu. Wang Guofeng thought to himself. In the previous encounter, Zhao Shishuan had just established his authority. And if Wang Guowo spoke up, it would be seen as a challenge. Leaving Qin and trembling in the cold wind was simply pitiable. Oh, so by this reckoning, are we still in the 4th or 5th generation? Wang XinYu counted on her fingers, uncertainly glancing at Zhao Shishuan beside her. How many generations? 4th. Finally she shot a glare at the ungrateful Qin Minhang and reluctantly turned to board the car.as for Qin Shan, who was still chattering away. She would have to adopt her aloof persona. Just as Wang XinYu finished speaking, Wang Xichao and Lu Meng felt an invisible pressure enveloping them, akin to the tension that had just dissipated before they boarded the vehicle. Qin Minhang also pondered this, filled with inner turmoil, and finally resolved, Xiao and I apologize for the inconvenience. Once we return, I shall make it up to you. He still had faith in Zhao Shishuan. The man was cunning and would not undertake a task without assurance. What use is it to seek him out later? Wang Guohua grumbled. Begrudgingly following onto the vehicle, Zhao Shishuan called out once more, leading the way into the car, prompting Wang XinYu to hastily follow. Wang Xichao, Lu Meng, let us go. However, he considered that he was not well acquainted with her, and given the age difference, he found it difficult to address her as aunt, so he changed his words. Thank you. Lu Meng replied readily, nodding in gratitude as he took a seat beside her. Hey, what about me? Xinan looked at Qin Minhang with a face full of grievance, knowing that the young lady could not drive. He certainly could not leave her alone in the car. There is no need to be so formal or reserved. We've formed a team today. Which is fate, who knows, we may have to spend a long time together in the future. If it feels too distant, it's uncomfortable for you, and it is for me too, right? Wang Xichao chuckled innocently, alright. Miss you, his shivering was purely from anger. They had promised to be companions through thick and thin. Old 7, how could you allow Xiaoyu to leave with him? How can we take care of her like this? Old 5. Wang Guowa grumbled in discontent. Qinan, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and drive, you fool. You're truly a blockhead. Qin Shan fumed, furious that Qin Minhang had run off. Qinan took a deep breath, silently repeating to himself, do not get angry, do not get angry. Yet inside, he was already beginning to lose his mind. Miss you, that is unacceptable. Lu Meng astutely recognized Qin Minhang's displeasure and was contemplating a reason to deflect when Wang Xichao interjected. Yes, that is unacceptable. By relation, I still need to call you aunt. How can I just call you by your name? If my dad finds out, he'd break my legs. There were 2 spots available in the car. One was the dining table where they were seated, and the other was 2 rows of seats facing each other. Lu Meng immediately glanced at Zhao Shishuan, who appeared nonchalant as he sipped tea from a pig-themed cup that seemed entirely mismatched with him. It seemed he felt Lu Meng's gaze, his eyelashes fluttering as he slowly lifted his eyes, revealing a pair of cold, unruffled eyes that momentarily startled Lu Meng. After hearing that, Lu Meng felt the pressure dissipate from his shoulders. You are from the Wang family? Wang XinYu genuinely did not know. It seemed she had no recollection of such a person. Yes, my great-grandfather and your grandfather are cousins, Wang Xichao said, scratching his head awkwardly. The RV turned around and drove away, leaving everyone exchanging bewildered glances. He caught a quick glimpse of Zhao Shishuan, unexpectedly noticing the slight curve of a smile at the corner of his lips. Was he satisfied? Did he smile? Lu Meng felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. His expression flustered as he dared not look at Zhao Shishuan again, trying diligently to focus on the dramatic reunion between the two. Throwing her aside was one thing, but they couldn't. He abandoned the vehicle. Seeing that Wang Guowo was still displeased, he added, we were gone for just a bit. It's fine when Xiaoyu returns. You can see if she is missing anything before seeking him out for an account. Alright, let us go. The atmosphere in the car felt somewhat oppressive, prompting Wang XinYu to quickly point to the opposite sofa. Come. Sit down, don't just stand there. The car is about to move. The words were caught in her throat. Chapter 50. The conflict begins. 3 kilometers is not far at all. As they spoke, they could already see the construction site and the towering crane. Suddenly, the car seemed to lose control and veered toward a large tree on the left. Wang XinYu lost her balance and was about to fall into the aisle when a strong arm firmly encircled her waist, Pulling her back, she was yanked into a broad, warm chest. Zhao Shixuan wrapped one arm around her waist while gripping the armrest with the other, stabilizing their bodies. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her earlobes to flush a deep crimson. Hiss. Thankfully, Wang Xichao rubbed the back of his head, a pained expression revealing that he had not fared well in the collision. She shut her eyes tightly, then cautiously reopened them, only to find the other person with his head lowered, not looking at her. Wang XinYu was puzzled. Could it be that she was seeing things? Come and sit, Wang Xichao called out as boisterous as ever. Completely oblivious to the oddity of the situation, his nerves were indeed quite thick. Wang XinYu felt a rush of panic and unease, reaching out to grab the cloth that was playfully brushing her face. But instead, she grasped his warm hand, startled, and quickly released it, stuttering, I can wipe it myself. With her movement, Zhao Shixuan reacted swiftly, slightly turning and opening half of his body. Young master, as Zhao Lang parked the car, he quickly turned back to inquire about Zhao Shixuan's condition. She mumbled an explanation, touched her nose, and noticed that they had all exited the car, so she promptly followed suit, abandoning him and fleeing. Wang XinYu felt as though she might die from embarrassment, daring not to move again, and softly murmured, let go of me, I need to get down. Wang XinYu accurately plunged into his embrace. Their faces colliding, her hands pressed against his firm chest, her cheek brushed against his handsome face. The subtle contact felt like a feather teasing her heart, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her, rendering her half-weak. Die in the tussle of strength. Zhao Lang's driving skills prevailed. Although Wang XinYu was held by Zhao Shixuan and did not fall out, the inertia inevitably led her to experience an intimate contact in his arms. Once granted her freedom, Wang XinYu quickly leaped down, not daring to look back, addressing the disheveled Wang Xichao and Lu Meng. Are you both alright? Did you get hurt? She felt her face ablaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. Wang XinYu was in a state of disarray, and as she turned her head up, she fell into a pair of profound eyes. Xiaoyu, are you alright? Zhao Shixuan approached her, frowning as he pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped the blood splattered on her face. Wang XinYu took a few steps forward, just reaching her spot when suddenly the car jolted, coming to a stop. It had arrived. Wang XinYu was also unfortunate. Having just disembarked, she was scanning her surroundings when she spotted a large mutated dog leaping towards her. Just a meter away, Wang XinYu had been startled just moments ago. Had it not been for that 2-second delay, she would not have had time to strike and might have been injured. With a swift slash, it was a clean kill. The accelerator was pressed down hard, and the steering wheel was jerked in the opposite direction, the engine roaring as the vehicle surged forward. However, the roughness had its advantages. She did not have to endure certain unique treatments. Zhao Shixuan, perhaps unaware, took his time before finally loosening his grip around her waist. It was in those 2 seconds that Wang XinYu was granted ample time to wield her knife and fiercely stab the mutated dog. Was this an indirect acknowledgement? Wang XinYu bit her lip, softly murmuring, thank you. In the midst of the swaying and jostling, Wang Xichao and Lu Meng were completely caught off guard, feeling as though they had been tossed about. Zhao Lang, upon hearing the decision, asked no questions, pressing the gas to continue forward. He could not comprehend how he had been ensnared by an invisible force, nor how a seemingly weak prey had turned the tables and killed him with a single strike. The car sped out of the range of the mutated tree's attack and came to a steady halt. This driving skill was extraordinary. Just as he reached the car door, he was startled by the scene before him. A surge of mental energy launching toward a mutated large wolf dog that was about to pounce on Wang XinYu. Zhao Shixuan momentarily paused, then resumed his tender ministrations, sincerely assuring her, I won't let anything happen to you. Wang XinYu once again lost her balance and stumbled forward. Lu Meng could not help but facepalm. He had just caught a glimpse of their actions and now, witnessing the current situation, he clicked his tongue. This was certainly something. Anchu, quickly take a seat, Wang Xichao called out as he settled in. Noticing Wang XinYu had yet to join them, the car came to a halt, and Wang XinYu immediately attempted to leap down, but as she exerted force with her waist, the resistance and inertia caused her to fall back down again. Is it you? She looked into his eyes, her gaze complex and flickering. Wang XinYu had initially thought to dash out of the car to give that wretched mutated plant a thorough beating, especially feeling the uncomfortable sensation beneath her rear. Zhao Shixuan, witnessing this, could only smile in resignation. He raised an eyebrow and gently shook his head. You never need to thank me. Wang XinYu felt as if she might perish, her breathing quickening, her heart racing. As if she were on the verge of exploding at any moment, the mutated dog had met its demise in a daze. Before she could compose herself, his light laughter reached her ears. Still not getting up? Enjoying the lingering laziness? Unable to suppress a smile, she thought to herself, this is even worse than being thrown out. Zhao Shixuan responded with a soft grunt. Wang XinYu immediately regained her composure, pushing him away and standing up abruptly, her movements rather ungraceful. It wasn't intentional, it's all Zhao Lang's fault. Young master, we've arrived. Zhao Lang's melodious voice chimed in. It's fine, head to the construction site first, we can deal with it later, Zhao Shixuan said as he straightened himself. Exuding an air of nonchalance, he adjusted his clothes, which had been tousled by her earlier antics, and gracefully stepped out of the car. The situation had caught Zhao Lang off guard momentarily, but upon regaining his senses, he swiftly took action. Little did anyone know Zhao Shixuan was merely feigning ease, he was desperately suppressing a tumult of emotions within. This brief interlude was meant to alleviate their shared awkwardness. Yet Zhao Shixuan chose an unconventional approach. Beneath the car, a branch entangled in the wheel was crushed and snapped. His magnetic voice, imbued with an almost ascetic sensibility, pierced through her eardrums and settled deep within her heart. Too close for comfort, she hurriedly drew out her weapon, her gaze fixated on the mutated dog, which suddenly seemed ensnared by something, frozen midair for a fleeting moment. A soft grunt escaped the man beside her. Zhao Shixuan, non-committal, scrutinized her face before retracting his hand. No need, it's already clean. Oh, Wang XinYu felt her cheeks heat up, unsure how much of it was due to his earlier ministrations. Chapter 51 concluded, by the time the other three noticed the situation and rushed over. The battle had long since ended, the lingering tension in the car had prompted them to distance themselves, yet they had not anticipated such a sudden danger. Now they stood in a line, filled with regret, readily admitting their faults in hopes of leniency. I'm sorry, I stopped the car without verifying the situation. I'm sorry, I should have checked the left side before moving to the right. I'm sorry. I should have waited for you all. Wang XinYu couldn't help but chuckle softly. How endearing these people were. A piercing howl jolted Wang XinYu, who had been lost in his embrace. She lifted her gaze towards the source of the sound. Witnessing a gray mutated wolf lunging at a black plastic bag, tearing it open to reveal a corpse within, followed by another mournful howl, Wang XinYu stepped forward. Let me scout ahead. The group quickly dispersed. Yet Zhao Shihuan held onto Wang XinYu's hand, moving together as one. She was relieved she didn't have to take action herself, eagerly tearing open a bag, pinching it to create a gap, then forcefully shaking it until the air filled it completely. Zhao Lang, Wang Xichao, and Lu Meng moved in unison, adopting protective stances, encircling Zhao Shihuan and Wang XinYu. Step back. Do you have a large bag in your space? Zhao Shihuan discerned her intent and smiled indulgently. Her little thoughts were truly charming. Wang XinYu nestled against Zhao Shihuan's chest, inhaling his unique scent. Feeling her stomach settle considerably, she quickly took a few deep breaths, feeling as if she were inhaling opium, almost addictive, with her senses heightened. She detected some commotion. It seems there's a noise over there. What is it? Lu Meng, intrigued by his cowardice, took a few steps forward, peering inside and gasping, what the, before retreating, covering his mouth. What should we do about the corpse? Wang XinYu collected the mutated pearl but hesitated to store the mutated dog's body in her space. Finding it distasteful, before her mind could settle on a solution, they already arrived at an answer. Feeling an I see moment, Wang XinYu wanted to clarify that she wasn't afraid, she simply found it nauseating. Well, was there really a difference? Taking a couple of steps forward and turning a corner, Wang XinYu's pupils dilated, her stomach churning violently as she stifled a gasp, tears of physiological saline escaping from the corners of her eyes. Upon noticing, Zhao Shihuan immediately pulled her into his embrace, gently patting her shoulder. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Wang XinYu saw the redness in its eyes, it was genuinely red. Ah Lang, sorry for the trouble, she smiled cheerfully. Handing over the bag, the sight was truly horrifying. The flames engulfed everything yet did not consume itself. It howled several times, circling the bag mournfully, wagging its tail in sorrow, ultimately confirming the death of its companion. Enemies meeting, their eyes were filled with animosity as Zhao Shihuan's lips twitched slightly. This girl was extraordinarily combative. Wang XinYu indeed craved a fight. For 3 months she had practiced her sword techniques daily without fail. Mastering the first form and eagerly awaiting a real battle to test her skills, Wang XinYu struggled slightly. Let go, I want to fight. Inside lay a jumbled mass of corpses, some skeletal, others still dripping with blood. Likely having died just days earlier, while a pack of small wolf pups eagerly gnawed on the remains, yet he released her, deciding to guard her from the sidelines. I had large garbage bags. Wang XinYu promptly produced a hefty roll. However, she hesitated to discard it, knowing it could be exchanged for resources back home. He advanced cautiously, his powers at the ready, capable of transforming into a fireball at any moment. Suddenly she sensed something was amiss. Be careful. This mutated wolf has evolved. The temperature of the fiery mutated wolf was overwhelmingly high, making it feel as if one could be scorched just by proximity. Thank you, Wang XinYu graciously acknowledged, watching as the three worked together to bag the mutated dog. Feeling quite satisfied, this was her trophy. Zhao Shihuan squinted slightly, contemplatively observing the scene inside. This was not a battle they could face head-on, it was akin to striking a stone with an egg. After glancing at the lifeless mutated dog, its skull split open, his lips involuntarily twitched, they suddenly felt perhaps they had overestimated their roles. She could easily handle this on her own without their interference. With a firm grip on her large knife, she charged towards the mutated wolf, embodying the spirit of a lone warrior. The others were puzzled, questioning the validity of her statement. What did it mean that the mutated wolf had evolved? It had already been mutated. She was a bit too excited, waving her hand at Zhao Shihuan. Stand back, don't accidentally hurt yourself. As soon as the mutated pearl was extracted, a water sphere enveloped it, cleansing it thoroughly before landing neatly in Wang XinYu's hands. Roar Sewo, Wang Xichao and Lu Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, was it that formidable? With the first mutated beast on sight, a second one could very well be lurking nearby. They could not afford to be careless. Midway, Lu Meng interjected, let me help. Wang XinYu paused before a partially constructed building, her curiosity piqued, yet assessing their expressions she surmised the situation inside was likely grim and unpleasant. Turning a corner, Wang Xichao was taken aback by the sight within. Unable to suppress a gag, Zhao Shihuan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy at her vibrant demeanor, following closely to protect her. Ah Lang, pack it up and toss it in the car, Zhao Shihuan instructed. What are you apologizing for? It's not your fault, she hesitated, unsure whether to look, only to be pulled forward by Zhao Shihuan. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Suddenly a mutated wolf lunged at the group, its massive form cloaked in flames. In response, she thrust her knife downwards at the mutated dog on the ground, piercing its skull. With a slight twist of her wrist, the blade stirred within, feeling a solid object. A smirk tugged at her lips as she gently lifted. Extracting a mutated pearl, she was ready for action. The beginning was smooth. It seemed this mutated wolf was the father of the little pups. Let's go inside, she declared enthusiastically, brimming with the spirit of battle. The tiny pups, too small to comprehend their arrival, remained oblivious. As a water element wielder, Wang XinYu hurled a large water ball forward. Splash! The move was executed flawlessly. For a brief moment, the flames on the mutated wolf were extinguished where the water had struck. But alas, they reignited almost immediately. Thank you all for your support, and a special thanks to my lovely readers. Chapter 52, Victory. The water ball's impact was minimal, perhaps due to insufficient force. Yet, Wang XinYu had no time for contemplation as she dashed toward the mutated wolf. Fortunately, the blade was a long weapon, allowing her to maintain a safe distance. Otherwise, she risked igniting herself. The first form of the sword technique, aptly named water to accomplishment, meant achieving perfection through relentless practice. For 3 months, Wang XinYu had diligently honed her skills, finding it monotonous yet unwavering in her commitment. She felt she had finally reached the pinnacle, her wrist flicked with grace, her movements instinctual, bypassing conscious thought as the blade grazed the mutated wolf's carotid artery. Warm blood splattering forth. Wang XinYu watched enviously. He too was a fire element wielder. Zhao Shihuan regarded her for a moment, brow raised, his tone icy. No need to thank me. Wang XinYu felt her heart race anew. Finish it, Zhao Shihuan commanded coldly. Yet recalling how he had held her in his arms multiple times today, albeit to protect her, she felt a wave of discomfort, her heart racing uncontrollably. Zhao Shihuan sensed her anxiety and, with a slight loosening of his grip, pressed his lips together in mild displeasure, stating, "We are fine." Standing a short distance away, Zhao Shihuan observed the scene through his golden-rimmed glasses, his eyes slightly narrowed, exuding an air of calm sophistication. His posture was upright, with long, defined lines that embodied a man's typical composure. "Give it a try. Next time, if you acquire a water-type ability gem, just hand it over to her," he remarked, recognizing the inner conflict on his companion's face. He casually picked up the mutated gem from her palm and tossed it away, treating its uniqueness with indifference. Wang XinYu led the way with a bulldozer, clearing the path. She felt as though she might perish. She could barely hold on. As flames surged toward her, panic surged within, and she instinctively leaned back, her body losing balance and threatening to topple over. Yet reason firmly reminded her that she could not falter. That man was far too perilous. Dancing upon a tightrope, she could not afford to fall. Had she triumphed, she exhaled discreetly. It had indeed been perilously close. She had overstepped her bounds. "As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters," the others reassured her. The mutated wolf, severely injured, leaped like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust, extinguishing the flames upon its body. "Thank you," she said softly as she turned away. Had it not been for Zhao Shihuan, she would likely have been injured. Her gratitude was sincere. The small, innocent creature had managed to locate the mutated gem, albeit tiny, yet even a mosquito is still flesh. She accepted it. She was aware that Zhao Lang was a fire-type ability user, and it was certain that only fire-type ability users could absorb this fire-type gem. Yes, as you all have seen, this mutated beast has awakened a fire-type ability. I suspect this gem can only be absorbed by fire-type ability users of Brother Alung? A gem red as blood and extraordinarily alluring lay quietly in her pale palm. Wang XinYu managed to detach herself from his embrace and turned her gaze back to the motionless mutated wolf on the ground. "And you? Young Master Sun, are you both unharmed?" Wang XinYu and the others surrounded them, expressing their concern. Wang XinYu's lips curled upward slightly, no need for formality. She wished to dismiss her thoughts, yet this man was simply too exceptional, aligning perfectly with her preferences, making it difficult to avoid fanciful notions. "Awo!" The mutated wolf hesitated, letting out a weak, tremulous cry, its voice low and feeble, yet its eyes remained filled with hostility, glaring fiercely at her. Determined to pursue relentlessly, what once appeared as a small, weak creature now evoked no sympathy after witnessing it gnawing on human corpses, leaving only revulsion. Thus, they showed no mercy. "What shall we do with these little wolf pups?" Wang XinYu frowned at the group of small creatures. In a flash, she felt a strong arm wrap around her waist, lifting her slightly, bringing her into a broad, warm embrace, narrowly avoiding the flames. Zhao Lang glanced at Zhao Shihuan, knowing the rarity of this mutated gem. He realized he could not simply take it without offering something in return. He contemplated what could be exchanged. With such a formidable mutated beast present, it was unlikely that any other mutated creatures would appear. After all, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain unless one is male and the other female. The mutated wolf's neck wound bled profusely. Perhaps it sensed the draining of its life force. And suddenly, its expression shifted, gathering strength to leap once more towards Wang XinYu. In the original narrative, Zhao Lang was immensely powerful, and she had invested in that power early on, forcing herself to shake off the chaotic thoughts. She approached the corpse of the mutated wolf, executing a series of seamless maneuvers to effortlessly extract the mutated gem. Wang XinYu frowned slightly. No one enjoys being stared at as prey. She tightened her grip on the large knife, wary of any lapse in focus. Her mind wandered as she observed the scene unfolding. With a resolute expression, Wang XinYu moved in sync with the wolf's leap, the blade in her hand responding instinctively as she met its attack head-on, arriving at the territory of the recently mutated tree. Wang XinYu and Lu Meng, alongside Zhao Lang, both fire-type users and one metal-type user, swiftly dispatched the threat without difficulty. Wang XinYu suddenly regained her composure, realizing she was still in someone's embrace, and hurriedly pushed against the arm of her companion. "I'm fine." What followed was a one-sided slaughter. Without a hint of hesitation, after all, if they did not eliminate them now, how many more victims would suffer when these creatures grew stronger? As the knife pierced the mutated wolf, a mournful howl filled the air, and a burst of flames erupted from its mouth, striking Wang XinYu's face. The mutated wolf, seemingly drained of energy, exhaled its last flames before collapsing, its eyes closing as it succumbed to the ground. Lifeless. In a moment of unexpected urgency, Zhao Lang deftly caught the mutated gem, his brows relaxing as he sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Miss Yu." "Oh, is it red?" Lu Meng exclaimed in surprise at the mutated gem in Wang XinYu's hand. She pondered for a moment before asking, "Shall we give it a try?" Gently tightening her grip, she brushed away the tremulous sensation of the man's touch that had felt as light as a feather. After resolving the threat of the mutated beast, they easily found a digger and a bulldozer. Wang XinYu and Lu Meng each took the wheel. Wang XinYu's pupils constricted. She had not anticipated it could spew flames. She hurriedly conjured a water sphere to defend herself, but it was a moment too late. In truth, they had been eager to engage the mutated wolf earlier, and now that the opportunity presented itself, their hands itched with anticipation. Wang XinYu remained inside the RV, feigning earnestness as she watched the battle unfold outside. Chapter 53, Mutation. The atmosphere within the RV was decidedly peculiar. Wang XinYu sat rigidly, observing for a considerable time, realizing the actions repeated in a monotonous cycle, gradually losing interest, yet she hesitated to turn her back, for the intensity of the gaze from across the way was unnerving. Upon entering the vehicle, she had sensed Zioxixin's almost intangible scrutiny. With no one else present, she could only feign ignorance. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the location of the mutated plants, and just as she intended to disembark to escape, his voice halted her. "It's merely a mutated tree, there's no need for you to go. Why should you always be at the forefront?" A strand of glossy black hair fell over the golden-rimmed glasses, partially obscuring his star-like, profound gaze, which seemed to draw her in when he focused intently upon her. Had it not been for the contamination of the water source, it would not have run dry. Currently, the base's water supply relied primarily on previous reserves and the efforts of water-type ability users, which was evidently insufficient for the ever-increasing population. This matter weighed heavily on Zioxixin's mind, and he had discussed it with Wang Qingrong and others from the Wang Family Research Institute. "By the way, Miss Yu, what name do we have for this team?" It was Wang XinYu who, utilizing her abilities, became increasingly adept at separating the virus from the water source, suddenly standing to evade his gaze. She declared, "I will go prepare lunch." Wang Xichao, brimming with excitement, entered the vehicle with the ability gem. "Just do as you wish, cook whatever you like." With that, Zioxixin returned to his usual composed demeanor. Exuding elegance, she was not one to hoard knowledge either, sharing her insights with the water-type ability users. Surprisingly, a few of the more perceptive ones actually succeeded in their training, while she could refuse the first part of his statement, she found the latter impossible to dispute. "Brother, are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you," she said casually, her tone soothing and gentle, causing one to naturally feel at ease and trust her. With a cheerful smile, she proposed, "Rice, should I stir-fry a couple of dishes? Or perhaps noodles, how about dumplings?" It was precisely this reason that the base had not experienced any power or gas shortages. Wang Xichao and Lu Meng stared in awe, saliva uncontrollably pooling in their mouths as they struggled to swallow. Alas, it was unlikely. After a moment of contemplation, they shook their heads. Wang Xichao remarked, "I only felt that its vines were particularly thick, incredibly resilient, and possessed robust regenerative abilities. Even with the two of us alternating fire attacks, along with Lu Meng, it still took considerable time to defeat it." They had not enjoyed such a sumptuous meal in ages. Joining young Master Sun on this outing was truly worthwhile. They resolved to continue following this team in the future. Following this statement, the RV fell silent. Everyone lost in thought. Zhao in the driver's seat immediately responded, "Indeed, Miss Yu, you may rest assured to accompany the young master. I have long wished to hone my skills." A specialized department comprising technicians from the Wang Family Research Institute and the Pure Water Company had been established to study the purification of clean water. The young master, as serene as a chrysanthemum, stood apart from the world. Wang XinYu concluded, somewhat solemnly, "In just 3 months, the mutated flora and fauna outside have begun to evolve. They will only become more challenging to deal with. We must enhance our own abilities as well." Wang XinYu smiled gently. "Very well, some opportunities must be left for others." Casually opening her laptop, she searched for a map of Jingchang, her fingers flying across the keys as she sought her desired target. A pot of fragrant, savory cured meat rice paired with a bowl of refreshing, nutritious soup. What divine treatment this was! Wang XinYu frowned slightly, biting her lip as she engaged her mind, suddenly struck by an idea. Glancing at her watch, she thought, Wang XinYu realized the truth of her suspicions, but she could not state it outright. Instead, she feigned contemplation and asked, "When you fought it, did you notice anything unusual?" After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Lu Meng could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Miss Yu, your culinary skills are truly exceptional." 3 months had passed, and they had tried countless methods without yielding results. However, they would not concede. Humanity could not survive without water sources. They endeavored to ensure that these grassroots employees could work normally and that the facilities operated smoothly. However, Zhao Shihuan did not succumb to despair. From the very beginning, he dedicated a portion of his energy to essential facilities such as electricity, gas, and the internet, which are closely intertwined with human existence. Observing her carefree and joyful demeanor, Zhao Shihuan's initially dismal mood began to lighten, and he helplessly rubbed his brow out. A bowl of rice and a bowl of soup were set before them, and without uttering a word, they began to eat. Speaking of the internet, Zhao Shihuan had indeed invested considerable thought into it. As noon approached, the atmosphere was filled with the sounds of eating. "Yugu, come and see if this is a wood element ability orb." The compliment made her feel rather bashful. Wang XinYu entered the kitchen, contemplated for a moment, rinsed some rice, and took out a piece of cured meat along with wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, carrots, green peas, and corn to prepare a dish of braised rice with cured meat. She also made a soup using kelp, dried shrimp, and eggs. "Alright, let us eat first. Enhancing our abilities is important, but nothing is more vital than filling our stomachs. After all, one can hardly function when hungry. Food is the cornerstone of survival." Wang XinYu noticed the atmosphere had grown somewhat heavy and quickly attempted to lighten the mood with her playful banter, simple yet rich in flavor and color. Mealtime truly is one of the most delightful moments in the world. Moreover, water element users are exceedingly rare. How many possess such abilities and willingly toil day in and day out, serving merely as a tool for purifying water, as the meal neared completion? The battle outside finally came to an end. This achievement could only slightly alleviate the water supply pressure at the base, for even a tireless water element user could only purify a limited amount of water each day. Zhao Shihuan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips, with a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. A green ability orb lay quietly in the palm of his hand. This was Zhao Shihuan's true sentiment, although he supported her in honing her skills. He did not endorse her reckless forays into danger. There was no need to rush. Truly, there was no need for haste. Since the apocalypse, the sky had been shrouded in a gray haze. And the internet signal was almost non-existent. Besides, when the most basic survival needs were not met, who had the energy to focus on infrastructure? A hint of urgency crept into his tone, as a bodyguard. He felt he had failed in his duties, allowing both the young master and Xiaoyu to take matters into their own hands. In any case, Wang XinYu had never been to a purified water company to sell water. Despite the ample points one could earn from such an endeavor. That's right, this mutated tree is evidently more formidable than ordinary mutated plants, likely enhanced by what element abilities. She was still young. So there was no need to rush, huh? The sudden shift in topic caught Wang XinYu off guard. Chapter 54, The Flower House of Scenic City. Noticing Wang XinYu's look of confusion, Wang Xichao quickly elaborated, each ability team at the base has its own distinctive name. Such as the Sunrise Team, the Red Sun Team, and the Wild Wolf Team, all of which are quite renowned, ranking high on the mission leaderboard of the Ability Guild. What leaderboard? Wang XinYu inquired with keen interest. Realizing that having followed Zhao Shihuan around, she had become somewhat out of touch with society, observing her curiosity, Wang Xichao eagerly explained in detail. In the Ability User Guild, numerous tasks are listed daily. Available for both civilians and ability users, whether individually or as a team. Naturally, tasks vary in difficulty, categorized into 5 ranks, with A being the most challenging and E the easiest. Completing tasks earns points in exchange. We are trapped. Continuing forward leads nowhere. Zhao Shihuan rarely offered an explanation. Got it, I understand. Zhao Shihuan leaned against the armrest of the sofa, one hand supporting his forehead, eyes closed in rest. However, if they were to disband, naming the team would be pointless and devoid of meaning. Let us go. Zhao Lang took the lead, while Zhao Shihuan held Wang XinYu's hand closely behind. Finally, he let out a light sigh. Better not to dwell too much on it, otherwise it would only lead to unnecessary distress. As Wang XinYu paused intermittently in her writing, she found herself inexplicably drawn to his languid and carefree posture, staring at him in a daze. Have you noticed something amiss? Wang XinYu asked directly. We seem to be going in circles. Ha? Zhao Shihuan replied non-committally, if you wish to form a team, then do so without overthinking it. As for the members, this is a perfect opportunity to evaluate. Our team cannot just accept anyone indiscriminately. Qin Shan, with a hint of petulance, retorted, what are you making a fuss about? You must clarify your words. What do you mean we are trapped? Have we encountered a ghost wall? How do we get out? What good does standing here do? Let us move, little sister, stop causing trouble. Qin Mingxing quickly stepped in to intervene. Wang XinYu lowered her head, gazing at her hand held naturally by Zhao Shihuan, feeling a mix of helplessness and indescribable fluttering in her heart. However, with the assistance of bulldozers and excavators, nothing seemed insurmountable. Everything could be easily accomplished. Scenic City was a city of flowers, surrounded by suburbs primarily dedicated to the cultivation of floral plants. You go. I am determined to stay. I will perform well, just wait and see. Wang Xichao declared earnestly, full of assurance. As Zhao Shihuan smiled faintly, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Yes, I have noticed. I am currently seeking the source of the trouble. Oh, Wang XinYu suddenly understood, her heart filled with yearning. Well, why wait any longer? With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, let us come up with a striking name. Brother, can we really? Wang XinYu asked, her excitement palpable. Wang XinYu obediently nodded. Following in his footsteps, her eyes darting around, eager to explore, but unfortunately, nothing caught her attention. What should we call it? Invincible Warriors, a Brave Team, Invincible Team, Sunshine Team, or perhaps the Fierce Tiger Team? This was both an honor and a motivation. Prompting various teams to eagerly venture forth to undertake missions, many ability teams attracted more ability users to join their ranks based on their standings. As she ceased to focus on their tightly clasped hands and looked up at her surroundings, she felt a sense of unease. Following Zhao Lang for a while, she quickly recognized something was amiss and shook the hands that were held together. Let us check to find out. Zhao Shihuan was somewhat confident, though he refrained from making absolute statements. Zhao Shihuan lowered his gaze. At 3 in the afternoon, they finally arrived at the border of Scenic City, and Wang XinYu finally understood the purpose of their journey. Goodness, why was it so difficult to come up with a name? Alright, enough with the endless chatter. Do you not find it tiresome? Can you not just be quiet? Qin Mingxing's temper flared, his furrowed brow capable of squashing a fly. This remark, Wang Xichao and Lu Meng couldn't help but twitch their lips, feeling utterly disregarded. After walking a bit further, Zhao Shihuan called for a stop. Have you found it? Wang XinYu exclaimed in delight. Feeling a swell of pride. A big shot is indeed a big shot. With him around, things were so much easier. She looked at Zhao Shihuan with eager eyes. Brother, will our team disband after completing this mission? The Ability Guild published a leaderboard based on the points earned from tasks undertaken by teams or individuals. With a monthly recap, and the top 3 received additional rewards at the end of each month. Muttering to herself, she scratched and crossed out words, feeling dissatisfied, as if the name lacked the desired resonance. The convoy traveled for over an hour before finally meeting with Wang Guofeng and his group. At this point, they had only completed half of their journey to Scenic City. The convoy set off again. And Wang XinYu, with a task in mind, pulled out a small notebook and diligently began her studies. Zhao Xiang rubbed his nose, choosing to remain silent. Ultimately, Wang XinYu decided to let things unfold naturally. Glancing at the bulldozers and excavators ahead, are we here to collect soil? Wang XinYu's mind raced, quickly connecting it to planting. If the soil in the flower house remained uncontaminated, they could indeed take it back to establish a planting garden at the base. Almost there. Just one more round. Zhao Shihuan appreciated her trusting gaze, feeling quite elated. What does that even mean? Why won't you explain? He did not inquire, but someone could not contain their impatience and questioned him sharply. The group halted in front of the nearest flower house. Finally she could find an excuse to bring out the fresh vegetables and fruits from her space. With such meals she certainly had to shamelessly find a way to stay. Zhao Lang unhurried remarked, wherever the young master goes, I shall follow. Lu Meng, unwilling to be outdone, loudly proclaimed, I also want to stay. Miss Yu, feel free to assess us. Zhao Shihuan observed their eager expressions, feeling somewhat speechless. And reminded them, all right, we can take our time with the name, we should get moving. The incessant chatter of the women was grating on the nerves, causing the already irritable group to become even more restless. Zhao Shihuan shot him a glance but chose to ignore him. Zhao Lang retrieved equipment from the trunk, the latest detection device produced by the Wang Family Research Institute, capable of accurately assessing whether water or soil was contaminated. Ha? What does that mean? Zhao Xiang clearly did not understand. Upon reaching the location, Wang XinYu spotted numerous flower houses. Flower houses? Big brother, what is going on? Haven't we arrived yet? Why aren't we moving? Zhao Xiang asked in confusion. And the others also turned to look at him. Qin Mingxing, if you dare complain about me, I'll tell Grandpa. Childish. Chapter 55, The Enchanted Sea of Flowers. Qin Shan felt exceedingly vexed. She had not intended to accompany Zhao Shihuan and the others on this outing. But her grandfather insisted. Now it seemed her life was on the line. Moreover, throughout the journey, this third brother had been opposing her at every turn. He was unworthy of being her brother. Her grandfather's decision to abandon the eldest son and have the entire family support him as the next family head was fundamentally a grave mistake. For so many years, he felt invisible within the family, enduring neglect and isolation. Now that he has finally been presented with an opportunity, could this be a moment of resurgence, or might it instead foster resentment and a desire for revenge? Is she not akin to a lamb entering the wolf's den? She is the only one among the first branch to awaken her extraordinary abilities. Could he be plotting to eliminate her under the guise of this opportunity? What are you? Nothing more than an inconsequential member of the third branch, a mere nobody, who has merely awakened a fire-based ability. How audacious of you to think you could replace my brother. Don't harbor such delusions. In an instant, she sprang into action, fleeing in terror. Qin Mingxing, witnessing her look of fright and horror, despite his impatience, stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Lang, Zhao Shihuan frowned slightly. Don't come any closer. Zhao Shihuan's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. His gaze fixed intently on that spot, unwilling to relent for even a moment. Wang XinYu felt a sharp pain in her palm, the swift arrival and departure of events leaving her dissatisfied as she shot him a sidelong glance. Helplessly pouting, Wang XinYu produced another item, shoving it into Zhao Shihuan's palm. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly erupted from the flower sea belonging to Qin Shan, and Zhao Shihuan had been observing the floral expanse intently and spoke in a low voice, fire, metal, and earth abilities. Pay attention to the 3 o'clock direction, 200 meters away, engage simultaneously. Zhao Shihuan, what gives you the right to look down on me? You are just an ordinary person devoid of abilities. A useless waste, yet you carry yourself with such arrogance. What authority do you have to order me around? A cacophony of bombardments ensued. Aside from Zhao Shihuan, no one heard the anguished cries emanating from the flower thicket. When faced with danger, people instinctively seek the comfort of a group or gravitate towards what they perceive as powerful allies. Attention, it has fled, heading towards the 5 o'clock direction, 250 meters. Zhao Lang cast a disdainful glance at him, tossing the unconscious Qin Mingxing into his hands, and explained, he has also been ensnared, you take care of him. With that, she turned her attention to Qin Shan, genuinely reluctant to engage with a woman. What do you intend to do? Qinan, as Qin Mingxing's attendant, was equally naive and uncalculating, failing to stop Zhao Lang in time and glaring at him like a small lion. Stop, don't come any closer, I won't let you succeed. As she spoke, Qin Shan retrieved a folding knife from her pocket, trembling as she opened it, pointing it at Qin Mingxing while retreating step by step. Yet Qin Shan regarded him with contempt, mocking, what role are you playing? You merely wish to eliminate me while seizing this opportunity, don't you? I assure you, your scheme will not come to fruition. Qin Shan's eyes brimmed with fury and madness, while Qin Mingxing gazed at her in disbelief. Puzzled by her line of thought, with a heavy heart, Qin Mingxing felt deeply affected, clearly struck by her words. I understand, but surely this reflects her true feelings. What significance does it hold that grandfather values you? He is aging. How many years does he have left? Everyone was taken aback by the scene before them. Indeed, in an instant, Qin Shan vanished without a trace. The decisions in the family have always been made by my father and brother. Only they possess the capability to restore the Qin family to its former glory, to ascend as the foremost among the 5 great families. Not good, Wang XinYu blurted out. I assure you, even if you eliminate me, you will never truly take command of the Qin family. Without hesitation, the group adjusted their positions and continued their onslaught as Zhao Shihuan sensed the coldness in his hand. He did not refuse, tightening his fingers to absorb the energy. He handed the mutated pearls to Wang Guowo and Wang Rui for further distribution. This temporary supply method proved quite effective, swiftly replenishing the consumed abilities, and everyone increased their output collectively. Wang Guowo and Wang Rui each wielded a large blade, with handguns holstered at their waists. The equipment they had prepared for this venture, they had spent considerable time persuading their families to allow them to embark on this mission. They had never anticipated such an unfavorable start, nonetheless. No matter the adversity, they harbored no fear and would not regret their choices. Alright, Mingxing, knock her out. There is no point in listening to her nonsense. She has already been bewitched. Zhao Shihuan kept his gaze fixed on a specific patch of flowers. Lost in thought, casually instructing Qin Mingxing to resolve the matter swiftly. In truth, during such times, water and wood abilities were nearly useless, prompting Wang XinYu to comply without wasting her own powers. What are you doing? Don't retreat, the situation is dire, don't act recklessly. Qin Mingxing was exasperated with her, wondering what madness had overtaken her. Qin Shan lifted her chin disdainfully to glare at him. Grandfather actually instructed me to seduce you? Ha, a worthless fool, how could you ever compare to my brother Tianyao? Grandfather is truly becoming more senile. Quickly, absorb from them. Upon hearing this, the group showed no hesitation, wielding their abilities and directing their combined force towards the target. Observing the grim expressions on everyone's faces, Wang XinYu understood that their abilities were nearing depletion, her brow furrowed with concern. With a flick of her palm, she produced a mutated pearl. If anything were to happen to me, my brother would surely not let you off the hook. Zhao Shihuan seemed to sense her gaze. Although he did not look at her, he tightened his grip on her hand, silently warning her against frivolous thoughts. You have no shame. Qin Mingxing appeared to be provoked by Qin Shan's words, a hint of madness flashing across his face. The two stood back to back, tension palpable, their eyes resolutely scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Zhao Lang incapacitate Qin Mingxing and then look at her, Qin Shan immediately realized he intended to turn his hand against her. Those who had previously harbored doubts about Zhao Shihuan's words instantly made a judgment. Subconsciously gravitating towards Zhao Shihuan's position, she appeared dazed and somewhat deranged. Qin Shan, her eyes wide with terror, scanned the surroundings, realizing that everyone was watching her with cold indifference. Indeed, these individuals were accomplices. Upon hearing this, Wang XinYu slightly parted her lips in surprise, her expression transforming into one of realization as she cast a curious glance at Zhao Shihuan, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Wang Guofeng pulled Wang Guowo and Wang Rui behind him. Drawing closer to Wang XinYu, his demeanor unusually grave, the two behind him lacked any abilities, and he dared not let down his guard. Upon receiving the command, Zhao Lang swiftly struck at the nape of Qin Mingxing's neck. This group, aside from her water ability, consisted of Qin and Lu Tong, who wielded wood abilities, all of them vigilantly observing their surroundings to protect the others. The sinister sound sent chills down spines. And Wang XinYu couldn't help but feel a wave of fear, her heart racing as she asked, "What should we do?" Following yet another powerful barrage, the flower sea suddenly shifted, the once vibrant and resplendent floral landscape gradually faded, revealing a scene of decay and rot surrounding them. Chapter 56, drained on this corrupted land, white bones were half buried beneath the surface, some belonged to humans, while others were the remains of unknown small creatures. The sheer density of bones created a truly macabre scene, chilling onlookers to the core. Not far away, Qin Shan lay on the ground, her life hanging in the balance. As the danger subsided, Qin and shook Qin Mingxing awake. What happened to me? Oh, what is going on? Qin Mingxing gasped, startled by the surrounding scene. Qin quickly recounted the recent events, his voice trembling slightly as he gravely stated, Qin Shan is still lying there, her life uncertain. Yet Qin Shan was displeased. As if exerting all her strength to speak in a high-pitched tone, "No, I must return home. Qin Mingxing, take me home immediately." Zhao Shihuan remained silent while Wang XinYu couldn't help but murmur, "What about the 100 pearls? I wonder if they'll come back." Zhao Shihuan replied coldly, "Enough, since she is not dead. Mingxing, take her to the car, and we shall proceed." Having finally reached their destination, seeing Qin Shan's condition elicited a serious expression, she was alive, but not far from death. Where his blunt words meant as comfort or explanation, their time had already been squandered for her sake. She truly was a troublesome nuisance. Wang XinYu, observing the once arrogant woman now on the brink of death, felt a pang of compassion and whimsically speculated, could it be that she has been drained of her essence? Might she have lost her energy? I wonder if giving her some mutated pearls could restore her. Qin Shan, can you hear me? Try to absorb the mutated pearl in your palm, see if it has any effect on your body. She slowly recalled everything she had just experienced, her expression transforming into one of grotesque intensity. Zhao Shihuan glanced at her once more and instructed Wang Guofeng to check on her condition. Thus, it was evident that Brother Shihuan truly cared for him. He had always known that following Brother Shihuan was the right choice. From now on, he would remain by Brother Shihuan's side for life. Qin Mingxing anxiously called her name several times, and they noticed Qin Shan's hand trembling slightly as the mutated pearl in her palm gradually vanished. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Wang XinYu could only smile foolishly, touching her nose. She secretly made a helpless face at Zhao Shihuan. Qin Mingxing pursed his lips, retrieving a mutated pearl from his pocket and placing it into Qin Shan's palm. The energy from a single mutated pearl was akin to a small stone cast into an endless ocean, creating not even a ripple. Wang Guofeng, trained as a forensic expert, could make some preliminary assessments of various ailments. After examining her, he shook his head. Additionally, considering the old master's reputation, he was leading the team this time, and if a life were to be lost, although it wouldn't be the end of the world, Avoiding such a fate would be preferable. She is fine now, just let her rest at home. Brother Shihuan, she seems to be fading, what should I do? Qin Mingxing stood before Zhao Shihuan. Cradling a mere skeleton, appearing as helpless as a child, it seemed that she had been drained of her essence by the mutated plants, leaving her emaciated, had they not seen the fate rise and fall of her bony neck. They might have truly believed she was dead. The mutated pearls had been provided to her by Zhao Shihuan, undoubtedly obtained at considerable cost. He was loath to offer them to such an unlikable woman. Qin Shan lay weakly on the ground, her eyes half closed, still somewhat disoriented, her voice hoarse and feeble as she murmured, "What has happened to me?" Qin Mingxing gazed at Zhao Shihuan with desperate eyes. Feeling a tumult of conflicting emotions, though he disliked her, he had never imagined she would depart from this world in such a manner. "What should we do?" Qin nervously tugged at Qin Mingxing's sleeve. At that moment, he was utterly at a loss. Zhao Shihuan had always been a figure he greatly admired, and in his confusion, he instinctively thought of him first. Without hesitation, Qin Mingxing generously offered all the mutated pearls he had in his pocket to Qin Shan. This was his entire fortune, specially prepared for him by old Master Qin for this journey. Observing this, the others raised their eyebrows, casting curious glances at Wang XinYu, evidently intrigued by her foresight. Qin Shan, the cherished daughter of the main branch, had just spoken disrespectfully, and everyone had heard it clearly, leading to a general lack of goodwill towards her. No one was inclined to approach her to check on her condition. After absorbing another 100 mutated pearls, Qin Shan visibly improved, her condition markedly better than before. "Let's move forward for now," Qin Mingxing said, lifting her up and heading in Zhao Shihuan's direction. His expression was somber as he gazed at her. His heart a tumult of emotions. Zhao Shihuan glanced at Qin Shan, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes before he looked back at Qin Mingxing, appearing somewhat helpless yet exasperated, sighing, "Xiaoyu, give him a bag." It was evident that what he said sounded quite unpleasant in Qin Shan's ears. If she were in trouble, it was true that the Qin family would probably no longer have a place for him. The two of them slowly approached Qin Shan. It wasn't that they didn't want to hurry, but there simply wasn't a place to land their feet. All right, Qin Mingxing complied with the instructions, having had no plans of his own now that someone had pointed him in the right direction. He hurriedly followed suit. Zhao Shihuan smiled indulgently, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Seeing her able to speak again reassured Qin Mingxing that she was no longer in grave danger, although there were no apparent changes to Qin Shan's physical state at the moment. The fact that she had indeed absorbed the pearl suggested that Wang XinYu's hypothesis might be correct. Qin Shan had been drained of her energy. One after another, about 20 mutated pearls were consumed. And finally, a slight change appeared on her face. She looked a bit better, with a hint of color returning, yet having exhausted his supply of mutated pearls, it was clear that it was still far from sufficient. More mutated pearls were certainly unavailable. After all, they needed to keep some in reserve for future contingencies. A trace of reluctance flickered in Qin Mingxing's eyes. After all, she was his cousin, accompanying him on this outing, and now that she was in such a wretched state, he felt an inescapable responsibility. He whispered something softly, but Qin Mingxing caught it, promptly flushing and assuring her, "Don't worry. I will repay it." Wang XinYu raised an eyebrow and pouted at him, receiving a comforting glance in return. Qin Mingxing was deeply moved, his hands trembling slightly. Thank you, Shihuan." Reflecting on her earlier words and his previous situation within the Qin family, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. This woman was not worth saving, yet Qin Mingxing felt compelled to care for her. After all, he had called him Shihuan since childhood, and it was not a title to be taken lightly. Her eyes sparkled as she pouted, visibly displeased, and reluctantly produced a small bag, weighing it in her hand. Inside were 100 mutated pearls, which she tossed to Qin Mingxing, saying, "Here, 100 pearls for you." Qin Mingxing's expression darkened. "Go check on her. We need to ascertain whether she is alive or dead. As for the Qin family..." Qin Mingxing paid her no heed, carrying Qin Shan directly towards the large truck. For those who were somewhat unlikable, there was no need to waste words. Even if he spoke, she would not comprehend. After settling Qin Shan in the truck seat to rest, Qin Mingxing disregarded her frantic shouts and took off running. Since she was not in danger of dying, he felt no psychological burden and chose not to dwell on her plight. Zhao Shihuan and his group continued on. The earlier enchantment of the Sea of Flowers now dissipated, revealing a barren and desolate landscape. The vibrant blooms were nowhere to be seen. In truth, they should have realized earlier that in this apocalyptic world, one would hardly find such vividly colored plants in the open. If they existed, there must be something amiss. Perhaps it was a subconscious desire to witness such beauty that led everyone to be mesmerized by the mutated flowers, amplifying that desire to the extent that they failed to consider the reality. Even the flower houses were not as plentiful as they had initially appeared, and several had already been ravaged and destroyed. Zhao Shihuan led them inside to inspect. Any flower house that showed signs of damage indicated that the plants inside had mutated, resulting in the entire flower house being ruined. "Hey, brother, look quickly, is that light over there? Are there people in the town?" Wang XinYu exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the unusually bright lights in the distance against the backdrop of darkness, her mind momentarily wandering. "You go ahead, I need to take care of something," Zhao Shihuan replied, a slight blush creeping onto Wang XinYu's cheeks as she racked her brain for an excuse. "Everyone has worked hard. Let's get in the vehicle and find a place to rest." In truth, everyone felt quite disappointed, having arrived with such a grand convoy of trucks, equipped with excavators and bulldozers, only to find this. As for the flower pots, she thought that there might be an opportunity to gather some soil for her space. With bulldozers and excavators clearing the path, the convoy set off towards the nearest town. Yet, Zhao Shihuan focused intently, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, his mood somewhat lifted as he remarked, "It's real." Watching the last batch of sealed soil being loaded onto the truck, Zhao Shihuan glanced at his watch. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon, yet the sky was shrouded in a gray mist, casting an already dim ambience. After speaking, he took her hand and led the way. Wang XinYu smiled as she gradually fell to the back. Shiyang, take out the supplies, everyone put on protective gear and be careful not to bring any outside soil inside. Shihuan, this, Qin Mingxing took the lead. Earnestly paving the way, perhaps in an effort to make amends or perhaps to curry favor. No need, just go ahead, move quickly, Wang XinYu said, feeling a bit guilty at his insistence, giving him a gentle shove. As if throwing a small tantrum upon seeing the intact flower house filled with precious flowers and trees, she hesitated, wondering, could this be another illusion? Having just witnessed their dazzling abilities being displayed one after another. It was impossible not to feel envious. The group exchanged glances, collectively deciding to abandon their thoughts. Regardless, they simply needed to resolutely follow those two. They had no fear of future benefits, being cautious. Zhao Shihuan still tested each one with instruments, discovering that the entire flower house was untainted. These were all valuable flowers and trees, worth a fortune before the apocalypse. It would be a shame to discard them, since her space was vast. She could easily find a nook to ensure their survival. Zhao Shihuan did not disappoint her expectations, gently wrapping his arm around her slender shoulders. Alright, we will discuss this when we return. Let us hurry to inspect all the flower houses. This was the first time Wang XinYu had seen such a look of disappointment on Zhao Shihuan's face, causing her heart to flutter with a mix of emotions, sweet yet sour. Oh, how embarrassing. Wang XinYu bit her lip, realizing this was his final concession. Suddenly she felt a pang of distress. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. After visiting several more flower houses, they finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Unable to contain herself, she reached out and grasped his slightly cool hand, saying, "Don't lose heart, there are still so many flower houses left to check. If we genuinely cannot find soil, we can resort to hydroponics. Using nutrient solutions for cultivation." Wang XinYu immediately sensed something amiss, instinctively drawing closer to Zhao Shihuan. Alas, why couldn't T1 have both fish and bear's paw? Indeed, Zhao Xiang responded eagerly, finally finding his place to contribute. Moreover, even intact flower houses would be useless if the plants were directly grown in the ground. With a slight backward step, he surveyed the surroundings and pointed to the nearby turn. "I will wait over there for you." Wang XinYu looked around innocently. Realizing that everyone was watching her with hopeful eyes, only Wang Guowo and Wang Guofeng harbored some thoughts, but they certainly had no intention of harming Wang XinYu. Rather, they were contemplating how to secure greater benefits for her. As her mind swirled with thoughts, she maintained a smiling facade as she distributed protective gear to them. The group scoured the area thoroughly, managing to find only half a truckload of uncontaminated soil, underscoring the preciousness of soil in the current world. "Xiaoyu, what is hydroponics? How do you know about it? Can you explain in detail?" Wang Guowa asked, astonished as he looked at Wang XinYu. Zhao Shihuan, once again disappointed, gazed at the instrument. "Sigh, I miscalculated." Wang XinYu observed the desolate and decayed street scenery from the RV, feeling a sense of despair. Seeing her this way, Zhao Shihuan felt helpless. Before she could dwell on her thoughts, she dashed back to the flower house to collect all the empty pots and the discarded plants inside. On this outing, his spatial ability was primarily for bringing supplies to others. He lacked offensive capabilities. And his follower, Zhao Cheng, had not awakened any abilities either. Both needed protection from others, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. Oh no, it wasn't guilt. It was that he felt unworthy. After all, Song Tianya possessed both spatial abilities and formidable lightning abilities. Without heeding her protests, he strode directly forward. "Hydroponics?" Zhao Shihuan inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face as Zhao Shihuan paused for a moment, then awkwardly turned his gaze elsewhere, seemingly feeling shy. "You go inside, I will guard here." "That's wonderful." The others could hardly contain their joy, finally catching a glimmer of hope. "Alright, let us move on to the next flower house." Zhao Xiang, invigorated, raised his fist enthusiastically, heading towards the next beacon of hope. "Huh, you don't know?" Wang XinYu was taken aback. Hydroponics had already matured in her former world. Yet here, judging by Zhao Shihuan's expression, he genuinely seemed unaware. This flower house was impeccably preserved, with all the plants potted. Little by little, they collected the soil, filling nearly half a truckload. Soil and water were interconnected. After 3 months, they had long since intertwined. Zheoxixin followed closely beside her, gazing at her with a look of confusion, silently inquiring. After a moment of contemplation, Zheoxixin produced a walkie-talkie, saying, "Let us go take a look." The lights appeared to be quite near. Yet the distance was still considerable. Upon arrival, they discovered it was a commercial building. Chapter 58, The Town. The ground floor of this building was lined with storefronts and featured an entrance to a large supermarket. A few rooms on the upper floors were illuminated sporadically. Their group made quite a commotion as they approached, prompting several heads to peek out from the windows. "Hello, could you open the door? We would like to stay for a night," Qin Mingxing called out eagerly. After calling once with no response, he repeated his plea twice more, yet still received no acknowledgement. The fervor that had just ignited within him was doused mercilessly. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he sidled up to Zheoxixin, saying, "Brother Shishuan, no one is responding to me, what should I do?" It was merely a trivial scene, and no one truly seemed to care. After approximately 3 minutes, the roller shutter of the supermarket entrance was raised, revealing a somewhat disheveled uncle who waved them over. He understood that nothing comes without cost, thus his inquiry was rather blunt, as he genuinely wished to leave this dreadful place. After a prolonged silence, just as Qin Mingxing was about to depart in disappointment, a window cracked open, and a middle-aged man asked, "How many of you are there?" Upon hearing a response at last, Qin Mingxing's heart, which had plummeted, began to rise again. "There are 15 of us in total, uncle. We just need to stay for 1 night and we'll leave first thing in the morning." Yes, the two exchanged a knowing glance before retreating to their vehicle. Should there be something? Wang XinYu looked on with an innocent and bewildered expression. Wang XinYu quietly counted the steps as they turned, stopping at 8. However, those around him lacked his composure and could no longer suppress their curiosity. Chattering, "Hey, where are you all from? What is this base you speak of?" Feng, calculating internally, pressed further. "Does your base accept outsiders? What are the conditions for entry, or is there a way to get in?" "What? From over there, you mean you encountered nothing?" The listeners displayed disbelief. Not far from here, after passing through the security gate, they finally glimpsed a semblance of light. "Shut your mouth, keep talking and you'll have to walk down by yourself," Qin Mingxing retorted. Already feeling troubled, Feng, upon seeing the group, felt a surge of excitement, his eyes brimming with unending hope, yet he maintained a semblance of restraint. The middle-aged man turned back, seemingly conferring with others, then peeked out once more, saying, "Wait, I'll come down to open the door." Feng disregarded the others, his gaze filled with hope and lingering questions. "From which direction did you come? Is it safe?" With just one question, those who had previously exhibited dissent fell silent, adopting a watchful demeanor. "Hey, Feng." The greasy uncle called out, his tone carrying a hint of warning. He said it's quite safe. Feng shot him a glance and replied solemnly, "Do you really not wish to leave?" "It has almost been 7 days, hasn't it? Welcome, please take a seat," said a young man impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, his hair meticulously styled. The speaker was a middle-aged uncle, his face glistening in the dim light of the flashlight. "Oh dear, how long has it been since he washed his face?" "Oh, is that so? We encountered no such issues," Wang XinYu lied without a hint of embarrassment. "So the lights they had seen were merely the beams of a flashlight?" The flashlight's glow scattered, casting the surroundings into relative darkness, while a group hidden within scrutinized them with piercing gazes, creating an ominous atmosphere. Wang XinYu's eyes flickered as he tentatively said, "We came through the flower bed on Shangda Road and didn't encounter anything along the way." Qin Mingxing nodded in agreement and called out once more, "Is anyone there?" "We have come from the southern Tianfu base and wish to borrow a place for the night." Upon hearing Wang XinYu's words, Feng's heart brightened. Good, he could hardly contain his eagerness to pack up and leave at once. City. "Oh, it's like this. Previously someone from our town attempted to leave via that route and encountered danger. Those who returned said they seemed to have encountered a wall of ghosts." Feng spoke with a hint of dread. "Lung. Lu Zhang, you two stay behind to watch the vehicles, keep us informed of any developments." Wang XinYu cast a casual glance at the truck piled with soil. Wang XinYu yearned to suggest turning on a light, but upon recalling their current predicament, she chose to remain silent. Qin Shan pouted and muttered, "I'm just afraid you'll drop me. I'm trying to be considerate." "Fine, I won't say anything more, let us hurry." Wang XinYu's gaze flickered slightly. "Let us call out again, stating that we come from the southern Tianfu base. If there is still no response, we shall take our leave." His tone remained composed. "I am Feng, the person responsible for this building. May I ask who you are?" Feng barely concealed his disdain and exasperation at the interruption from the middle-aged uncle. Upon hearing Wang XinYu's statement, whispers erupted among the crowd. "By the way, are there many people in this town? Should we inform them to leave together?" Wang XinYu inquired casually. Wang XinYu suppressed a laugh, thinking her brother was quite adept at deception. The group of around 20 surrounding them began to stir restlessly. Wang XinYu raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Of course we will take you in." Qin Shan's voice rang out, as proud and impudent as ever. It appeared she had recovered well after a lengthy rest. Wang XinYu seemed oblivious to the predatory gazes of the group. Continuing to guide Wang XinYu to a seat, speaking with restrained warmth, "We have come from City, where the southern Tianfu base has been established, and everyone there is quite safe." "Hey, why aren't we taking the elevator? At least turn on a light, it's so dark in the corridor, what if I fall?" Wang XinYu led his group along with the uncle into the building, the dimly lit hallway echoing with the mingled sounds of footsteps and breathing. He leisurely shared the basic information about the Tianfu base, concluding, "Thus, as long as you possess the capability, you should quickly find yourself living well within the base." Feng chuckled awkwardly, suddenly recalling something, and added cheerfully, "Everyone in the town is gathered in this building, totaling around 300 people." The uncle guided them into a room, revealing a conference room where about 20 men and women were either seated or standing. With a flashlight positioned in the center, its beam directed at the ceiling, yet some were indifferent to such matters. Feng's eyes flashed with disdain, but upon looking back at Wang XinYu and the others, his expression returned to normal. "I must tell you, this town is quite cursed. Once you enter, you cannot leave." What do you mean?" Curiosity flickered across the faces of Wang XinYu and his companions. Feng's expression turned grave as he explained, "You are the only group that has come in without encountering danger." Chapter 59, The Anomaly. Others have entered before. Just like those in the town wishing to leave, at this point, he appeared to recall something, shivering involuntarily, observing the grim expressions of those opposite him. Wang XinYu quickly interjected, "What is wrong? Could you elaborate?" His voice was soft and gentle. Seemingly imbued with a calming power, Feng felt a sudden clarity wash over him. After a moment to steady his thoughts, he began, "Surrounding this town are fields of flowers, with only one road leading in and out. It's the same route you just took. Ever since that heavy rain 3 months ago, many have perished in this town. During that time, some attempted to take their loved ones to the city's major hospital. But," he paused, swallowing hard as his voice quivered, "but no matter how they tried, their vehicles could not exit. The road seemed endless. Eventually, countless forks appeared, rendering escape impossible." "What happened to her?" Feng asked, puzzled by the scene. "She is fine, she suffers from paranoia." You know how girls can be, they can't handle fear, it's troublesome. Having gathered all the information he needed, he saw no reason to linger. Oh, we left 2 people outside to watch the vehicles, Xiaoxixin explained nonchalantly, so. We 1T see you off, we'll meet again tomorrow. No, let Xiaoyu and Qin Shan share a room, it's more convenient for the 2 girls, Qin Mingxing attempted to interject. But to no avail. Ah, what do we do? Are we trapped here too? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Qin Mingxing, hurry, take me home. Qin Shan's voice trembled as she recalled her own ordeal. Her expression turning to one of sheer terror, bordering on madness. The interior was indeed chaotic, clearly having been occupied previously. The town was thrown into disarray from the very beginning, and we were unable to leave for a long time. We eventually learned that the water was undrinkable, both animals and plants would devour people, and the sick would spread disease, a wave of deaths ensued, and the living are already few. Hiss, just as he finished his sentence. A sharp pain shot through his waist, causing him to gasp involuntarily. It was all too sudden, yet that was not the end. Every 7 days, we hear a voice urging us to leave. And many with wavering resolve will, like marionettes, heed the call to their demise. Xiaoxixin's profound gaze darkened slightly, yet his face remained relaxed as he chuckled. It is getting late, could you kindly arrange a few rooms for us to rest? Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Fengming nodded in response. In the initial days, many attempted to traverse this place. At that time, some managed to enter, but after passing through the town, they found themselves unable to proceed further. And where are these individuals? What does this have to do with a week? Xiaoxixin astutely perceived the underlying mystery. He inquired, have you ventured through? With a slight furrow of his brow, Xiaoxixin spoke in a calm tone, we have also entered. And thus far, we have not encountered any dangers. If you wish to leave, you must follow us. You are being naive, it cannot be that simple, Wang Guofeng retorted bluntly. The truth will reveal itself tomorrow, pondering it now is futile. I suspect there are far more formidable mutated creatures or plants lurking in the shadows. Xiaoyu, come here and share a room with us, this place is eerie, and being alone is unsafe. He then addressed the others, you all should do the same, it is best to stay together for mutual support. Ha? Did you not say there were 15 people? Arranging the accommodations 2 to a room, they noticed 2 individuals were missing, and suspicion and vigilance flickered in his eyes. What else can be done? We must rest and gather our strength for tomorrow's battle. Wang Guofeng's gaze was deep and his tone resolute, as if he had already steeled himself for what lay ahead. Then, what should we do? Zhao Yang asked nervously. Xiaoxixin cast a sidelong glance at Wang Guofeng. They have all gone to their deaths, Fengming muttered in a daze, shaking his head in sorrow and numbness. Qin Shan, wake up, do not speak nonsense. Qin Mingxing was being shaken by Qin Shan's brute force. His frustration palpable. At this, Fengming hesitated, casting a glance at the greasy uncle and his companions. Wang Guofeng understood the implication and approached Qin Shan, delivering a swift blow to the nape of her neck, silencing her sharp voice, and finally the world fell quiet. Unable to escape, and then? Xiaoxixin's expression grew grave. Brother Sun, do you think their inability to leave is tied to that mutated flower, now that we have eradicated the mutated flower? Surely we are safe, Qin Mingxing thought simplistically, believing that if this were true, they would have accomplished a significant feat by eliminating a major threat to the town. The others grimaced in disdain, given the circumstances. They would have been better off spending the night in their vehicle. Fengming led them to the 10th floor, where 8 rooms were arranged in a row. Xiaoxixin opened one of the rooms nearby, and the group followed him inside. Reflecting on the past, Fengming wore an expression of sheer terror. Many people ventured out that time, but fewer than half managed to return. Fengming's hesitation dissipated upon hearing his words. There is nothing that cannot be spoken of, our town is not large. Mostly devoted to cultivating flora, and while the population is not extensive, it should be in the tens of thousands, yet, over the past 3 months, only a few hundred remain in this building. Xiaoxixin pondered for a moment before asking, what about the weak? If we are unaware of the situation and accidentally trespass into a perilous area, it could spell trouble for us, right? Alright, see you tomorrow. Fengming was surprisingly straightforward as he turned to leave. Initially, we believed those individuals had finally found their way out. However, when everyone attempted to pair up and leave, we were met with a cacophony of screams and witnessed numerous corpses. Oh, how so? Xiaoxixin raised an eyebrow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Both sides had received information, and it was time to deliberate. The first few days were manageable. Nearly unable to exit, Fengming wiped his face, continuing, but later those who entered could neither leave nor return. Alright, to be brief, Xiaoxixin furrowed his brow slightly, then spoke. You all heard Fengming's words, what are your thoughts? Oh, Fengming stood up, please follow me. There was not a single place to sit inside. A sense of heroic pride surged within him. What are you thinking? The dimwit better not bring trouble upon our Xiaoyu, Wang Guo retorted bluntly. Xiaoxixin glanced at the time and unexpectedly declared, startling everyone, alright, Xiaoyu will share a room with me, you all may leave. Chapter 60, Who will you choose? A sudden thunderclap startled many, though Xiaoxixin referred to Wang XinYu as his sister. They were not biological siblings. Sharing a room seemed somewhat inappropriate, especially with Wang XinYu's 2 cousins and a nephew present. Anyone else staying with her would be more convincing and justified. No way, how could Xiaoyu be with you? Wang Guo was face turned pale, struggling to voice his concerns. Xiaoxixin raised an eyebrow, stating with righteous conviction, what is inappropriate about it? In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. When we set out, I promised An Wang to take good care of her, I cannot entrust her to anyone else. Then I will have to keep an eye on her, he finished calmly. Gazing steadily at the Wang brothers' unwavering dot in this instance, they had utterly lost. Oh, Wang XinYu suddenly understood Zheoxix and fixed his intense gaze upon her, the darkness in his eyes betraying his determination. Wang XinYu, efficient in her actions. Refrained from cooking elaborate meals given the late hour, she merely prepared 2 bowls of noodles, adding eggs and sausages. Even when engaged in the most mundane tasks, she remained strikingly attractive. What was going on? A woman who prepared a meal for him could audaciously shout at him and command him to work. Most importantly, that fellow had secured his aunt's approval, essentially granting him a green light. Fine. I will cook, you, Wang XinYu remarked, stroking her chin as she surveyed the untidy room, disdain evident in her tone. Move everything to the side and clear some space. That audacious boy dared to act recklessly. She would see to it that he was reprimanded. Sleep with whom? You all can continue your discussion. We shall take our leave now. Lu Meng, who had been quite boisterous moments ago, gradually sensed the tension in the air as both sides faced off. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly strained, and witnessing the confrontation between the formidable figures was not a spectacle to behold. It was best to retreat before becoming collateral damage. Suddenly, a gaze met his. As he busied himself, he discreetly observed Zheoxixin, who appeared genuinely engaged in his work, and an unexpected sense of satisfaction welled up within him. He felt a pang of regret. Moments ago, he had been dawdling with a shovel. Lost in thought, utterly lacking in composure, she commanded him without hesitation. Zheoxixin observed her busy figure and the completeness of her preparations, lost in contemplation. Ha? Wang XinYu questioned, perplexed but still unwilling to relent. Was this not the image of a typical housewife in an ordinary family? If he wished to partake in her meals, he must contribute labor. She had no intention of becoming a mere housekeeper. Zheoxixin leisurely rolled up his sleeves, a slight smile gracing his lips. His eyes radiating warmth. Indeed, a captivating person could turn even the simplest activities into a picturesque scene. His demeanor exuded righteousness, his serious attitude apparent. It seemed that any further doubts from the other party would be a profound affront to his character. He did not seem so untouchable after all, however, recalling what he had just seen, a distinguished individual rolling up his sleeves, the contours of his arms. How times have changed. In this moment, he appeared to possess a touch of humanity. Bridging the gap between them, Wang XinYu found a corner and retrieved her cooking tools, a gas stove, gas canister, pots of bowls, and various ingredients, everything one could possibly need. Hurry up, what are you still standing there for? If you do not finish your tasks, do not expect to eat, Wang XinYu admonished him after a while, noticing he remained idle, her annoyance surfacing as she raised her voice. Then what are you waiting for? Get to work. Zheoxixin suddenly chimed in and gritting her teeth, she glanced at Wang Guowo and Wang Guofeng, making a difficult choice. 5th brother, 7th brother, I will stay with brother, you may return to sleep. The group dispersed. Leaving behind the Wang brothers and Wang Rui, awaiting Wang XinYu's decision, their determination palpable. He relished this feeling. She was finally in a position to command the formidable figure, and it felt exhilarating. She wished to sleep alone. I will sleep alone. With this thought in mind, she voiced her intent. Zheoxixin paused momentarily, understood. He surveyed the surroundings, then turned to her, raising an eyebrow. Wang XinYu suddenly became alert, putting on a front. What are you staring at? Focus on your work. Unfortunately. No one concurred. Regardless, she felt emboldened. After her outburst, Wang XinYu felt a twinge of regret. Had she been too audacious? Alright, you all tidy up and rest early, Wang Guofeng said, his expression darkened, reflecting on how awkward the previous statement had been. Observing the playful and proud glint in his eyes, she realized he too had moments of dependence on her. A wave of discomfort washed over him, and his tone turned sour. 5th brother, are you not leaving? Stay here and become a lamp, or hurry and go. How frustrating, he could barely articulate his thoughts. An inexplicable blend of bitterness and warmth surged within him. Wang Guowo looked pained and conflicted, feeling as though his heart might shatter. His beloved sister of 20 years was to be. Wang XinYu gradually felt uneasy under his gaze, unsure why she felt like a heartless villain. Ahem, I am hungry. Zheoxixin feigned a cough, finally revealing his intentions. He was striving to secure a shared room with her, not only for the present but also for future excursions. Having achieved this once, it would be all the more justifiable next time. The Wang brothers wore expressions of undeniable displeasure, and while it was true that they could not utter anything excessively harsh or disrespectful, it was equally unjust to casually speculate maliciously about someone who genuinely cared for their sister. She seemed to have forgotten who had been bustling about at noon, proactively cooking to win favor. After speaking, she hastily turned away, feigning busyness. Wang XinYu watched her brother and eldest nephew depart with a mix of anxiety and trepidation. Sharing a room with a prominent figure like him filled her with immense pressure. Why did those words sound so awkward? She sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint what it was. Right, it's getting late. Let us all retire for the night, Qin Mingxing said, pulling Zhao Xiang away. His demeanor alert like a small creature, leading him to make the right choice. Moreover, he was aware of her talents and resources. What was wrong with indulging a little for his own culinary desires? Wang XinYu cast a playful smile at Zhao Xishuan, the implications of her flattery evident upon her face. Following his gaze, she scanned the surroundings before looking back at him. This was not the beginning or conclusion she had envisioned. Yet she had inadvertently arrived at this juncture. Merely sharing a room. Xiaoyu, what do you say? You choose whom to share a bed with, Wang Guowo said, his fingers tightly clenched, internally vexed, yet striving to maintain a calm and composed demeanor. Zhao Xishuan pushed the items in the room aside, clearing half a space. Wang XinYu then produced a table and 2 stools, placing them on the surface. Alright, let us eat. Chapter 61, Do Not Boast. Beware of capsizing a steaming bowl of noodles, rich in aroma and flavor. Zhao Xishuan savored it with satisfaction. Is it delicious? Wang XinYu had confidence in her culinary skills, although she could not compare to a true chef. In a world where many struggle to eat, this bowl of noodles was undoubtedly a coveted treasure. In the slightly cramped and dim space, the man maintained his customary decorum. Even a simple dish could be relished as if it were a gourmet delight. Exuding elegance and grace. Delicious, his deep voice rose slightly, revealing his good spirits. The steam obscured the golden frames of his glasses. How careless, whereas the water? Ultimately, he stood up, approached her side, and gently patted her back to ease her. Watching him, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face, his tall figure awkwardly crouching in the corner to wash up, creating a dissonance that strangely provided her with a sense of security and a hint of delight. Zhao Shixuan observed the vibrant green scallions on his chopsticks with an unruffled demeanor. He ate faster than she did, placing down his chopsticks and looking at her with concern as she appeared lost in thought. Reflecting on whether he had perhaps overstepped, realizing she was so startled that she hadn't even finished her meal, concealing the mirror, she angrily waved her tiny fist at his retreating figure. Given that this was a business building, the room lacked a separate kitchen and bathroom. Oh, if there is none, then just do what you like, whatever you fancy, I'll fancy too. Zhao Shixuan looked at her indulgently. His eyes filled with sincere affection. Hurry and eat, or the noodles will get cold. Come over, I'll pour the water. No need. She playfully blinked her long curled lashes, full of vitality. Wang XinYu felt a twinge of embarrassment as she considered putting away the bedding. But was halted by his hand. It's quite all right, I'll cover it. Holding the bowl slightly trembling, she drank a few sips before turning to Zhao Shixuan with a serious expression. What did you just say? Do. Moreover, her space contained only a large bed, which posed a dilemma. The water is boiling. Zhao Shixuan glanced at the gas stove and hurried to turn it off, surveying the surroundings before casting a somewhat troubled look at Wang XinYu. Do you have anything to cover with in your space? Oh. Sure. Wang XinYu was still in a daze when suddenly a large hand ruffled her hair. Don't overthink it, be mindful of wrinkles. Wang XinYu watched as his fair, slender hand took away the bowls and chopsticks. After observing her finish, he voluntarily took on the task of cleaning, listening to her boast unabashedly. Of course, my culinary skills are honed. What would you like for breakfast tomorrow? Feel free to choose. Sounds good. You decide. Wang XinYu, her mouth full, boasted grandly without realizing that her facade was laid bare before his discerning gaze. But. Cough. Wang XinYu, still in a daze, suddenly found a charming rabbit-shaped water cup in her hand. One she often kept in her space. Zhao Shixuan furrowed his brow slightly, intending to pour her some water, only to discover there was neither a cup nor a kettle, nor any napkins or towels to wipe her mouth. Upon finishing washing the bowls and turning around, he found her in a silly state and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you grinning about? Hurry and make the bed. For a moment, he felt a tinge of frustration, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes as a rather immature thought began to form in his mind. All right. Wang XinYu, somewhat distracted, finished her bowl of noodles. But the last few bites left her feeling rather tasteless. You? She was taken aback by the man across from her, choking on a noodle. Wang XinYu retrieved a wardrobe, and Zhao Shixuan, noticing it matched the large bed, chuckled inwardly. The little girl was becoming increasingly amusing. His considerate actions made Wang XinYu blush even more, unable to contain her blossoming feelings. After a quick freshen up, she declared, I'm ready. Zhao Shixuan washed up quickly with the remaining water, then carried a bucket of dirty water outside. As for the rest, he wasn't sure what to organize. What's the matter? Do you lack a bed in your space? Zhao Shixuan observed her troubled expression. Speculating, if there is no bed, it's fine. Let us see if there is a tent or sleeping bag. Gently, he patted her back with an open palm. A glimmer of determination flickered in Zhao Shixuan's eyes as he silently moved the bedding to one corner of the bed, genuinely leaving a substantial space. For her, alas, this carefree and innocent nature, if left unprotected by him, would surely be devoured down to the bones. Seeing her regain her composure, he strolled back to his position, casually commenting, What, a vegetable salad? Wang XinYu, glancing at the minuscule space barely obscured, felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Her lips quivered slightly. Something about that statement felt off. She had no intention of disparaging her bedding. You wash up first. Hurry. Zhao Shixuan poured out half the water, adjusted the temperature, and stepped outside. Then, can I have a vegetable salad? She inwardly lamented, vowing never to boast recklessly again, lest she capsized. Yet just moments ago, his startling words had nearly frightened her to death. Wang XinYu's previously gloomy eyes brightened instantly, akin to the twinkling stars illuminating the path to his heart. Remembering his earlier comment about wrinkles, she anxiously retrieved a mirror, inspecting herself from left to right, finally exhaling in relief upon finding nothing amiss. Oh, suddenly awakened, Wang XinYu stood up, surveying the remaining limited space in the room, troubled that it was insufficient for 2 beds. Is that all right? A hint of helplessness and affection flickered in the man's gaze. Thus, upon hearing his affirmative response, Wang XinYu smiled brightly, oblivious to the enigmatic depths in his eyes. Nervously clenching her fists, she laughed awkwardly. Where would I find vegetables now? It's not that I don't want to satisfy you, it's just that a clever woman struggles without rice to cook. Her gaze fell upon the wooden bed, recently pushed aside by him, now piled with debris. I'll clean, you go make the bed. I'm fine sleeping here. Don't worry, I'm quite proper when I sleep at night. Just grab another new blanket, alright? He had already prepared his own bedding. Casting a glance at the still dazed girl, a glimmer of delight shining in his eyes. A luxurious large bed appeared in the room. Adorned with an entirely feminine set of bedding in shades of pink and purple, featuring cartoon fruit designs of the dark and empty corridor echoed with the steady footsteps of the man, creating an oddly eerie atmosphere. Causing the occupants of various rooms, already struggling to sleep, to hold their breath involuntarily. Chapter 62, Sleep Now in the Room. Wang XinYu bit her lip, gazing at the corner with the floral quilt. Ultimately overwhelmed by embarrassment and unable to face it, when Zhao Shishuan returned after pouring the water, closing the door and walking slowly towards the large bed, he noticed that his floral quilt was missing. Replaced by an unsightly black sleeping bag in the corner. Looking to the other side, he saw another identical black sleeping bag bulging with a small black head barely visible, its onyx-like eyes hidden beneath trembling lashes. Blinking, finally she shrank her head back, leaving only a cascade of beautiful black hair, muffled words escaping from the sleeping bag. I'm going to sleep. Zhao Shishuan, looking down from his height, found the scene amusing. Forget it, he decided not to tease her further. He shot a disdainful glance at the sleeping bag before reluctantly lying down, turning off the smart flashlight. However, Wang XinYu found herself unable to sleep. Extending her hand to check the time, it was already 6:30. Oh dear, how had her mind slipped again? Zhao Shishuan could hardly resist the urge to ruffle her fluffy hair. She was simply adorable. Ultimately, he only stroked his fingers lightly, seizing the moment to make a request. I want a blanket tomorrow night. The sleeping bag is uncomfortable, is that alright? As he chewed, he reminded Wang Rui and Wang Guofeng to eat quickly. His gentle voice seemed to possess a soothing magic. Don't be afraid, I'm here, sleep now, everything will be alright. Ah, how insistent you are. Wang Guowo did not hesitate to accept the 2 plates. Swiftly tossing a fried dumpling into his mouth. Still hot, with beef filling, truly fragrant. Next time, I must secure a blanket for myself. Good morning, do you need any help? Zhao Shishuan rose and made his way to the small kitchen. Wang XinYu buried her little head in the sleeping bag, biting her lip in frustration, her heart racing uncontrollably. Carefully, she rolled over, retreating to the far end of the large bed. She had purposely prepared more this morning, intending to leave some for them. For breakfast, Wang XinYu had made a pot of millet porridge, a few egg pancakes, fried a batch of dumplings, and finally prepared a plate of fresh smashed cucumbers. Crisp and appetizing, sure to whet one's appetite. I've already eaten, thanks to Xiyang. Indeed, the little girl lowered her head even further, that infuriating habit of his boiling noodles without adding vegetables, insisting on throwing in chopped green onions instead. But in the end, the knocking at the door became unbearably loud. She raised her hand to touch her slightly flushed cheeks, her eyes downcast, hiding behind him in silence. She realized her head was resting against the man's rising chest, her body partially draped over him. You're awake, did you sleep well? He couldn't help but chuckle at her sleeping posture. The man slowly reached out, only to find her little head nestled against his armpit. Without a second thought, she got up, heading to the makeshift kitchen from yesterday to start heating water and preparing breakfast. In the middle of the night, Zhao Shishuan felt something pressing against him in his dreams, jolting him awake. I've finished eating, you should hurry up. I'll go tidy up the rest. Hee brother, there are 4 of us, 4. Qin Mingxing, having found something good, didn't he forget his brothers, distributing 1 to Qinan, and giving 1 each to Zhao Xiyang and Zhao Qing. What did you eat? I have egg pancakes and fried dumplings, do you want any? Breakfast was initially a warm and satisfying affair. Zhao Shishuan raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Wang XinYu, who trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed, causing an inexplicable warmth to swell in his heart. Completely forgot, vegetables are indeed fresh produce, and though green onions are small, they are still a type of greenery. Brother Hua, I want some too. Qin Mingxing, unabashed, approached with a grin, reaching out to grab 4, prompting Wang Guowo to curse in exasperation. Hey, you're too greedy, with that grab. Half of the plate is empty. Though vexed, it was already exposed. What could be done? Listening to his words, TSK, did this mean she had latched onto a big fish? Lost in such thoughts, she gradually drifted into slumber. Zhao Shishuan remained attuned to the sounds beside him until her breathing steadied, the corners of his lips curled up, and he too fell into a dream, hoping she would appear in it. Wait a moment. We haven't finished tidying up. He responded loudly to the knocking at the door, his tone stiff, clearly displeased. Zhao Shishuan's eyes held a glimmer of amusement as he intentionally remarked, it's fine. Just feeling a bit constricted in my chest. In that brief moment, Wang XinYu had already swiftly resolved her breakfast. Don't dismiss green onions as mere vegetables. The room was suddenly cloaked in darkness, silence enveloping it, where even the faintest breath could send tremors through the attentive. He extended his chopsticks, placing a piece of cucumber into her small bowl, tenderly saying, go ahead and eat, the noodles last night were delightful. Especially with the green onions. The two tidied up and opened the door, only to find that 10 minutes had passed, and the crowd outside turned to gaze at them in unison. XinYu, all is well. 5th brother, have you had breakfast? Wang XinYu replied helplessly, quickly changing the subject. Zhao Shishuan distinctly heard the hurried breaths beside him. Don't rush, take care not to choke. Noticing Wang XinYu's sudden increase in speed, his brows furrowed in displeasure. That night had been stifling and oppressive. How could one still turn in a sleeping bag? Wang XinYu felt utterly satisfied with her sleep, basking in the warmth beside her. Suddenly, her vision darkened, wishing she could find a crevice to hide herself. In the pitch-black room, the soft sound of the girl's breathing seemed to echo right by her ear. XinYu, did you sleep well last night? Wang Guowo gazed at her with concern. Fearing she might truly be lacking in comfort, waking up, she felt the urge to stretch luxuriously, only to find something was amiss, leaving her momentarily stunned. Oh, yes, yes, Wang XinYu replied, her words trailing off, unsure whether to feel happy or not. She wished to retreat, but someone was determined not to let her go due to the fog. The morning light was not particularly bright. She gazed at the man from afar, noticing he was breathing steadily. Seemingly still asleep, allowing her to let out a secret sigh of relief. Watching her turn and leave, Zhao Shishuan, holding his bowl, suddenly felt the meal had lost its earlier allure. His body shifted to form a T-shape with hers. Wang Guowo, seeing the girl as unperturbed demeanor, shot Zhao Shishuan a furtive glare filled with displeasure. Meanwhile, on the large bed, the moment Wang XinYu departed, Zhao Shishuan opened his deep, dark eyes. Wang XinYu felt a pang of shyness. As if the gazes of those around her were laden with an inexplicable embarrassment, feeling somewhat guilty, she pretended to be busy, her eyes cast downward. Wang Guowo noticed this and said nothing more, although the 2 plates of food appeared plentiful. With so many people, each person only received a bite or two before it vanished. Qin Shan, observing Qin Mingxing's complete disregard for her presence, felt a surge of displeasure. Chapter 63. Departure. Qin Shan looked at the jovial gathering enjoying the food provided by a certain someone, and mockingly remarked, "Haven't any of you eaten before? You all look worse than beggars." Her words instantly offended everyone present. Zhao Xiang was the first to protest, for who wasn't he the little tyrant in their family? Hey! You think you're so noble? Then return all the food I've given you these past 2 days. Qin Shan was left speechless by his retort. She couldn't afford to offend Zhao Xiang. Turning to Qin Mingxing, she began to scold him. Qin Mingxing, don't disgrace the Qin family's name, show some promise, will you? Qin Mingxing blinked in confusion. What status does being a member of the Qin family confer? Qin Shan felt a pang in her chest at his bluntness. Before departing, he had expressed the need for them to consider whether to leave, concerned that if danger arose, managing so many people would be impossible. Ultimately, the majority decided to follow him, while a small minority insisted on staying behind. Zhao Shishuan, however, remained as steadfast as a mountain, gradually opening his eyes and misleadingly declaring, "I apologize for being overly cautious while out in the world. However, we genuinely did not regard that danger as significant. We dealt with an anomalous plant, and the illusion shattered as a result." Enough, Qin Shan, stop making a scene and don't continue to tarnish the Qin family's reputation. Qin Mingxing firmly pulled Qin Shan aside, nudging her towards Qinan. Apologies. But what good does that do? The willful woman was indeed not to be trifled with. You owe me, just 10 anomalous pearls will suffice. In truth, she didn't fully trust them. Belief in him was merely a reflection of her own judgment. The group comprised both men and women, dressed appropriately, with their conduct suggesting they were not ordinary individuals. Ha! Feng Ming, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement as the illusion dissipated. Meanwhile, Zhao Shishuan sensed something amiss and used the intercom to halt the convoy. Feng Ming was resolute about leaving. He felt he could not endure another day in this place. Ha, accompany what? Feng Ming looked incredulously at the girl before him, secretly wondering if she might be a bit unhinged. The group nodded in unison, eyeing their surroundings. Currently, they were merely trapped here, having not encountered any other aggressive dangers. Therefore, their primary objective was to dispel their own illusions. Over the years, he had relied on his unique insight to stand out in numerous business battles, establishing his own career, no longer relying on his family, and proving his worth to them. Concerning his overly optimistic state, Zhao Shishuan felt compelled to pour cold water on it once more. We believe there must be more than one anomalous plant outside this town. Zhao Shishuan stated, you all should discuss it further. We will head towards the center of Jing City. Regardless of Qin Shan's loud protests, he apologized to Feng Ming. I'm sorry, my sister is a bit, well, you understand? Everyone disembarked without needing instruction, instinctively surrounding those without abilities in the middle. Ah, it hurts, can't you walk properly? The wicked first cried foul. Firmly grasping the opponent, over 20 individuals chattered away, and in the end, a majority voted to follow the group they had fought hard to survive. No one wished to venture into known danger. Zhao Shishuan regarded the four before him, asking non-committally, do you possess any abilities? Thus, during the night, they notified the other survivors one by one, explaining the situation. Whether they chose to leave was entirely up to them. Hey! Don T run off. Qin Mingxing couldn't keep up with her. At the corner of the stairs, Qin Shan indeed collided with someone among such a remarkable group. He chose to trust his judgment. Ultimately, only 4 followed, bringing up the rear of the convoy, advancing with unwavering resolve. However, after a considerable time, it seemed they were retracing familiar paths. Feng Ming felt a jolt of unease. His fleeting joy evaporated within seconds, plunging him into silence. Feng Ming. Zhao Shishuan called out to him, but this place was not a sea of flowers. Instead, it was lush with green grass and trees, merely a bump, and she expected him to pay 10 anomalous pearls. Was she out of her mind? Feng Ming quickly introduced his situation. I am an Earth-type ability user. Jin Xia has no abilities, while Lu Ji and Sun Gang are both Fire-type ability users. Feng Ming led the 3 over as well. I'm sorry. Feng Ming felt unfortunate. You scoundrel. He stomped his foot in frustration before turning and running away. Feng Ming was utterly stunned upon hearing those words, his expression frenzied as he shouted, why do you have to deceive me? If it breaks, then it's good. If it breaks, don't we get to leave? Zhao Shishuan pressed his lips together, his demeanor grave as he replied, yesterday, I lied to you. We encountered dangers upon our entrance, just like those people lost in a ghostly maze. So, are you still certain you wish to follow us? Feng Ming and the others felt a surge of joy. This was an invitation to fight alongside them. Moreover, they had triumphed over the mutated plants and shattered the illusion. Zhao Shihuan then led the group directly outside. Each person returned to their respective vehicles and set off. Captain Zhao, what should we do? Feng Ming inquired, his expression taut as he scanned the surroundings. Zhao Shihuan surveyed the area and addressed the group. Everyone take note of the environment. Is there anything particularly peculiar or out of place? Brother Feng, will we be able to walk out of here alive? The young man beside Feng Ming, named Chen Xia, who was originally an employee at his company, voiced his concern. A group within the office had long since prepared their belongings, however, upon hearing Feng Ming's account of the situation, they had all recoiled in fear. Has everyone eaten? Feng Ming asked politely, noticing their nods before continuing. Shall we depart now? Last night, after arranging for their group to rest, Feng Ming returned to hold a meeting. I see. Feng Ming raised an eyebrow, realizing his suspicions were confirmed. Feng Ming turned back in confusion. Upon closer inspection, he could still discern many eerie aspects, sharing numerous similarities with their entry the previous day. Of course, Wang XinYu was an exception. For her, the situation was both special and demanding. Feng Ming pressed his parched lips together, gazing at the lengthy convoy ahead, his eyes shining with determination. Yes, I believe in them. Chen Xia, come to the front. Zhao Shihuan treated everyone equally, ensuring that those who required protection were adequately safeguarded. There was only one path. They had resolved last night to proceed without hesitation and assess the situation as they went. Feng Ming returned, somewhat dazed. Hearing this, Zhao Shihuan felt a sense of balance return. Fortunately, not everyone was a hindrance given their experiences from the previous day. The group was now on high alert. Even Qin Shan, who had been easily swayed yesterday, was now prepared, her expression serious as she scanned the surroundings, her gaze revealing an unintentional fierceness as if she sought revenge for yesterday's humiliation. Chapter 64. The battle resumes. Qin Shan felt humiliated after yesterday. She was an ability user, yet she alone had fallen prey. She could only imagine how those people were mocking her internally. Today, she was determined to reclaim her dignity. It could be said her goal was noble, but her abilities remained to be seen. Could it be that orange tree? Chen Xia hesitantly spoke up, his tone lacking confidence, fearful of making a mistake that would delay everyone, yet, he truly sensed something peculiar about that orange tree. An inexplicable oddity. Wang XinYu regarded the inconspicuous young man with suspicion. He was so ordinary that he would be lost in a crowd. Suddenly, a large hand covered her eyes, and a man's slightly cold voice whispered in her ear. What are you looking at? Wang XinYu blinked, unable to suppress a smile as she replied, Oh, didn't you hear him? That orange tree is problematic. Zhao Shihuan was also affected, his mind buzzing from the mental assault of the mutated orange tree. A chill ran through him. It couldn't be killed, which was concerning. Suddenly, a large hand wrapped around her slender waist, spinning her around just as she noticed a sharp spike lunging towards her. That was close. Wang XinYu held her breath in anxiety. She hurried to Wang Guo's side, noticing the darkening edges of his lips and the black blood flowing from his wound, her eyes instantly reddening. In this way, the two were able to handle themselves with ease. Quickly, everyone attacked together. Zhao Shihuan shouted. The piercing cries of the mutated creature caused Zhao Shihuan to feel a splitting headache. He fixed his gaze on the mutated tree, suddenly feeling a rush of energy surge through his chest, causing him a painful headache as he fought to expel it. However, this merely addressed the symptoms, not the root of the problem. What's the issue? You read just an ordinary person with no abilities. Why are you babbling? Qin Shan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Xia, who had yet to notice anything unusual. It was laughable that an ordinary person could identify something. She should be more aware of the timing if she sought to claim credit. Wang XinYu also disapproved of Qin Shan's aggressive tone, fidgeting as she shook the hands of the two men, muttering, Is there really a problem with that tree? Ji, the mutated orange tree emitted a chilling cry, causing Chen Xia to feel a sharp pain in his head, leading him to faint. Zhao Qing, standing beside him, caught him just in time. Zhao Shihuan had already noted the abnormalities of the orange tree. His silence was deliberate, wanting to observe further what distinguished this tree regeneration. With the demise of the mutated orange tree, the surrounding environment transformed instantly, revealing a desolate scene filled with stark white bones. Good. Wang XinYu promptly retrieved a small box. This mutated plant had absorbed the essence of countless souls to reach its current level. The once wildly thrashing branches now twisted and shriveled, eventually withering away, losing all vitality. There is a problem. Look at the orange tree. Why are you fixating on him? Zhao Shihuan instructed her. Focus. At that moment, with a sharp cry, a gust of energy surged toward the mutated orange tree. A flash of white light darted past, followed by a tremendous explosion, igniting a roaring inferno that sent thick smoke billowing into the sky. Chen Xia, are you alright? Qin Shan's reprimanding voice made those nearby furrow their brows. Having such a woman along was truly bothersome. Zhao Shihuan released his grip, observing the writhing branches on the ground, his expression dark as ink. Give me a knife. Wang XinYu bit her lip and swallowed hard. Yes, I'm sorry, Chen Xia stammered an apology. His face contorted in distress. A cannon, he was uncertain, but he knew about the small box. It was the only one among the items he had given her that she could not open. Fifth brother. Fifth uncle. The two leaned back to back, focusing on the branches before them, and trusting their backs to one another. Wang XinYu swung her knife to sever the branches lunging at her, but the branches twisted and quickly regrew, indicating they had come prepared. Okay, Chen Xia was taken aback that Captain Zhao would trust him, his heart swelling with excitement. Brother Chang, what's wrong? Wang XinYu had already drawn her knife and, upon hearing his words, Tossed him a military-grade knife. However, she hadn't anticipated that Chen Xia would perceive the differences. After all, how could an ordinary person discern the nuances of mutated plants? Perhaps he had awakened his abilities without realizing it. Yet, the level of this mutated orange tree seemed quite advanced. Despite their best efforts and an onslaught of fireballs, their abilities were nearly depleted, and they still couldn't vanquish it. The battle came to an end. Yet the air was heavy with a solemn mood as they heard the cries of their comrades. Fire was the best weapon against plants, especially for long-range attacks. The power. The group obeyed, immediately surrounding the four of them. Chen Xia. Concentrate and examine that tree again. What exactly is different about it? Zhao Shihuan urged, his gaze flickering, guiding him. Brother, what should we do? Wang XinYu felt a surge of panic, her first thought turning to her older brother. Wang Xichao and the others unleashed a barrage of fireballs, causing the mutated orange tree's branches to twist violently, clearly suffering significant damage. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw several people injured. Particularly her fifth brother, Wang Guowo, whose arm was bleeding profusely. At that moment, countless branches suddenly erupted from the ground, brandishing sharp spikes. Lunging at the group, Zhao Shihuan sensed an unprecedented danger and decisively commanded, XinYu. Quickly hand me the cannon from the small box. She grasped his large hand and pulled it down, and he seized the moment to intertwine their fingers, forming an unbreakable bond. Wang XinYu swiftly leapt to avoid the lashing branches. Nearly losing her balance due to Zhao Shihuan's grip, she quickly shook her hand free. Brother, let go. Before their arrival, Zhao Shihuan had provided her with several boxes for storage. She had opened them to find military knives and firearm ammunition. A seemingly casual remark, delivered in a cool tone, inexplicably quickened Wang XinYu's heartbeat, making her want to laugh uncontrollably. Zhao Shihuan, noticing the situation was amiss, called out loudly, Qin Mingxing, Wang Xichao, Luji, Sun Gang, you four concentrate your fire on the mutated orange tree, the rest of you. Cover them, quickly. Zhao Shihuan took the cannon, opened the lock and extracted a barrel-shaped metal object, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he aimed at the mutated orange tree and fired. Chen Xia shut his eyes, focusing intently, and when he reopened them, a newfound determination and confidence shone in his gaze. Fifth brother, what should we do? She felt utterly lost, her lips trembling as she nervously employed her water abilities to wash his wound. Hoping to remove the bothersome black blood. Chapter 65, Danger. Wang XinYu stared at the wound that couldn't be cleansed, her anxiety escalating as tears welled in her eyes. Fifth brother, she murmured, her hands never ceasing their motions. Zhao Shihuan, you have the cannon, why didn't you take it out sooner? Look at how hurt everyone is. Qin Shan also bore injuries, with bloodstains marring her face and hands. Yet it seemed she had not been reinfected by the advanced mutated plant virus. Remaining lively, she had already begun to voice her complaints. Zhao Shihuan furrowed his brow, observing his fallen comrades, his emotions a tangled web of complexity. It is not that he is unwilling to bring it out early, rather, he possesses only a single shell, which, once expended, will be gone forever. It was originally intended as a last resort for survival. However, they have only been out for a day, and the journey ahead remains long. How will they proceed? Wang XinYu felt a heavy blockage in her heart when a large hand reached out before her. Zhao Shihuan pressed his lips together and continued, that cannon only has one shell, and once it's used, it will be no more. The road ahead is still lengthy, and if anyone is reluctant to continue taking risks with me, they may leave. He kicked up the military knife on the ground with one foot and strode forward. It was all his fault, Zhao Shihuan's fault, as well as Qin Mingxing's. They were not worth anything. She crouched on the ground, staring blankly for a while, her mind racing between Qin Shan's words, his words, and Wang Guofeng's words. Suddenly, Wang XinYu's brow furrowed with determination, as if her knife had grown eyes. And she struck fiercely at the newly sprouted tender shoots, sending dust flying. If you're going crazy and don't want to stay with this team, then just leave. Qin Mingxing's face darkened, his eyes now devoid of warmth. It's fine if Brother Wu will pull through, you must believe in him. Wang Guofeng observed his sister's tear-stained eyes, feeling both pained and helpless, and could only raise a hand to tousle her hair. Qin Mingxing's unwavering loyalty lightened Zhao Shihuan's mood considerably. Yes, we want to leave. Smack, Qin Mingxing swung a hand, warning, everyone, be careful. His words truly resonated with some hearts. Let us carry them to the truck first. Zhao Shihuan glanced at Wang XinYu's tear-streaked face, pursing his lips, his heart twisted with discomfort. Zhao Shihuan's taut heart finally found some redemption. Qin Shan, crying, ran toward the truck, silently vowing, when she returns home, she will take revenge on all those who have bullied her. Zhao Shihuan stood solemnly, quickly realizing and looking toward the distance, fate and destiny. She slowly extended her hand, placing it gently. The greenery was vibrant yet fraught with peril. The new shoots began to emit black smoke once more. As the revived branches waved, the two wielded their knives relentlessly, cutting down tender shoots, step by step approaching the mutated orange tree, ultimately discovering that the freshly burned area had surprisingly sprouted new shoots. Good. Wang Guofeng stepped forward, pulling Wang XinYu's hand away. XinYu, that's enough. Wang XinYu wielded the knife again, executing the first move of the knife technique with precision, a blade of light striking down upon the new shoots like a flash of lightning. Its power formidable, crackling with electricity and fire. You, Wu, Qin Shan was frightened by his expression, wanting to flee, yet unable to drive, feeling increasingly aggrieved, stunned. She had never been hit by anyone before. Qin Mingxing, are you insane? As soon as these words were uttered, the previously silent crowd began to voice their opinions. However, as soon as the hand touched, it swiftly retracted. Wang XinYu's eyes brightened, seeing the burned saplings showing signs of revival. She hurriedly urged, quick. Wang XinYu couldn't help but think, what if, after all, the injured included her beloved brother Wu, the situations of Wang Guowo and Zhao Chang, whether awakening abilities or being consumed by the virus. We're merely part of a process, and results won't come quickly. Damn it. Zhao Shixuan, rarely expressing frustration, muttered a curse. As an ordinary person without abilities, why should he be the captain, if he had no skills? He should step down and let someone else take charge. I found it. His hand paused, and a smile finally appeared at the corner of his lips. His heart twisted painfully, as if a heavy weight was pressing down. Making it hard to breathe, Zhao Shixuan quickly followed, plunging the knife into the roots of the tree, twisting and turning as if without method, yet in truth, unexpectedly. He then picked up Wang XinYu and moved on. Qin Mingxing. Why are you yelling? Did I say something wrong, huh? Qin Shan shouted angrily. If we had used the cannon to eliminate the mutated plants earlier, how could everyone have been so severely injured? Just then, someone spoke up. Sun Good, don't say any more, I will definitely follow you. Qin Shan ran off, but because of her words, those who heard couldn't suppress their thoughts, even though they all knew it was not his fault. He involuntarily glanced at Wang XinYu, only to find her wholly focused on Wang XinYu, uncertain if she had heard their words. Since we are out here, we must have considered the possibility of injury or even loss of life. We are all adults and should be responsible for our actions. How can we impose the blame on the captain? Wang Guofeng calmly articulated this sentiment. I want tea leave. These are all accidents, the captain need not take it to heart. This incident was a result of my oversight. If anyone has grievances against me, Zhao Shixuan hesitated, feeling a pang of disappointment. Why must she, a fine young lady, endure such indignities? Humanity is too insignificant, and the world outside is fraught with danger. Only by strengthening themselves can they hope to overcome everything. If there were faults, did he not have any? When he left home, he had promised to take good care of brother Wu and Rui. Meanwhile, Wang XinYu suddenly shouted, drawing out her combat partner. The knife, like a nimble rabbit, darting out. He was merely considering providing everyone with more opportunities for training, seizing the moment of weakness to strike, although he understood it wasn't Zhao Shixuan's fault. He still felt a tinge of resentment. A myriad of thoughts swirled within, ultimately culminating in a sigh. Often events unfold without a clear right or wrong. It's merely the differing perspectives and biases of individuals that lead to varying internal sentiments. Seventh brother. Wang XinYu looked at him helplessly. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, so pitiful. Zhao Shixuan exerted force, thrusting and twisting, extracting a mutated pearl the size of a small infant's fist from the tree roots. Qin Shan, be quiet. Sun Gu never anticipated things would turn out this way. Qin Mingxing truly loathed her incessant chatter. Without the mutated pearl, the once vibrant tree trunk of the mutated tree withered and died instantly. We won. Wang XinYu gazed at the mutated pearl in his hand, finally revealing a gentle smile. Chapter 66, The Secret. This mutated orange tree seems to possess more than one type of ability. No wonder it is so formidable, trapping an entire town's worth of people within. Intent on seizing and killing, without restraint, its mutated pearl was larger than any previously acquired, displaying a brilliant hue, golden with delicate green streaks, glimmering and radiant. With the crisis averted, Zhao Shixuan once again extended his hand toward Wang XinYu. Wang XinYu smiled faintly, without hesitation extending her hand to grasp his. Hand in hand, they walked toward the convoy. By the way, you should keep this mutated pearl. Zhao Shixuan recalled Wang XinYu's astonished expression upon seeing the pearl. Guessing she would appreciate it, Wang XinYu glanced at the mutated pearl he offered, shaking her head. You should keep it. This pearl likely possesses mental abilities. Try to absorb it, but be careful. Oh, maybe you shouldn't attempt it. They had awakened their abilities and were undoubtedly concerned for the two who had not, feeling a sense of responsibility for them. Indoor flower pot. Zhao Shixuan merely uttered those 4 words, after stealing another glance at her feigned calm demeanor. He felt rather pleased as he took out the mutated pearl and began to study it. Though the road was not long, it would eventually reach an end, yet the bond between the two seemed to have grown considerably closer. Now that Wang XinYu was injured, they would undoubtedly blame themselves for failing to protect him. The two locked eyes for 60 seconds, and ultimately Wang XinYu succumbed, raising a hand to touch her slightly warm face. Bashfully turning away as she murmured, "Fine, do as you please." Zhao Shixuan gently hooked his finger against her palm, saying meaningfully, "You decide." Feng Ming looked at Lu Ji and Sun Gang. "I'm not local, so I'm not quite sure. What about you?" The group boarded the vehicle, and the convoy set off toward their destination. Does this mean we are even now? Wang XinYu looked down at the man, who sat in a slightly lazy posture, his lines perfect and fluid like a painting. As he spoke, his Adam's apple rolling sensually. Fortunately, Brother Wu's condition has not worsened. Wang Guofeng's eyes held a glimmer of hope. Wang XinYu also released a small sigh of relief. "What are you doing?" Wang XinYu shot him a look filled with exasperation, her heart subtly guessing. "Captain, what shall we do now?" Upon returning to the convoy, Lu Meng and others immediately surrounded them. Zhao Shixuan remained unfazed, watching her intently. He sat down nearby without a stool, curling his right leg and sitting on the ground. The aisle was already narrow, and with him seated, it felt exceedingly cramped. Due to the peculiar nature of this ability, unlike elemental powers that could produce tangible objects, he initially found it perplexing, spending a long time researching before gradually becoming adept at its use. Now it seemed increasingly intriguing. Indeed, he had awakened his mental ability shortly after the apocalypse began. After a moment of thought, she said to Wang Guofeng and Wang Rui, "Seventh brother, Rui, you two go rest first. I will watch over him here." The first time encountering mutated flowers. It began with hearing sounds others could not. "You discovered my secret, and I discovered yours. We possess each other's secrets, and henceforth, they will become our shared secrets." Listening to the joy in his tone, Wang XinYu felt a wave of happiness wash over her, tinged with sweetness. Lu Ji suddenly remembered something, his face lighting up. Oh, I know a few places, shall we set off now? I'll accompany you. His ability had barely risen to level 2. While this mutated orange tree was at least level 3. Zhao Shihuan gazed into the distance, where a desolate landscape unfolded, devoid of anything of value. She sat beside Wang Guowo, clutching his injured hand. Observing that the blood had ceased to flow, yet dark scabs still marred the wound. Hee, a light chuckle escaped Zhao Shihuan's lips. An inexplicable joy flickered in her expression, as if she took great comfort in the notion that her secret had been unveiled. Her voice carrying a hint of satisfaction. She had not anticipated that the mutated flora and fauna outside would evolve so rapidly given their altitude. Zhao Shihuan had to slightly tilt her chin to meet her gaze. She found considerable amusement in this dynamic, garnering a sense of accomplishment. Fear not, I shall exercise caution, Zhao Shihuan declared, her demeanor cheerful as she noted the concern and turmoil in her eyes, understanding that her intentions were solely for his benefit. Wang Guofeng recognized Wang XinYu's sentiments at that moment, which is why he acquiesced to her wishes. Mental abilities, so you've discovered it. Are you locals? Our primary objective on this expedition is to collect untainted soil. Do you possess any reliable information to share? Zhao Shihuan, opting for directness, refrained from beating around the bush, aware that once she welcomed them into the team, they would need to understand her working style. Observing the two clasping hands, they exchanged knowing smiles. Lu Jilu, after a moment of contemplation, questioned, where could there possibly be unpolluted soil here? Inside the RV, Wang Guowab Zhao Chang and Chen Xia remained in slumber. Zhao Shihuan nodded. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence. Zhao Shihuan felt quite content with the group, believing they would get along well as teammates in the future. Oh dear, her mind was racing. She needed to cease her thoughts. Her words wavered, for the original text had not elaborated on whether multi-type mutation beads could be absorbed by single-type ability users. What's the situation? Wang XinYu rushed towards Wang Guowa upon entering the vehicle. Unable to contain her anxiety, she slightly pouted. I really don't need company, you should return and sit properly. It's rather unbecoming to linger here. She felt an unsettling uncertainty, everything had proceeded too smoothly, leading him to feel overconfident, believing he held complete control, yet today's events had truly slapped him in the face. He pondered momentarily. Fengming, will you continue to follow us? Thus, allowing her to engage in tasks within her capabilities was the best means to alleviate her burdens. Observing Wang XinYu in such a state, Zhao Shihuan felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart, as the earlier joy shattered like a fragile dream. Follow. Fengming glanced at Lu Ji and Sun Gang. Noticing their slight nods, which bolstered his confidence, making him unconsciously puff out his chest, Wang Rui seemed about to speak but was abruptly restrained by Wang Guofeng. Alright, ensure you rest as well. We will be over there, call us if needed. Thankfully, it was merely mutated plants that would not spread widely. Had they encountered a level 3 mutated creature today, it would have clearly posed a far greater challenge. However, feeling the energy emanating from the mutation bead in his hand, Zhao Shihuan contemplated, based on his prior experiences, the development of abilities seemed reliant upon one's own will, therefore, that unfamiliar energy stirred within him. Chapter 67, Skillful Utilization of Separation Techniques. Wang XinYu surveyed the pale-faced, bluish-lipped fifth brother, who furrowed his brow even in unconsciousness. A thought flickered in her mind, leading her to consider her separation technique. She could extract viruses from water, perhaps she could also isolate the virus from the blood. If she could assist her fifth brother in expelling a portion of the virus, would that not significantly reduce his chances of mutation and greatly enhance the likelihood of successfully awakening his abilities? With this notion, her heart raced. She lifted her gaze to Wang Guofeng at the dining table, clenched her fist, and resolved to approach him. Zhao Shihuan observed Wang XinYu as she ignored him, stepping over his feet. Raising an eyebrow before swiftly rising to follow, Wang XinYu approached Wang Guofeng. Seventh brother, I have an idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiang, having overheard, quietly trailed behind his elder brother Zhao Shihuan. Pondering, if successful, might brother Cheng recover sooner? Wang XinYu reached Wang Guowa's side, cautiously channeling her abilities, gradually probing through the scabbed wound until she made contact with the blood within the ruptured vessels. Zhao Xian, with his rosy lips and round face, paired with his bright, watery eyes, resembled a forlorn puppy abandoned by its master. Good. Wang XinYu's gaze shone with determination, akin to a warrior mustering courage for battle. As she strode purposefully towards Wang Guowa, Zhao Shihuan nodded affirmatively. Much better, truly. He somewhat forcefully half-supported, half-held the already fatigued Wang XinYu, guiding her to the sofa by the dining table, pouring her a glass of warm water and presenting it to her lips with impeccable service. Wang Guofeng listened intently to Wang XinYu's words, his apprehension growing with each passing moment. Increasingly exhilarated, across the table Zhao Shihuan tapped it lightly, prompting Wang Rui to gaze up at him in a daze. Zhao Xiang, sheepishly smiling, eagerly spoke, could you help my brother Cheng as well? Wang XinYu retained her trust in Zhao Shihuan, believing his words and feeling a wave of joy wash over her. Of course. This was merely his unilaterally held belief. Wang XinYu did not take his little pride into consideration. A mix of excitement and anxiety surged within her. Then shall I give it a try? While she might struggle to distinguish one from the other, she was well acquainted with viruses, all she needed to do was focus on extracting them. Truly, this is wonderful, thank you, little you. Upon hearing her agreement, Zhao Xiang's eyes lit up instantly, tears welling in his eyes. Rippling with glistening reflections, elder brother, Zhao Xiang seemed taken aback that his elder brother would step forward to assist in refusal, his eyes wide with disbelief, a clear sense of grievance evident as he muttered, I never said it had to be now, it's just. Just waiting for her abilities to recover. What about Brother Qing? He was quite certain of this. Their family, engaged in medical work, possessed a commitment to the field of medicine. Wang XinYu felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing him refer to her as Little Yu. Wang XinYu waved her hand. Enough. Has my fifth brother's complexion truly improved significantly? Wang XinYu focused intently, not daring to show any negligence. Zhao Shihuan retrieved a tissue, pressing his lips together as he wiped the beads of sweat cascading down her face. A flicker of concern crossing his eyes. With a promising start, Wang XinYu's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, her confidence soaring as her technique became increasingly adept, until her energy was completely spent. Little Yu. You should give it a try. Wang Guofeng looked at Wang XinYu with eager anticipation, offering encouragement. Need anything else? Zhao Shihuan inquired, noting her thirst. Wang XinYu sat down and promptly articulated her earlier thoughts. Wang XinYu intently perceived the composition of blood, which consists of plasma and blood cells. Plasma is primarily composed of water, containing various clotting factors and proteins, while blood cells comprise three types: white blood cells, red blood cells, and platelets. Before she could speak, Zhao Shihuan had already preemptively denied her request. No, Little Yu has just exhausted her abilities and needs rest. Wang Guofeng took a deep breath, his voice slightly trembling as he remarked, theoretically, this is feasible. It's a confrontation between the virus and the human immune system. If the virus is too potent, the body cannot withstand it, leading to death. However, if external forces can diminish the virus's potency, the immune system can triumph over the virus. Then, Wang Rui, initially engrossed in what the ant was saying, found himself compelled to rise upon Zhao Shihuan's suggestion. Although reluctant to leave, he ultimately stood up and went. Little Yu. Zhao Shiyang finally mustered the courage to speak, setting aside his pride for the sake of his dear brother Zhao Qing. Bowing his head to the adversary Wang XinYu, she had been so focused on Wang Guowo's wound that she had not even registered his complexion. In truth, Zhao Shiyang admired Wang XinYu's current demeanor. Even bowing his head did not make him feel utterly ashamed. He looked quite pitiful. Zhao Shihuan, seizing the moment, settled into his seat, listening contentedly to the young lady opposite him, his expression gradually turning serious as Zhao Shihuan subtly gestured towards Wang Guowo. Aren't you going to check on your fifth uncle? Speak plainly. She cast an expectant glance towards Wang Wuqing's direction. Come, sit down and take your time. Wang Guofeng, noticing her agitation, promptly shifted aside to create a space for her. Swiftly, Wang Guofeng grasped a nearby teacup, positioning it beneath the wound to catch the falling debris. As beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, grayish powdery substances began to drift from Wang Guowo's injury. Wang Guofeng nodded firmly, bolstering her resolve. Give it a try. After all, this poses no risk to fifth brother. At worst, it would be as such. If he were awake, he would undoubtedly agree to your attempt. The teacup contained some water, and the gray substance mingled with it. Is this all right? Wang XinYu inquired, her gaze fixed on Wang Guofeng with anticipation. I wonder when fifth brother will awaken. Wang XinYu, witnessing his expression, felt an overwhelming surge of maternal instinct, and without a second thought she blurted out, all right, once my abilities have recovered, I'll take a look at him. His joy was palpable as Wang XinYu's happiness mirrored his own. Following his lead, Wang XinYu eagerly drank, as if quenching a long-standing thirst, until the cup was emptied. Enough, that should suffice. Let us take a break. I can see that Wang Wuge's complexion has improved significantly. Observing her weary visage, Zhao Shihuan felt an overwhelming pang of compassion. He promptly produced the mutation orb, diligently absorbing its energy. In truth, she harbored a deep desire to assist Zhao Cheng as well. After all, they were comrades, sharing the same essence of life. Chapter 68, Brother Snatched Away. Zhao Shihuan regarded the resolute and industrious young girl with admiration, his heart swelling with pride, noticing Zhao Shiyang still dawdling, gazing at the girl without moving. He became annoyed and remarked, all right, you should attend to Zhao Cheng. Once she has recovered, she will naturally tend to him, and do wipe away those tears and snot. It's quite embarrassing. Zhao Shiyang's fair complexion instantly flushed crimson. He was not sniffling, nor had he shed a single tear. How could his brother spread such unfounded rumors and cast aspersions? At that moment, Zhao Shiyang felt as if a part of his world had shattered. Wang XinYu, witnessing Zhao Shiyang's discomfiture, could not help but stifle a laugh. She had not noticed Zhao Shihuan's gaze, which brimmed with affection. What could Zhao Shiyang do upon discovering the truth? He was counting on the so-called instigator. Oh no, the principled little sister Yu, to rescue his brother Qing. After the psychic energy was absorbed, the mutation orb underwent a transformation in color, and now, comparing his brother's treatment of Little Yu with his own, it became evident that his initial instincts were correct. As Zhao Shihuan rose, Wang XinYu had also observed him and followed to Zhao Shiyang's side. Witnessing this miracle firsthand, Zhao Shiyang, feeling aggrieved, lingered beside Zhao Qing, stealing glances at the dining table. What ulterior motives could he possibly harbor? Certainly none. His younger brother was growing up, and in this chaotic world, it was time for him to mature. Alas, his elder brother had been completely taken away. At the moment the golden hue vanished entirely. Green energy, like a specter, followed the path of the golden energy into Zhao Shihuan's body, utterly unforeseen. A level 2 water-type ability user, indeed, one reaps what one sows. And his psychic abilities smoothly advanced to the 3rd level. Brother, you're so impressive, Wang XinYu exclaimed, her excitement causing her to nearly leap 3 feet high, unable to act on her exuberance in the vehicle. She joyfully grasped his arm and shook it as Zhao Shihuan alighted from the car, continuing to collect soil. This time, they had arrived at a flower market, filled with numerous shops and an abundance of potted plants indoors, likely requiring some time to gather samples. How could that be? Brother is the most formidable. Wang XinYu felt a bit lightheaded from his praise. It turned out she was regarded as a remarkable figure in the eyes of the esteemed. Zhao Shihuan contemplated briefly, then ceased his resistance, allowing the energies to flow freely within him. Instantly, he felt a wave of lightness wash over his body, his mind sharpened, and his spirit revitalized. And now, he deemed it worthwhile to tease his younger brother and elicit a smile from the young girl. Meanwhile, Zhao Shihuan took out the gleaming mutation orb once more, no longer hesitating, and began to absorb its energy. 2 years prior, upon learning that his uncle was to remarry and that the new spouse would bring along a burden who would be in close proximity to the Zhao family and his elder brother, he had felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy, fearing that his elder brother would be taken by an outside temptress. Leaving him both heartbroken and aggrieved, Zhao Shihuan could not help but raise his eyebrows in delight. After speaking, he affectionately ruffled Wang XinYu's hair, saying, "You should stay in the car with Rui. Rest a while, and keep an eye on the 3 patients." He was not oblivious to their previous friction, however, he chose to disregard it, deeming it unnecessary to intervene. Zhao Shihuan replied, "Alright, everyone, prepare yourselves, it's time to get to work." This green energy was remarkably gentle, causing no discomfort in his body, seemingly alleviating the fatigue of the day. With the earlier experience in mind, she skillfully utilized her ability, halting once she had exhausted the energy she had just absorbed. The original golden hue gradually transformed into transparency, with strands of green fluidly swirling within, brimming with vitality. Zhao Xian watched enviously from the side, unable to resist tugging at Zhao Shihuan's sleeve. "Brother, what about me? Was this a success?" Zhao Shihuan felt a surge of excitement within, though his face remained impassive, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Xiang, drooling, "Are we? All right." Wang XinYu thought it wise to first assist Zhao Qing in alleviating some of the virus. Mentally, she endeavored to expel this energy, while her body obediently yearned to accept it. After they departed, Wang XinYu began to help Zhao Qing detoxify. Zhao Xiang, listening from the side, felt as though he had received 1,000 blows. Given that this mutation orb contained multiple types of energy, he exercised extreme caution, using his psychic force to probe the energies within the orb, first absorbing those that belonged to the psychic category. As he concentrated on repeatedly expending his power, Wang XinYu felt her ability's recovery speed significantly increase, and it became even more robust had she inadvertently leveled up. Thus, the two transitioned from mutual disdain to a competitive dynamic. "Captain Zhao. We've arrived," came Feng Ming's voice over the intercom. The elder brother he admired most had endured 2 years of rivalry with Little Yu for his sake. Therefore, at several gatherings of the Zhao family, he felt utterly out of place, as the original had been raised in pampered circumstances, never having experienced such grievances, and thus had never offered him a kind word. What could his brother possibly mean by this? The disparity in treatment was glaring. At the dining table, Wang XinYu was wholeheartedly engaged in absorbing the energy of the mutation orb, replenishing her own abilities. Zhao Shihuan lowered his gaze to meet his, noticing the glimmer of hope in his eyes, and could not help but frown. "What is it? Do you still wish to laze about in the car?" Brother Qing had protected him since childhood. Their bond was undeniably special, making him his second most admired brother. In that moment, Zhao Shihuan's body suddenly stiffened that feeling. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiang immediately shut his mouth, reaching up to wipe his lips. However, there was nothing there. Just as he was about to explode with anger, he witnessed an even more infuriating scene. "Uncle Five, you're awake, that's wonderful." Wang Rui, who had been vigilantly watching over Wang Guowo, could not contain her excitement upon seeing him awake. Zhao Xiang felt as though his fragile heart had shattered. He approached Zhao Qing with a light step, extending his hand to gently channel his powers. Brushing over a minor wound on his hand, which instantly blossomed with vitality and healed rapidly. Zhao Xiang could hardly believe his eyes, his mouth agape in shock as he stared at Zhao Shihuan. His elder brother had already been taken away. Brother Qing could not suffer any more harm. Zhao Shihuan, shedding the earlier disdain he had shown towards his younger brother, wore a tender smile. "Just average. Not as impressive as you." Wang XinYu hurriedly stepped forward to check, and upon seeing Wang Guowo's eyes flutter open, her heart soared with joy. "Uncle Five." Alas, upon awakening, it was already 4 o'clock. Yesterday, while writing, she had fallen asleep and left her assignments unfinished. Chapter 69, Lightning-type abilities. Wang Guowo's swift recovery, coupled with the brief duration, seemed to validate that Wang XinYu's methods had indeed yielded some effect. Yet, it remained uncertain. "Uncle Five, quickly, try to see what your abilities are." Yes, Uncle Five." Wang Rui eagerly looked at Wang Guowo, her heart racing with a resolute thought. If Uncle Five could succeed this time, could he not also give it a try? He too desired abilities, no longer wishing to hide behind others for protection. Upon waking, Wang Guowo's mind was still hazy, but as he absorbed his sister and nephew's words, clarity began to return. He quickly sat up to assess his condition, and soon a joyful smile graced his face as a small thunderball crackled into existence in his palm. "Lightning type, I've awakened." Wang XinYu beamed with delight. The greater the abilities of those around her, the stronger they would become, ensuring that her life would improve. Wang XinYu hastily added, "But don't rush, this matter requires further study once we return. I must share my thoughts with my great-grandfather, my maternal grandfather. We'll discuss what procedures to adopt." Though she found it difficult to articulate, Wang XinYu felt more confident in the efficacy of her water-type ability in detoxification. Sitting up, she noticed the 2 members of the Wang family gazing out the window, and upon looking up, she saw Wang Laowu playing with a small thunderball. Wang Guowo regretted having brought him along, muttering, "That was just good luck. I'm destined for great wealth and fortune, and I won." Wang Rui rubbed her head, grimacing. Her little aunt was indeed quite fierce, hearing the crackling sounds behind her. Wang XinYu turned around in surprise. "You also awakened a lightning-type ability?" "What I mean is, your swift recovery is entirely thanks to my little aunt. It's all her doing." Wang Rui explained the sequence of events, praising Wang XinYu to the heavens. "Uncle Five, you're amazing. Wang Rui leaned against the window, her eyes filled with envy, her heart resolutely set on becoming stronger. Wang Rui puffed out her cheeks, clearly unwilling. What? Wang XinYu was perplexed. Wang Rui soon realized, exclaiming in delight, "That's fantastic, another lightning-type ability. Does that mean with Little Ant's help in detoxification everyone will awaken lightning-type abilities? Little Yu, where is everyone?" Wang Guowa, newly endowed with abilities, was intrigued but unable to demonstrate them in the vehicle, noticing everyone was absent. He wanted to step outside to find them. Of course. Wang Guowa grinned widely, his spirits soaring. Since the apocalypse began, he had endured much. Now he finally felt a sense of relief and liberation. He deliberately disregarded Wang XinYu's subsequent words. Fixating solely on the initial part of her statement, upon hearing Wang Rui's remarks, Wang Guowa was instantly struck with disbelief. Could this impudent rascal really be considering risking his life upon witnessing his successful awakening of supernatural abilities? He quickly admonished, "What are you thinking? The superpowers aren't so easily obtained. Go away, you child, stop daydreaming." Boom, Wang Rui scoffed. That was all thanks to my aunt. If she hadn't expelled the excess viruses from your body. It is uncertain whether you would have had such good fortune. Fine, I'll stay nearby, call me if you need anything. With that, he eagerly disembarked from the vehicle, the thunderball in his hand crackling energetically. As he hurled it at a nearby billboard, Zhao Qing had also awakened his powers, albeit with a shorter period of unconsciousness. The large billboard bore a crater the size of a basin from the impact. Wang XinYu immediately discerned his intentions. Alright, it's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. Your fifth uncle is merely an exception. Perhaps his physical constitution is simply superior, enabling him to awaken his powers. This has nothing to do with me. Wang XinYu felt embarrassed by the praise. Aware of Wang Rui's motives, however, she insisted, "Moreover, even if my abilities could be of some use, I cannot put you at risk. Do you think that virus is merely a trivial cold? It could very well be fatal." Aunt. Wang Rui gazed at her with longing, yet hope began to stir within him. Patience was key. Once the effectiveness of his aunt's method was confirmed, many would undoubtedly line up seeking her assistance. She had already promised him, so he was certain he would be included. Rue, haste makes waste, understand? Wang XinYu still did not grasp his meaning. Did he believe that merely asking her would grant him supernatural powers? What are you thinking? Stop grinning like an idiot, you're not even reacting. Wang XinYu rolled her eyes, wishing to tell him, stop dreaming. Seeing that she had finally managed to distract him, she secretly sighed with relief. Exchanging a knowing glance with Wang Guowa, he nodded in understanding. They needed to keep a close eye on this impetuous lad in the coming days, lest he attempt something foolish without realizing the gravity of the situation. He began to daydream, his eyes sparkling as if envisioning a glorious future, wielding lightning powers, sweeping through legions, conquering all, and claiming dominion. Ouch! Wang Rui mustered his courage, declaring, I want supernatural powers too. Wang Rui stubbornly retorted, why can't I? Aren't you the best example? Reluctantly, Wang XinYu continued with earnestness, rest assured, you are my dear nephew. I will certainly prioritize the welfare of our Wang family, and you will not be overlooked. If there truly was a method to harness such powers, could it be disseminated to the populace, leading to a society endowed with supernatural abilities? Might humanity's path to survival become less arduous? Such youthful idealism and emulation were not necessarily a good thing. She was not a selfless saint. Contemplating her return to the hospital for a few days to conduct further experiments, she had yet to decide how to reveal the food, vegetables, and small animals stored in her space. However, if it were within her capabilities and posed no threat to her life, she was more than willing to assist, standing shoulder to shoulder with everyone else to weather this life and death crisis together. Chapter 70 Thoughts. After Zhao Shixuan led his team into the flower and tree market, he found the situation rather grim. Although many plants were indoors, there were still plenty outside, and after 3 months, many had undergone significant mutations. Zhao Shixuan's powers had reached level 3, expanding his observational range. With his insights and previous combat experience, coupled with their seamless teamwork, they advanced decisively, eliminating all outdoor vegetation without hesitation. This time, they returned with an abundant harvest, having collected nearly a truckload of soil. As the group emerged jubilantly, they discovered that both Wang Guowa and Zhao Qing had awakened their lightning powers. Eliciting great joy, the delightful timbre of their voices tickled his heart, making him yearn to embrace her, to meld her essence into his very being. Casting a warning glance at Zhao Xiang, he was relieved to see that Zhao Xiang possessed some awareness, interpreting his brother's tone. He nodded in agreement, stating, right, we're all family here, no need for excessive formality. Their vehicle is small, accommodating a large man will surely be cramped. He will definitely choose a more favorable option. Suppressing the surging emotions within him, he gently squeezed her hand, cautioning her to know when to stop. Feng Ming followed closely behind Zhao Shixuan, quickly arriving at the small bed. Chen Xia had yet to awaken, but his breathing was steady. Not resembling someone on the brink of death, after calling out a few times without rousing him, Zhao Xiang's gaze fell upon the small thunderball in Zhao Qing's hand, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She couldn't help but smile, her bright phoenix eyes lifting slightly, twinkling with starlight, radiating brilliance. Alright everyone, let us get in the car. We're leaving. Zhao Xiang shivered slightly, having felt a sharp gaze from her elder brother that chilled her to the bone, making her want to flee. Both were acutely aware of what Xiaoyu's abilities signified, fearing that ill-intentioned individuals might coerce her into doing things she did not wish to. Thus, they had to protect her well. Chen Xia was his employee, having followed him since the onset of the apocalypse. He considered him a little brother and was genuinely concerned about his condition. Wang XinYu found herself inexplicably pulled into the car by Zhao Shixuan. Sensing the tension in his demeanor, was he sulking? Why? An inappropriate voice interrupted her thoughts, causing Zhao Shixuan to furrow his brow slightly. However, upon turning, he had already resumed his usual composed demeanor. All right. Zhao Shixuan gently rubbed his fingers, recalling the soft sensation from moments before, his heart soaring as he watched her lively figure depart. Team Zhao, he smiled, saying, well, where Feng Ming is, feel free to give orders. Feng Ming exited the vehicle with a smile. Though his steps were weighted as individuals in positions of authority, they understood the principle of not allowing two tigers to coexist on the same mountain. Don't mention it, he is now also my team member. Zhao Shixuan's words carried a profound meaning, causing Feng Ming to pause in surprise. Noticing her startled expression, Zhao Shixuan quickly concealed his earlier gloom and said earnestly, Xiaoyu, from now on, you must not indiscriminately call anyone brother, understand? Zhao Shixuan narrowed his eyes slightly. That is only natural. Brother Cheng? It's lightning powers, how wonderful. Xiaoyu, if you ever need anything from your brother, please don't hesitate to ask. Feng Ming was momentarily taken aback, sensing the pressure emanating from the man across from him. A chill ran through him. Had he not been seasoned in the business world, he might have been intimidated into silence. He was not fond of outsiders encroaching upon his personal space. However, others were oblivious. Brother, what's wrong? Wang XinYu gently shook his hand. Feng Ming sighed. I still need to trouble Team Zhao to keep an eye on him. Zhao Shixuan thought to himself, after the fact. Anyone can say bold words. I would never gamble her safety on an uncertainty. After contemplating, he shifted his focus to Chen Xia. I'd like to inquire about Chen Xia's condition. Having resolved to join this team, he had accepted the reality of being subordinate, yet facing this moment was still an emotional challenge for him. Wang Guofeng asserted, Xiaoyu is a member of our Wang family. Naturally, we will protect her. Is that so assertive? Wang Guofeng retorted, nonsense. Our Wang family is not a soft target. Whoever dares to harm her should be prepared for dire consequences. He had yet to confirm whether her assistance was indeed related, and thus felt somewhat guilty in his gratitude. Xiaoyu. Thank you. Zhao Xiang sincerely expressed her gratitude, devoid of her usual arrogance after realizing Wang XinYu had likely coerced Zhao Qing into expelling toxins after their departure. Zhao Shixuan interjected, Xiaoyu merely helped keep an eye on Zhao Qing. We're all family here. No need for excessive courtesy. Brother Qing, let us go. She tugged at Zhao Qing's sleeve, leading him toward their truck. Enough noise, go back to your own vehicle. We're leaving. Zhao Shixuan's expression darkened as he grasped Wang XinYu's hand and boarded the car. Not at all, Wang XinYu replied dryly. How splendid. If the two of them combined their powers, they could rival Song Tianya. The others remained bewildered, nearly sharing in the joy of the two. They failed to comprehend the situation, ultimately dispersing with questions lingering in the air. Zhao Shixuan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes before he resumed his gentlemanly demeanor. He hasn't awakened yet. Shall we go take a look together? Only Wang Guofeng and Zhao Shixuan exchanged a tacit glance. And then, with eyes sparkling, they began a spirited contest of wits. Zhao Shixuan regarded his retreating figure, feeling that he was indeed a person of great potential, and since he was in the midst of selecting talent, he would observe his performance closely. Everyone turned to glance back, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. The rivalry between these two was not a new development, it had been ongoing for some time. It was surprising that one would suddenly express gratitude to the other. Something must be afoot. Wang XinYu sensed the pressure in her palm, rolled her eyes slightly, and with a dismissive pout, replied, got it. Let me go, I need to prepare lunch. Even Zhao Qing found himself at a loss, regarding him with a questioning gaze. Why would he thank her after awakening his abilities? Brother, Wang XinYu suddenly recalled Zhao Xian's earlier words. Realizing what he meant, Zhao Shixuan approached again, extending his hand to channel his powers into Zhao Qing's body, touching his features. Zhao Shixuan thought, with great power comes great responsibility. Relying on the Wang family is precarious. One must not lose both the lady and the soldiers, thereby dragging my little you into trouble. That he sensed that Chen Xia was also awakening his psychic abilities, yet for some reason, he had not yet manifested them. Was it that he did not know how to utilize them? Zhao Shixuan began to explore, and indeed, in a corner, he discovered a mass of energy enveloped in a cocoon, its essence strikingly similar to his own psychic abilities. Chapter 71. Team. Given that the energies were of the same origin, the energy mass within Chen Xiao's body seemed to pose no resistance to Zhao Shixuan's approach. Zhao Shixuan thought to himself, as expected, thus emboldened, he attempted to pierce through the membrane surrounding that energy mass with his powers. After several attempts, he discovered that the membrane was quite elastic, rendering his efforts futile. Zhao Shixuan pondered briefly, quickly modifying his approach. If he could not break through, he would poke instead. After several more tries, he finally succeeded in transforming his powers into a slender needle, forcefully jabbing it into Chen Xia's energy mass. The energy within erupted like a wild stallion, surging forth in all directions, causing a pained expression to emerge on Chen Xia's face. Chen Xia felt as if Zhao Shixuan was radiating light, and upon hearing his words, his heart surged with excitement, leading him to declare impulsively, Captain Zhao, you will be my leader from now on. Chen Xia was momentarily taken aback, filled with both joy and a sense of bewilderment. Little you, what delicious food are you cooking? I can smell the aroma from afar, came Wang Guo's voice. After this commotion, Chen Xia gradually regained consciousness, and Zhao Shixuan immediately retracted his powers. Captain Zhao, what happened to me? As Zhao Shixuan withdrew his powers, Chen Xia felt a warmth in his chest, instinctively covering it with his hand. Zhao Shixuan, seeing him appear dazed and confused, felt a surge of exasperation. The Wang family, well done, Zhao Shixuan said, patting his shoulder in acknowledgement. No need, we have our own provisions. Captain Zhao, I must take my leave. Chen Xia hastily waved his hands in refusal. Thank you. Brother, Wang XinYu cheerfully expressed her gratitude, balancing 2 plates of food as she followed behind Zhao Shishu and silently observed Wang XinYu's retreating figure, feeling somewhat dispirited. As Wang XinYu poured the beaten eggs into the boiling water to stir. She casually instructed Zhao Shishuan, brother, please call 5th brother, 7th brother, and Rui over for lunch, my egg drop soup is almost ready. Chen Xia suddenly felt a sense of importance, developing an unexplainable admiration for Zhao Shishuan. His heart fervently desiring to follow him, Captain Zhao, thank you, Chen Xia shyly expressed his gratitude. Chen Xia, stay here and have a meal with us, Wang XinYu chimed in as her cooking was nearly complete. Zhao Shishuan's gaze flickered, you have awakened your psychic abilities, focus your attention and attempt to tame your powers. Miss you, I'll go call them, Zhao Lang promptly replied, demonstrating his perceptiveness as he dashed off to summon others. As everyone sat down to eat, the meal brought smiles to their faces. Although the food consisted mainly of dried goods and preserved items, Wang XinYu's culinary skills transformed it into a feast. Especially in these times of extreme scarcity, Zhao Shishuan remained silent. Wang XinYu stuck out her tongue and cheerfully stated, alright, I understand, hurry and eat. Each person's daily meals were self-provided. In the current world, food was a lifeline. No one had the audacity to eat for free, except for particularly close friends and family. Wang XinYu looked at his hurried departure with a hint of disbelief. I'll help, Zhao Shishuan offered. Confidently carrying a steaming bowl of soup to the table, seemingly impervious to the heat, he instructed everyone to eat lunch and rest before returning to work. Okay, thank you, Brother Lang. Wang XinYu was oblivious to any oddities. Her mind entirely focused on cooking, anxious that the boiling water might overflow. After completing all of this, even the typically composed Zhao Shishuan was left sweating. His sister had indeed grown up, unbeknownst to him. She had acquired such remarkable culinary skills. However, her thoughtfulness made her impression of him even more favorable. It seemed her heart leaned more towards the Wang family, always considering them. He felt a twinge of jealousy. What to do? Meanwhile, Wang XinYu extinguished the flame and poured the egg drop soup into a large bowl, casually sprinkling it with scallions. Perfection. Taming powers? Could they truly go awry? Stop dawdling, hurry up. As soon as the main subject arrived, the energy mass immediately became animated, restless, and eager to escape. No need for thanks, since you have chosen to join my team, we shall assist one another, advancing and retreating together. Zhao Shishuan sensed trouble brewing and swiftly channeled his powers, enveloping Chen Xia's abilities in a protective net, soothing the contained energies to calm them down. After all, there were plenty of vehicles, they could go one by one or partner up. If one desired hot meals, they could cook. If they preferred the convenience of dry rations, that was also acceptable. She was not a monster. Why the fuss? Wang XinYu called out again, brother? Following her, Wang Rui gasped, realizing that their home-cooked meals had never been this good. Oh. Little you, your culinary skills have greatly improved. Did you prepare all this? The dishes on the table looked delectable, a far cry from the sister who used to avoid the kitchen. He felt proud. They're all delicious, come and eat. Wang XinYu gestured toward the table, her lips curling into a smile. Zhao Shishuan remained by his side, and upon seeing Chen Xia's expression return to normal, he knew they had succeeded. His team had gained another psychic ability user. With proper training, he might just become his right-hand man. She had prepared plenty today. Her contributions were certainly not lacking, perhaps because the energy mass was originally part of Chen Xia. Regaining control was quite smooth, with no disastrous situations arising. Oh, Chen Xia quickly refocused, following Zhao Shishuan's instructions, concentrating on sensing the abnormalities in his body, swiftly locating the source of the warmth in his chest. Wang Guowo, upon seeing the spread on the table, was genuinely astonished. There was a plate of cured chicken, cold seaweed salad, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, stir-fried mushrooms with sausage, wood ear mushrooms with tofu, and a bowl of egg drop soup. Why are there so many neat dishes? Little you's times are tough, you must be frugal and avoid waste, Wang Guofeng advised solemnly as he surveyed the table, striving for success and prosperity. By the time they reached their next destination, it was already noon. Fortunately, Chen Xia sensed something amiss and quickly regained control over the energy mass. Nevertheless, Wang Guofeng still spoke up. Little you, thank you for today's meal, but from now on we should eat separately. Why? Wang XinYu retorted, her voice rising in urgency. Wang Guofeng seemed to understand her intent and waved his hand to suppress her words, adding, this is not appropriate. We are all part of the same team. How will others perceive us if you bring us together like this? Chapter 72, Cohesion. Wang XinYu was momentarily taken aback by Wang Guofeng's words. She invited them to share a meal. What could possibly be wrong? They were family. Zhao Shishuan, however, glanced at Wang Guofeng with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, his expression softening slightly, seeing that she still did not comprehend. Wang Guofeng sighed gently. Little you, we are currently in a team, and team cohesion is of utmost importance. What constitutes team cohesion? How can we foster it within this team? Have you ever pondered this? Oh, you need not think about it, but your brother, Captain Sun, must consider it as the leader of this team. He bears this responsibility, and as his sister, you should not only assist him but also ensure you do not hinder him. Correct? I understand. Wang Rui quickly nodded in agreement. In truth, it need not be approached with such caution. As Zhao Shishuan observed their genuine emotions, he could no longer contain himself. If a team cannot maintain its cohesion, then I see no need to continue in my role as captain. Moreover, fostering team cohesion is not something that can be accomplished with just a meal or two. Zhao Shishuan spoke with confidence and bravado. Leaving Wang Guofeng momentarily speechless, he should not have meddled. Zhao Shishuan focused his psychic energy to assess the situation in the village, discovering that several families still had people at home. Yang. Be careful not to sneeze into the pot, step back if you need to. Qin Mingxing admonished, using his arm to shield himself. Wang XinYu had no qualms about letting her spatial abilities be known, she preferred to let things flow naturally. It was uncertain what thoughts were passing through her mind. Well, then, fifth brother Rue, remember not to speak carelessly at home, understood? Wang Guofeng truly cherished his sister and was currently considering her interests. Zhao Xian gazed at him with an air of innocence and grievance. Feeling utterly heartbroken that Xing had begun to harbor disdain for him, it seemed he could not quite comprehend the situation. He had assumed these provisions should be supplied by the Zhao family. Could it be that Zhao Shishuan was indeed living off his sister's generosity? Wang XinYu nodded, nonchalantly waving her hand, causing a complete tea set to materialize on the table. My spatial abilities have allowed me to store quite a number of supplies here in advance. Wang Guofeng took a sip of the hot tea. Suppressing both his shock and the smile tugging at the corners of his lips, regardless of the circumstances, he would undoubtedly feel increasingly delighted with his sister's growing capabilities. Understood. Wang Guowa shot him a glance. Dismissing the notion that he had given it much thought, he was no gossipmonger. As for the secrecy, jealousy simmered within him. Moreover, who would prefer to gnaw on bland instant noodles when delightful delicacies were at hand? It was rather disrespectful for an outsider to speak in such a manner in front of their legitimate brother. Zhao Shishuan frowned, shaking his head. That isn't necessary. I fear that should you visit too often, my oblivious younger brother will insist on joining, thereby burdening Xiaoyu with the task of preparing meals for so many, which would undoubtedly tire her out even more. I simply cannot bear that. Zhao Shishuan, however, exhibited no shame in leveraging his brother, leisurely sipping his tea, clearly in high spirits. Ultimately, the meal left everyone satisfied, invigorating them for the labor ahead in the afternoon. It was not inconceivable that the bond between the two families would grow even stronger in the near future. After all, it was merely a meal, there was no need for excessive fuss. Wang Guofeng, disregarding all else, stubbornly declared, then we shall return for dinner tonight? With a large family like the Wang's, unity was not guaranteed. Since she had not mentioned it earlier, and neither had grandfather, there must have been a reason for their silence. There was no question of personal gain at play, he merely aimed to strengthen the familial ties. For they were indeed one family. As night fell, the group hurriedly arrived at a village. She somewhat ingratiatingly offered tea to her two brothers. Aside from old Master Wang, no one in the Wang family knew of her spatial abilities. No wonder seventh brother was puzzled. Would it be inappropriate to invite only the Wang family over for dinner? Alas, they had stated they did not wish for their sister to tire herself, faced with the astonished gazes of three individuals across from her. She could only smile awkwardly. Who would have thought that Zhao Shishuan was such a person? Throughout the afternoon, they collected a substantial amount of soil, filling over half a truck, not far from the truck. Zhao Xiang suddenly sneezed twice for no apparent reason. Wang Guofeng chuckled, warmth swelling within him. His sister cared deeply for their well-being, and to refuse her would be ungrateful. All right, let us be discreet, she said with a hint of melancholy. What should I do then? Should I cook in secret and deliver it to you? Understood, Wang XinYu replied casually. The afternoon's harvest was likewise commendable. Jingcheng truly lived up to its reputation as the city of flowers. With an abundance of flora, despite the outdoor plants suffering some neglect, many potted plants remained intact. In any group, amidst so many individuals, it was inevitable that some would harbor their own thoughts, right? After all, one could easily tell from the look on that Zhao lad's face that he had long been aware. Qin Mingxing paid her no mind. He was more than willing to dine apart from her. Captain, shall we head inside? A voice crackled over the intercom. The noodles are ready, bring the bowls, Qin Mingxing replied, momentarily feeling melancholic before returning to normalcy. The lunch dishes were cleared by Wang Guowo and Wang Rue together. The quartet of Qin Mingxing, Qin and Wu Zhaoxiang, and Zhao Qing formed a team to share instant noodles. At least they were warm. Does grandfather know? He asked casually. However, his offhand comment elicited a slight pang of discomfort in Qin Mingxing. As for Qin Shan, she had actually gone to seek out Feng Ming. I wonder who has been gossiping about me. How could I possibly sneeze for no reason? Zhao Xiang muttered, completely unaware that not far away, his older brother was tirelessly disparaging him. Wang Guofeng had now realized that the ingredients belonged to her, yet some things needed clarification. Though the ingredients are yours, outsiders are unaware, they will surely assume they are from the Zhao family. In the RV, the Wang family members were somewhat taken aback by Zhao Shishuan's audacity. Wang XinYu understood but felt it was somewhat of an overreaction. What do you mean, seventh brother? These are my own ingredients. My own cooking. Why should I feel any reservations about inviting family over? Ignoring others, this team still included young Master Sun's younger brother. Wang XinYu truly hadn't thought much of it, but Wang Guofeng's words prompted her to consider the situation from another's perspective. And she indeed felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Wang Guofeng paused. Your ingredients? Who else in this world would dare to nag him? Alas, it seemed there were still some perceptive individuals within the Wang family, prompting him to contemplate how else he could favor the Wang family members within the base. Yet, he was quite satisfied with this answer, and a bit of his earlier frustration dissipated, observing the twilight. It seemed unwise to travel at night. Let us head into the village and settle in the small villa on the far right. Chapter 73, Reflection. The small villa had been surveyed by Zhao Shishuan with his mental powers. Confirming it was unoccupied, their convoy was quite the spectacle, prompting many villagers to peek from their windows and balconies. However, as night had fallen, none chose to venture outside, watching as a group entered the small villa. This part of Jingcheng was not like S-City, where Zhao Shishuan reigned supreme. Electricity, heating, and gas had long been cut off and the internet was poor. With almost no signal, armed with flashlights, they pried open the door and conducted a thorough inspection of the villa. Discovering a total of 5 rooms, with 19 individuals in their party, the rooms were certainly insufficient. "No, I didn't say anything," Qinshan stammered, suddenly frightened, her gaze darting as she turned and dashed into a room, slamming the door behind her as if pursued by a beast. Bang! With the sound of the door closing, Zhao Shishuan glanced at it in annoyance, before a low chuckle escaped him. His inky eyes darkened as he stood at the door, quietly listening to the commotion within. How could he possibly feel at ease with her? He would remember this at this moment. He did not feel frightened being alone in the room. In the nearby stream, fish swam joyfully, occasionally flicking their tails and sending up splashes of water. "Wang XinYu, you have no shame." Qinshan gritted her teeth. Zhao Shishuan made no attempt to leave, instead sitting down on the ground by Wang XinYu's door. She feared being alone. Wang XinYu, caught off guard by the mention of her name, paused before processing the meaning behind her words, replying with exasperation, "I do not wish to share a room with strangers." "What are you two discussing?" Zhao Shishuan approached from the shadows, his obsidian eyes fixed intently on Qinshan. Such a madman, forcing 2 individuals who could not stand each other into the same room. How awkward. She must have lost her mind to agree to this. It seemed she would need to remain vigilant when interacting with him, for he was a man with mental abilities, capable of bewitching hearts at any moment, yet, unbeknownst to her, his back was already completely soaked, revealing just how tense he had been. He had overheard their conversation, and while he had sensed he might be ousted from the room today, he still felt a pang of regret when the moment arrived. Watching the scene unfold before him, she could not help but whistle loudly, her spirits lifting. The fear that had gripped him was becoming unbearable, edging on the verge of losing control. Wang XinYu reveled in her spatial abilities, feeling as though both her mind and body had undergone a rejuvenating cleanse. Yesterday, she had no choice but to accept being thrown into a filthy room by Qin Mingxing, waking in the dead of night nearly frightened to death. He had indeed employed some tricks. Mental powers were truly a mystical ability. Wang XinYu crossed her arms, rolling her eyes skyward. "I cannot take credit for that. It is you who lacks any sense of propriety. Such a heavy preference, tsk. Entering the vegetable garden, she casually plucked a cucumber and bit into it, crisp and refreshing. Nodding slightly, she picked 3 more to use for sushi tomorrow. Thankfully, his assumptions were not incorrect. She quickly returned. Furthermore, she was the only female present, and it was only out of necessity that she had chosen to share a room with him. Though she felt aggrieved, she had indeed forcefully put Qinshan in her place. Only when Wang XinYu reappeared in the room did he feel as if he had come back to life. Otherwise, who would willingly endure such a situation? Looking out into the distance, the landscape resembled a golden ocean, heralding an impending harvest. He had remained by the door, his mental energy roaming within, growing anxious over her inexplicable absence. Yet as the storm in his mind subsided, he gradually regained his composure, waiting. It was all that woman's fault, meddling in affairs that did not concern her. Had she not intervened, the young girl would not have been so irate. Yesterday, she had inexplicably lost her senses, agreeing to share a room with him. In this apocalyptic world, where social order had deteriorated in many places, she could not afford to compromise on principle. Even if she did sleep with Zhao Shishuan, it was not her place to meddle. Had he not been so restrained, he would have rushed in without a second thought, yet her words lingered in his heart. Qinshan, exhausted from anger, recalled witnessing her emerge from the same room as Zhao Shishuan that morning, her expression morphing into one of mockery and disdain. "Ha, you seem quite familiar with the young master of the Zhao family, familiar enough to share a room, a bed, and a blanket, I see, in the livestock farm's grassy fields." Tender green grass thrived, with small animals leisurely wandering about, occasionally bending down to nibble. How utterly tranquil. Zhao Shishuan relaxed his body, leaning against the door, gazing into the void, silently chuckling. She intends to make sushi with leftover rice tomorrow morning. Little does she know, Zhao Shishuan stands at the door, breathing slowly, his body tense, and his expression grave, as if the very flow of his blood has momentarily ceased, following the events of the afternoon. She plans to cook fewer dishes for dinner. At this moment, she finds herself lacking in spirit. Upon hearing her words, Wang XinYu cannot help but furrow her brow, feeling internally vexed yet maintaining a smile on her face. "So certain. Are we? Did you witness it with your own eyes? Who would have thought that Miss Qin has such peculiar tastes, sneaking around in the dead of night, lifting people's covers to observe them in slumber?" As she methodically takes out and arranges the ingredients, she begins to prepare dinner for the evening. Upon entering the kitchen, a rush of fresh air greets her, instantly alleviating her earlier gloom. Inside, Wang XinYu switches on the smart lights, illuminating the otherwise vacant room, which indeed spares her a significant amount of effort. Zhao Shishuan calmly remarks, "The room on the right is empty. We can reside there without the need to clear it out. The vegetable garden is lush and vibrant, with rows upon rows of greenery." "Wang XinYu, you will share the master bedroom with me," declares Qinshan, having chosen the largest and finest room, addressing Wang XinYu with a hint of arrogance. "I will be sleeping alone," Wang XinYu interjects before he can finish. Turning to make her way towards that room, they are merely pretend siblings, and it is indeed prudent to avoid any misconceptions. Moreover, the absence of electricity renders the night as dark as ink. While rinsing the rice, she hesitates but ultimately decides against discarding half of it. After a moment's thought, she rinses a few more small cups and cooks a large pot of rice. This is the fruit of her daily labor. Furthermore, their relationship is undeniably pure and untainted. At this moment, Wang XinYu remains blissfully unaware that her facade has completely crumbled. In front of Zhao Shishuan, humming a cheerful tune, she deftly chops the vegetables, while beside her, the oil in the pan begins to heat, perfect for frying. With a satisfying sizzle, a delightful aroma wafts through the air. For Wang XinYu, cooking is a source of enjoyment when preparing a meal for family and friends. Their approval and praise bring her unparalleled satisfaction. She swiftly stir-fries 3 dishes, tomato scrambled eggs, stir-fried scallops, and carrot stir-fried meat. Serving herself a bowl of white rice, she picks up her chopsticks to dig in. So fragrant. The combination of meat and vegetables, paired with the rice, is utterly delectable. Sun-gu, why are you sitting here? Despite the presence of dishes that should not be at the dining table, Zhao Shihuan eats with an unflinching demeanor. Wang XinYu hears his words, and they resonate within her. She forces herself to remain alert, silently reminding herself not to fall into his trap. Zhao Shihuan observes her proud little expression, feeling both amused and exasperated. What are you guarding against? An uncomfortable emotion stirs within Zhao Xiyang. He cannot comprehend why his usually commanding older brother becomes so different in front of little Yu. I am here to keep watch. Zhao Shihuan leisurely takes a seat, exuding an air that implies he won't leave unless she agrees. No, I upset her. Alright, you won't freeze tonight, go on. Wang XinYu's eyes curve in a smile as she gestures toward the equipment on the table. Urging him to leave, she is merely an ordinary girl with limited resistance against temptation. Zhao Shihuan's graceful motion of picking up food falters slightly but quickly returns to normalcy. Fine, I will heed your wishes. Zhao Xiyang once more witnesses Zhao Shihuan wave him away impatiently. Watching the man willingly tidy up the dishes, Wang XinYu cannot help but smile. I'll make you a bowl of instant noodles, just wait for me, in this lonely yet perilous otherworld, with the treasure of space in her possession. Every step she takes must be cautious and measured. Sigh, let us go, we can squeeze into our room. Yet his tenderness and indulgence towards her have left a profound impact. As they sit down, she takes the initiative, saying, eat quickly, once you're done, hurry to find a room, I can give you extra blankets. Zhao Shihuan waves his hand toward Zhao Xiyang. No need, you can go, with a tinge of doubt in his heart. He walks a few steps before hearing the sound of a door opening. Turning back, he catches sight of his older brother looking pleasantly surprised as he gazes at the woman stepping out of the room. Upon overhearing the conversation outside, Wang XinYu bites her chopsticks, feeling immensely conflicted. Ultimately, unable to withstand the pangs of conscience, she makes her way to the door. Yet, after enduring such internal turmoil, spring eventually blooms. Little Yu. He gazes up at the girl, wanting to stay in the room is simply out of the question. He can only slowly rise and leave. Alright then, I'll check on the noodles to see if they're ready. Inviting him in for dinner is permissible, with a warm and pleasant voice, his tone slightly teasing. They have just finished eating, and having more might lead to discomfort. The sudden appearance of a man she can fully rely on loosens her taut nerves. What an odd situation, sigh, they exchange a helpless glance. No need, I'm quite comfortable here, how about you just give me a blanket? Wang XinYu looks down at the man casually sitting on the floor. His delicate features sharply defined, and beneath his golden-rimmed glasses, his bright eyes sparkle like stars, making her heart race uncontrollably. His obedient demeanor invites her to mold him as she wishes. Fortunately, the reciprocation she receives does not disappoint. Zhao Shihuan had been waving Zhao Xiyang away merely because he sensed her footsteps, having observed her lingering at the door for quite some time. Internally, he was also quite anxious to eye in their unintentional interactions. He had inadvertently lowered her guard, sometimes acting in ways he knew he shouldn't. Zhao Xiyang, hearing his words, scoffs with an ambiguous tone but refrains from retorting. Indeed, this is also the reason for her repeated softening. But what about the noodles? After sharing a laugh, Qin Mingxing begins to fret, having just cooked 2 bags together, fearing one bag would not suffice for Zhao Shihuan. Sun-gu, have you had dinner yet? Meanwhile, the two responsible for this situation are thoroughly enjoying a dinner that they consider a luxury. Sigh, words fail to describe their predicament. In her space, she rummages around and retrieves a tent, along with 2 new blankets and pillows, preparing the bedding. Wang XinYu glares at him, her face flushing red, utterly unprepared for such a request from him. She cannot help but sigh inwardly. What else can we do? Let us just split it in half. Zhao Xiyang rolls his eyes, feeling somewhat resigned. Hey, where is Sun-gu? Did you not call him? As Qin Mingxing serves the noodles. Noticing that Zhao Xiyang has returned alone, he intends to take the noodles to Zhao Shihuan when he hears Zhao Xiyang's somewhat sour remark. No need to bring it over, he's inside. Qin Mingxing pauses for a moment, understanding Zhao Xiyang's implication, and chuckles. Little you let the older brother in, I was just wondering if I was overthinking it, and it turns out, after hearing Zhao Shihuan dismiss Zhao Xiyang, he takes a moment to gather himself before finally opening the door. Come in for dinner. She blinks, concealing her astonishment. She knows that the man before her is cunning and fraught with danger. Wang XinYu has contemplated explaining herself multiple times, yet hesitates, ultimately remaining silent after they settle down. He feels a bit wronged, knowing that staying in the room today is absolutely out of the question. He still cannot help but seek some favor for himself. I want the pink and purple cartoon blanket from yesterday. He continually demonstrates through his actions that he is someone she can trust. Someone who can embrace all her flaws, someone who can be her pillar of support. Zhao Xiyang discerns in his gaze impatience, because the man opposite has already instilled enough confidence in her. What's so good about it? Let us go, Xing is already preparing noodles downstairs, let us go eat something warm. Older brother, you're really sitting here, what is going on? Did you have a quarrel with little Yu? Never mind. Everything seems to go unsaid, and perhaps there is no need for excessive explanations. However, it is evident that Zhao Shihuan's keen eyes have not missed a thing. He wears a cheerful expression and smiles knowingly. Alright. Wang XinYu was almost driven to laughter by his antics, never expecting him to be so shameless and childish. The sounds of conversation filtering in from outside the door caused her to pause. Feeling conflicted and distressed, rendering her unable to eat the fragrant dishes before her, she shakes her fist in mock threat. "No way, hurry up and leave, otherwise." Zhao Shihuan feigns innocence. "No, I'm someone who needs a familiar bed." Happy New Year, wishing all the lovely ones a year filled with good health, prosperity, and the fulfillment of their wishes. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Mingxing cast a disdainful glance at the group before striding forward. He encountered a villager blocking his path and fixated him with a piercing gaze commanding, "Get lost." That night, Zhao Shihuan stood vigil outside her door, while she slept soundly. The two sides faced off, with the opposing group slightly outnumbering them. Standing by the doorway, Wang XinYu noticed a circle of villagers gathered at the entrance of the villa, both men and women, brandishing carrying poles, shovels, and rakes. Upon hearing his cries for help, the villagers seemed possessed, turning and rushing towards them, intent on a confrontation. "What are you doing? Let him go." The rudeness was palpable, and she sensed engaging in dialogue would be futile, deeming it a waste of time. The ground was strewn with dirt. She promptly rose to gather her belongings, opened the door, and discovered the tent was already vacant. Wang XinYu could not withstand his direct gaze, her lively eyes flickering restlessly. Zhao Shihuan continued his actions, his voice tinged with frustration. "No, it's too far from you. I can't be at ease. We definitely don't have any grain. We've already stated we are merely staying for one night and will depart shortly." Indeed. She should check the other bags to see what they contained. How could they all be filled with dirt? "No need to enter, we can discuss it here, since you acknowledge you have received our protection." "What is wrong with us collecting a protection fee?" The man withdrew into the crowd like a turtle retreating into its shell, seemingly resolved not to emerge. She feared saying anything further would only deepen her own vexation. Among the crowd, someone, unashamed, dared to speak up. "Hey, what is going on at the entrance?" Everyone's attention shifted to the dirt on the ground. Wang XinYu glanced over and recognized that he was likely the leader of the villagers. "If you don't leave the grain behind today, you won't be leaving." Wang XinYu had already descended the stairs to the living room, not once looking back as she headed toward the entrance. "What are you doing? Let me go," the man screamed in terror, flailing his limbs. "Come save me." Indeed, it's dirt. What is going on? Why are you filling it with dirt?" As the crowd surged forward, the man hidden among them was also revealed. After days of conflict, Qin Mingxing had acquired an air of severity, appearing rather intimidating at first glance. Wang XinYu passed by her, moving straight ahead. Qin Shan, clutching her unruly curls, emerged sleepily, shouting, "What is all the noise? Can't you be quiet in the early morning?" Wang XinYu hastily followed her with a flashlight. Click. The door in the middle swung open. Meanwhile, Zhao Lang had seized the man by the neck, his eyes bulged in terror, struggling for breath as his face turned crimson, desperately trying to pry away the hand that restrained him. But to no avail. Among the villagers, a refined-looking man suddenly spoke up. Women and children were pushed to the front, rolling on the ground in a dramatic display, creating quite a scene. "Little brother, you can't say that. The mutated plants and animals inside and outside this village have all been dealt with by our villagers. Only then can we feel secure. This villa, though the owners are absent, is still considered property of the village." The man visibly shrank back, retreating further into the crowd. What else could she say? Perhaps it was best to say nothing at all. Wang XinYu hesitated. "Why don't you go downstairs and find a more spacious place? It seems a bit cramped here." Unfortunately, Zhao Lang's words seemed to bear no threat to the group. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Qin Shan, incensed by her apparent disregard, became even more irate. "Oof." Qin Mingxing strode past the man, making a dash toward the truck, vaulting onto the side of the vehicle with a powerful leap. Zhao Lang swiftly advanced, seizing him as if he were a fledgling chick. "What's the issue? You have so many vehicles. We'll just take one as compensation. That's quite generous of you. What could they do against such a shameless group?" "That truck is filled with dirt. Are you certain you want it?" Zhao Shihuan inquired with determination. Gesturing to Qin Mingxing beside him, "Xing, lift the cover and let them see." "Come back, hurry back." The man, watching the scattering crowd, was frantic. Early this morning, this group had attempted to steal items from the truck, and upon being discovered by the patrolling Lu Ji and others, they had begun shoving women and children forward to play the victim. Quite the awakening. "Oh dear, this world is unbearable. You people, robbers invading the village." The man, hiding among the crowd, appeared somewhat inconspicuous. Yes, at this moment, they had finally locked onto their target. Qin Mingxing undid a few rope knots, pulling back a canvas flap to reveal several snakeskin bags. He casually opened one. Pushing it down, the villager was so startled that he took a large step back, vacating his position. He hesitated, casting a deep glance at her. "Everyone, don't move. Take one more step, and we cannot guarantee his life." Zhao Shihuan remained silent, observing the group intently. With a resigned smile, he remarked, "You know very well." Wang XinYu found herself at a loss for words, ignoring him. Clatter, within the corridor. Zhao Shihuan set up a tent in the corner by the door. "You are here for the night without our consent. Yet you have already received our protection. Haven to you?" The villagers surged forward, rushing toward the truck to verify its contents, suspecting it could not be true. In the early morning, Wang XinYu was startled awake by a cacophony. "Moreover, this villa does not belong to you. On what grounds do you collect rent?" Qin Mingxing was utterly exasperated by these troublesome villagers. Zhao Shihuan cast a profound glance at the man. Snorting coldly, an unseen force surged forth towards the seemingly irrational villagers. The originally weapon-wielding crowd charging forward suddenly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed. Chapter 76, Collision. They gradually regained their senses. seemingly unable to recall their recent frenzied behavior, bewildered and perplexed. Huh, what happened to us? What on earth? Among the villagers, some wore troubled expressions, others appeared anxious, some pondered, while others merely watched from the sidelines. Zhao Lang had already released the man, who slumped to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief at the villager's state. He clutched his throat and coughed deeply a few times, his eyes darting around. Suddenly, he broke into a cold sweat, clutching his head and rolling on the ground, wailing in agony. Ah, it hurts, please stop, I was wrong, I see my errors, spare me, I'm well, have you eaten? Wang XinYu noticed the exchanged glances between the two. Zhao Shishuan's expression reflected satisfaction. A dark mass of people gathered at the door. Should they truly resort to violence, they would not fear them. Wang XinYu felt a warmth in her heart. As a girl, she certainly appreciated being cherished and protected rather than being ordered about, her efforts unrecognized and unappreciated. Before she could finish her thought, a villager cautiously approached Zhao Xiyang. Oh, very well. Zhao Xiyang listened, and though a pang of sympathy struck him, he obediently complied. Zhao Shishuan coldly observed, is controlling people's hearts amusing? Wang XinYu raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the woman's sudden outburst of jealousy, her eyes filled with malice directed at her. Zhao Shishuan smiled indulgently. Of course, I wouldn't deny you, he said. Alright, if you're hungry, go find something to eat, don't starve yourself. Yet among them were many elderly women and children, ordinary folk. Their overwhelming dominance left one to wonder what was so worthy of celebration in their victory. So, do you need our help? We may not have much capability, but we certainly have energy to spare. A middle-aged balding man stepped forward from the crowd. As the line of villagers finally formed a neat row, a clear space was created at the villa's entrance. He spoke, his eyes occasionally glancing at the man lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. Well, that would be quite embarrassing. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, struggling to say something, his gaze fixated on the entrance, where he saw Zhao Xiyang truly emerging with sacks of rice. An involuntary expression of joy lighting up his face, the man knelt on the ground, his hands pressed against the earth as he attempted to rise, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Yet it was all in vain, as he could barely breathe under the pressure, ultimately collapsing back down, barely lifting his head to seek the source of the voice. Zhao Shishuan nearly smiled gently. Go ahead. A yang for adults, 10 jeans, for children, 5 jeans. Thud, a human-shaped sandbag was hurled onto the ground with a loud thud. Wang XinYu felt a tingling sensation shoot through her fingertips, striking her heart like an electric current, causing a blush to rise to her cheeks. Zhao Lang understood, grabbing the man by the collar and dragging him inside. Zhao Shishuan exchanged a glance with Zhao Lang before turning to enter the house. As he passed the doorway, he instinctively took Wang XinYu's hand, yet soon after, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, hesitating. This doesn't seem right. We haven't really contributed anything to express our gratitude for allowing us to rest in the village. We have prepared a small token of appreciation. Qinshan trembled slightly, casting a gaze filled with unease and grievance toward Zhao Shishuan, her eyes betraying a stubbornness and unwillingness. Not enough, go fetch more. Zhao Shishuan said with a smile. As soon as the words left his lips, the first person received a sack of rice, and without hesitation everyone formed an orderly line waiting patiently. Then, he noticed a man standing like a celestial being, gazing down at him, as if scrutinizing an ant. Although he cherished her efforts in preparing meals for him, he could not bear the thought of her daily toils. Fortunately, thus far, the individual she encountered had not exhibited such deplorable habits. Zhao Shishuan's heart was indeed drawn back to her. He bowed his head and gazed at her with a tender smile that betrayed his fondness. Not yet, what would you like to eat? I'll have them prepare it for you. Yes, we can help, others chimed in. She gently pulled her arm from his grasp, intending to speak, but upon lifting her gaze, she caught sight of an unfriendly stare fixed on her from a distance. A wave of discomfort surged within her, prompting her to tug at his sleeve. Zhao Shishuan chose to ignore the man, merely a petty individual emboldened by his awakened abilities. Indeed, he was not the right person, even a single glance was unsettling. Why escalate matters when a few hundred pounds of rice could suffice? He lowered his head in self-doubt, feeling as though all his secrets had been laid bare, leaving him with nowhere to hide. The middle-aged man scratched his head, at a loss for words. As everyone can see, our vehicle carries little in the way of supplies, merely some soil. Wang XinYu's spatial abilities are no longer a secret among the group, as she had demonstrated them before everyone when she fetched a knife and a cannon. Zhao Shishuan discreetly signaled Zhao Xiyang, saying, Yang, go inside and bring out 100 pounds of rice to share with everyone. However, she was unwilling to play the role of a free caregiver. As for why they were transporting so much soil, there was no harm in revealing that the Red Star Bridge had collapsed, and they intended to use these bags of dirt to fill the river. No need, Zhao Shishuan replied, somewhat taken aback as he scanned the crowd, declining graciously. We have sufficient bags of dirt, thank you all. Zhao Shishuan noticed her distraction and quickly identified its source, a piercing gaze directed at Qinshan, radiating an oppressive aura. They lacked for nothing in terms of supplies, yet felt a sense of pity for those being manipulated. He believed many among them were still inherently kind and innocent. How are you feeling? Did you sleep well last night? Zhao Shishuan gently caressed her fingers, guiding her to sit down on the main sofa. He could not comprehend why she suddenly regarded him with such eyes. A surge of disdain and aversion bubbling within him, manifesting in his expression. Wang XinYu blinked at Zhao Shishuan, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. I'm not hungry yet. Let us address the matter at hand. Shall we? His steady voice held a magnetic quality that captivated the villagers' attention. Their muddled minds seemed to be cleansed, and they nodded in agreement, evidently convinced by his words. She, always cautious, merely sought to conceal the untimely truths. Zhao Shishuan wished for her to live more freely and devised a plan, resolute to pursue it for her sake. Chapter 77. Resolution. Wang XinYu nodded slightly, her beautiful phoenix eyes crinkling into a smile of delight. which transformed them into enchanting fox-like eyes. Zhao Shihuan pressed his lips together, his throat tightening as he struggled to suppress the surging heat within. This little fox, how he wished. Alas, there were too many people around, it was not the right moment. Ah Xing. Take your sister away out if she doesn't want those eyes, I wouldn't mind helping her part with them. The Qin family should not come seeking trouble with me afterward. Zhao Shihuan directed his words at Qin Mingxing. Speaking without pretense, Qin Shan trembled slightly. From the cold tone, she discerned he was not jesting. Instantly she bowed her head like a compliant creature, wishing to curl up in on herself, yet the hatred in her heart only intensified. Her thoughts hidden beneath a veneer of compliance. Just as she felt a flicker of hope, she witnessed his tender care for the woman from the Wang family, igniting a pang of jealousy within her. He was exhilarated. It appeared he could control mutated animals. At first, the formidable ability users in the village, such as those with fire, metal, and earth powers, must be eliminated. With a powerful ability, he could handle it alone. They certainly recognized this woman, the wife of the village's fire ability user, who, after her husband's demise, had been saved by Liao Cheng, ultimately becoming devoted to him. The man shivered, nearly on the verge of tears. I'll tell you everything, I swear. Just spare me. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Zhao Shihuan standing among the crowd, calm and composed, strategizing with poised eye. In an instant, his stature in her eyes soared, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Zhao Shihuan coldly regarded him, saying, whether you speak or not, if you choose silence, then you shall remain forever mute. Tears brimmed in the woman's eyes, a mix of sorrow and rage fueling her strength as she swung her rake toward Liao Qing's head. Thud, she hadn't even uttered a word before he subdued her with a warning, transforming her jealousy into outright hatred. She felt an unprecedented sense of harm and indignity, unforgivable. The villagers who had come to express their gratitude with food bore witness to the entire exchange. After a long observation, he realized he might have awakened an ability, only to be smacked hard by reality. Lift him up and make him sit properly. If he cannot sit, then break his waist, so he can never sit again. Such ferocity stirred envy within him, thus began his struggle. Qin Mingxing felt both innocent and pain. How was he to know how that woman had offended brother Shihuan? Frustration boiled within him, prompting an involuntary curse. Such a troublesome thing. Now tell us, who are you? Why incite the villagers to extort us? As the apocalypse loomed and the heavy rain fell, he had attempted to steal chickens from his neighbor but ended up drenched. Not long after returning home, he fainted, only to awaken to a world transformed beyond recognition. Beast, I'll kill you. Step aside, let me handle this. At the sound of a commanding shout, the crowd paused, then turned to see a woman wielding a rake standing not far away. She had lured the mutated beasts, launching a surprise attack on these individuals, ensuring their demise before confronting the mutated creatures. No sooner had Zhao Shihuan finished speaking than the man on the ground sprang upright. Panic etched across his face. Zhao Shihuan remained unmoved, casting a chilling gaze upon him. The man quickly recognized the danger, groveling, "Be brother, please spare me this once." In truth, Zhao Shihuan, lacking only in abilities, was no less than Song Tianya in terms of appearance, lineage, and accomplishments. Now, with this ability, he could very well possess one too. With such a domineering power, his inner desires ignited. He was no longer the despised little thug. He aimed to command the village, to become its ruler, forcing those who once looked down upon him to grovel at his feet. Speak. Yes, I'm sorry, brother Shihuan. I'll take her away right now. One by one, the others joined in. And the living room soon brimmed with people. They parted to make way. Liao Qing grew increasingly animated, almost deranged, as he recounted his misdeeds without restraint, unburdening himself of every wicked act. I'll kill you, you beast. With a heart-wrenching cry, a group surged in, raining punches and kicks upon Liao Cheng with unrestrained fury. At this moment, Qin Shan's hatred for Zhao Shihuan and Wang XinYu was etched deeply into her bones. She silently vowed never to let them off easily. Yet, she remained oblivious to the nature of her own awakened abilities. Some among the crowd had missed the earlier scene, and upon hearing Zhao Shihuan's words, they instinctively turned their gaze to Qin Shan, trying to discern her feelings, then shifted their attention to Qin Mingxing. I am Liao Cheng, a villager here. 3 months ago, the man identifying himself as Liao Cheng began to stammer through his account. In an instant, he felt as though he had been chosen by fate, a reincarnated hero. Indeed, the villagers revered him as a legendary figure. Gradually, he realized he could not only control mutated beasts but also people. Clearly his patience was running thin. Liao Qing was a villager, previously a petty thief and a ne'er-do-well, until one fateful day, while attempting to steal food, he encountered a mutated dog, prompting a terrified scream. Get away, get away. Qin Mingxing forcefully pulled Qin Shan away, tossing her into their car in the living room. After Qin Mingxing left with Qin Shan, Zhao Shihuan redirected his focus to the man on the ground. Qin Shan clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, yet she felt nothing as the fury within far surpassed any physical pain. Meanwhile, Zhao Shihuan and his companions had silently exited the villa. Starting their vehicle, through days of observation, she strongly suspected that Zhao Shihuan might have awakened some ability. Then, the mutated dog indeed retreated. Qin Shan felt a flicker of intrigue. The man crouched on the ground shifted slightly. Remaining silent, with that brief cry of surprise, Liao Qing's head was split open, a fitting end, a true delight to the heart. Qin Shan, you have heard it too. If you dare to provoke Brother Sun again in the future, I will be unable to save you. Take care of yourself. Qin Mingxing, filled with anger, slammed the door shut and strode away. Unlike the villagers, who could unleash their fury, he remained composed. Let us go, Zhao Shihuan. Confirming that the individual had lost all signs of life, finally spoke, and the convoy slowly exited the lamentable village, embarking on their next journey. Chapter 78. Action. Zhao Shihuan and his team traversed the outskirts of Dingcheng and all the flour and wood markets over the span of 10 days. Ultimately gathering 3 trucks of unpolluted soil. Once the last bag of soil was loaded onto the vehicle, Qin Mingxing brushed off the dust from his hands and inquired, Brother Sun, where shall we head now? Zhao Shihuan gazed up at the still ambiguous sky. Let us split into two teams. The urgency of the soil matter was palpable. The sooner they transported it back, the sooner they could commence planting. They had arrived with 5 trucks, yet only 3 were filled, 2 remained empty. It was not easy to venture out, and they ought to fill the trucks to the brim before returning. After deliberation, it was decided that Wang Xichao, Lu Zhang, Lu Meng, and Lu Tong would remain with Zhao Shihuan and Wang XinYu to continue gathering supplies. Striving to fill the 2 empty trucks before heading home, the others would be led back to the base by Zhao Lang. Of course, there might be even more dangers lurking in the shadows that they were unaware of. Suddenly droplets of blood, as if obstructed by something, halted mid-air, then like a severed kite plummeted to the ground, leaving a trail of crimson. The sudden suffocation drove the mutated dogs into a frenzy, their sharp metallic blades launching indiscriminate attacks, splattering in every direction. Brother, be sure to fasten your seatbelt. Wang XinYu chuckled mischievously, delighting in witnessing the usually composed leader stumble. Indeed, beasts would always be beasts. Wang XinYu quietly followed behind him, finding solace in the safe haven he provided. With all dangers kept at bay by the man before her, her face flushed with embarrassment and vexation, she bit her lip, her fingers gripping the steering wheel until they turned pale. Zhao Shihuan, wielding a military-grade knife, moved with remarkable speed, leaving only an afterimage as he approached the mutated dog, his blade poised for a lethal strike. Yet, the mutated dog unexpectedly unleashed a silver metallic blade from its mouth. Clang. As for the living, none had yet been detected. Watching the convoy depart, Wang XinYu pondered. It was time to find an opportunity to release the small creatures from her space, observing his imposing silhouette shielding her. She felt ripples of warmth in her heart, the corners of her lips involuntarily curling upwards. Stop at the intersection ahead. It is spacious here. We will disembark and act swiftly. There are 7 mutated creatures in total nearby. Everyone, be cautious. Zhao Shihuan resolved to exit the vehicle and take a risk. He felt a jolt in his arm, nearly losing grip on the knife's handle. The power of this mutated dog indicated it had leveled up to tier 3. Possessing metal-based abilities, many shop doors stood ajar, their contents mostly stripped away or in disarray. Alright, Wang XinYu pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. They divided into 3 groups, each consisting of 2 individuals. You. He raised his hand and gently brushed his fingers across her cheek, then smoothly fastened her seatbelt. As the vehicle halted, 3 mutated dogs surrounded them from 3 directions, seemingly exhibiting a newfound intelligence. Aware of the advantage of teamwork, Zhao Shihuan seized the opportunity, raising his military knife to strike. The blade precisely severed the creature's carotid artery, a spurt of blood gushing forth, threatening to splatter him. I'll go first, follow closely, be careful. Zhao Shihuan opened the door and dashed ahead, where a massive black and white spotted mutated dog awaited. To acquire more resources, one must take risks, without capability or sacrifice. How could one expect to succeed? They soon arrived at Jingqing's agricultural wholesale market. Feng Ming and the others returned first, having endured anxiety outside for so long, eagerly anticipating a stable abode to rest. Brother, what should we do? Shall we go down? Wang XinYu gripped the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding a reckless mutated beast charging towards their vehicle. Zhao Shihuan, seated in the passenger seat, scrutinized the map, his elongated fingers pointing to a location. Turn left at the next intersection, Jingqing Agricultural Wholesale Market. The battle on Zhao Shihuan's side swiftly evolved. The mutated dogs, in their chaotic frenzy, were bound to exhaust themselves. Alright, Wang XinYu acknowledged, remaining vigilant of the mutated beasts outside while contemplating how to discreetly release the small animals from her space. Zhao Shihuan took out a piece of paper, scribbling notes and sketches before making a decision. Yet, with each anguished howl from the mutated dogs, she quickly realized it was not the moment for distractions. Wiping her face to regain focus, glancing at the battle unfolding beside Zhao Shihuan, she observed the area was filled with wholesale rice merchants, wondering if any overlooked opportunities awaited them. Brother, where are we headed? Zhao Lang had departed, and Wang XinYu took the driver's seat, a position she had fought for. Due to inertia, Zhao Shihuan was unexpectedly thrown from his seat, but fortunately, his reflexes allowed him to regain balance. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Their commotion attracted the attention of several mutated beasts, darting around and occasionally roaring as if they had their sights set on them. If one thought the danger had dissipated, they were gravely mistaken. Zhao Shihuan's brows arched, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes brimming with affection. Suddenly, a large mutated flower cat leaped from the shadows, charging towards the corpse of the mutated dog, gnawing at its head. With a decisive stroke, the mutated dog met its end. Zhao Shihuan, unyielding, summoned his psychic abilities, binding the mutated dog's neck with an invisible iron chain. As he maintained control over the creature, he inched closer, his military knife slicing through the air with precision, striking down countless metallic blades that flew towards him. The apocalypse had commenced over 3 months ago. The state of the market made it evident that easily accessible resources had been plundered multiple times. Frowning, Zhao Shihuan surveyed his surroundings, darkness swirling in his gaze. Let us circle around again, but slowly. His deep voice resonated in her ears, stirring her heart. Yet, the scene inside appeared grim, as if it had been thoroughly ransacked. The vehicle wound through the market, revealing 2 mutated dogs, 1 mutated wildcat, and an unclear number of mutated rats. Wang XinYu, taken aback and repulsed, witnessed a cat devouring a dog, shattering her preconceived notions. Chapter 79, Gathering Crack. Crack, the sound of bones shattering echoed. Suddenly, Wang XinYu's instincts kicked in, urgency lacing her tone. Hurry, stop it, it's snatching the mutated pearl from the dog's head. Before her words fell, Zhao Shihuan sprang into action, his knife still warm with the dog's blood, slicing through the air with the swiftness of the wind. However, the mutated cat was no fool. Sensing danger, it nimbly evaded the attack compared to the earlier mutated dog. The mutated cat proved to be even more agile and troublesome. Zhao Shihuan pursued the cat while strategically advancing, soon finding the dog's corpse behind him, close to Wang XinYu. Thus, they would need to wait for the vehicle to arrive to transport everything at once. The second floor was divided into two small rooms for habitation. When Wang XinYu reached the third shop, she finally struck gold. It was also on the second floor, and this establishment had been repurposed as a warehouse. Stocked with supplies, the duo encountered a wood-based mutated dog. Having dealt with their opponent, they observed Wang Xichou and Lu Zheng's group faced a fire-based mutated dog. Upon closer inspection, they found a large fish occupying nearly half of a basin. Good fortune seemed to come in pairs. In addition to obtaining a water-based mutated pearl, she also discovered numerous untouched aquatic creatures housed in a large pool, which remained unscathed due to its elevated construction. We've hit the jackpot. Wang XinYu beamed with excitement, though curious about her space. Zhao Shihuan feigned ignorance, seeking an excuse to step away, allowing her to operate freely. As they descended, their coordination proved effective. One used earth to extinguish the fire emitted by the mutated dog, while the other ignited flames. Watching as the dog's black fur burned away, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air, signaling the battle's conclusion, they exchanged glances, anticipation brimming as they ventured inside. Sounds echoed within. Without hesitation, the knife fell, and with a flick of the wrist, a softly glowing mutated pearl was secured. Ah, you messed up my hair again. Wang XinYu glared at him with a fierce yet endearing look. Zhao Shihuan paused, a hint of exasperation crossing his features. His fingers absent-mindedly brushed through his hair, momentarily at a loss for words. The wood-based mutated dog and Lu Tong's vines were tightly entwined, each restraining the other. I'll check the butcher shop. You hurry along and don't get distracted. Zhao Shihuan strode away as Zhao Shihuan and Wang XinYu exchanged a glance, both momentarily speechless. The shops were 2 stories high, and upon entry, they discovered the first floor's contents had largely been cleared, the ground littered with scattered rice from the chaos of many hands, once again trampled and ravaged by throngs of people. The scene was utterly filthy and disheveled. Brother, what's that commotion? Wang XinYu inched closer to him, unconsciously finding herself wanting to lean on him. She procured a seafood turnover box to begin categorizing and organizing the living creatures in the pool. And new species that were previously absent were now present. The two ascended to the second floor, filled with hope, only to find themselves empty-handed. As the mutated pearl was extracted and subsequently pocketed by Wang XinYu, the large cat let out an impatient yowl before darting away in a flash. Pretending to be engrossed, she scooped fish with one hand while releasing them into the murky water, thoroughly enjoying herself. No worries. Just follow your brother, Zhao Shihuan remarked while observing a section of aquatic products, gently pulling Wang XinYu closer. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Shihuan had been keenly aware of everything, suddenly struck by a thought. A sly glimmer flickered in his eyes as he chuckled. I haven't washed my hair in days. Aren't you afraid of getting your hands greasy? It's alright, let us keep searching. We will surely find something, Zhao Shihuan reassured her. Noticing her despondency, yet now, Lu Meng and Lu Tong were a pair of brothers, one adept in metal abilities while the other in wood, their attack power somewhat lacking, yet their synergy was remarkably harmonious. Once they secured breeding at the base, they would never lack for seafood at 10 full boxes. Wang XinYu gazed at his departing figure, momentarily perplexed. Pursuing him was absolutely out of the question. Recklessly leaving the group could lead to even greater peril. Wang XinYu bit her lip, resigned to her role in logistics. The head of the mutated dog had already been crushed by the mutated cat, allowing the mutated pearl to be easily retrieved. After some discussion, they decided to split into pairs to investigate the conditions of the stalls, thus enhancing efficiency. Zhao Shihuan looked indulgently at the girl before him, her eyes sparkling with light, becoming more enamored with each passing moment. He couldn't help but interject, let us pack it up quickly. As they exited, they discovered Wang Xichou and others had just finished dealing with the mutated beasts, reflecting on the scene they had witnessed. Zhao Shihuan felt a pang of sympathy. It was indeed a gruesome sight, and the meat would undoubtedly require preservation. 3 months was far too long to retain freshness. What delighted Wang XinYu the most was that she had cleverly seized the opportunity to discreetly toss a considerable amount of seafood into her space. Fresh vegetables, fruits, and frozen foods all were included. Wang XinYu and Zhao Shihuan arrived at the live poultry wholesale market. After pondering, an idea flashed in her mind, leaving her both astonished and anxious, but she gradually regained her composure. While they conversed, they had already reached the live poultry area. Cluck, quack, suddenly a jet of water erupted from a large basin, splattering everywhere. They abruptly halted, ears perked to listen. Lu Meng unleashed his abilities, generating silver metallic blades that cleaved through flesh. And it seemed the battle would soon conclude. Noticing they did not require assistance, Wang XinYu tugged Zhao Shihuan into a nearby shop. At this moment, the advantage of numbers was fully realized. Wang XinYu was not a person of indecision, rather, her myriad experiences had forged a more resilient character. One by one, the iron cages were askew, likely once housing numerous live poultry. Regarding the 10 or so water tanks before them, he said nothing, merely suggesting, shall we check the live poultry next? No need to go to the butcher, what remains is already spoiled. Wang XinYu's spirits soared, her eyes brightened. The water system ability pearl was precisely what she needed. Just as she completed her tasks, Zhao Shihuan returned unnoticed. Where there was one, there was bound to be another. In such a vast agricultural market, it was inconceivable that it could be so thoroughly cleared without a significant force sweeping through. However, it was unfortunate that many items had already succumbed to decay with the passage of time. These could not be stored in her space, as she had yet to hear of living creatures being kept there. Observing the bloodstained feathers on the ground, Wang XinYu formed a hypothesis. A considerable portion of the live poultry had likely fallen prey to the mutated beasts outside. The few remaining ones were all mutated. Surviving in cages was no simple feat. Chapter 80, The Return Journey. Wang XinYu surveyed the scattered feathers and exclaimed, "Oh dear, let my brother handle those mutated beasts here. I'll check upstairs, perhaps I can find a few chickens." "Ducks, or geese?" Zhao Shishuan's eyes sparkled with a knowing glint as he replied meaningfully, "Go ahead, there will surely be some upstairs. I believe I can already hear their calls." Wang XinYu, puzzled, glanced at him only to find him striding towards the mutated chickens and ducks, seemingly indifferent to her situation. She strained her ears, filled with anticipation as she slowly ascended the stairs. Below, Zhao Shishuan gazed at the ion cages. Due to their mutations, the mutated chickens and ducks had grown larger and were even less likely to escape. Boom, indeed, the mutated creatures that had survived to this point were anything but simple. Zhao Shishuan raised an eyebrow. "Where are the geese?" "What are you thinking? Hurry down." Wang XinYu suddenly felt her hand lighten, a chill coursing through her palm. Instinctively she tightened her grip, and 2 mutated pearls materialized in her hand. Zhao Shishuan took one of the cages, handing her the wooden and fire-type mutated pearls, playfully flicking her forehead. As he turned with his card in hand, he was momentarily entranced by her radiant smile. They swiftly gathered supplies sufficient for 2 vehicles. Wang XinYu's brow twitched, her smile blossoming even brighter. "Yes, I have more than just 2 hands. If I can't carry it all, brother, could you help me?" Among them, there were bound to be at least 2 males. She had already devised a plan to keep a pair of chickens, ducks, and geese for herself while donating the rest to the base. With 3 mutated pearls in hand, Wang Xichao and the others stared in awe at the live chickens, ducks, and boxes of seafood. He held his breath, suddenly feeling a surge of energy collide with his mental barrier, prompting him to exert his mental force once more. Engaging in a struggle with the energy, suddenly a sharp pain in his foot nearly caused him to stumble. Looking down, he realized a thorn had ensnared him as he was distracted, and he swiftly wielded his military knife to sever it. Just as the battle concluded, Zhao Shishuan heard that melodious sound. He looked up to see the young girl at the staircase, her face aglow with a smile, each hand holding a cage containing lively chickens and ducks. Fire, wood, and psychic abilities. No wonder these 3 mutated beasts had managed to survive in cages for over 3 months. The man, one hand in his suit pocket and the other toying with the recently acquired mutated pearls, strolled toward her. Previously, Zhao Lang's return had stirred quite a commotion, as the arrival of uncontaminated soil had ignited hope among everyone. Wang XinYu, watching him stride away with a cage in each hand, felt elated, her lips curving upward as she waved the cage in her hand, cheerfully following behind. Over the past half-month, significant changes had occurred at the base. Many ability teams recognized the potential benefits. Previously, they targeted supermarkets and factories for ready-made supplies, but now they were paying special attention to flower pots and similar items, searching for uncontaminated soil. However, leveraging prior successful experiences, their work progressed smoothly. He swiftly erected a mental barrier. The force of lightning was not trivial, directly shattering the mental shield. As she remained in a daze, he bypassed her to retrieve another cage resting on the steps, cheerfully stating, "Let us go. Today's harvest was quite fruitful. Brother, look what I found." This time, the scope of cleanup and planning was 3 times larger than before, an enormous undertaking within the Psychic Abilities Association. Staff calculated their points. He sensed that this force was likely another form of psychic energy. After some thought, he enveloped the energy with his own, devouring and merging it. Meanwhile, Wang XinYu deliberated and, despite knowing the risks, chose to venture forth. With food in short supply, survival itself was a challenge. To thrive, one must toil diligently. Indeed, most people joined the effort. As anticipated, success was achieved. Throughout their journey, they made few stops, finally returning to the southern Tianfu base on the afternoon of the 15th day post-departure. In the future, rice, vegetables, and fruits would be plentiful, and chickens, ducks, fish, and meat would also be available. Today's harvest was certainly more than commendable. Her heart softened unexpectedly, the taut nerves relaxing slightly, a subtle tremor coursing from her heart to her limbs. It seemed that now, Zhao Shishuan no longer concealed his strength, increasing his output, dividing his psychic energy into 3 strands, quietly encircling the necks of the 3 mutated beasts, then simultaneously exerting force. In an instant, the 3 mutated creatures flailed about. With Zhao Shishuan and Wang XinYu's return, bringing chickens, ducks, geese, and seafood, they infused new hope into the base. Over the days spent together, she distinctly sensed the tolerance Zhao Shishuan displayed toward her. He seemed to convey a feeling that no matter her unconventional actions, he would always have her back. Now he suspected that the scattered feathers belonged to these 3 mutated beasts. Wang Xichao happily trotted away, cage in hand. Wang XinYu, card in hand, beamed with joy. Wang Xichao smacked his lips a few times, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the cage. This also resolved the work issue for ordinary people at the base. "Alright, take it." Zhao Shishuan generously waved his hand in agreement. Having someone take over was ideal. Fortunately, they had been confined within the cages, limiting their range of movement. Otherwise, a 1-to-3 scenario would have been quite daunting. Wang Xichao rubbed his hands together, eagerly fixated on the cage, filled with anticipation. The cage was not small. It crammed in 6 chickens, 5 ducks, and 4 geese. "Team Zhao, could you place the cage with me?" The upper floor was once devoid of anything, yet now these inexplicable occurrences have manifested. However, Zhao Shishuan's demeanor remained astonishingly nonchalant. Overall, the journey to the scenic city proceeded smoothly, and the group began their return. As Zhao Shishuan approached the cage, the mutated chickens within launched an unexpected assault, producing a thunderous sound akin to a clap of thunder. Wang XinYu realized that her brother, this formidable figure, had likely seen through her, and his current actions were merely a validation of that insight. Rather than a test of her, it was more so a test of him. Zhao Shishuan instantly re-established his focus, sensing an unknown force surreptitiously advancing towards her. Fresh meat. The expansion of the Tianfu base was underway, with the second phase already in progress, involving the clearing of residential areas and the simultaneous construction of a second defensive wall. Without a moment's hesitation, he wielded his blade and swiftly decapitated them. Her facial features were inherently alluring, complemented by her captivating phoenix eyes, exuding charm with every smile and frown, yet, what truly captivated him was the glimmer of pure light emanating from her eyes. Chapter 81, Homeward bound. Wang XinYu's heart blossomed with joy, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring, basking in the limitless radiance of the season. Zhao Shihuan paused momentarily. And in a daze, he felt an overwhelming impulse and anticipation, yearning to possess that pure, gentle soul immediately. She cherished the card as if it were a treasure. Her attachment to this card was not merely due to the points it contained that could ensure her sustenance. Her own space was abundant. Lacking nothing, instead, it was the thrill of earning points and the satisfaction of watching the numbers soar that enchanted her. In her previous life, she was a member of the living paycheck-to-paycheck cohort. Now, she was a little wealthy woman with robust savings. Are you really that happy? Zhao Shihuan inquired as he approached her, their arms brushing together inadvertently. With a height difference of 15 centimeters, he merely had to tilt his head slightly to behold her exquisite and delicate visage. He needed to ponder how to harmoniously integrate the roles of stepmother and mother-in-law. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if something was lodged in her throat, wishing to speak her mind without reservation. Here for you, now, you are the wealthiest person in our Tianfu base. As long as she did not disturb him, her indifferent attitude rendered everything else inconsequential. Wang XinYu stared blankly at Zhao Shihuan, who spoke so effortlessly. Her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Zhao Shihuan chuckled, of course it's true, from now on you will be supporting your brother, and now let us return home. With a flick of her wrist, several boxes appeared on the ground. Indeed, it was time to go home. After half a month away, she began to feel homesick for those awaiting her return. He had never cared much about others, especially not about a woman's appearance. How could he? I know, Alang brought back quite a bit of soil, which has been laid in the sunroom, and seeds have already been sown. However, it will be a few months before we can enjoy any vegetables. Right? Oh my, these are apples, pears, and pomegranates. Where did these come from? Wang Baozhu exclaimed, her astonishment quickly leading her to peel a pomegranate, her mouth watering in anticipation. After Wang XinYu finished speaking, she dashed out like a little cannonball, allowing the gentle breeze to disperse the blush across her cheeks. With her cherry lips slightly pursed and her brows raised, her little pride was unmistakably evident. Mama, I have something wonderful for you. Wang XinYu glanced furtively, realizing only the two of them occupied the living room. Yours, how many, are you truly giving it to me? Fresh vegetables and fruits made her salivate. Now, for the sake of his little girl, he was earnestly attempting to lower his own stature. What is it? Wang Baozhu, curious, inquired. Though she was not well-versed in agricultural matters, she understood that cultivation required time. Upon hearing Zhao Shihuan's seemingly profound jest, Wang XinYu's previously flushed cheeks appeared even more radiant, as if adorned with rouge. Her hair, tied back, swayed as she moved, with a few strands of raven hair sticking to her porcelain-white face, further highlighting the fairness of her chin. Mom, how has your health been these days? Have my younger siblings been mischievous? Wang XinYu, somewhat overwhelmed by Wang Baozhu's excessive affection, hastily shifted the topic. Xiaoyu, you've lost some weight. Wang Baozhu grasped Wang XinYu's hand tightly, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Li Jia, is there any sweet soup left in the kitchen? Quickly bring a bowl for Xiaoyu and Shihuan. Wang XinYu, oblivious to the fluctuations in his heart, smiled and nodded. Of course, I doubt anyone in the entire base has more points than me, right? Previously, he held no particular fondness for this stepmother. Or rather, he remained an indifferent observer of her arrival with the little girl into this family. When it came to her pregnancy, Wang Baozhu's maternal glow radiated instantly. Good, I'm doing very well. Eating well, sleeping well, everything is splendid. That's great. Wang XinYu led Wang Baozhu into the house, excitedly recounting the harvest from this trip. Mom, we found quite a bit of soil this time. Once I plant the vegetables, we will have fresh produce to enjoy. Really, you all are indeed extraordinarily fortunate. Wang Baozhu beamed, without a hint of skepticism toward Zhao Shihuan's claims, munching on sweet pomegranate seeds. Delicious, come, you both should have some too. Zhao Shihuan shook his head, no need. We already ate on the way, you should conserve your strength and ensure you are well nourished for the baby. Take your time enjoying it. Since he had started to care for her, he found himself increasingly captivated, constantly watching her, wishing to engrave every smile and frown into his memory. Zhao Shihuan smiled warmly, contemplating. Indeed, there are hardly any. As the car entered the courtyard, Wang XinYu spotted someone standing under the eaves at the entrance. Observing Wang Baozhu stubbornly offering the pomegranate, Wang XinYu felt a mix of helplessness and warmth joining in the persuasion. A card was unexpectedly slipped into her palm, and Wang XinYu's initially startled expression transformed into one of elation upon hearing his words. Upon realizing there was more, Wang Baozhu ceased her insistence. Yes, Mom, keep these for yourself. Don't be courteous to I have more in my space, and I plan to send some to my grandfather tomorrow. Wang XinYu felt a pang of sadness at Wang Baozhu's greedy expression. She had an abundance of fruits and vegetables in her space but could not casually offer them to her mother. And Wang, we found these at a fruit supermarket, which has its own power reserve. The refrigerator must have maintained its electricity for quite a while, allowing these non-perishable fruits to be preserved. The soil Zhao Lang brought back a few days ago was not entirely turned over to the base. The Zhao, Wang and Qin families each kept some for their own cultivation, with the remainder exchanged at the base for points. Yes, I'll go right away. Adli, without hesitation, hurried off. Despite her 3 inquiries, her tone bore no trace of reluctance. Poof. Very well, from now on, your needs will be my responsibility. Zhao Shihuan paused slightly, a warm current flowing through his heart as he strode forward. Alright, whenever you wish to eat, just help yourselves, don't feel like you must consider me. I'm doing just fine, and the baby is also very well behaved. Wang Baozhu, witnessing her children's thoughtfulness and filial piety, felt immense joy, particularly noting her stepson's vastly improved demeanor toward her, unable to help herself. She gently stroked her belly, reflecting on how a baby could serve as a bond to enhance harmony and happiness within a blended family. Chapter 82, together contemplating the unity of a harmonious family. Wang Baozhu found her thoughts drifting, casting a furtive glance at Wang XinYu. Not understanding, Wang XinYu inquired, "What is wrong?" Wang Baozhu's expression was somewhat difficult to decipher, hesitating as she glanced at Zhao Shihun. Wang Baozhu, lacking guile, was somewhat naive, believing her covert glances were undetectable, yet they were well within Zhao Shihun's perceptive gaze. "By the way, we also brought back chickens, ducks, and geese, all in pairs. We certainly won't be lacking in eggs at home." At that moment, Fu Bo, who had just retrieved the cage and water bucket from the trunk, approached with a beaming smile. Hearing Zhao Shihun's words, he exclaimed, "Indeed, young master and miss, you are incredibly capable." Yes, it was Xiaoyu's luck, she discovered all of these. The success of this trip is largely thanks to her, Zhao Shihun stated, standing backlit, his deep gaze fixed upon her. Wang Baozhu observed her previously finicky daughter now praising a bowl of ordinary sweet soup. Her heart inevitably aching with empathy, this was why she hesitated to discuss such matters in Zhao Shihun's presence. Wang XinYu, upon hearing Wang Baozhu's words, momentarily paused before laughing, having expected something of greater significance. What could she do? "I'm fine with it, truly." After saying this, she lowered her head and savored the soup, relishing its sweet yet not overly cloying flavor. Delightful. Thus she remained oblivious to whether her daughter was willing to contribute a portion to the Zhao family. Logically, as this bounty included Zhao Shihun's share, it would be reasonable to offer some to them. Her marriage to Zhao Yuliang was one of mutual affection, yet from an outsider's perspective, it inevitably bore a hint of political undertones. Given the standing of both families, the underlying implications were clear to her alone. Silently, she mentally commended Aunt Li, who always managed to rescue her from awkward situations, proving to be exceptionally reliable. Since the young girl deliberately took out a pair of poultry, one male and one female, the intention was evidently clear, he must hasten to assist her in this endeavor. With a flick of his wrist, several boxes appeared nearby, and he declared with pride, "Of course, I have everything prepared. Visiting the Zhao family will surely uphold our dignity." Zhao Shihun's initial leisure transformed into tension, prompting him to exit the living room in a somewhat hasty manner. He worried that if his daughter became reluctant and began to voice her discontent, it would not bode well if Zhao Shihun overheard. Yet, not taking them along would be even more inappropriate. As for Wang XinYu, the burden she carried, her inherently spoiled nature meant she was not one to endure grievances. Previous visits had led to some unpleasantness. Over the past 2 years, the Zhao family had shown her a degree of regard, particularly Zhao Leiazizi, who believed that marrying his eldest son to the Wang family's precious daughter was a tremendous gain. Wang XinYu gazed dreamily at the handsome man before her, his visage as exquisite as jade, his stature resembling a pine. Although the matter at hand was trivial, it nonetheless harbored underlying tensions. Wang XinYu had privately expressed her reluctance to Wang Baozhu about visiting the Zhao family residence. He first went to settle the chickens, ducks, geese, and fish, then took a stroll through the sunroom where he found the seeds had already been sown, and he felt quite satisfied. "Miss you, the sweet soup has arrived, please drink it while it's hot." At that moment, Aunt Li entered with a tray. Ah, wonderful, Wang Baozhu thought it surprising that her daughter was so agreeable. Since the apocalypse, her daughter had become increasingly sensible and capable, leaving her with a bittersweet feeling that was hard to articulate. For the sake of family harmony, a few boxes of fruit were hardly significant, yet, it was precisely this sentiment that had struck a nerve in certain individuals. Perhaps we should also send something to Zhao Leiazizi. After all, these items were discovered together. It would be remiss not to send something to Shihun's grandfather after your own grandfather has. Upon hearing this, Wang Baozhu felt hunger pangs and lost her melancholic mood. Hastily releasing her daughter's hand and waving to Aunt Li, "Quickly bring it over." However, the items were conveniently located in her daughter's space. Others truly had no means to contest her if she chose not to present them. She stood there in apparent leisure, her words light and soothing. Unbeknownst to her, she met Wang Baozhu's gaze filled with concern and compassion. Meanwhile, Zhao Shihun exited the living room briskly, his taut body gradually relaxing in the gentle breeze, restoring a sense of calm. "What would you like to eat tonight? I can have sisterly prepare it for you." As he departed, the subtle atmosphere in the living room dissipated. Wang XinYu, who had initially been affected by Wang Baozhu's emotions, now brightened, struggling to adapt to this newfound sentimentality. It was unknown how many hardships she had endured while away. Her thoughts were a tangled mess, ultimately coalescing into a chaotic swirl, her heart racing, feelings in disarray, emotions stirring deeply. "I'm glad you like it, Miss Yu," Aunt Li remarked, increasingly fond of the current Miss Yu. In truth, she had not made special preparations. If Wang Baozhu had not mentioned it, she would not have considered so much. Yet, upon being prompted, she felt compelled to support wholeheartedly. However, she sensed something amiss. Surely she had no secrets left in his presence, yet his actions consistently shielded her. Indicating no malice, perhaps even, Wang Baozhu pressed her lips together, leaning slightly closer to her daughter. A flicker of warmth ignited in Zhao Shihun's eyes as he beheld the young girl, so adorably naive and endearing, akin to a lost fawn, evoking a sense of tenderness that made him yearn to cherish her deeply. "Very well, young master," Fu Bo nodded respectfully, his mind already racing, pondering if anyone in the family possessed expertise in such matters. Wang Baozhu's cautiousness was not without reason. Observing this, she refrained from questioning further, instead discussing plans with Aunt Li. The children had returned today, weary from their journey. It was only fitting to prepare something special to welcome them. As she contemplated this, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Wang XinYu regained her composure, setting aside her troubling emotions, and resumed the earlier conversation. Mom, what were you about to say? With a bright smile, she exclaimed, "Oh, the sweet soup, I'm just a bit hungry now." The Zhao family was now her mother's-in-laws, and it was essential to maintain those connections well. Wang Baozhu was filled with mixed emotions. Tightly grasping Wang XinYu's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, affectionately saying, "My little you has truly grown up, Mama is so proud." Wang XinYu took a sip of the sweet soup, genuinely praising, "Delicious, and Li's cooking is truly remarkable. Well done. Fubo, please pay more attention to the vegetable garden and the poultry, and hasten to find a professional to expedite the hatching of the poultry. You all take your time, I will go settle these little animals first. Fubo, let us be on our way." In this challenging world, survival was not easy. If there were capable relatives, he would not shy away from employing them. Every helping hand counted. After finishing the sweet soup, Wang XinYu excused herself, pretending to be tired, and retreated to her room for rest. She found that pregnant women were particularly sensitive, and she was struggling to cope. Once back in her room, she immediately entered her space. Greeted by a refreshing atmosphere accompanied by the sounds of chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep, creating a sense of tranquil contentment. During her time away, she had been anxious about revealing any signs of her situation, refraining from spending too long in her space for rest, but now upon entering, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety and familiarity wash over her. Surveying her surroundings, she observed the chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep thriving in the lush green grass, the fish, shrimp, and crabs delighting in the babbling brook, the hills heavy with fruit, and the fields bursting with verdant life. A vibrant breath of vitality enveloped her. Taking a few deep breaths, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to work. After more than 3 months of observation, she found this space to be quite extraordinary. Zhao Shihuan, holding strands of hair that slipped through his fingers like silk, suddenly felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. She had not planted them herself, but she knew that rice could not possibly mature in just 2 months, waiting golden for her to harvest. "Nothing much, Mom. Is dinner ready? Uncle Zhao has returned, we can eat now," Wang XinYu answered loudly. Deftly diverting the topic, whenever the young master and Miss Yu were alone, he would retreat as far as possible, otherwise, the icy aura emanating from the young master could freeze him in place. Not to mention the occasional piercing glares. "Oh." Wang XinYu obediently retrieved the hairdryer from her space and handed it to him. She tiptoed downstairs, intending to pass through the living room and sneak into the kitchen without disturbing the two. Zhao Shihuan hesitated to think further, taking her hand and leading her to the sofa, gently pressing her shoulders to encourage her to sit down. "Where's the hairdryer?" At this point, Zhao Lang had already gathered the documents and left. As for the unfinished tasks, he knew the young master would be too preoccupied to attend to him, so he chose not to linger and risk incurring his displeasure. Glancing back, he could not help but frown. "Come here. How can you wash your hair and not dry it?" I'll try to be gentle." Zhao Shihuan's movements became increasingly careful and gentle. It was his first time performing such a service, and he was anxious about causing her discomfort due to his inexperience. "Where to?" Before he could finish, Zhao Shihuan had already taken her hand. Not to mention the vegetables and radishes, the seeds had sprouted within 10 to 15 days. Lush and ready for harvest. "It is only right that he takes care of you." The father and son exchanged glances before averting their eyes, Zhao Yuliang silently scoffing, thinking, that brat must be reveling in his delight. Lost in his own world. "Uncle Zhao." Wang XinYu stood up obediently to greet him. She hesitated slightly. "What is it? I don't need it." "You seem to have lost weight. Mama thinks you've slimmed down. How about you don't go out next time?" Zhao Yuliang suggested with a smile, subtly teasing his son. Zhao Shihuan accepted the hairdryer, plugged it in, and began to dry her hair. The warm breeze enveloped her head, his fingers gently massaging her scalp, gradually easing her fatigue. Before long, Wang XinYu leaned back against the sofa, her eyes growing heavy with drowsiness. Suddenly startled awake, she sat up straight. Upon descending the stairs, she found Zhao Shihuan seated on the living room sofa, reviewing documents, while Zhao Lang waited beside him, exchanging a few words now and then. "That one tea do." Wang XinYu immediately shook her head vigorously, her expression a mix of concern and determination, silently switching off the hairdryer. She calmly began to tidy up. This was also a lesson learned from his numerous experiences as an unintentional third wheel. My mom says the same thing. In truth, I haven't lost any weight. I've been well taken care of by my brother the entire journey." Wang XinYu smiled with her eyes squinted. Noticing that the father and son had entered without speaking, she quickly shifted her focus to improving her favorability with them. Her hands, delicate and smooth, felt as if a mere touch would cause them to slip away. When she exerted a bit of pressure, the subtle friction between their skin seemed to generate currents that coursed through her heart, sending tingles throughout her body. She hurriedly washed her hair and showered before emerging from her space. Now she needed to harvest fruits. The several boxes she had taken out earlier were from previous harvests, and tomorrow she would need to send some to the Wang family. As the previously harvested fruits had run out, she had no choice but to pick fresh ones. Although she had spent time every night harvesting after the rice and wheat matured, it was impossible for her to expend all her energy on planting alone. Thus, the first batch of planted rice and wheat had yet to be completely harvested. Her long, slender fingers glided through her silky hair, gently brushing her scalp. She was not lacking in food or drink, and naturally, there was no sense of urgency. Once the fruits were harvested, I glanced at the clock and noticed it was nearly dinner time. Zhao Shihuan perceptibly sensed her tension and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Did I hurt you?" Zhao Shihuan had heard her descending the stairs early in the morning. Ever since he awakened his psychic abilities, he felt that his senses had become significantly more acute. For instance, mature plants, if left unpicked, would not rot while still on the tree. One of them sat casually and leisurely, while the other was meticulously focused. "Baby, I'm back," Zhao Yuliang declared as he returned after a day of toil, his voice preceding his arrival. At that moment, no words were necessary, everything felt so naturally beautiful. "Well, wasn't that person buried in thought? How could they possibly have eyes growing on the back of their head?" Wang XinYu paused and smiled, saying, "Am I interrupting you? My apologies, I was just about to check the kitchen, you may continue without me." After all, the first batch of fruit she had picked was still quite fresh. The freshly harvested vegetables and fruits could maintain their freshness in storage. Wang XinYu stood still, running her fingers through her hair, which was indeed still damp, but she added, "I've dried it somewhat, it will be completely dry shortly." A slight tremor passed through her as her fair fingers pinched the hem of her clothing, revealing a small flower. "Ah, Xiaoyu is back, that's wonderful, your mother has been nagging about you daily, eagerly awaiting your return." Zhao Yuliang chuckled heartily as he approached, taking a closer look at her and remarking, "You've lost a bit of weight, but it's good that you're back. Have Aunt Li prepare a few more dishes to nourish you." Wang XinYu quickly relaxed, responding, "Not at all." Noticing her standing still, Zhao Shihuan sighed, set down his documents, and walked over to her. The growth cycle of plants seemed to be significantly quicker than that outside. "What's not going well?" Wang Baozhu approached from the corridor, having overheard their conversation. She exchanged playful glances with Zhao Yuliang, who returned a reassuring smile. Chapter 84. The Wang family. That evening's dinner was indeed sumptuous, yet it paled in comparison to the feasts prior to the apocalypse. After all, even the most skilled cook struggles without ingredients. Moreover, there was a noticeable gap between the culinary skills of a national-level chef and that of a home cook, and nonetheless, they were all unconcerned at that moment. The family's joyful and harmonious gathering was of utmost importance. At the dinner table, Wang Baozhu boasted about the children's capabilities to Zhao Yuliang and even suggested sending some fruits to the Zhao family's old residence. Zhao Yuliang shrugged, somewhat unwillingly, stating, "No need to send too many, the old man is losing his teeth anyway, how much can he eat? Sending more would just benefit those ungrateful folks." He spoke without reserve, fully aware that some in the old residence looked down on him, yet he held them in equal disdain. The base had already been established, and the various branches of the Wang family had returned to their respective homes. He thought to himself, no wonder his son was so loud, he wanted to shout as well. Zhao Yuliang hesitated and promptly changed his tune. "Well, you make a valid point, go ahead and send them, Shihuan, you can take them to your grandfather tomorrow. And there are apples, pears, and pomegranates," Wang Guo chimed in, moving things around in astonishment. "Xiaoyu, where did these come from?" "What is this? Let me carry it," Wang Xinrong offered, equally surprised, as he noticed someone staggering towards him, arms full of 3 boxes, their face obscured. "All right, let's head out," Wang Xinrong said excitedly. Rising to leave, Wang XinYu replied cheerfully, "I arrived at the base yesterday afternoon, I came over today. I'll go check the kitchen for something to eat." "Aunt, you're too kind," Wang XinYu responded, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Wang Xinrong, with utmost seriousness, expressed his gratitude, leaving Wang XinYu flustered. "What are you doing? We are all family. Saying this really embarrasses me." "Grandfather. Xiaoyu, would you accompany me to the hospital shortly? We need to conduct this experiment as soon as possible." "All right." Wang Xinrong was wholly focused on this matter, having reviewed the theoretical knowledge repeatedly over the past few days. He strongly believed in using psychic powers to dilute a portion of the virus, thereby increasing the likelihood of the infected awakening their abilities. This was indeed crucial, as the Wang family was large, and the resources from each household were barely sufficient. "Of course, I'm here today not only to bring some food but also for this purpose." Wang XinYu was eager to validate the experiment's success, knowing it could have a significant impact on human survival. "Xiaoyu, you've come. Uncle, aunt." They encountered Wang Xinrong and Gu Zuiping along the way. Drawn in by Wang Guo's exuberant shouts, delivering these items would also bring honor to their family. They had already identified several unpolluted soils and would likely discover more in the future. Once the agricultural development at the base took off, given their family's resources, they would surely thrive. Seeing that he was willing to heed her suggestions and had changed his stance, Wang Baozhu couldn't help but smile. Just then, the old patriarch emerged, invigorated from his morning exercise. Upon spotting his granddaughter, he expressed his delight. "Xiaoyu." Wang XinYu had not visited the Zhao family's old residence, only knowing that after Zhao Yuliang returned the following day with the items, he was in high spirits, even somewhat smug. "Xiaoyu, why did you bring so much? Save some for your mother," Gu Zuiping said, her face beaming with joy. After resting for a night, Wang XinYu drove to her uncle Wang's house early the next morning. The trunk contained a bucket with 5 fish inside. In truth, she was not a saint, she simply thought of the old man and several kind-hearted individuals. She did not wish to hold grudges against a few and disappoint those who had treated her well. Gu Zuiping hurriedly stopped her. "Why the rush? Xiaoyu just arrived. She hasn't even had a sip of water," she remarked, heading to pour some. "You sit tight, I'll bring it over to you." Gu Zuiping quickly caught up. "Old man, what are you planning?" "No need to trouble yourself, I can manage with a bun or a steamed bun." Her heartfelt gratitude was genuine. Wang Guo and Wang Guofeng had returned and recounted everything that happened along the way, including Wang Guo's injury and her attentive care for him. As they drove into the Wang family courtyard, Wang XinYu parked the car, and someone came out to greet them. Ultimately, it was the old patriarch's appreciative smile that ended the awkwardness of their thank you exchanges. It was the perfect opportunity to observe those who had once held themselves in high regard and see their true colors now. The two of them responded in kind. Not yet, wait for me a moment, Wang XinYu chuckled awkwardly as he made his way to the kitchen. All right. Everyone, enough with the pleasantries, let's sit down. Aunt, I'm not thirsty, no need to pour. Wang XinYu intervened, then turned to Wang XinYu, Uncle, have you had breakfast? If so, shall we go? Besides, their family had already built a sunroom and had livestock and aquaculture, with continued development. They might soon be self-sufficient. Wang Guowo strode over with great enthusiasm. Xiaoyu, when did you return? Wang Guowo smiled as he glanced at the trunk and exclaimed in surprise, oh my, is that fish? Although it was still an unverified speculation. Everyone seemed to believe it was indeed effective. Both sides greeted each other warmly. My mother has some, would I forget hers? Wang XinYu beamed, these are all for you, Aunt, could you help distribute them? They're isn't much, it won't be a lot for each family. Forget it, I'll take care of it. Aliang, don't say that, Wang Baozhu gently disagreed and encouraged, sister-in-law Er and Xiyang get along quite well, sister-in-law Er is always polite to me. And Xiyang is lively and well-behaved. Wang XinYu moved to the back of the car and opened the trunk, spotting Wang Guowo emerging, and immediately waved him over, fifth brother, come help me out. This is already wonderful, thank you for thinking of us. Gu Zuiping was very grateful and grew increasingly fond of her niece. Of course. It's something we found, we were lucky, Wang XinYu said as she approached the old patriarch, guiding him towards the house. All right then. Wang XinYu exhaled softly, sitting upright beside the old patriarch. Xiaoyu, not only does your aunt wish to thank you, but I also want to express my gratitude for your care of several of the young ones in the Wang family during your journey. Wang XinYu smiled as she watched the two of them murmur to each other as they walked away, uncle and aunt have such a good relationship. The old patriarch replied with a smile, your aunt is a good person. Chapter 85, the results. Wang XinYu did not delay. Hurriedly biting into a bun while holding another in hand as he approached. Let's go, Xiaoyu. Alright, then the grandfather, fifth brother, I and uncle will head out first, Wang XinYu said, rising to bid farewell. Yes, go ahead, I need to go to the research institute and won't accompany you. The old patriarch thought about following them but felt torn. The project at the institute was at a critical juncture, and he couldn't afford to neglect it. Okay, once things are settled at the hospital, I'll come find you at the research institute, Wang XinYu nodded. Eager to check on any progress. As Wang XinYu and Wang XinYu reached the courtyard and were about to get into the car, they heard a shout from the entrance, XinYu, wait a moment. Gu Zuiping, holding a thermos, hurriedly trotted over, take this along, if you get hungry or thirsty, it will be a good snack. The relatives of those patients remain oblivious to the fact that their hesitance may lead to irrevocable consequences. As they witness others swiftly awakening their abilities, they realize that their loved ones have missed the optimal moment due to their indecision, and their regrets will be of no avail. Go on, commanded Wang XinYu. After watching Wang XinYu depart, they hurried to the ward, determined to keep vigil over the group throughout the night to gather first-hand information for analysis. You, despite being told not to, insisted on rushing it here. Aren't you weary from running? What if you slipped and fell? You mustn't run next time, be obedient, now quickly return to rest, she admonished. This suppressor may seem rather inconsequential at present, yet it proves to be quite practical for those embarking on distant missions. When 2 days pass without return, this suppressor will demonstrate its efficacy. I shall take my leave now and return tomorrow, Wang XinYu said cheerfully, waving her hand and departing with a light step. After the meeting, she went to assist the elderly Wang. For families reluctant to relinquish their loved ones, this represents a glimmer of hope. Over the course of 5 consecutive days, Wang XinYu spent nearly all her time in the hospital. While those whom she had compelled to confront their toxins gradually completed their awakening, alas, the cost was rather steep. The substance extracted from 10 mutated pearls could only neutralize approximately 1 liter of water or 1 cubic meter of soil. Yet, as long as there are results, no matter the cost, it signifies hope for all. Currently, the Research Institute has introduced a reagent that, if administered within 24 hours of viral infection, can extend a patient's life by 3 days. The research on detoxification cannot falter, even the slightest hope warrants relentless pursuit regardless of the expenses incurred. Although monotonous, it is ultimately safe. Wang XinYu absorbed the conclusion, her heart swelling with newfound optimism for the future. Glancing at the time, she decided to visit the Research Institute. At that moment, a nurse rushed in, delivering uplifting news. The first patient had awakened successfully. In the afternoon, 4 more had been compelled to confront their toxins. Completing the day's tasks, oh dear, unexpectedly inundated with good tidings, she mused. Xiaoyu, we received word from Guowo that you were coming, so we rushed over as soon as we arrived, Wang Guozhen explained. Alright everyone, let us double-check the data. Guozhen, have the family consent forms been signed? Originally those infected would undergo mutations, either awakening their abilities or facing death within 2 days, leading to a decisive outcome during that period. Well, let us not include those who are hesitant, we shall not force them, Wang XinYu stated as she drove leisurely, humming a tune on her way to the Research Institute. Excellent. They awaited eagerly, most have signed, only a few remain hesitant. Xiaoyu, how is it going over there? The elderly Wang remained spirited, even somewhat exhilarated. It was evident that Wang XinYu's methods were indeed effective. The Research Institute also bore good news, with everything progressing positively. Wang XinYu cheerfully escorted the elderly Wang back to the Wang family, staying for dinner before returning home. On the 5th day, 10 water-type ability users arrived at the hospital, all of whom had mastered and could skillfully employ the separation technique as second-tier ability users. Meanwhile, the research institute continued its efforts on detoxification, though results had been minimal, having only developed the previous suppressor. However, a recent breakthrough had emerged in a separate study focused on eliminating viruses from water and soil. For over 3 months, the hospital and research institute had collaborated tirelessly, exploring yet another avenue of research. Second uncle, elder brother, second brother, fourth brother, you are all up early, Wang XinYu exclaimed, surprised to see them gathered. And promptly greeted them. Yet, this reagent provides only a temporary solution, merely suppressing the virus's rapid spread without eradicating it. That is good to hear, the elderly Wang said, his hand resting on Wang XinYu's as he smiled radiantly. This discovery instilled hope among the researchers dedicated to detoxification. If the viruses in water could be neutralized, could it not also imply the possibility of neutralizing those within the human body? Supporting the elderly Wang as they walked outside, Wang XinYu remarked, it's quite good. When I arrived, one patient had successfully awakened their abilities. Wang XinYu suddenly realized that it was fifth brother who had tipped them off. The cost is exorbitant, making it unaffordable for most. A single dose every 3 days, provided sufficient financial resources are available, could sustain life. Research revealed that a substance could be extracted from mutated pearls. Capable of neutralizing viruses in water and soil, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, the effects proving remarkably evident. The base, now devoid of greenery and scurrying creatures, was dominated by concrete and asphalt. Wang XinYu followed Wang Qingrong to the hospital, where Wang Qinghao, Wang Guozhen, Wang Guodong, and Wang Guoqing awaited in the office. The warm smile on Wang Qingrong's face bore more lines of happiness than before. After 3 days, once the medication wore off, the virus would still spread. Without a robust immune response, death would be inevitable. Upon her arrival at the research institute, she discovered the elderly Wang and others engaged in a meeting. Quietly, she took a seat at the back and listened intently. That morning, Wang XinYu had compelled 3 individuals to confront their toxins. Her growing proficiency allowed her to execute the task with increasing efficiency, consuming less time. During the meeting, participants fervently debated the hypothesis, engaging in extensive discussions and ultimately determining the next research direction. Though the cost was substantial, it invigorated everyone with excitement. This visit was to learn from Wang XinYu about employing abilities to confront toxins, and she generously shared her knowledge. Rather than spending her time in the hospital performing life-saving duties, she preferred to venture out into the world. Chapter 86, Admiration. Wang XinYu taught with great dedication. Genuinely hoping that this group would swiftly grasp the technique, they did not disappoint, for they had been meticulously selected as second-tier ability users, possessing the requisite understanding. A majority of the awakened ability users in the base had now reached the second tier, while those like Wang XinYu who had ascended to the third tier were undoubtedly rare. She had not heard of anyone else achieving such a feat, though perhaps she was simply unaware. There might be others who shared her desire for discretion, such as Zhao Xishuan, her esteemed older brother, whose tier remained a mystery to her. Regarding the tiers of abilities, only when an ability user activates their power can it be discerned, and lower-tier users certainly cannot perceive higher-tier ones. Well, you speak, Wang XinYu said, retrieving a kettle and cup from her space, pouring water for Lu Qian, and offering snacks such as sunflower seeds, peanuts, preserved plums, and potato chips. That is good, Wang Jingguo replied with delight, eagerly anticipating more individuals mastering this technique to prevent delays in patient care due to a shortage of personnel. The second phase of construction at the base was progressing vigorously without much thought. Wang XinYu shook her head. No, she moved gracefully, approaching. Elder brother, are the documents not ready yet? Wang XinYu smiled with relief, exhaling as her demeanor relaxed considerably. Unbeknownst to her, among the water-type ability users, she was regarded as a figure of reverence, most admired and respected her greatly. Over 3 months ago, she had been the first to learn the separation technique, and now she stood as the first to complete the experiment. Truly impressive. However, this realization was fleeting. Upon hearing her humble words, they looked at her with admiration, genuinely expressing, Xiaoyu, you are already remarkable. As provisions dwindled, the base's food quality continued to decline, and the number of ordinary individuals embarking on missions rose. Oh, let us not dwell on that. Wang XinYu languidly leaned against the chair, smiling. It has been quite smooth, they are picking it up swiftly. After a few laps around the vicinity, she realized there was little for her to do, so she casually returned to the doctor's office in this ward. Hands in her pockets, swaying lightly, thrilled at the prospect of finally avoiding the night shifts. The water-type abilities may be weak in offense, and aside from Wang XinYu, few were eager to embark on missions. Xiaoyu, you must be tired. Come sit, Wang Guozhen said, organizing documents, glancing at his sister and promptly gesturing toward a nearby chair. Our separation technique can only extract viruses from the bloodstream, but once infected, the viruses infiltrate not only the blood but also the internal organs. Lu Qian, come in quickly, Wang XinYu called out, waving to her as she entered. Knock, knock, Lu Qian exclaimed upon finding her target, beaming, miss you. I finally found you. Each ability user, depending on their tier, has a finite capacity for using their abilities, necessitating recovery time. Thus, if the number of users is excessive, patient care could indeed be impeded due to time constraints. Lu Qian, having exhausted her abilities, stood with a furrowed brow, her mind filled with questions as she rose to seek out her esteemed mentor. As 10 individuals commenced the experiment, Wang XinYu remained nearby, ready to assist wherever needed. Upon seeing her idle smile and wave, Lu Qian felt a surge of motivation, bounding over with a hint of shyness. Miss you, I have a question I would like to ask you. Almost done, Wang Jingguo continued his work but divided his attention to express concern for Wang XinYu. Is everything going smoothly over there? Have they all learned it? After all, possessing water abilities was a rare blessing granted to them by fate. Lu Qian, with fervent excitement, clenched her fists, her eyes shining with anticipation as she gazed at Wang XinYu. I have attempted to utilize the mutation pearls to simultaneously replenish energy while expelling toxins from the patients. Yet regrettably, my efforts were in vain. Xiaoyu, when I was assisting an infected individual in eliminating the virus, I found myself lacking in power midway through, and I lost my abilities to I wonder if my powers were sufficient. Would it be feasible to eliminate the entire virus from the infected individual directly? Lu Qian, the first to master the art of separation among water-based ability users, gazed at her idol with eyes that seemed glued to her. Wang XinYu had a profound and favorable impression of Lu Qian. Thank you, Lu Qian said, taken aback by the compliment, before articulating her concerns, especially since Wang XinYu pioneered the technique of separation, making the purification of water more efficient. Upon hearing Wang XinYu's words, Lu Qian's heart raced. Had her idol just mentioned her, it felt exhilarating. Were they now friends? Could they call each other by their nicknames? Stao Yu. Lu Qian, overwhelmed with excitement, felt her face flush and her hands trembled. Unfortunately, necessity dictated that without work, one would face starvation. As long as they diligently performed their duties within the base, they could live comfortably, perhaps even better than the majority of ability users. Some theories, no matter how elaborately explained, were no match for hands-on experience. Now, with the separation technique applicable in medical contexts, their value and corresponding status naturally rose significantly. Wang XinYu smiled warmly, her vanity slightly inflated by the admiration directed at her. Lu Qian was among the quickest to grasp the technique, successfully expelling the virus from the infected individual. She had pondered this question and conducted experiments long ago. Alas, the separation technique was not one that every water-based ability user could comprehend. Wang XinYu carefully reiterated the principles and details twice, then demonstrated personally before advising everyone to proceed with caution as they sought out individuals for experimentation. Did you seek me out for something? Please come and sit. Where there are outings, there are inevitably casualties. Now all infected individuals in the base were directed to the Seoul hospital for treatment. Upon hearing a knock at the door, both individuals in the office turned their gazes towards the entrance. Please refrain from calling me Miss Yu. We are friends now, just call me by my name. Wang XinYu waved her hand dismissively. Regrettably, the separation technique can only isolate the virus within liquids. It is ineffective against other organs. At least I have yet to discover a viable method. Wang XinYu sighed softly, wishing for a more straightforward solution. While Lu Qian's expression dimmed slightly, her heart inevitably tinged with disappointment. There are always those who are obtuse and resentful, unable to bear others' superiority, never introspective enough to seek the root of their own issues, preferring to shift blame onto others while whispering enviously behind their backs. You flatter me, you are quite impressive yourself. Mastering the separation technique with ease. The two found themselves unwittingly engaging in mutual flattery. Chapter 87, Shopping at last, someone has taken charge of the hospital's affairs, and Wang XinYu relished a long-awaited respite. The base's fundamental facilities had undergone extensive renovations and achieved a preliminary state of improvement. While it could not compare to the pre-apocalyptic world, the once thriving commercial street at the heart of S-City had reopened. With some leisure time on her hands, Wang XinYu was blissfully lounging at home when she unexpectedly received a call from an old classmate, Li Lily, inviting her to go shopping. This was none other than the very classmate who had called her on the first day she awoke. Li Lily, intrigued by the news of the commercial street's reopening, she agreed to meet. Upon arriving at their rendezvous point, she spotted a slender girl with long hair standing idly in the distance. This was splendid. The Tianfu base was remarkably safe, allowing their family to relocate here, freeing him from the anxiety of worrying about home while he undertook missions, and numerous shops selling daily necessities lined the street. And she even noticed 2 stores directly selling water, ability-infused water. Li's father possessed abilities, while Li's mother and sister were ordinary individuals. Thus, every time he ventured out, he could not rest easy about his wife and daughter at home. Wang XinYu felt a twinge of insincerity in her words. Momentarily feeling a sense of discomfort, the neighboring city lacked the fortune of S-City, which boasted Zhao Shishuan at the helm, swiftly stabilizing the situation. The neighboring city, however, was in utter chaos. Wang XinYu waved her hand and approached. Noting that the girl had delicate features and a slightly frail figure, her demeanor seemingly cheerful. Currently, the currency for transactions within the base revolved around mutation pearls or points, and bartering was also an option, provided both parties could agree. Although she had called Li Lily out with a hidden intention of seeking her assistance, she felt hesitant to voice it, not expecting the other party to bring it up first. This classmate was a local with a well-off background, undoubtedly possessing more connections than a newcomer like her. Work, Wang XinYu murmured as she gazed at the shops on either side, seemingly lost in thought. With such obstacles in their path, they had to venture further afield. The original individual had a lackadaisical approach to studies, often neglecting responsibilities, thus she had not cultivated many friendships at school. Fortunately, Li Lily was outgoing and considerate, not holding it against the original, and they managed to get along well as deskmates. Beyond the shops, Wang XinYu also noticed some makeshift stalls displaying a tattered cloth and a few items, likely belonging to those who had fallen on hard times, resorting to selling their belongings. And nowadays, the base had a dedicated canteen selling food. Although it only offered 2 meals a day, the dishes were average and limited. Yet the prices remained fair. Upon returning, Lia's father discussed with the family, and they ultimately agreed to seek refuge at the Tianfu base. However, Wang XinYu's attention was drawn to the nearby shops, and she found herself lost in thought, momentarily forgetting to respond to Li Lily. After a long wait, Li Lily began to feel disheartened, her expression dimming, losing the earlier spark of enthusiasm. Eventually, Wang XinYu relented, their paths crossing once more was serendipitous, and she quite liked this spirited young girl. Lily, where are you living now? The two strolled shoulder to shoulder, engaging in light conversation. Lily had noticed her father returning home unusually fatigued each time. Leaving her with a pang of helplessness, she yearned to alleviate some of his burdens, but without awakening her abilities, her father would never permit her to undertake missions. As their supplies dwindled, he began teaming up with several ability users from their community to search for resources. Is there anything I can assist you with? My family here is reasonably well connected. Xiaoyu, over here. The other party waved excitedly, hopping on tiptoes to catch her attention. After settling into the Tianfu base, Li Lili remembered that she still had a classmate and deskmate here. As they walked, she noticed the absence of any shops selling food, highlighting the scarcity of resources in this harsh reality. No one would willingly part with their own food stores. The truth was unforgiving. Li Lili's family lived in the neighboring city, and as the apocalypse struck, most people tended to prioritize their own survival, and only after that would they consider helping relatives or friends, depending on their closeness. Reflecting on her father's weariness, Li Lili steeled herself and spoke up upon hearing Wang XinYu's words. Warmth blossomed in her heart, and a hint of color rose in her cheeks. Li Lili's heart raced as she awaited her response. Additionally, hair salons, shoe stores, clothing shops, accessory boutiques, goldsmiths, hardware stores, antique shops, foot massage parlors, and wellness centers had surprisingly reopened, though it remained uncertain how well they were faring in business after enduring the initial chaos with her family. She was thankful that her father had awakened his abilities, providing them with a foothold to survive. Xiaoyu, you finally made it. The wares along the commercial street were quite eclectic, though business appeared to be mediocre. I would like to trouble you to keep an eye out for any job openings. I am eager to apply to lighten the burden at home. Wang XinYu parked her car and strolled over. At this, Li Lili's countenance betrayed an undeniable sense of melancholy and heartache. My father rented an apartment in the southern district, he awakened fire-based abilities, and our family is managing relatively well. At least we are not starving. They had learned of the establishment of the Tianfu base while foraging for supplies last month. Indeed, her family's situation was not ideal. Her father had to provide for 3 people. And he worked tirelessly on every mission to secure more resources. Thankfully, his abilities were advantageous. Otherwise, life would have been exceedingly difficult. The Li family possessed a modest amount of assets, primarily in the clothing industry. However, in the wake of the apocalypse, the most critical concern was sustenance. Mere factory ownership and digits in a bank account held little value. She recognized that although this deskmate often came across as proud, she had a genuinely kind heart. As they traversed the street, they noticed that many shops had no patrons, with some shopkeepers even attempting to lure customers from the entrance. Initially oblivious, they found themselves drawn into a jewelry store, ultimately succumbing to the enthusiastic sales pitch of the proprietor, selecting several items. Lily, what do you think about me opening a shop? Wang XinYu excitedly shared her fleeting idea. Given the dire circumstances, many struggled to survive outside. Empathy could only extend so far. Now that she had settled into the Tianfu base, she wished to find work, yet the opportunities seemed scarce, each position already filled. Ha! Li Lili appeared momentarily taken aback, pausing before inquiring, you want to open a shop? What would you sell? Food? Wang XinYu mused, suddenly losing interest in shopping. Let us go, I'll discuss it at home. Not be by the way, when I open the shop, you should come help me manage it. Chapter 88, Imagination. A double-edged sword. Now that the notion of opening a shop had taken root in Wang XinYu's mind, her spirited nature propelled her into action. To ensure success, she knew she would require the support of influential figures. Seeking assistance naturally necessitated a gesture of appreciation. It is often said that accepting favors from others makes one beholden to them. Thus, upon returning home, Wang XinYu hurried to the kitchen, contemplating preparing a few dishes to sweeten the favor of the esteemed individual. Miss Yu. What brings you here? Quickly step outside. The smoke here is quite thick and I wouldn't want you to be affected. If you need anything, just let me know, Aunt Li exclaimed, taken aback by Wang XinYu's unexpected arrival. With a gentle smile, Wang XinYu inquired, Aunt Li, what do you plan to cook this evening? Aunt Li, filled with indignation, responded, what a scoundrel, miss, thank heavens you haven't confessed your feelings yet, otherwise, we would have been at a great loss. Xiaoyu. Feeling a twinge of pity, followed closely behind, while Zhao Shihuan, still changing his shoes, grew anxious, scanning the room for the young girl. Where had she gone? His handsome features instantly turned serious. Darling, you are truly wonderful. Wang Baozhu was comforted by his words. Her earlier emotional outburst had subsided. And now she realized what she truly lacked were fresh meats and fruits. Indeed, I consider myself fortunate. If I were entangled with such a man, it would be no less disgusting than stepping in dog feces, Wang XinYu chuckled. Teasingly. Absolutely, Miss is indeed blessed, Aunt Li concurred. Yes, you are right, Wang Baozhu nodded in agreement, mulling over her thoughts before suggesting, I wonder what our daughter specifically likes. We could help by investigating and ensuring the character of any suitor before introducing them to Xiaoyu. This way, we might prevent her from falling prey to those with ulterior motives. Having encountered a scoundrel, it would be a tremendous disappointment, resulting in heartbreak. Zhao Yulian listened, bemused, at the disproportionate reaction to what seemed a trivial matter. After all, she hadn't yet confessed. Being able to cut ties in time was a blessing in itself. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many of the Zhao family's servants had either left or perished. And to be honest, Aunt Li's workload had increased significantly, making her efforts rather arduous. She had come to Aunt Li to inquire about dinner but was taken aback to find her daughter cooking. And rather adeptly at that, even more so when she overheard such a conversation. No, not yet, Wang XinYu replied as she plated the stir-fried dishes, continuing her narrative, before I even had the chance to confess. I heard that Senior was misbehaving outside and was caught. Alright, my dear, do not be upset, our daughter has not confessed, and she has managed to avert disaster, you should be pleased, Zhao Yuliang reassured her. Pregnant women tend to overthink, and without Wang XinYu needing to clarify, she had already constructed a melodramatic narrative in her mind. Zhao Yuliang comforted Wang Baozhu, saying, our Xiaoyu is exceptionally beautiful, it is only natural that she attracts attention from many suitors. However, she is still young and innocent, making her susceptible to deception. We must pay closer attention to her in the future, guiding her to avoid similar situations. I, during my freshman year, developed a crush on a senior at school and thought to express my feelings by preparing a heartfelt bento, Aunt Li remarked. Staring in astonishment at Wang XinYu's swift movements, hardly believing her eyes. In truth, the Zhao family's meals had been quite satisfactory for over 3 months. The individual standing at the door, overhearing this, silently retreated. It was none other than Wang Baozhu. Xiaoyu? What is wrong? Don't cry, just tell me, your husband is here to support you, Zhao Yuliang declared, his brow furrowed in expression serious upon hearing of Wang XinYu's plight. Really, did the young lady manage to confess successfully? Aunt Li, genuinely believing, was not surprised that the young girl would go to great lengths for love. Whoa, darling, my Xiaoyu is so unfortunate. Wang Baozhu, initially merely troubled, felt a surge of emotion upon seeing Zhao Yuliang. Unable to contain her tears, without even tasting, the aroma and visual appeal of the dishes were enough to suggest their deliciousness, causing her to swallow in anticipation. Miss you, I never knew you were such a talented cook. Wang XinYu, while listening to Aunt Li name the dishes, pondered what else she could prepare. Zhao Yuliang, wiping her tears, listened intently as she recounted the events, embellishing them with her own imagination. For Zhao Yuliang, his feelings for Wang XinYu were akin to that of a father for his daughter. Should she face adversity, he would go to great lengths for her vindication. However, without the means to assist, he felt helpless. Alarmed, Zhao Yuliang rushed forward without even changing his shoes. Zhao Shihuan felt a weight in his heart. Increasingly frustrated as he overheard his father and stepmother's conversation, feeling more agitated. A blossoming young lady, raised in pampered comfort, was willing to learn cooking for love. One could only imagine the hardships endured to master such culinary skills. Whoa, he thought his mother had utterly failed in her duties, a fog of confusion. This was purely a figment of his imagination, the tale of a fickle, deceitful man preying on an innocent girl. The beautiful maiden secretly nurturing her affections without expectation of return, the scoundrel facing divine retribution, while the young maiden mournfully bore her heartache alone. Whoa, her daughter had truly misplaced her affections, how pitiful. No wonder there had been a time last year when the girl appeared quite downcast. At least they were not lacking in meat, with ample vacuum-sealed and frozen foods stocked at home. Darling, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Zhao Yuliang and Zhao Shihuan entered to find Wang Baozhu seated on the sofa, her brow furrowed in silent distress. Wang XinYu felt a surge of urgency, contemplating that she needed to venture out more often. At that moment, there was no time for hesitation. She swiftly listed the dishes she had prepared. Ultimately, Wang XinYu took the initiative, creating dishes such as ants climbing a tree, stir-fried dried tofu with pork, sauteed shrimp, crispy fried mushrooms, beef stew with potatoes, braised chicken feet, meat dumplings, and silverfish soup. In a moment of inspiration, she casually remarked, isn't it said that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach? Aunt Li found Wang XinYu's actions somewhat puzzling. After all, the original persona was quite particular and had never stepped into the kitchen. The image of Wang XinYu's sorrowful face kept resurfacing in her mind, causing her to feel increasingly emotional and unable to hold back her tears. It's just mediocre. Really, my family doesn't even know I possess this skill. Wang XinYu continued her tasks, catching a glimpse of a figure at the door. Zhao Yuliang shot a sidelong glance at his son, feeling somewhat schadenfreude, and chimed in with his wife, yes, that's an excellent idea. You could discreetly ask Xiaoyu what type she prefers, and we could help her find the best match. Zhao Shihuan's expression darkened. Resembling the ash of a burnt pot-bottom die in the living room, the atmosphere was polarized. Wang Baozhu and Zhao Yuliang were engaged in fervent discussion, with Wang Baozhu beginning to enumerate the eligible young men around her. Meanwhile, Zhao Shihuan sat nearby, radiating coldness, his demeanor suggesting he wished to be left alone. I think Shi Yang would be quite suitable, he's cheerful and outgoing. There's also that young man from the Qin family. Mingxing, they are all of similar age to Xiaoyu, young people together surely have much in common, Wang Baozhu mused, envisioning those two handsome young men, feeling increasingly delighted, her face beaming with satisfaction. Zhao Yuliang observed his son's sour expression and his wife's joyful demeanor, feeling at a loss for words. Uncle Zhao, brother, you're all back just in time for dinner. I'll go serve the dishes, Wang XinYu announced, having completed her cooking upon seeing everyone had returned home. She greeted them with a smile before heading back to the kitchen, entirely unaware of the unusual atmosphere in the living room. Uncle Zhao, mom, brother, come quickly, she urged. Zhao Shihuan felt a heat rise within him. Yet his cold demeanor began to soften. Ultimately, it mattered not why she had learned to cook, the benefits would accrue solely to him. His long lashes fluttered slightly, his eyelids lowering to conceal the embarrassment and frustration within. But time was of the essence, there was no room for hesitation. And with the dishes ready, he could only brace himself upon hearing the praise. A radiant smile spread across Wang XinYu's face, reminiscent of a sunflower blooming in the sun, vibrant and dazzling. She seems to be in good spirits today, I shall ask her shortly, Wang Baozhu remarked, a hint of excitement and impatience evident in her tone. Is that so? My Xiaoyu truly is capable. Come, let me have a taste. Wang Baozhu feigned ignorance regarding their kitchen conversation, avoiding any mention of whether her daughter could cook. Instead, showering her with compliments, Wang XinYu gradually calmed her racing heart, recalling that her efforts in preparing this meal were primarily aimed at pleasing her esteemed brother, and thus she cautiously turned to Zhao Shihuan, asking, brother, do these dishes suit your palate? Though slightly exaggerated, Wang XinYu's culinary skills genuinely surprised him. He had not anticipated her abilities to be so commendable, and he sincerely did not wish to let any unpleasant young man take advantage of her. While outwardly expressing such sentiments, he inwardly reviewed the young lads he deemed worthy of her attention. What was she doing? Wang XinYu frowned in annoyance, silently chastising her own overthinking and lack of decorum. In an instant, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, leaving her chilled to the bone. After sampling the dishes, his eyes sparkled with delight, genuinely praising, "This food is incredibly delicious. Your skills rival those of professional chefs, wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Shihuan ate slowly, observing the exchanges and expressions of those at the table but choosing to remain silent. "Indeed, my dearest everyone, come quickly to savor the young lady's culinary creations. Today's dishes were all prepared by her. To think such simple cooking could yield such flavor, imagine how extraordinary it would be if she truly dedicated herself to it." Enough with the modesty. Zhao Yuliang's eyes glinted with intrigue as he inquired again, "Xiaoyu, you haven't mentioned what type of young man you prefer. Speak to Uncle Zhao, and let him know that he should keep an eye out for you. And introduce you to any good opportunities." Faced with the gaze of his daughter-in-law, Zhao Yuliang nodded in agreement without a hint of pressure, genuinely praising, "It's absolutely delicious, comparable to Chef Jin's culinary skills." Today, Adley encountered a different version of the young lady. After conversing with her, their relationship grew significantly closer, prompting her to commend the girl. To her surprise, the young girl had specifically mastered culinary arts to please a certain scoundrel. How could he not feel a pang of jealousy? Yes, Xiaoyu, do tell, Mama is also very curious." Wang Baoju's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed expectantly at her daughter. Wang XinYu sweetly replied, "Then you must eat more. I'll cook for you again next time." The recognition of Wang XinYu's culinary skills made her heart bloom with joy. Yet she feigned modesty, saying, "It's not as good as you make it sound. I just cook casually, my skills are quite average. As long as you enjoy it, I'll make it again next time." Wang XinYu looked at him with a somewhat naive expression. Momentarily unsure of his meaning, upon hearing her question, she hurriedly denied, "No. Her dreamy eyes slightly drifted, yet she noticed the imposing figure across from her frowning, wearing an expression as cold as ice. Chef Jin was indeed an extraordinary chef, his words might have been exaggerated. But the intent to praise Wang XinYu's culinary skills was evident. From her perspective, the big shot was generally aloof, and receiving a positive evaluation was already quite remarkable. She sensed that today's big shot seemed somewhat displeased. Internally lamenting her misfortune for choosing today to curry favor with him, she should have waited for a time when he was in better spirits. The delicious meal suddenly lost its flavor. Akin to chewing wax, Wang XinYu and Adley quickly set the table. He wanted to declare that it was unappetizing, yet upon seeing the girl across from him with a nervous yet hopeful expression, the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back down, suppressing the bitterness within, changing his tune to say, "It's not bad." "Mom, Uncle Zhao, what are you talking about? I'm still young," she said in a soft, delicate voice, devoid of artifice, which sounded sweet to the ears. Wang Baoju's eyes flickered with curiosity, her heart ablaze with excitement. Observing her daughter's expression, she sensed something was amiss. "Xiaoyu, do you have someone you like? Who is it? Do I know him?" Wang Baoju looked at her eagerly, even dropping the meat from her chopsticks in her excitement. Unable to resist glancing at her son, she saw him eating with an expressionless face, which ignited a fire of frustration within her, leading her to raise her voice deliberately. "Xiaoyu is beautiful, kind, and skilled, such a wonderful girl. Who knows which scoundrel will take advantage of her in the future?" When Wang Baoju noticed her denial and exchanged a glance with Zhao Yuliang, then smiled, "If there is nothing, then there is nothing, we're not in a hurry." The meal was undoubtedly delicious. This was not the first time he had tasted her cooking, yet the thought that she had learned all this for another man left him feeling quite unwell. The image of that handsome face of her big shot suddenly flashed in Wang XinYu's mind, making her heart race, pounding in her ears, and her cheeks flush with a charming hue. A boy she liked? Observing her daughter's demeanor, Wang Baoju felt an inkling that something was indeed brewing, prompting her to keep a closer watch to ensure her daughter wouldn't suffer any losses. Zhao Shihuan leisurely swallowed the food in his mouth, then looked up seriously, stating, "I meant when you will cook for me again." He paused briefly and cheerfully made a decision. "Then let us say tomorrow morning. Haven't you finished with your affairs at the hospital? Starting tomorrow, you'll continue to follow me." Chapter 90. Rest assured, I am here for you. Upon hearing this, Wang XinYu panicked. How could she be made to follow him again, recalling the previous 3 months when she was practically glued to his side? Unable to venture out for even a moment, she felt it was unacceptable. No, she intended to explore more and bring back some hidden treasures. With this thought, Wang XinYu promptly stated the purpose of today's meal. "Bro. Actually, I have something I'd like to discuss with you." "What is it?" Zhao Shihuan raised an eyebrow, aware that she was reluctant to be with him every day, yet he wished to keep her close to prevent her from attracting unwanted attention. "I want to rent a storefront in the commercial street to start a small business." Wang XinYu cut straight to the point, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Zhao Shihuan looked at her intently. "All right." His lips parted slightly, expressing a simple yet powerful agreement. The couple exchanged smiles at her praise, and Wang Baoju's attitude shifted in an instant. "Xiaoyu, Mama supports you. Go ahead and pursue it boldly. If you have any questions, ask Uncle Zhao. After all, he has run a few small companies and has some business experience." Zhao Shihuan's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling the genuine joy radiating from the young girl. "Yes, I'll take you to check out the shop tomorrow. Don't worry, you can do whatever you want. I'll be here for you." Wang XinYu touched her face, her slightly cold hand brushed against her warm cheeks. Sending a shiver through her, instantly clearing her mind, she then turned to Zhao Yuliang and said, I want to open a general store selling and accepting items based on customer preferences. Wang XinYu was taken aback by how smoothly everything was going. And after a moment of astonishment, she broke into a radiant smile. Really, bro, you're so great. It's her first attempt at running a business, why would she want to discourage her? No, this isn't about pigs, Wang Baozhu said. Feeling a bit exasperated. Alright, and Wang, don't worry, I'll take good care of her, Zhao Shihuan replied with a gentle smile. Everyone looked up as Zhao Shihuan leisurely set down his chopsticks and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. And Wang. You worry too much, Xiaoyu is very clever and now that she possesses dual abilities, she can assist me greatly, in fact, I can't do without her. Zhao Shihuan caught his father's gaze. Then glanced at the young girl across from him, who wore a bewildered expression, and let out a deep sigh as Zhao Yuliang pondered, a spark of realization illuminating his mind as he looked at his son, who remained calm and composed, methodically eating his meal. Wang Baozhu was momentarily taken aback, then felt a sense of relief, realizing how wonderful her stepson was. Reflecting on his previous actions, he had always been considerate of her daughter, which touched her heart as she said, it's truly wonderful that Shihuan can look after Xiaoyu. However, you're so busy, I worry that Xiaoyu might become a burden. Ah, is that feasible? How can you gauge customer preferences? What if a customer wants a live pig? What will you provide? And what if they bring useless scrap metal? Wang Baozhu exclaimed, instinctively countering her daughter's idea, fearing that Xiaoyu might not understand the risks involved. The rich resonant exclamation filled Wang XinYu's heart with waves of emotion. She dared not meet his gaze directly, her eyelashes trembling slightly, concealing the turmoil within her eyes. She reluctantly murmured, I don't need looking after, I can take care of myself. Besides, with her stepson and husband supporting her, what was there to fear? What? Zhao Shihuan stared at her, his gaze deep as the ocean, seemingly harboring endless whirlpools that one could easily fall into, unable to escape. Yes, Xiaoyu has Shihuan looking out for her, he will definitely take good care of her. Oh dear, it seems we have all been overly concerned, Zhao Yuliang chuckled, trying to alleviate the tension and support his son as somewhat unreliable defense. I know, Zhao Yuliang said, taking Wang Baozhu's hand, don't worry, I understand your intentions. However, I think you're overthinking it. It's just a matter of opening a shop, even if it fails. It is not a big deal, our family is prosperous, we're not afraid. Wang XinYu felt her heart constrict sharply and then began to beat irregularly. She stared in disbelief at this scene. Suddenly reminded of an identical moment from over 3 months ago, Zhao Yuliang was jovially patting his chest in assurance when he suddenly heard, Xiaoyu doesn't need your concern, she has me. Why was everything being so inexplicably mapped out for her future? No. I don't want that. Wang XinYu snapped back to reality, clenching her small fist in protest, but then she thought again, it was just opening a shop, if it failed, she would simply abandon the endeavor. Wang XinYu's sparkling eyes glimmered with brilliant light, her lips curling up slightly as she cryptically remarked, if someone is willing to pay a price, it's not impossible. He wanted to break through that barrier immediately but felt it was too premature. He and the young girl had yet to reach an understanding. That is not true, my little Xiaoyu is very clever, she learns everything quickly, Wang Baozhu said proudly as she looked at the dishes on the table. However, she added, Shihuan Xiaoyu is still young, if there is anything she doesn't understand or if she makes mistakes, please guide her, from now on she will follow you, you take care of her. And Wang will not worry. Wang XinYu listened to Wang Baozhu's words, glancing at Zhao Yuliang, who was nodding earnestly in agreement, feeling a sudden warmth in her heart. Ha! Wang Baozhu was taken aback. Unsure of what to say, she smiled brightly, saying, Mama, my uncle Zhao is quite capable. It's not just that he has opened a few small companies, the Zhao Group is among the top 100 enterprises in the country. After all, Xiaoyu, whenever you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek out Uncle Zhao, he will undoubtedly offer you his utmost support. He chuckled knowingly, noticing his wife's slight impatience, and immediately reassured her, darling. It's just a live pig, no need to make a fuss, once Shisun has some free time, he'll take Xiaoyu out for a stroll, and before you know it, she'll be back. Xiaoyu. You're planning to open a shop, what kind of business do you wish to pursue? Zhao Yuliang, being a businessman, was quite intrigued by this topic, his nonchalant tone, filled with an air of entitlement. Amused and annoyed Wang Baozhu simultaneously. He observed the gathering with calmness, seemingly unperturbed by his sudden bold statement. Quite right, we all know our Xiaoyu is capable, however, Mama is still worried about you venturing out alone. Just consider it a way to ease Mama's mind and obediently follow your brother, alright? Wang Baozhu interpreted her stubborn complaints as childishness and comforted her like a child. Chapter 91, A New Dawn. Wang XinYu pouted. Casting a feeble glance at Wang Baozhu, whose eyes brimmed with overflowing maternal affection, what else could she do? She would have to be the obedient daughter, moreover she was currently pregnant with her second child. And she dared not defy or confront her. I understand. Wang XinYu conceded without backbone and then transformed her sorrow into appetite, burying herself in her meal. Eating seemed redundant today, she felt that her older brother, the big shot, didn't need to resort to bribery. Just as she was about to indulge more, a piece of lean meat appeared atop her rice, prompting her to look up. Your favorite lean meat. Eat more. The sun emerged, breaking through the clouds after 3 long months, causing the entire base to buzz with energy. For a fleeting moment, Wang XinYu was caught off guard, her delicate eyelashes fluttering like a butterfly. Miss you. Young Master Sun. The long-lost sensation felt so delightful. Those who had been wallowing in despair now displayed glimmers of hope, their faces lighting up with long-forgotten smiles. Unbeknownst to her, she had already carved out a place for herself in the upper echelons of this base. As she waved at the curtains, the sound of them rustling filled the air, and after 3 months without sunlight, she was momentarily blinded by the dazzling rays. Zhao Shixin chuckled at her round, puffy cheeks, unable to suppress his amusement. The graceful young gentleman was as gentle as jade. No need, breakfast is ready on the table. Hurry and eat. We'll leave in 15 minutes. Wang XinYu's lips involuntarily curved upward. Had the sun truly come out, the elevator finally arrived, and she let out a sigh of relief. The confined space was tormenting. She needed to step out for fresh air. In truth, she hadn't woken up too late. If not for being distracted by the sunlight, she would have managed to whip up a simple breakfast, such as a bowl of noodles, in no time. However, Zhao Shixin and Antli had risen too early, making her appear tardy. His gaze was filled with affection and pride. You did wonderfully. The success of this research is largely due to your efforts. Tap, tap, tap. It seemed she was not entirely indifferent. Miss Yu. Young Master Sun. The doorman opened the door for them. This was her second visit. She recalled the first time when the doorman had not recognized her, but now he did. Indeed, every profession has its challenges. Wang XinYu followed closely beside Zhao Shixin, glancing at the elevator's floor indicator. Are we having a meeting again today? Yes, the progress at the hospital is quite smooth. We need to discuss our next steps. Zhao Shixin was in high spirits and showed no hesitation in sharing his thoughts with Wang XinYu. As they made their way, he greeted everyone, both familiar and unfamiliar, who seemed to recognize her. Uncle, 5th brother, 7th brother. Xiaoyu, Sun Gu. Zhao Shixin was unexpectedly caught off guard by this greeting, causing Wang XinYu to tremble slightly. And a dumpling fell from her hand onto the table. As they smiled at her, she felt compelled to return the gesture, but as she did so, she felt her face might freeze in a smile. Raising her hand to shield her eyes, she slowly opened them to gaze at the sky adorned with blue and white clouds basking in the warmth of the sun. She quickly sprang up, leaping from her bed towards that ray of light. Oh dear, I've overslept again. Brother, I'm sorry. I'll go make breakfast right away. Oh, don't flatter me. It's nothing really. Wang XinYu sensed the intense gaze of the man, her body involuntarily tensing, and she waved her hand dismissively, smiling to divert attention. The meeting is about to start, don't wander off. Zhao Shixin showed no outward signs of disturbance, merely stating a fact. Take it slow, be careful not to fall. He frowned slightly, reminding her of her reckless behavior while seated on the sofa. It's all right, we have plenty of time. Little Yu, Sun Gu, you've arrived. A beam of warm sunlight filtered through the curtain gaps, illuminating the room like a pillar of hope. Wang XinYu instinctively wanted to move closer but was swiftly pulled back by Zhao Shixin. She turned, puzzled, to meet his gaze. Ding dong. Finally seeing her family. Wang XinYu's smile returned to its natural state. Zhao Shixin observed the girl across from him, cheeks puffed with satisfaction from her meal, and his mood lifted to the joy he always felt when around her. It seemed that every glance at her brought him delight. With squinted eyes, he wished to linger a bit longer in bed, but suddenly she opened her eyes wide in disbelief, staring toward the curtains. Zhao Shixin gazed into her clear and cheerful eyes, and her pure emotions compelled him to pursue and cherish them. I'm happy. Zhao Shixin smiled faintly. Wang XinYu hummed a little tune. Bouncing down the stairs, her laughter shone brightly like the moon in a clear sky. Having returned from his morning exercise, he realized she hadn't risen yet, knowing full well that today she would not be preparing breakfast for him. The man across from her seemed to radiate light, occasionally exuding charm that tested her self-control, and at that moment, she only wished to escape. Aren't you happy? The sun is shining. The warm sunlight enveloped her, filling her with comfort. Wang XinYu glanced at Wang Baozhu, who still hadn't put down her chopsticks, squinting as she smiled. Thank you, Mom. Oh, is it ready? Did Aunt Lee make it? Why didn't you wake me to help? Wang XinYu awkwardly approached the dining table, gazing at the sumptuous breakfast laid out. Didn't we agree that I would cook today? Zhao Shixin's eyes flickered with amusement as he smiled at the seemingly flustered girl, his mood brightening further. If this meal satisfied the family, it wouldn't be in vain. She could certainly cook again next time. Come sit down. Wang Guohua waved at her, having recently developed extraordinary abilities and spent the past few days on missions. Relishing every moment, having finally seen Wang XinYu, he sensed she had much to share. At the last 3 steps, Wang XinYu leaped down without a hint of danger, filled with excitement. Brother, the sun is shining today. Did you see it? Zhao Shixin led Wang XinYu back to the Zunhuan Leisure Club, but he sighed helplessly, observing the girl who disregarded his reminders and rushed to him with a bright smile. He couldn't bring himself to be angry, only resigned to compromise. Yes, I see it. Are you that thrilled? She pouted, furrowing her brow in annoyance. Oh no, it fell. Wang XinYu nodded without resistance, waving goodbye to Wang Guohua, mouthing, it's over. Never mind, the young girl was naive and inexperienced. He would keep a watchful eye on her to prevent any foolish actions in the future. The next morning, Wang XinYu's biological clock woke her promptly. Just as they sat down, the Song family arrived right on time. Ah, I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Song Weijian strode to the main seat and sat down without hesitation. My Tianyao is still out on a mission. I'll trouble Deputy Base Leader Zhao to host today's meeting. Chapter 92, A Clash of Ambitions. Song Weijian misdemeanor. As if he were inherently superior, sparked a hint of resentment among many present, while others were keen to watch the unfolding drama. All eyes turned toward Zhao Shisun, and Wang XinYu could not help but glance at him as well. Zhao Shisun remained unfazed, his deep voice tinged with amusement as he said, "Uncle Song, you're being polite, hosting the meeting is my obligation. Alright, everyone quiet down, today's meeting officially begins." Zhao Shisun possessed an innate charm that commanded respect. Especially after awakening his mental abilities, which only enhanced his influence, the murmurs gradually faded as he spoke. Even the previously antagonistic Song Weijian found himself listening intently, despite being away for over half a month. Zhao Shisun's grip on the base remained unshaken, his efforts at the onset of the apocalypse were not in vain. Wang XinYu recalled her recent hydroponic vegetable experiment, wondering if it was worth pursuing. Uncle, fifth brother, seventh brother. Wang XinYu hadn't seen Wang Guohua and Wang Guofeng in several days and wanted to inquire about their recent activities. First, she thought of the experiment she had just completed, which was a delightful surprise for ordinary people, a lifeline amidst despair. The applause grew more fervent, seemingly endless. Once the meeting concluded, Wang XinYu dashed toward the Wang family's direction. "Everyone, please disperse, Uncle Wang's work hasn't commenced yet. Whatever you say now is of no use. Once he gets organized, he will prioritize serving everyone." "Uncle Song?" Zhao Shisun raised an eyebrow, offering a gentle reminder. As the crowd dispersed, everyone exchanged glances, collectively exhaling in relief. "Uncle, this isn't the place for conversation, shall we step outside?" Zhao Shisun suggested with a smile. As a few individuals were about to depart together, they were suddenly surrounded by a throng of people. "There is!" The crowd immediately echoed in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. Wang XinYu attempted to persuade them kindly, yet the crowd remained steadfast, unwilling to disperse. Seemingly reluctant, still shouting pleas and similar expressions, Zhao Shisun, being older than Wang Guohua and Wang Guofeng, followed Wang XinYu's lead in calling out, "Enough!" At once, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, it seems that kindness is essential among humanity. After considerable effort, the crowd quieted down once more, and he dared not mention Zhao Shisun again, instead praising his own son, Wang XinYu, noticing his raised hand signaling for silence, truly perceived him as a jester. It is often the less appealing who cause mischief. And it seemed he wished to assert some authority over Zhao Shisun, only to find himself reaping the consequences. If it were possible to awaken extraordinary abilities in the populace, would it not imply a broader and better living space for humanity? Should the higher-ups of the base approve the plan, Wang XinYu would promptly commence this endeavor given the limited number of water-based ability users skilled in separation techniques, even with all her effort. Wang XinYu could only detoxify 10 individuals in a day, and the number of other water-based ability users would be even fewer. Finally, Zhao Shisun concluded, closing the documents in hand, surveying the crowd with an unusually solemn expression. He stated, "The future of the base relies on everyone's collective effort. Do we all have confidence?" The second agenda item concerned the proposals for agriculture and husbandry. During this visit, Zhao Shisun's convoy had collected a substantial amount of clean soil, and the Research Institute had devised methods for purifying water sources in soil, albeit at a considerable cost, yet it was imperative to pursue these efforts. A man's lingering voice emerged from behind, "Uncle. Fifth brother, seventh brother." The urgency of initiating agricultural planting and livestock breeding could not be overstated, as reserves were limited and would eventually run out. He took the lead in applauding, and the others, after a moment's consideration, followed suit, recognizing the efforts of Deputy Base Chief Zhao during this period, leading to a natural cooperation among them. Thus, it was estimated that achieving universal awakening of abilities would require a significant amount of time. Those present at the meeting were all from capable families, and this opportunity should certainly be availed. Having been blocked by so many people just moments ago had indeed been quite stressful. The crowd, having received a reassuring affirmation, departed contentedly. "Sun Xiao, thank you." Wang XinYu expressed his gratitude. Several individuals exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Although Zhao Shisun's countenance remained impassive, he secretly regretted his earlier impulsiveness. The title he had used was bound to incite speculation, and he had never referred to anyone in such a manner before. He quietly resolved to address this matter once the shop's affairs were settled. "My family also registers 15 slots. Of course, there might be certain risks involved. Hence the hospital still advocated for a principle of voluntariness, yet it was believed that no one would decline." The meeting concluded successfully. Wang XinYu immediately affirmed, "That is indeed correct. What Deputy Base Chief Zhao said aligns with what I wish to convey. Everyone, please await further news. Director Wang, when will the work of awakening abilities commence? My family wishes to register 10 names. I kindly ask for your arrangement." With Zhao Shisun's statement made, the crowd felt reassured. Yet they still turned to Wang XinYu, anticipating his response. The attendees voted, and the resolution passed unanimously, with no dissenting voices. The cunning expression on Song Weijian's face revealed lingering astonishment. This unexpected dialogue had momentarily rendered him speechless. "Oh," Song Weijian straightened his posture, commencing his performance. "First, let us give a warm round of applause to Deputy Base Chief Zhao." However, having already spoken, he could only press on with determination. Song Tianyao was still out on a mission, and his actions were understandable. Everyone still afforded him ample respect. After delivering a lengthy discourse, applause ensued before the assembly gradually dispersed. This title?" Not only Wang XinYu found it peculiar, but others gazed at him in disbelief. Following several days of experimentation, Wang Daijiu had compiled a relatively complete and reasonable plan that could facilitate the awakening of abilities among the entire populace through human intervention. The agenda for this meeting was extensive. And Zhao Shishuan diligently advanced the proceedings as Zhao Shishuan smiled at Song Weijin, saying, Uncle Song, I have no further matters here, would you care to add a few words? Yet, even with their step-sibling relationship, such a form of address seemed inappropriate. Song Weijin appeared somewhat surprised by the situation, his lips twitching slightly as he could not help but interject, Alright everyone, please pause and allow me to speak. Upon hearing this, Wang XinYu felt overwhelmed and promptly countered, Everyone, please return home, discussing these matters here is futile, my work has yet to commence, regardless of the task at hand there will always be a procedure to follow, adhering to that will ensure success. Very well. After a moment of daze, Wang XinYu solemnly nodded in agreement. Uncle, you are being too courteous, Zhao Shishuan replied. The title had shifted once more. In a fresh and elegant private room, Wang XinYu sat upright, her bright, lively eyes darting about. Glancing this way and that, after exiting the meeting room, the group found a nearby private chamber on the 6th floor to settle down. It was noon, a perfect time for a meal together. Having just placed her order, Wang XinYu suddenly sensed a peculiar atmosphere in the room. Why was everyone silent? Why were they all staring at her? As they exchanged glances, Wang XinYu felt her heart skip a beat. Click, the door to the private room swung open, shattering the momentary awkwardness as a waiter entered with tea and water. Feeling restless, Wang XinYu, upon seeing the waiter, felt as if she had found a lifeline and promptly stood up to take the small water jug, saying, Let me handle this, you may step outside. She poured tea for everyone while engaging in conversation to alleviate the tension in the room. All right. The manager left, unable to suppress a long sigh of relief once outside the private room. After regaining composure, he hurried back to the office to make a phone call. Yes, this is indeed my heartfelt desire, Zhao Shishuan affirmed with a nod, then shifted the topic, saying, Uncle, just call me by my name. Xiaoru? Is that you? Wang Guohua exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the girl watering the garden, the very same whom Wang XinYu had first seen when Wang Guohua brought her to this world. Esteemed guest. How may I assist you? The manager inquired politely. Perhaps it was best to discuss matters with his sister after returning, as this ambiguous relationship seemed inappropriate to address openly lest it lead to awkwardness. The waiter, slightly taken aback, promptly responded, Understood, please hold on. He refrained from asking further, knowing Zhao Shishuan, regardless of the reason, the person in charge would certainly come over. As for why he had made the purchase despite the hefty price tag, it was simply that this dish was rather expensive, and without substantial capital, one could hardly afford it. Did you grow this yourself? Wang XinYu inquired with interest. Where is it? Could you take me to see it? Oh my. It truly is fresh vegetables. Everyone, do try some, uncle, come. Zhao Shishuan smiled slightly and pressed a button beside him, shortly after which the waiter entered. Wang XinYu couldn't help but grind his back teeth. This seems inappropriate. Wang XinYu, pleased by this, wondered if it meant they were indeed being taken to see the cultivation process. After finishing their meal, Wang XinYu eagerly stood up, declaring, Let's go, I want to see how they grow it and learn from it. Brother, do you know where this fresh vegetable comes from? Can we buy some to take back for my mother to try? The crowd followed the manager through a maze of corridors until they arrived at a small rooftop garden. Of course, compared to the large rooftop gardens they had just passed, this one was indeed quite small, spanning perhaps around 50 square meters. Where did these vegetables come from? Zhao Shishuan pointed at the fresh greens. It was surprising to see someone with such foresight. Wang XinYu was genuinely curious about who it could be. The second dish was served as Zhao Shishuan watched Wang XinYu multitasking, anxiously awaiting the manager's response while simultaneously eyeing the dishes with eager anticipation. Finding her utterly adorable, which made him ponder fanciful thoughts. Meanwhile, Wang Dejiu and Wang Guohua exchanged several glances, observing the natural and harmonious interaction between Wang XinYu and Zhao Shishuan, which appeared somewhat intimate. They contemplated speaking up, but seeing Wang XinYu's beaming smile made them hesitate, caught in a dilemma. Just then, their ordered dishes were served, and now, however, it was not a garden but rather a vegetable patch inside the private room. Wang XinYu was indulging heartily. The hotel's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Since they were about to see the vegetables, the group refrained from further idle chatter, quietly and swiftly finishing their lunch. It was evident that the manager, upon hearing it was this private room making the call, wasted no time in arriving. Just outside the private room door, he was already waiting with utmost respect. Sun Xiao. This way, please. Please summon your person in charge. Wang XinYu, not favoring anyone, also poured tea for Wang Dejiu and the others, receiving unanimous praise from them. Upon hearing this, she quickly retrieved her tea set from her space and began brewing tea. Appropriate, Zhao Shishuan calmly sipped his tea, offering just 2 words without further elaboration. This? The manager hesitated upon realizing the purpose of this visit. He frowned in distaste at the water in the cup, then turned to Wang XinYu, saying, This tea is not as good as yours. In her space, she always had hot water available, drawn from the clear and sweet stream, perfect for brewing tea, resulting in an aromatic and delightful flavor that lingered long after. The manager felt somewhat suffocated, discomfort settling heavily in his chest. When she had ordered, he had been astonished to see seasonal vegetables on the menu, then resolutely decided to order a plate, eager to discover what would be served, and it did not disappoint. Uncle. Tea, 5th brother, tea, 7th brother, tea, brother, tea. The tender greens have ripened, indicating that this individual must have commenced planting over a month ago, at a time when they had yet to retrieve any soil. You should go down and inquire further. We can search for you after our meal, she suggested. The manager was evidently taken aback by her audacity, hesitating for quite some time, uncertain of how to proceed. Wang XinYu gazed at the vibrant greens on the table, her smile radiant as she served a portion to her uncle Wang, beckoning everyone to begin their meal. Ahem. Wang Qingrong feigned a cough, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he observed his niece's cautious demeanor. Like a diligent little bee, Wang XinYu busily flitted about, the distinctive aroma of the fresh vegetables wafting through the air. Quite delightful indeed. Noticing his hesitation, Zhao Shixuan pressed on with some irritation. Speak freely, we merely wish to purchase some to take back. The soil they had previously brought home had already been cultivated. Yet to savor fresh vegetables would require at least a month's wait. Upon hearing his displeased tone, the manager relinquished any resistance, stating, I'm afraid that is not possible, these are grown on our hotel premises. And the yield is insufficient for our needs. We simply cannot spare any for external distribution. After savoring the greens, Wang XinYu grew curious about their origin. Xiaosun, my little Yu has been raised in comfort at home, as her uncles and brothers. We only wish for her to live freely, without illness or misfortune, in peace and joy. Ah, Miss Qin, Wang XinYu approached, recognizing a familiar figure. Indeed, it had been quite some time since she had heard from her. And she was surprised to find her here. Moreover, it appeared that Wu Ge was equally astonished. It is I, Uncle Guohua, and Xiao Yu, it has been a while. After greeting everyone, she merely nodded politely to Zhao Shixuan and Wang Guofeng, with whom she was less familiar. Chapter 94, Clarity. Why did Qin Ru and Wang Guohua appear somewhat estranged? Were they not in a romantic relationship? Wang XinYu found herself puzzled, yet it was not the right moment to inquire further. Her gaze drifting to the adjacent area, the space, spanning over 50 square meters, was divided into sections, each cultivated with various vegetables, tender greens, leeks, cabbage, and radishes, lush and vibrant. It was a sight that brought joy. Miss Qin, did you personally cultivate all of these? A brilliant smile graced Qin Ru's face as she replied, Indeed, I previously worked here, and after the apocalypse, the establishment underwent some adjustments before resuming normal operations. 2 months ago, the vegetables in stock were depleted, so I noticed the abundance of greenery in pots around the place, requested to gather some soil, and began my own cultivation, which has yielded promising results. Wang XinYu admired her, marveling at the boundless ingenuity of humanity. Surely there were others doing likewise in hidden corners. Observing the manager's troubled expression and his silence only heightened her discomfort. Qin Ru pondered briefly before suggesting, perhaps tomorrow. She needed to wrap up her work here. The tone of her voice suggested frustration, which Wang Guohua discerned. Feeling a sense of guilt, he helplessly rubbed the bridge of his nose and left with a parting remark, I will seek you out tomorrow, let us sit down for a proper conversation. Oh. I see. Zhao Shixuan, his interest piqued, inquired, Miss Qin, would you be interested in working at the cultivation base? The benefits are substantial. It was evident that once the apocalypse struck, they lost all contact. No, thank you, we have nothing to discuss, Qin Ru declined, her tone tinged with undeniable disappointment. I see, Wang Guohua replied, distracted, before turning to Qin Ru with sincerity, Xiao Ru, I must take my leave now, I will visit again soon, and we will have a good chat. Since the apocalypse, she had been constantly accompanied by Zhao Shixuan, lacking any personal space. He felt parched, with a multitude of thoughts and questions swirling in his mind, yet when the moment came to speak, words failed him. Stuck in his throat, having been out for a while, he still had numerous matters to attend to that afternoon and decided it was time to depart. Glancing at Wang XinYu, she immediately understood his intent and bid farewell to Qin Ru. Miss Qin, goodbye. Perhaps his initial failure to seek her out stemmed from the chaos, yet soon after, the internal situation of S-City was managed efficiently by Zhao Shixuan, and still, he did not approach her. Their previous visit to introduce her to his family was merely due to the pressure from his relatives. So when can you report for duty? Zhao Shixuan was a man of action, decisive in his endeavors. Prior to awakening his abilities, he felt unworthy of providing happiness to anyone, often pushing her from his mind. Fifth brother, let us go, Wang Guofeng called from the elevator, urging him on. Wang Guohua caught up with Wang XinYu, and they left together. You flatter me, my awakening of wood-based abilities was more of a stroke of luck and it has indeed aided me in cultivating plants, she remarked, her smile slightly strained as she cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her. After speaking, she turned to Wang Guohua, who was staring at the ground, seemingly lost in thought. With a resigned sigh, she hummed along as Zhao Shixuan departed. Good women were becoming increasingly rare, one should cherish the fortunate encounters. Meanwhile, she had ample space and resources at home, neglecting to consider these aspects. Miss Qin possesses wood-based abilities, are they beneficial for cultivation? Thank you, Deputy Base Leader Zhao, Qin Ru acknowledged, well aware of his prominence within the Tianfu base. Wang XinYu noticed her discomfort and glanced at Wang Guohua, who appeared deep in thought, leaving her unsure of what to say, as their issues were not hers to address. Well, we must take our leave now, goodbye. Zhao Shixuan had successfully recruited another valuable asset. His mood lifted. Inside the elevator, Wang XinYu curiously observed him. Fifth brother, what is going on? Are you and Miss Qin not dating? Why does it seem so distant between you? When it came to her abilities, Qin Ru felt a surge of excitement. Although her powers lacked combat prowess, with diligent practice, she might eventually be able to directly cultivate fruits from seeds without relying solely on planting. This thought thrilled her, as in the harshness of post-apocalyptic life, she bore the responsibility of supporting her brother. She had not considered the condition of her plants at home. Personally, she believed Qin Ru to be an admirable young woman. And although Wang Guowo was her fifth brother, she sensed he was not particularly serious when it came to matters of the heart. After the apocalypse, with the drastic reduction of the population and an evident gender imbalance, women were at a disadvantage in terms of physical capability, leading to their scarcity. Zhao Shixuan suddenly broke the silence, alleviating Wang XinYu's earlier awkwardness. Miss Qin truly excels, these vegetables are thriving. Wang XinYu offered her genuine praise. Qin Ru responded softly, her gaze unwavering upon him. In that moment, once she had seeds, she would be able to eat whatever she wished. Young lady, no gossiping. Wang Guowo lightly deflected her inquiry, feeling somewhat exasperated himself. Very well, you should visit Minister Zhao tomorrow, I will inform him in advance, he said, referring to his father, Zhao Yuliang, regarding the critical matters of food supply management. Indeed, my abilities allow me to sense the growth needs of plants, facilitating their faster and better development, and I can even accelerate the germination of certain seeds. As Wang Guowo lingered behind, he paused beside Qin Ru to softly say, Xiao Ru. At this moment, she felt a pang of regret. Without overthinking, she nodded, I will go. There was little left to discuss between them, their emotional connection was still fragile. Having only been established for a month, Wang Guowo strode away, while Qin Ru watched his retreating figure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, emotion stirred, feeling wronged. Their relationship had not progressed to that stage with Qin Ru. After the apocalypse, his thoughts had been far from romantic pursuits. Now that he had awakened his abilities and found himself once again in her presence, he felt a stirring within, realizing they should have a proper conversation. However, these matters were not easily shared with Wang XinYu, and he could only manage a vague response for now. Chapter 95, a shared glance. Parting from the Wang family, Wang XinYu continued alongside Zhao Shixuan, heading straight to the commercial street. What do you think of this one? Zhao Shixuan produced a key and handed it to Wang XinYu. She accepted it with delight, exclaiming, when did you manage to arrange this? How could she not be thrilled? Just last night, she had mentioned the matter to him, and throughout the morning, she had followed him closely, not noticing any unusual behavior, yet here he was, already in possession of the shop key. Such efficiency. Do you like it? Zhao Shixuan asked, pleased to see her so joyful. His efforts in contacting his subordinates overnight had not been in vain. I love it, thank you, brother, Wang XinYu exclaimed as she opened the shop's door. Reveling in the spacious interior, with 2 levels and 100 square meters, it was perfectly suited for a small supermarket. Zhao Shixuan stood still, and as she pushed the door open, they found themselves drawn closer together. But as she slipped away, the warmth faded, leaving a profound sense of loss in its wake. The gentle touch felt like a kitten's playful paw, utterly defenseless against it. Wang XinYu was clearly taken aback by his actions. Her bright, expressive eyes filled with confusion. Zhao Shixuan rested his chin lightly atop her head, inhaling the subtle fragrance of her hair, and sighed softly, ah, you troublesome girl, what am I to do with you? A slightly cool sensation penetrated from the surface of the skin, delivering a subtle tremor deep into the heart. He appeared to stand there leisurely and casually, yet exuded an extraordinary sense of security. She finally responded with a gentle murmur. Their eyes met for a moment, before she once again succumbed, her clear, bright gaze beginning to flicker. Was it shyness or evasion? Xiao Yu, do you like your brother? Zhao Shixuan whispered softly, his rich voice tinged with a hint of coaxing. Oh, he. Zhao Shixuan lightly stroked her small hand that clasped his larger one, leaning down to whisper near her ear, so it turns out my little sister has been daydreaming about me? Wang XinYu's heart raced like a drum, her blushing face nearly steaming. She weakly pressed her hands against his chest, straining to keep herself from collapsing entirely into his embrace. Upon seeing her flushed face nodding in acknowledgement of her affection for him, Zhao Shixuan felt an overwhelming joy and satisfaction, his heart bursting forth like a magnificent display of fireworks. Blooming with vibrant emotions, she flusteredly pushed him away, her face a shade of crimson, revealing both embarrassment and vexation. I do not. Zhao Shixuan pursued gently, look at me, answer your brother. The girl's obvious pretense of ignorance left him feeling a twinge of disappointment and irritation. Brother? What are you saying? Move aside. I need to organize supplies and prepare for the store. You should leave. Wang XinYu could no longer bear it, struggling to push him away, her words stumbling and incoherent. With a slight tug, Zhao Shixuan brought her head down into his embrace. The girl's soft form, sweet fragrance, and charming demeanor made it impossible for him to resist, igniting a desire to claim her wholly. He let out a soft hum, his voice slightly hoarse as he commanded, do not move. I was not daydreaming about you. Heh, he chuckled lightly, taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within him. Wang XinYu, feeling content, twirled a few times, her mind already mapping out plans, and when she turned to smile at the man who had inquired, she nearly lost her bearings at the sight before her. He smoothly reached into his pocket and wrapped his arm around her waist, declaring, all right, it's not you, it's me, I can't take my eyes off Xiao Yu. She turned her head, breaking free from his hold, and pushed him away with force. This time, she succeeded, and without allowing herself a moment's thought, she dashed to a corner, hastily arranging the items in the space while mumbling, you go do your thing. I'll stay here. Once I set up the shop, I'll start business tomorrow. I'll return on my own, you don't need to What is it? She felt like a free fish in the sea. Unable to leave the ocean's embrace, her starry eyes were filled with his image, and as she gazed deeply, the darkness of the ocean seemed to draw her in, as if wanting to possess her entirely. He gently loosened his grip, lifting her chin with his hand. Hearing his question, Wang XinYu's eyelashes fluttered, betraying her flustered. He frowned slightly, observing her feigned busyness and listening to her attempts to shoo him away. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Zhao Shihuan chuckled softly as he stepped closer, affectionately tapping her forehead with his long fingers. Daydreaming again? His handsome face bore a rare smile, and in the warm light surrounding them, his indulgent gaze enveloped her like the tide. Wang XinYu found herself unable to evade, yearning to obey her heart, yet the remnants of her rationality fought against her, reminding her that a girl should maintain her modesty. Her hands trembled into tight fists, her body tensing further, swallowing hard as she met his gaze once more. Have you made your plans? Zhao Shihuan stood at the doorway, hands tucked into his pockets. Watching the lively girl spinning in delight. Perhaps that was too absolute. It was also possible she was a strong girl, yet the disparity in strength between men and women was beyond question, if he did not wish to let go. How could she possibly break free? Wang XinYu shivered slightly, his warm breath brushed against her ear, both ticklish and heated, his deep voice laced with temptation, sending her heart into a flutter. However, it was evident that Xiaoyu was not quite ready. Wang XinYu's heart raced, and she quickly grasped his mischievous hand, her cheeks flushing. I'm not. Xiaoyu, look into my eyes. Zhao Shihuan had no intention of letting her escape, but he stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and cradling the back of her head. Descending for a kiss. He resembled a parched wanderer, desperately yearning for refreshment. Their gentle touch felt like a sweet spring, leaving him invigorated and wanting more. Let me go. Wang XinYu murmured against his chest. Gently pushing him once more, only to realize she still could not escape. Unable to resist the urge to pout, Wang XinYu felt completely overwhelmed, frozen in place, nestled in his embrace, listening to his strong heartbeat, which was becoming increasingly audible. The corners of her lips gradually curled into a smile, voices echoed in her mind, urging her for more, craving abundance. A savory morsel was tantalizingly close. How could she resist such temptation after over 20 years of abstaining? Just as she was about to savor the moment, a cacophony of cheers erupted from outside. Chapter 96. Is this a confirmation of their relationship or merely taking advantage? Hurry, everyone, come and see, the base leader is back with a bounty. Let us go. Let us go. I heard the base leader brought back a whole truckload of pigs. We will never have to worry about fresh meat again. Exactly, although we can't eat freely, at least we can sample some meat scraps, broth, and so forth. Once the pigs are raised and they have piglets, we can continue the cycle. Hey, what are you all chatting about? Hurry up. Yes, let us go. Another wave of people rushed past her store. Finally grasping the significance of the news inside, Wang XinYu found herself pinned against the shelf by the man, ensconced in his embrace, both of them breathless as they listened to each other's breaths. The purpose of opening this store was not merely to sell her previously collected items. Those were merely a facade. The beauty of the human face, akin to a peach blossom, was a sight that brought joy and was hard to part with. Upon entering, one could not help but notice the prominent displays in the center. Xiaoyu, Zhao Shihuan observed her about to explode with frustration, sighing helplessly. I will leave soon, there is no need to rush me. At 5 o'clock, I'll come and take you home, wait for me. Zhao Shihuan cleared his throat a couple of times, gradually calming his emotions. Alright, don't be angry, how else do you want to organize? I can help. He regretted his impulsive decision to help her set up the shop, realizing he had woven himself into a web of entanglement, yet, recalling her radiant smile as she pleaded with him, he sighed. It was challenging for heroes to resist the allure of beauty, and he willingly accepted the consequences, knowing he would have to bear the burden alone. This time, Zhao Shihuan did not play any tricks and willingly released her. Although he had sensed his feelings for her for quite some time, this was the first moment they fully acknowledged it. He realized he had made a mistake earlier and dared not press further. He wished to stay with her, to be together at all times, even if they were merely occupying the same space, each engaged in their own tasks. Caught off guard, she kicked him without holding back. The impact solid and forceful. After tidying up, she grabbed her phone and called Lily. Upon hearing that the store was ready, Lily squealed in excitement, nearly deafening her eardrums. With a clap, she resolved the situation. Zhao Shihuan gazed at her intently. He indeed had many matters to attend to that afternoon and could not linger. After hanging up, while awaiting Lily's arrival, she found another board and wrote a line to hang outside. Wang XinYu furrowed her brow, stating, there is no need for you to come, I can return on my own. She intended to wait until everything was set up before taking a stroll. Wait, no, Wang XinYu lamented, thumping her head in frustration. Damn it, he hadn't confessed, not even uttering a word of affection, and yet she felt he had taken advantage of her. She had been thoroughly cheated. The items that could not be regenerated in a short time were now precious, and she had only a few of each to offer. Although it was somewhat of a self-deception, at least they could both save face. This store accepts recycled and exchanged goods. All are welcome. Finally, Wang XinYu took out a basket of potatoes, a basket of radishes, 3 bundles of greens, 3 bundles of cowpeas, 3 bundles of scallions, a box each of chicken, duck, and goose eggs, and 2 of each chicken, duck, and goose. Placing them in the center of the room, Wang XinYu felt uncomfortable under his gaze and snapped, what are you staring at? If you're not going to speak, then hurry and leave. The circulation of vegetables, fruits, chickens, ducks, fish, and meat was exceedingly scarce. Once they gradually increased, she could bring out more items without it seeming out of place. Unfortunately, given her current demeanor, that did not seem likely. Cough, when she could no longer hold it in. Pretending to cough was a good tactic. Just as she spoke, her tongue grazed her teeth, the sharp pain causing her to puff out her cheeks in frustration. Silently enduring the kick, he couldn't help but chuckle. Such a fiery temperament. You must not suffer any grievances. Are you happy now? Still angry? If not, kick me a few more times. He knew that as soon as he let go, she would be like a wild horse, galloping freely without restraint. Who wants to kick you? Wang XinYu proudly lifted her chin. Refusing to engage in the topic, she would not be fooled. A mere few kicks would not erase the misdeeds he had committed against her. How naive, Zhao Shishuan gazed at her plump little face. So adorably charming that he could hardly suppress a smile, yet he recognized that if he dared to laugh aloud at that moment, she would undoubtedly not let him off easily, so he endeavored to hold it back. Reluctantly, Zhao Shishuan departed, while Wang XinYu covered her face with both hands, crouching down in a curled position. The recent events had been overwhelmingly stimulating, and she needed time to digest it all. Nevertheless, even this glance remained devoid of menace. You hissed. Wang XinYu attempted to articulate something, but the blister on her tongue pressed against her teeth, causing her to involuntarily gasp, realizing the situation was beyond remedy. She vented her frustration with a couple of expletives directed at him, before dismissing it and focusing on arranging the shop. Her plan was to place shelves along the walls to store items. She had a plethora of goods in her space, and anything she chose to extract could easily fill the room. First let me go, Wang XinYu pouted, her words slightly slurred, leading to a sense of awkwardness even for herself. Unable to contain her irritation, she shot him an indignant glare. Listen to that, what sort of talk is that? Enraged, Wang XinYu widened her eyes and gave him a sharp kick, playfully scolding, let me go. Wah! What's wrong, does it hurt? Upon hearing her gasp, Zhao Shishuan immediately straightened up to check on her, apologizing in a flustered manner. I'm sorry, I lack experience. I will be more careful next time. Open your mouth and let me see, be good. Though they had parted ways, the atmosphere in the room grew even more delicate. All right then, I will wait for you at home. What could he do? He had to pamper his woman, and thankfully the base was secure. Had they been outside, he would have certainly stood firm. The purpose of opening this shop was primarily to gradually distribute the items she had cultivated and raised in her space. While also exchanging some mutated pearls to augment her income, pressing her lips together, she recalled his clumsy kissing technique and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Don't you have anything to do this afternoon? Aren't you leaving? Wang XinYu sensed the atmosphere in the room had grown somewhat awkward and wished to send him away to have some solitude to sort her thoughts. In Zhao Shishuan's eyes. Her self-perceived fierceness was nothing more than a playful pout, her little face flushed as if painted with rouge, her eyes misty and shimmering. Oh, is this a newly opened shop? What do they sell? Come, let us go in and take a look. A few shopkeepers returned from admiring the bustling scene outside and happened to see Wang XinYu stepping out to display her sign. Oh my. What's this, a chickens? Boss, I'll take one. Wait a moment, I want one too, boss, sell it to me. Chapter 97, Prosperous Business. Wang XinYu was utterly unprepared for the sudden influx of customers, who frantically scrambled for several cages. Amidst the terrified squawking of chickens, ducks, and geese, the scene descended into utter chaos. As she watched them stumble and nearly knock over a nearby egg box, almost crushing the fresh vegetables, Wang XinYu decisively waved her hand, drawing everything on the ground back into her space, leaving only the 3 cages they were fighting over. Enough, stop right now. If anyone dares to snatch again, no one gets to buy anything, and you all need to get out. Wang XinYu's furious shout finally halted their actions. Though their hands remained firmly on the cages, observing the empty ground, the onlookers realized that the woman before them was a spatial ability user and couldn't help but show smiles of flattery. Li Lily, witnessing this turn of events, had no choice but to hastily close the door. Hey, did I say something wrong? If you don't believe me, then don't buy it, just let go. In the face of profit, the previously amicable neighbors turned hostile. Hey, I want some chickens too. The rivals were not ready to back down, tightening their grips on the chicken cages. Yes, the highest bidder wins. The last man to sneak in immediately chimed in. The fashionable woman's face turned pale with anger. Chang'e, how can you be so ruthless in snatching the business? However, they weren't specifically there to collect mutated pearls. If they were a dedicated team for that, there would likely be more of them. Exactly, everyone wants them. The highest bidder wins. Boss, name your price and we'll bid. The newcomers seized the opportunity and proposed a solution. What do you mean by the fated ones win? Everyone paused, intrigued. Alright, let's begin the bidding. These chickens, ducks, and geese I have are all capable of laying eggs, so the price will be a bit higher. Everyone should act within their means. If not, just buy the ready-made eggs. I guarantee you'll have enough. Ultimately, the 6 chickens, ducks, and geese were sold for an exorbitant price of 300 second-tier mutated pearls, averaging 50 pearls each. With 6 poultry, there was simply not enough to go around. Last time, their group of over 10 people returned after half a month with only over 200,000 first-tier mutated pearls. More than 50 second-tier mutated pearls and 10 third-tier mutated pearls. After saying this, she waved her hand, making the previously placed vegetables and poultry appear on the ground. How much could be distributed to each person? The fashionable woman who initially snatched the chicken cages was clearly reluctant. With a quick glance, she retorted, what the boss said is nonsense. We've yet to see if they can lay eggs. You can't just make empty claims. We won't agree to that, right? She nudged the shoulder of the person beside her who was also buying for the cage. Wang XinYu nodded and addressed those still clutching the cages. You all heard that? Right, quickly put down the cages. You're scaring them. If they really don't lay eggs, I'll hold you accountable. The same went for those trying to snatch the ducks and geese. No one was willing to give in. Gazing at the cages, each person's eyes sparkled with desire. Wang XinYu felt overwhelmed, fretting over what to do. When Li Lily entered, counting heads, there were a total of 16 people, with 8 having entered to snatch cages earlier. Lily, hurry, close the door. Noticing more people peeking in at the entrance, Wang XinYu immediately instructed her to shut the door. The atmosphere grew tense once more, indicating another impending quarrel. Oh, okay. Li Lili promptly went to close the door. But the men outside, curious about the situation inside, rushed in. One man sheepishly smiled. He had come to shop with friends and stumbled upon live chickens for sale that could lay eggs. Remembering that his mother and sister hadn't had meat in a long while, he was determined not to miss this opportunity. Xiaoyu, what is going on? She resolved that from now on the prices for her chickens, ducks and geese would be set accordingly. Selling them cheaply might invite trouble from the neighbors. Wang XinYu smiled, feigning mystery as she replied, "It's just the situation today. In truth, we're all fated to meet. Today's stock is sold out, and who knows when the next good items will arrive. We welcome everyone to come again. Our shop often features some specialty goods, and the fated ones will win." With a beaming smile, Wang XinYu waved goodbye to them. Upon understanding, the crowd realized that this shop had its connections and that good goods could appear at any time. The fashionable woman, having failed to steal the chickens, felt both frustrated and resentful. However, she dared not reveal her thoughts and instead forced a smile, saying, "I believe in that. In business, one must uphold integrity for it to last, right everyone?" Exactly, the crowd echoed. Not wanting to make things difficult for her. If not for those still clutching the cages, it would have truly appeared to be a harmonious scene. Wang XinYu furrowed her brow, worriedly surveying the room filled with people. Currently, the highest known mutated beast was third tier, while second tier mutated beasts had become commonplace. The cacophony from the small animals, particularly the geese, was deafening, attracting quite a few passers-by. "Please put down the cages, look at how scared they are. If they're frightened, they won't lay eggs." Wang XinYu was reaping substantial profits. It was second tier, not first tier. Those who managed to buy chickens or ducks and geese had wiped out the boxes of eggs and vegetables. Consequently, this left the earlier cage snatchers even less inclined to relinquish their hold. "Hey, what you just said is fair. If you want it, it's yours." This brightened Wang XinYu's expression, and she cast an appreciative glance at that person. "All right. Everyone quickly put down the cages. If I have to repeat myself again, my words clearly hold no weight, do they?" Wang XinYu put on a serious face, her displeasure evident, which finally compelled those few to reluctantly release their hold on the cages. Unfortunately, the others were not swayed by her tactics. An elderly woman beamed with kindness, saying, "Boss, I trust you. If she doesn't believe you, then don't sell to her but sell to me." Wang XinYu quickly interjected, "Enough. If you keep arguing, you'll all be out. I'm not worried about selling these chickens and ducks. Why do I hear goose honking? Are there geese here?" A spatial ability user who knew that a spatial ability user might possess a trove of valuable goods realized that even revealing a little could elevate their quality of life, much like the chickens, ducks, and geese in hand. "Boss, I want to buy these 2 chickens. What is your price?" Those who came to set up shop surely had some connections and likely weren't lacking in wealth. "What? They can even lay eggs. I want them. Some of those eggs in the box are indeed from them, but of course, you don't have to buy if you don't believe it. I'm not forcing anyone." Initially intending just to observe, he now had stars in his eyes. Furthermore, the earliest batch of ability users had mostly advanced to second tier, with only a few reaching third tier. If they couldn't buy chickens, purchasing some eggs would still pacify them. However, whether they could obtain them was left to fate. With everyone harboring their own thoughts, they dispersed. Chapter 98, An unexpected encounter with Song Tianyao. Wang XinYu cheerfully bid farewell to her customers, turning around to find Li Lili looking at her with wide, shining eyes, her gaze so fervent that it made Wang XinYu feel somewhat bashful. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" "It feels strange," Wang XinYu said helplessly. "Xiaoyu, you were simply amazing," Li Lili praised, giving her a thumbs up. Thinking of those chickens, ducks, and geese, her gaze flickered with excitement as she mustered the courage to ask, "Will there really be more of those eggs and vegetables in the future? Can I buy some?" As she spoke, she watched Wang XinYu with a nervous expression. As she was selling eggs just moments ago, she found herself wanting to purchase some as well. However, upon witnessing the fierce competition among the crowd, it became apparent that there would not be enough to go around, and she had to relinquish her desire upon hearing Wang XinYu mention that there would be more available in the future. She could hardly contain her excitement. "Of course, you can," Wang XinYu replied with a smile. "What would you like? Let me see if I have any in stock. At that time, you and your aunt can manage the shop together. Having 2 people will surely be beneficial. I will compensate you both with 100 second-tier mutated pearls each month. Does that sound agreeable?" Both of them had become utterly captivated by Song Tianyao over the past few days. In their eyes, everything he did and said was beyond reproach. Upon hearing Wang XinYu repeatedly disregard him, he immediately felt displeased. When Song Tianyao heard her refusal, his handsome face momentarily stiffened, but he quickly regained his signature smile. "Sister Xiaoyu, it has only been a few days since we last met. Why do you seem so unfamiliar? You should call me Brother Tianyao." In this time of severe scarcity of resources, particularly with regard to eggs, vegetables, and live poultry, even if more were available, it would still not meet the demand. Just moments ago, Song Tianyao was surrounded by 7 girls, and the one speaking closest to him was Zhao Zihan, who seemed almost glued to his side. She would never dare to address him as Brother Tianyao. Wang XinYu had no intention of staying at the shop, and definitely, after some thought, she said, "I might not be able to come every day. How about this? I will leave some rice, flour, potatoes, and radishes on the second floor, as they are easy to store. If I haven't come for 2 consecutive days, you can go up and take some to sell." Initially, She had intended to act as if she didn't know anyone and simply let them pass by. Really, that would be wonderful, thank you so much, Xiaoyu. Li's father worked hard to support the family. And she wanted to buy something to help him regain his health. Song Tianyu's eyes flickered, but he did not press the issue further. Instead, he replied cheerfully, I just returned, and my teammates heard that the commercial street has opened. We all wanted to come and have a look. Once Wang XinYu had taken care of everything, she left the shop, with Zhao Shishu and not by her side. She had some free time and decided to go for a stroll. To her surprise, someone approached her with such enthusiasm. The second floor was empty, and it was no issue to separate it into 3 rooms to in the future. 2 rooms could be designated for her family to stay in. While one could be used for storage just moments ago, many in the crowd had expressed dissatisfaction with the scarcity of supplies. Upon catching sight of Wang XinYu from a distance, his eyes lit up. And he unconsciously quickened his pace. Moreover, I do not have sufficient supplies to meet the demands of the entire base. Song Tianya was indeed surrounded, akin to a moon encircled by stars. Indeed, some people really are ungrateful, Zhang Mengmeng chimed in. Rolling her eyes dramatically, the spectacle of their group drew attention, and Wang XinYu naturally took note. Oh, Sister Xiaoyu, are you here to shop as well? Let us go together. Ah, aren't you staying here? Upon learning that she was the only one in the shop, Li Lily felt a surge of uncertainty. Managing such a large store alone was daunting. Do you still have some? I would like to buy a pound of eggs. Live chickens and ducks were far too expensive for her. So she could only start with eggs. How could she not be pleased? The rent for their current home was 30 second-tier mutated pearls a month. Later, the two engaged in a detailed discussion about the future development of the shop. Upon seeing another box of eggs, Li Lily, surprised yet puzzled, asked, Xiaoyu, since you have more eggs, why didn't you take them out to sell earlier? Hey, didn't brother Tianyao ask you to join? How could you not hear that? Truly ungrateful. With a free place to stay, they could save on expenses, allowing their family meals to improve. Thinking about how his wife and daughter had only managed to scrape by and had lost so much weight in the process made Lia's father feel quite distressed. Now, however, things were looking up, and he was immensely grateful to his daughter's classmate, knowing she would certainly help his daughter manage the shop well. Oh, then you all should go on ahead, I won't disturb you. As she spoke, she began to leave. A flicker of displeasure crossed Song Tianyu's eyes. Alright, I'll weigh it for you. Wang XinYu stepped into a corner and produced another basket of eggs, skillfully weighing out a pound for her. The scale tipping high, undoubtedly more than enough. No way, I want this shop to operate for the long term. Could Li Lily not be pleased? 100 second-tier mutated pearls. Currently in the base, 1 second-tier mutated pearl could be exchanged for a pound of rice. Meaning 100 pearls equated to 100 pounds of rice, ensuring their family of 3 would have enough provisions for the month. Please don't say that, perhaps Sister Xiaoyu genuinely has matters to attend to. Song Tianyao frowned slightly. His gaze towards Wang XinYu earnest, with an air of innocence and a desire to please. If they sold out all the stock today, what would attract customers tomorrow? Wang XinYu's lips twitched. Inwardly lamenting her misfortune, today had truly been a challenging day. Moreover, seeing how Song Tianyao treated her with a certain distinction only fueled her jealousy, making her words even sharper. They weren't particularly close. Were they? Director Song, Wang XinYu suppressed her displeasure and greeted him, then unceremoniously declined. No need, I've finished shopping. Wang XinYu observed him approaching her with an overly familiar demeanor, and she felt increasingly uncomfortable. Forcing a smile as she interjected, Have brother Song, where are you off to? Not long after stepping out of the shop, she encountered a group approaching her. Coincidentally, Li's father had not gone out today. Upon receiving a call from Li Lily, he happily agreed and took on the task of renovating the second floor. Wang XinYu's brief statement made Li Lily understand. Oh, I see, limited supply, when do you plan to deliver more? Whom? Wang XinYu noticed her timidity and concern and suggested, why don't you and your uncle and aunt move in here? The security in the base is relatively good, but having someone watch over the shop would certainly provide peace of mind. Yes, I truly have matters to attend to. She nodded earnestly, since he had provided a reason. She would go along with it.as for the other girls. She was not inclined to engage in verbal sparring. Chapter 99. Wang XinYu left, her demeanor feigning calmness, yet in reality, she felt quite flustered. As though chased by a wild dog, Song Tianyao observed her retreating figure, a knowing smile playing on his lips, his eyes glinting with interest. Brother Tianyao, there's SACAF up ahead. I haven't had coffee in ages, Zhao Zihan said. Linking her arm with his, her youthful charm likely appealing to many men, yet, a flicker of impatience crossed Song Tianyao's gaze, though he maintained his usual smile. Sure, let us go sit for a bit. He glanced once more in the direction Wang XinYu had departed, where her figure had vanished, and with a hint of regret turned back to the group, generously stating, Let us all go, it's on me. The group of men and women behind him erupted in cheers. However, Wang XinYu was known for her fiery temperament and would not take lightly any grievances. The repeated clashes had resulted in neither gaining the upper hand, rendering them evenly matched, not to mention Qin Yanyan was also a delicate and graceful woman, speaking and acting in a gentle manner that made one instinctively want to care for her. Xiao Ping merely smiled noncommittally, not engaging in the conversation. Indeed. Yanyan, there aren't many good men like Xiao Long who are so considerate towards the women they like. You should cherish this opportunity. Zhao Zihan caught the undertone of mockery in her words and shot her a fierce glare. Qin Yanyan's eyes glimmered with emotion, her gaze filled with gratitude. She could not hide her feelings. He even knew her name and called her Yanyan. His voice was simply delightful. Suddenly another wave of pain shot through her thigh, and she glanced anxiously at Zhao Zihan, who wore a smile devoid of warmth. Though she might be a secondary character, she was treated like a princess within the Zhao family. Her hand, however, had found its way to Qin Yanyan's thigh, seizing the opportunity to deliver a double-edged remark. Yet, what was different about Wang XinYu today? Zhao Zihan lowered her head slightly, her eyes flickering with confusion as she pondered. Qin Yanyan felt trapped, having no choice but to accept his kindness. Her pale face struggled to maintain a smile as she shyly said, "No need, I'll just have some warm water." Thus, each time Wang Baozhu and her daughter visited the Zhao family estate, she would subtly target her. She regretted losing focus earlier, allowing that woman to seize the initiative. Oh, the experienced man had suddenly realized the truth. Regardless of what he thought, he could not voice it, and had to maintain a facade of a smile, saying, "Is that so? Xiaolong is kind to everyone, isn't that right, Xiaoping? He even carried your bag today." Yes. She was indeed familiar with Wang XinYu, and their relationship was not amicable. She knew that if she revealed even a hint of her interest in brother Song, Zhao Zihan would undoubtedly take advantage of it, preventing her from lingering near Zhao Zihan, thus losing sight of brother Song. Just then, a man at the nearby table expressed concern. "Nian, are you feeling unwell? Shall I take you to the hospital?" Don't be like some people, aiming too high and daydreaming, only to end up losing both the watermelon and the sesame seeds. Zhao Zihan sneered, casting a disdainful glance at her. With a quick shift of her gaze, she smiled at Xiaolong. "Xiaolong is truly good to Nian. Do you perhaps have feelings for her?" The atmosphere became momentarily awkward. "Brother Tianyao, what did you order? If you like it, I'd love to have the same," she purred sweetly, shaking off her distractions. Yet Song Tianyao noticed and gently inquired, "Nian, what's the matter?" The sudden pain caused Qin Nian to involuntarily gasp, however. She quickly composed herself, gritting her teeth to endure it. However, this unique bond was shattered after Wang Baozhu married Zhao Yuliang. Song Tianyao observed the scene with a playful smile, teasingly remarking, "Nian, Xiaolong is quite good to you." Qin Nian felt a pang of sadness. Did he truly not care at all when other men showered her with attention? Nian. What's wrong? Tianyao Ji is asking you something. Why are you silent? The group, totaling 18, was bound to incur a hefty bill at the CAF, yet as the head of the Tianfu base, Song Tianyao likely regarded the expense as trivial. Sitting opposite Qin Nian, Zhang Mengmeng was acutely aware of her feelings for Song Tianyao. His gesture of personally bringing over refreshments conveyed sincerity. But her gaze drifted towards Song Tianyao, whose ever-present smile only deepened her disappointment as she sipped her brown sugar water slowly. Zihan, what are you thinking about?" Qin Nian nudged her shoulder, finally rousing her from her reverie. "Song Ji is asking you something. What would you like to drink?" She knew she had to stay, so she spoke between the lines, conveying a message. The entourage made their way to the CAF. Oblivious to her lingering gaze directed towards Wang XinYu's departing figure, revealing a fierce glint in her eyes. An angelic visage masked a venomous heart. Qin Nian abruptly regained her composure, her face pale and her eyes flickering as she timidly muttered, My stomach hurts a bit." Among the group, many were fond of this particular drink. "Nian, the brown sugar water is here, hurry and drink up." Xiaolong approached with a tray, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. That foolish girl, why hadn't she reminded her sooner? It was entirely her fault for not acting sooner, allowing Zhang Mengmeng to seize the opportunity. Her frail, willow-like appearance was indeed endearing, particularly to men easily swayed by such charms. Uninformed, the naive ones were about to speak, but were swiftly silenced by the seasoned ones, who imparted their wisdom with a knowing nod. Zhao Zihan could be considered a cousin of Zhao Shishuan. Qin Nian, as Zhao Zihan's little follower, harbored her own fantasies about Song Tianyao, yet she carefully concealed her thoughts, reluctant to reveal her feelings. Zhao Zihan's grandfather and Zhao Shishuan's grandfather were brothers. If glances could kill, Zhang Mengmeng would have been torn apart by Zhao Zihan's fury long ago. Although Wang XinYu was brought in as a stepdaughter, Zhao Lei held her in high regard, frequently praising her and bestowing upon her better treatment than Zhao Zihan. Zhao family girls were a rarity. In this generation, only Zhao Zihan had emerged, thus she enjoyed considerable favor in front of Zhao Lei. "Then let me order you a cup of brown sugar water," the innocent young man volunteered eagerly. And she could not intervene in time. Zhao Zihan immediately sensed a threat, resentment bubbling within her, naturally giving rise to animosity. Upon regaining her composure, Zhao Zihan shot a furious glare across the table, where Zhang Mengmeng, that wretched girl, was practically draped over Song Tianyao. Zhang Mengmeng provocatively regarded her, even leaning closer to Song Tianyao. Zhao Zihan's father and Zhao Yuliang were cousins. Women with stomach pains still required warm water. Qin Nian, however, could only lower her head, concealing her simmering rage, remaining silent. Xiaolong, scratching his head and laughing, noticed Qin Nian's reluctance to engage, feeling a twinge of disappointment as his smile turned bittersweet. Chapter 100, the smuggleress escaped. The silent tension in the CAF continued to swell, while the source of all discord, Song Tianyao, leisurely sipped his coffee, watching the unfolding drama with detached amusement. Exemplifying the art of remaining uninvolved, the gathering of men and women, however, seemed to wear rose-tinted glasses, oblivious to the underlying strife. Wang XinYu, unhurriedly rounding a corner, finally slowed her pace, letting out a sigh of relief. During that brief stretch, she felt as if pricked by thorns. Once her heart settled, she lost interest in aimless wandering and decided to return home directly, having left in Zhao Shishuan's car that morning. She was fortunate to possess a spatial pocket containing several cars, otherwise she would have been at a loss. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she retrieved a sports car from her space. Contemplating briefly before extracting some potted plants she had recently transplanted, placing them in the trunk, the two men, upon witnessing Miss Yu offering them such precious cucumbers, felt as if they were tasting honey. "Miss Yu. Oh, what is this?" Fubo exclaimed, his delight rendering him almost speechless. After washing her hands, Wang XinYu stepped outside, glancing at the time. It was already late enough for dinner. She parked the car at the entrance and opened the trunk, calling for assistance as she began to move the flower pots. Hey, they're coming, they're coming. A total of 10 pots were gathered, 4 pots of tomatoes, 3 of strawberries, and 3 of cucumbers, an assortment of fruits and vegetables. Eggplants, green peppers, red peppers, green peas, lentils, loofahs, golden melons. Oh, there were so many. Wang XinYu rolled up her sleeves, ready to get to work. Completing this task would make it easier when it was time to take them out. Watching their efforts filled her with warmth. Both Aunt Li and Fu Bo were wonderful people, dedicated to their family, and deserving of her respect. The three of them worked together, making several trips to move the pots into the sunroom. What to do about the craving for braised fish? Well, it would have to wait until tomorrow, as there was no time today to go out and fetch some. Returning to her room, she re-entered her space to check on the plants in the garden, considering which ones could be transplanted into pots to take out in a few days. Fu Bo assumed she was watering with special water, while in truth, she was using the stream water from her space. She plucked 4 strawberries, dividing them 2 each. If you can't bite into the cucumber, just eat the strawberries. No more excuses. Oh, I want to eat. I'll save them for stir-fried vegetables tonight. Aunt Li watched the glistening cucumbers with longing. Unable to resist, with a beaming smile, Aunt Li nodded repeatedly. Everything is plentiful in the kitchen now. There is still plenty left from what the young lady brought out last time. The household had fewer servants, yet tasks remained abundant, leaving Fu Bo and Aunt Li overwhelmed. Alright, there are still strawberries. We can pick some for dessert after dinner. Having just tasted the sweet and juicy strawberries, Aunt Li was convinced that the lady would surely enjoy them. These were trivial matters, yet some individuals harbored narrow-minded grievances, and with a single spark, everything erupted. What is going on? You must tell me. Wang XinYu's curiosity was piqued. Fu Bo had a lengthy list of chores to attend to, but he was conveniently done here in just 2 minutes. Seeing her daughter genuinely interested in knowing that her husband and stepson had yet to return, Wang Baozhu began recounting the day's events. They had observed Wang XinYu's transformation, growing increasingly fond of the present Miss Yu. Wang XinYu gazed at the sunroom's plots, noting that most of the seeds had sprouted. Did you water them today? She remarked upon noticing that the soil still appeared dry. Once everything was in order, she washed her hands by the creek, watching the koi swim back and forth, unable to suppress a smirk. They felt sincere gratitude. After the apocalypse, life for elderly individuals like them without abilities was truly challenging. Now, in the Zhao family, they lacked for nothing and felt quite satisfied. Aunt Li, clutching cucumbers and tomatoes, enthusiastically headed to prepare dinner, likely eager to showcase her culinary skills. Aunt Li of Fu Bo. Indeed, today we have fresh vegetables and fruits to enjoy. Wang XinYu sat beside Wang Baozhu. Mom, where did you go today? I didn't see you when I got back. As she spoke, her small hand waved, sending a stream of water evenly spraying toward the vegetable patch. Each type had been transplanted into 5 pots, and over an hour had passed in the process. Fu Bo, this is what I brought back today. Isn't it lovely? Oh my, these are tomatoes, strawberries, and cucumbers. Truly wonderful. The lady is pregnant and in need of fresh vegetables and fruits. Aunt Li, upon seeing the potted plants, was positively gleeful. Yes, I have poor teeth. I'll save them for cooking. Fu Bo hesitated to take any, instead handing the cucumbers to Aunt Li, humming a little tune as he hurried off. Wang XinYu, generous by nature, declared, no need to be polite. You've both worked hard these past days. There is plenty of food at home, so don't hold back on your meals, Aunt Li. If you need anything for the kitchen, just let me know. I have plenty stored in my space. There is nothing needed. It's best to water when the sun sets. I'll be over shortly. Fu Bo quickly clarified. He wasn't being lazy but had simply planned his schedule accordingly. All right. Let us pick the ripe tomatoes. We'll add them to dinner tonight. What is wrong? Wang XinYu asked, noticing the unease. Didn't Aunt Li say you brought back several pots of tomatoes, strawberries, and cucumbers today? Upon hearing her daughter's question, Wang Baozhu's initial excitement over the treasures her daughter had brought with her quickly dimmed. She hopped down the stairs. Of course, they were delicious. Produce from her space was guaranteed to be top quality. Wang XinYu naturally had no intention of reprimanding her, smiling as she said, then let me water them today, it's more convenient. She moved the final pot down and casually plucked 3 cucumbers, taking one for herself and handing one to each of them. Here, Fu Bo, Aunt Li, try them. How do they taste? Fu Bo gazed at the ripe fruits hanging above, a glimmer of shrewdness and brilliance in his eyes as he repeatedly exclaimed how good they were. Xiao Yu, come sit. Wang Baozhu recognized the sound of her daughter's footsteps descending. Ah, it's your third aunt. She has been so reckless that she has driven your eldest aunt to the brink of illness. Wang Baozhu's frustration spilled forth. She had intended to enjoy a joyful visit to her family, only to return with a heart full of resentment. Wang XinYu's unyielding attitude left no room for refusal, and the two gratefully accepted her offerings with thanks. The fruits Wang XinYu had transplanted were already bearing fruit, ready to be picked and consumed. The story began with the boxes of fruit Wang XinYu had delivered a few days prior. On that day, Wang XinYu delivered several boxes of fruit to Uncle Wang's residence, requesting Auntie Wang to distribute them. Jiu-Tsu Aping, not a mean-spirited individual and known for her fairness, allocated the items roughly according to the number of mouths to feed.